Chapter 1. To you from 500,000 years ago. In the dimly lit internet CF, Long Chen's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, executing a flurry of keystrokes reminiscent of a fire igniting, as he immersed himself in a game of League of Legends. Die for me. Die for me. With a piece of bread clenched between his teeth and a somewhat disheveled appearance, he was unleashing his pent-up fury within the game. His girlfriend had run off with a wealthy young lord, and his business partner was toying with him, plunging him into a mountain of debt while also risking the threat of being pursued by creditors. Now disgraced and ruined, he could only seek warmth and solace in the confines of the internet CF. However, as fate would have it, calamity often arrives in pairs. Not only had his girlfriend abandoned him, but his business venture had also turned sour. Now, it seemed he might even face defeat in the game. Damn it, Yasuo, you bastard. You choose to use your ultimate when you shouldn't, and when you should, you don't. You're utterly pathetic. Long Chen roared in frustration. Glaring at the 116 Yasuo, Long Chen was consumed by rage, channeling the spirit of the toxic gamers from Zwan, vehemently cursing the opponent's family. It was supposed to be a favorable match, yet his own teammates had turned the tide against him. Damn it. Yasuo, don't go. Don't go. Watching Yasuo dive into the fray, Long Chen's face contorted in fury, his fingers pounding the keyboard with a cacophony of sound as he unleashed a torrent of insults upon Yasuo's entire lineage. On the screen, the glaring word defeat blared like a taunt, piercing his vision with its mocking intensity. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched as he beheld his teammates' abysmal 121 record, a pang of anger striking at his heart. This was wrong. Something felt increasingly off, as if the pain was intensifying. Oh no, this was a genuine, excruciating pain. Long Chen's complexion suddenly darkened, and before the astounded gaze of fellow gamers nearby, he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. In that instant, his head struck the sharp corner of the desk, and his consciousness faded into a haze, his body twitching involuntarily on the floor. In that moment of disorientation, he could faintly hear the gasps of the surrounding crowd. What the hell? Someone just died. Scared me to death. Someone call for help. What good does just shouting do? Call for an ambulance. Oh, right. What's the number for 120 again? A group of onlookers. Long Chen initially believed he might still be saved, but upon hearing that remark, he was suddenly overcome with rage, his breath escaping him, and with wide eyes, he passed away. Have you ever considered that your demise was not merely a coincidence? Perhaps you do not believe in fate, but destiny has already chosen you. No matter how many times you are reborn, no matter how many times you attempt to evade it, you are destined to confront it all once more, until you shatter that curse. The primordial divine emperor must return. Your subjects await your return. To you from 500,000 years ago. Whether it be misfortune or fortune, let fate decide. These words resonated with a deep, ethereal tone, each character pulsating with a potent energy, reverberating through the depths of his consciousness, lingering in his mind. A multitude of strange and enigmatic messages erupted within his soul, akin to tiny stars colliding with a planet, creating a series of explosive sounds. Long Chen suddenly regained awareness. He was jolted awake by these mysterious messages that had materialized out of nowhere. He felt as though he had not completely perished, yet he hovered in a liminal space between life and death, unable to open his eyes. His body felt contorted and strange, as if he were ensconced in an unknown realm. What did those words mean? Wait, am I not dead? Where is this? A pitch-black void? Warm and moist. This space was exceedingly confined, so much so that Long Chen could barely move his body. Something was amiss. Am I not a hospital bed? As his consciousness gradually returned, Long Chen still couldn't open his eyes, but he sensed himself enveloped in a gentle warmth, rendering him immobile. In an instant, a wave of agonizing pain surged through his head, akin to the transmission of information. Seconds later, Long Chen fell silent. Am I dead? Have I now traversed into another realm and transformed into an egg? After receiving a memory not his own, Long Chen was momentarily astounded. He had indeed died in the internet CAF, but he had not fully passed away. His soul had traversed dimensions. However, upon acquiring the memories of this lifetime's previous host, Long Chen found no joy in his newfound existence, for he had become an egg. And not just any egg, but a serpent's egg. This isn't fair. I was a human, and now I've become a snake? This can't be real. Am I no longer human? Heaven, are you jesting with me? Long Chen clearly struggled to accept his new identity. He shifted his body, attempting to break free from the confines of this minuscule space. After a bout of impotent rage, Long Chen gradually calmed down, beginning to accept his new reality. From a meager remnants of the serpent egg's memories, Long Chen realized that the small life within had yearned to break free, but had ultimately suffocated within the shell, dying inside an egg. Buddy, that's quite the tragic fate. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched, and in the next moment, he forced himself to find consolation. It's all right, a fresh start in a new life. Being a snake isn't so bad. Still writhing within the confines of the egg, Long Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In typical transmigration tales, one would expect to be reborn as a member of a prestigious lineage, a super genius of a sect, or perhaps a descendant of divine beings. Yet, he had received none of that. He was merely a precarious egg teetering between life and death, though he was still a serpent on the verge of hatching. In his previous life as a human, he now found himself inexplicably transformed into a demon. Forget it. Where there's a will, there's a way. To be alive is a blessing. What more could I possibly want? Engaging in self-consolation, Long Chen learned from the scant memories he had acquired that this world was entirely different from the earth of his previous life. It was a land shrouded in mystical energy, known as the Dragon Ancient Continent, where demonic beasts roamed freely, coexisting with humans. Such a fantastical realm ignited a sense of curiosity within Long Chen, still encased within the egg, fueling a spark of ambition within him. Since fate has granted me, Long Chen, a second chance at life, it must be because of my tragic past. How could I squander this opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens? Even if I am transformed into an egg, I shall not easily succumb. Even upon hatching into a serpent, I shall still strive to stand at the pinnacle of this world. If the heavens are so unjust as to deny me a human life in my next reincarnation, I shall become the ruler of this world. I will become the nightmare of all living beings. When I emerge from my shell, a new king shall herald the dawn of a new era in this world. Ha ha ha. Perhaps unable to endure the absurdity of a serpent's boastful claims, the once rigid shell of the egg began to crack, forming a minuscule fissure under the slightest sound. Seeing the seal that confined him fracture, Long Chen could not help but laugh. Ha ha. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. The most challenging part of breaking the shell has already succeeded. How far could I possibly be from divinity? With a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, Long Chen sensed the opportune moment and, with a sudden burst of determination, lunged forward, shattering the already cracked egg. Emerging to bask in the fresh air, Long Chen felt the arrival of rebirth. However, before he could even celebrate his newfound life, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. All around him were curious and bewildered eyes, fixated upon him, leaving them rather astonished. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found not fellow serpents, but a cluster of crocodile hatchlings, all equally fresh from their shells, leaving Long Chen momentarily stunned, before plunging into contemplation. This was a rather overwhelming revelation. A snake hatching in a crocodile's nest? Had he inadvertently logged into the wrong server? Was this a nightmare of a beginning? No, it was more akin to commencing in hell mode. Could there possibly be a more dismal scenario than this? Chapter 2. In that moment, I became light. Casting his gaze around at the myriad of crocodile hatchlings, Long Chen, bearing the form of a serpent with a snake's head, felt a tremor of uncertainty. He pondered whether he had hatched incorrectly. Logically, as a serpentine demon beast, he should have emerged in a serpent's habitat. Even if fortune had turned against him, being born in the wilderness would have been acceptable. But now, not only had he hatched in the lair of his natural predators, but he was also surrounded by hunters. This was a hellish difficulty level from the start, and who could he possibly reason with about this? Hiss! The crocodile hatchlings, also just emerging from their shells, stared at Long Chen with their mouths agape, seemingly bewildered. In this moment, these young crocodiles stood with their jaws slightly parted, their heads adorned with exclamation marks, gazing at the pitch-black serpent hatchling with puzzled expressions. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Long Chen glanced around and couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a beautifully precise and unfortunate location to be born. If one were to suggest that the surrounding crocodile hatchling's eggs formed a circular ring, then the location where one currently finds oneself would be precisely at the very center of that circle. What to do? These three words fleetingly crossed through Long Chen's mind. At this moment, he was truly a loss after all. Crocodiles are one of the natural enemies of snakes, and moreover, this particular group of crocodiles actually includes serpentine beasts in their diet. For this gathering of crocodile hatchlings, according to all of Long Chen's current memories, astonishingly, they are a clan of demonic black water crocodiles. Although black water crocodiles possess the qualifications of demonic beasts, they lack a certain degree of spiritual energy cultivation talent, placing them in a liminal space between wild beasts and demonic beasts. Yet even so, Long Chen's situation is undeniably dire. Seeing the black water crocodile hatchling surrounding him, all fixated on him with unwavering gazes, a chill crept down Long Chen's spine, his serpentine visage twitching, clearly indicating that he was prepared to fight back. The situation was immensely perilous. He could only take the initiative, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue and donned a polite yet elegant smile, tentatively suggesting, "My dear fellows, if I were to say that I simply passed through, would you believe me?" As Long Chen's words resonated, the group of black water crocodile hatchlings exchanged glances, and when they turned their attention back to him, the surprise and confusion had dissipated. What replaced it was a fierce determination that was almost comically adorable. With a sudden and aggressive cry from the first black water crocodile, perhaps driven by hunger upon seeing the snake-like figure of Long Chen, it lunged forward with ferocity. The speed of its movements, a testament to its innate hunting prowess, seemed as if it had been ingrained from birth. Indeed, it was no surprise that the black water crocodile, straddling the line between demonic beast and wild beast, possessed such terrifying combat capabilities even in its youth. As the first black water crocodile hatchling leapt forth, intent on hunting Long Chen, the other hatchlings surrounding it also sprang into action, united in a frenzied assault upon the central figure of Long Chen. Amidst the cacophony of the hatchlings' fierce cries, it was as if they were collectively proclaiming Demacia. Recognizing the imminent threat, Long Chen's serpentine visage twitched as he beheld the multitude of black water crocodile hatchlings leaping towards him from all directions, yet his heart remained utterly unperturbed. How splendid! Just after being reborn, he was about to bid farewell to this world. If he could somehow survive this deadlock, he would wash his hair upside down. At the very moment, the numerous black water crocodile hatchlings lunged towards him, just as Long Chen's thoughts were darkly reassuring himself. Suddenly, the space surrounding him, centered around his serpentine form, abruptly solidified. In an instant, Long Chen felt immobilized aside from blinking his eyes. He discovered that his body was unresponsive. Curiously, the other ravenous black water crocodile hatchlings, poised to pounce upon him, were similarly suspended midair, their fierce expressions frozen in time, yet they made no further movements. What on earth is happening? Long Chen silently surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the temporal stasis had occurred just in the nick of time. Had it been even a second later, his life would have been forfeit. Ding! The supreme infinite evolution system is being generated. Ding! Host has been detected. Connecting to system server. Ding! Connection to system server completion rate 10. 5099. Ding! Evolution system has successfully descended and has been successfully bound to the host. What is this? A system? An evolution system? One that allows for infinite evolution? A golden finger? A multitude of questions flooded Long Chen's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Could it be that the legendary golden fingers from novels have truly descended upon me? Long Chen? Originally resigned to what seemed an inescapable doom, Long Chen's heart surged with indescribable excitement upon discovering that he had been bound to this so-called supreme evolution system. Haha, I knew it. There must be a reason for my birth in this so-called Longu continent. The system even granted me a golden finger of sorts. How can you little ones possibly contend with me? System, present me with a remarkable treasure. I want to crush these little fools in an instant. It seems that upon receiving a command from Long Chen, the calm voice of the evolution system echoed forth. Ding! Given that the host currently finds themselves in an absolute deadlock, two choices are available. The first is to relinquish everything and choose death. I choose the second. The second. Long Chen, without waiting for the evolution system to finish its statement, interrupted fervently, his eyes wide and roaring. Ding! The host has made their choice. System tasks are being issued. Ding! The host must subjugate all the juvenile black water crocodiles. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Ding! The host has received a free evolution opportunity. Will they evolve? Evolve! Long Chen did not hesitate, immediately opting in, as time seemed to freeze at that moment, observing the vicious juvenile black water crocodiles poised to strike. He felt a chill in his heart. Were it not for the sudden arrival of the evolution system, he would have truly met his end. Ding! Evolution has commenced. The host is undergoing evolution, as the calm and emotionless system prompt resonated. The previously frozen space suddenly returned to its original state. When all traces of stasis dissipated, Long Chen was momentarily stunned. I haven't even evolved yet, and the space has been unfrozen. System, what are you playing at? In the face of Long Chen's internal outcry, the evolution system seemed to have lost connection, providing no response whatsoever. Hiss, though this moment arrived slowly for the numerous juvenile black water crocodiles previously immobilized in space. It had no effect. Their singular focus remained on Long Chen, the delectable meal before them. Hiss! In the next instant, as if in response to Long Chen, the small black-scaled serpent body of his radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the dim space around him. At that moment, he transformed into a beacon of light. Chapter 3: Thunder Serpent, with the intense and dazzling light illuminating the lair of the black water crocodiles. The entire dark and damp space suddenly resembled daylight. Many of the juvenile black water crocodiles, who had been poised to attack in midair, instinctively closed their eyes as the blinding light struck them. For they were born to thrive in the shadows of the swamp. Hiss! This sudden emergence of a radiant light, akin to a small sun, was unbearable for the juvenile black water crocodiles, who began to cry out in pain. Simultaneously, as the searing white light burst forth, a robust silver serpent tail abruptly appeared. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, the powerful silver-scaled tail struck with an ethereal grace, sending the juvenile black water crocodiles flying through the air. Faced with this sudden manifestation of a strong and powerful silver serpent tail, the newly hatched creatures were no match, howling in agony beneath the blinding light as they were forcefully knocked aside. Many juvenile black water crocodiles lost consciousness upon hitting the ground, but fortunately, no casualties occurred. After all, black water crocodiles, despite their youth, were formidable creatures, straddling the line between mythical beasts and wild animals, possessing a tough constitution that made them resilient even in their infancy. As the slightly searing light gradually receded, in the center of the area, the previously inconspicuous black serpent had vanished without a trace, and instead was a magnificent silver-scaled serpent, measuring a full 5 to 6 meters in length. Adorned with gleaming silver scales that shimmered like a crafted jewel, the thunder serpent had emerged. The silver tail of the thunder serpent seemed to possess a will of its own, emitting a gentle hum akin to that of a rattlesnake's tail. Opening his eyes, Long Chen was taken aback by his transformation. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, compared to his previous fragile serpent form. He was now immensely stronger. Observing the juvenile black water crocodiles, akin to a bunch of helpless youngsters, Long Chen recognized his newfound size and strength, unable to suppress a soft murmur. T.O. evolved so wondrously. How incredible. As the first evolution concluded, the voice of the evolution system resonated within Long Chen's mind. Ding! The host's first evolution is complete. The attribute chart has been updated. Host: Long Chen species. Demon race form. Thunder serpent rank. 1-star Xianmai user talent. Maxed lightning resistance Xian technique. None experience points. 0-100 surprised by the sudden appearance of the attribute chart in his mind. Long Chen took a moment to contemplate, knowing that the situation was far from resolved. The chaos around him was still uncontained. He needed to compel all the black water crocodiles to submit in order to complete his task. Now that he had successfully evolved, he had completely surpassed these creatures in strength. Defeating them would be a trivial matter, let alone subduing them. You were quite fierce earlier. Now, it's my turn. Long Chen cast a cold glance at the juvenile black water crocodiles, sneering as he prepared to take action. However, the next moment, he froze in place, staring blankly at the group of black water crocodiles. His facial muscles twitching to it seemed that these little ones realized they were no match for the thunder serpent. Trembling, they all began to prostrate themselves before Long Chen, as if in worship. Ding! The host has completed the novice task. Reward: 10 attribute points. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched again. He hadn't even exerted himself, yet they had surrendered. His first novice task was completed in such a manner. It must be said, these once ferocious juvenile black water crocodiles were indeed wise to recognize the tides of fate. Never mind, I can't be bothered with you all. I'm leaving. Long Chen felt uncomfortable lingering in this dark and damp lair, so he awkwardly maneuvered his serpent body toward the exit, having transformed from a human into a demon serpent. He found it rather challenging to adapt to moving without legs. As Long Chen gradually slithered out of the dim, moist opening, a group of juvenile black water crocodiles quickly followed, each behaving as though they had found their father. Scampering after him. No, you can rest in the lair. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be going ahead. You don't need to escort me. Long Chen turned back in astonishment at the sight. Meanwhile, the juvenile black water crocodiles paid no heed to his words, steadfastly following him, convinced he was their as the saying goes, milk is the mother's embrace. They could see that Long Chen was far superior, and being with him undoubtedly provided a sense of security. Seeing that these creatures had no intention of leaving him, Long Chen could only roll his eyes. He certainly did not want to start his journey by taking care of a bunch of little followers. His strength did not allow for that. After a brief stretch of his new form, Long Chen propelled his muscular serpent tail, launching himself out of the cave with a swift burst. The juvenile black water crocodiles, witnessing Long Chen's disappearance, naturally followed suit, albeit at a slower pace, as he neared the cave entrance. Long Chen gazed at the light outside, knowing that it heralded the beginning of his new life. Ha ha ha, Longu continent, a brand new life. Here I come. As the brightness drew nearer, Long Chen controlled his robust serpent body, leaping forth like a carp breaking the surface, swiftly emerging from the cave, feeling the cleansing warmth of the light. He squinted at the sun above, unable to suppress a joyous exclamation. The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue, his heart brimming with delight, though he had met with disgrace on earth. In this life, he vowed to ascend to the peak once more, making sure that all the races in this world knew the name Long Chen. However, before Long Chen could fully savor his joy, a deep, rumbling breath suddenly reached his ears, causing him to cast his gaze toward a nearby spot, his previously smiling expression freezing in an instant. There, a fully grown black water crocodile was bathing in a pond. Staring in astonishment at the thunder serpent that had just burst forth from its lair, equally dumbfounded, the team never imagined that a demon serpent would appear in its den. Long Chen gazed at the 10-meter-long black water crocodile, whose body was as thick as a pipe, feeling the powerful waves of energy emanating from it, his serpent eyes widening in dismay at his unfortunate luck. Truly, misfortune seldom comes alone. Just as he escaped the dragon's lair, he plunged into the tiger's den. Chapter 4. Frenzied growth. What does it mean that misfortune seldom comes alone? At this very moment, Long Chen found himself in such a predicament. The adult black water crocodile, amidst the fluctuations of its aura, emanated a unique energy signature, the foundational essence of cultivation in the Longu continent. Xuanxi. To be able to exude profound energy is sufficient proof that this black water crocodile possesses the potential for cultivation. The black water crocodile, inherently a fierce beast straddling the line between demonic creatures and wild animals, has, in its adult form, completely acquired the ability to absorb profound energy, thus rendering it an entirely different entity. Its combat prowess, naturally, has surged dramatically. Ding! Caution, host! Before you lies a 3-star profound veined black water crocodile. Defeating it could directly elevate your star level. In response to the evolution system's alert, Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could his mere 1-star profound veined thunder snake possibly do against a 3-star profound veined creature? Gazing at the adult black water crocodile lounging in the water, which was equally fixated on him with its bulging reptilian eyes. Chen's serpentine visage twitched slightly as he attempted to communicate in the language of the demon tribe. Brother Crocodile, if I were to claim that I am merely passing through, would you believe me? The black water crocodile, momentarily dazed, gradually regained its senses. Upon locking eyes with the thunder snake, its expression morphed into one of ferocity, unleashing a deep, resonant growl that echoed through the surrounding shadowy woods and tranquil waters. Observing the menacing demeanor of the adult black water crocodile, Chen understood that it had no intention of letting him go. He rolled his eyes again, internally reaching out to the evolution system. System, think of something. Is there any way to eliminate this creature? Ding! The host is currently unable to defeat it, but after developing in the vicinity, you may return to slay it. I'm not asking about that right now. I'm inquiring about how to escape. Ding! A task has been generated. Please evacuate the area swiftly, with no restrictions on methods. Reward: direct elevation by 1 star. Are we having cross-server conversation? Did you not hear what I just said? Ding! The system is undergoing maintenance and upgrades. Rewards will be automatically dispensed upon task completion. Splendid. Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes again, feeling a strong urge to deliver a military-style punch to the system. As he observed the poised, adult black water crocodile beneath him, sensing the powerful waves of profound energy emanating from it, he quickly began to strategize. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a 3-star profound veined black water crocodile would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. However, the exit was currently blocked by this creature, making a forced breakthrough quite challenging. Taking a deep breath and feeling the profound energy within him begin to circulate, Chen was astonished to discover that he could manipulate the energy effortlessly without any conscious control. The sensation of this power gradually coalescing within him was truly wondrous. He could see that moment. The adult black water crocodile emitted a terrifying roar, its eyes filled with ferocity and rage, seemingly on the verge of tearing Chen to shreds. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, a group of black water crocodile hatchlings rushed out, having spotted the adult black water crocodile confronting Chen. For a moment, they were all taken aback. Yet Chen knew he must not give these little ones any time to react. Without hesitation, he commanded them, "What are you all waiting for? Go bite it." As the command rang out, the group of startled black water crocodile hatchlings instinctively charged forward, snapping at the adult black water crocodile. Seeing its offspring turn against it, the adult crocodile was infuriated, yet it dared not retaliate for fear of harming its young, thus allowing them to clumsily pounce on it. Roar! In the face of the hatchling's relentless biting, the adult black water crocodile remained unscathed, looking bemused at its offspring before letting out a low growl, using its voice to intimidate them. After all, they were its own flesh and blood. It could not possibly destroy them all. As the hatchlings regained their wits, they realized that this adult black water crocodile, which bore a striking resemblance to them, yet was far more powerful, had transformed from a menacing figure to a familiar presence, rubbing against its robust form affectionately. Even the formidable 3-star profound veined black water crocodile, witnessing the comical antics of its progeny, lay there in bewilderment. These little ones sure had an unprecedented knack for changing their demeanor. Wait, where did that snake go? Only when the adult black water crocodile realized this did it discover that the previously several-meter-long thunder snake had vanished without a trace. The host has slain a spirit monkey, earning 10 experience points. Ding! The host has devoured a shrub beast, earning 30 experience points. Ding! As the system notifications chimed in, the frenzied development of Long Chen finally brought him to the level of a 3-star profound vein being. Burp, time for a short rest before continuing my development. Long Chen coiled his serpentine tail around a sharp branch, cleaning the remnants from his sparse fangs. System, display my attribute panel. Ding, retrieving the attribute interface for the host. Host, Long Chen race, demon tribe form, thunder snake rank, 3-star profound vein talent, max thunder resistance profound techniques, none profound laws, none attribute points, 10 experience points, 80,300. After narrowly escaping danger, I received a star elevation, and then I hunted numerous wild beasts along the way, earning a substantial amount of experience. Long Chen nodded slightly. Having achieved initial growth shortly after arriving in this world, he felt an insatiable curiosity about the dragon ancient continent, a realm ripe for cultivation. Wait, if I continue to hunt these wild beasts, could I not ascend to the pinnacle through accumulated experience? Long Chen suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he felt quite clever. If successful, this would indeed be a colossal exploit. Ding. Please refrain from harboring such peculiar thoughts. Host, the experience points from wild beasts will only support your growth at the profound vein level. Once you advance further, the experience gained from beasts will diminish, with a minimum threshold of 1 experience point. Ding. Likewise, when hunting lower-tier life forms such as demon beasts or humans, should your profound vein level become too high, the experience points will also be compressed to the minimum value. Upon hearing the evolution system's words, Long Chen pouted, feeling disgruntled, yet understanding that this exploit was no longer attainable. Having satisfied his hunger, Long Chen coiled his serpentine body atop a tree branch, quietly watching the sun set, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. In his previous life, he had been burdened with debt. His girlfriend had left him, and his friends had betrayed him. Truly a most vexing existence. In this life, Long Chen silently vowed to live splendidly, to trample all beneath his feet, observing the gradually dimming sky, along with the endless expanse of mountains and dense forests. The lofty and chilly Long Chen suddenly said, System, tell me about this so-called dragon ancient continent. Chapter 5. Dragon ancient continent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky began to darken, heralding the onset of the first night since Long Chen's rebirth. Comfortably swaying atop his perch, Long Chen occupied a tall tree, gazing out at the vast, boundless mountains and forests before him. He took a deep breath and grinned. System, enlighten me about this world. After all, having just traversed into this realm, he was utterly in the dark, knowing nothing whatsoever. If he could extract some information about this world from the system, at the very least, he would understand where he was and what he ought to do next. Ding. Basic information about this world has been transmitted into the host's mind. Please check. With the system's notification, Long Chen felt a refreshing surge coursing through his brain. As if receiving a sudden revelation that, in the next moment, a torrent of unfamiliar information flooded into Long Chen's consciousness. Through the continuous reading of the messages relayed by the system, Long Chen gradually grasped some understanding of this extraordinary world. This world is known as the Dragon Ancient Continent, teeming with myriad races, with a strong reign supreme, and the weak are devoured. Its laws are ruthless, and power is paramount, devoid of compassion. On the Dragon Ancient Continent, there exists no concept akin to the fighting spirit or spiritual power found in novels. Rather, profound energy is the essence of cultivation in this land. Every living being possesses the potential for cultivation, and the embodiment of this potential is the profound energy that can only be perceived by practitioners within this realm. Without profound energy, one would merely fade into obscurity, akin to mere beasts. Only those endowed with the potential to cultivate profound energy can embark on the path to greater strength and higher realms, collectively referred to as cultivators. Within this continent, the practice of profound energy has evolved to an unparalleled pinnacle over endless ages of proliferation and survival. As long as one possesses decent talent, they can attain a level of universal cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that profound energy serves as the foundation for all beings striving to stand upon this world. As the saying goes, the path to the pinnacle of profound energy has been shaped through countless generations of evolution and transformation among humans, demons, and other entities, giving rise to myriad methods of cultivation. Techniques vary in length and effectiveness, and the diverse schools of profound energy naturally exhibit varying levels of mastery. The journey of cultivating profound energy is often described as defying the heavens. With the strength and weakness of one's profound energy intricately linked to their personal profound level. Profound energy levels are categorized from low to high as follows. Profound vein practitioners. Profound energy realm, profound spirit realm, profound wheel realm, creation realm, life and death realm, nirvana realm, heaven-reaching realm, 3 realms of profound respect, saint realm, and reincarnation realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 stars. The elevation of one's cultivation level of mystic energy is indeed a crucial determinant of future accomplishments. In the Dragon Ancient Continent, the discernment of strength and weakness hinges upon 3 fundamental criteria: mystic energy, talent, and soul. To become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must possess all 3 attributes without exception. After perusing this essential information in one breath, Chen fell into deep contemplation, unable to restrain a murmured remark. So, I, a mere 3-star mystic vein practitioner, am relegated to the lowest tier. I had thought myself rather formidable, yet it appears I am but a novice. Reflecting on the 3 fundamental criteria, he realized that aside from his relatively strong soul, he was rather lacking in the other 2 aspects. Chen held an unshakable confidence in the strength of his soul. Having traversed into this world, his soul could be described as one that has lived 2 lifetimes. Among his peers, he had virtually no rivals. Do not worry, host. Talent and mystic energy shall be provided by this system. Upon hearing this, Chen raised an eyebrow and grinned. What do you mean by that? There's no need for the so-called talent, for you possess an evolution system, as long as you earn experience points and meet the requirements for star advancement or evolution. You may directly ascend without any constraints. As for mystic energy, the host need only complete the next novice task. The reward for this task will grant you a mystic energy technique to compensate for your current deficiencies. Listening to the evolution system, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tongue flickering as he gazed toward the twilight horizon, exclaiming, "This is truly convenient. I like it." He understood well that the cultivation of mystic energy in this world was fraught with hardship and peril, particularly the training of high-tier mystic energy levels, which could even pose a threat to life itself. The saying holds true: the path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. When will the next novice task be assigned to me? Chen could not help but inquire. According to the system's mood, please allow the host to develop first, with your current weak mystic energy level. Learning the mystic techniques too early would be of no benefit to you. Faced with the system's calm rebuttal, Chen pouted, hanging from the treetop as he quietly gazed at the dimming sky, saying, "System, where exactly are we now?" The host is currently situated at the southernmost tip of the eastern continent, known as the Demon Spirit Mountain Range, which is famed for its abundance of magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression turned one of astonishment. Eastern Continent. Are you referring to the Eastern Continent within the Dragon Ancient Continent? Indeed, the Dragon Ancient Continent is comprised of 4 major landmasses: East, West, South, and North, with the central holy domain known as the Middle Continent. As soon as he heard of the Middle Continent, Chen recalled why it sounded so familiar. It was included in the earlier information he had received about the continent. The Middle Continent is a place where countless prodigies are born, a super holy domain where powerful beings congregate, a land revered as the sacred ground of the Dragon Ancient Continent, coveted by countless individuals who aspire to contend for its glory. There no one dares to boast of their strength, for one can never know when a mightier foe may appear and obliterate them in an instant. The Middle Continent, fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunities, holds the potential for one to soar to great heights or meet a swift demise. Chen gazed toward the horizon of the Middle Continent, his curiosity about this land intensifying. One day, I too shall stand at its pinnacle. Host, do not just indulge in drink, partake of some food as well. If you had even a single capsule of medicine, you wouldn't be in such a state. Chen, it seems I have been underestimated by the system. Forget it. I shan't argue with you. Time for sleep? Long Chen flipped over, remaining entangled in the treetop. Suddenly, as Long Chen prepared to rest, he felt the giant tree beneath him tremble, the intensity of the tremors becoming increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a subtle quaking of the ground. What is happening? An earthquake. Long Chen observed the escalating vibrations around him, feeling an instinctive sense of crisis arise within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, numerous bee shadows were frantically fleeing through the dim forest, transforming the once tranquil mountain woods into a scene of chaos. With trees collapsing and the ground caving in. Chapter 6. A perilous world gazing at the multitude of bee shadows rushing towards him. Long Chen's expression shifted as the ground quaked violently. The previously serene forest had become tumultuous, and any lingering desire for rest vanished in an instant. What is going on? Observing the myriad of beasts, wild and magical, fleeing in panic, Long Chen was momentarily bewildered. Everything was just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden upheaval? And why is there an earthquake? Ding! Detected two extremely violent waves of mystic energy surging 1,000 meters ahead. Please evacuate the area swiftly. Upon hearing the sudden system alert in his mind, Long Chen was taken aback. Before he could respond, a resounding crash emanated from the distant mountains. In an instant, a colossal black gorilla, its entire body as dark as iron and as imposing as a fortress, appeared at the opposite end of the mountain. Roar, like a manifestation of black steel, its muscles the size of bricks were terrifyingly formidable, towering at a height of 100 feet. It seemed to be enraged, pounding its chest and bellowing toward a certain direction. Its roar shook the heavens and earth, and the force of its resonant growl created a violent gust that spread in all directions. Its mystic energy surging mightily, causing many magical beasts that had fled too slowly to meet their gruesome fates. They were either scared to death or crushed by the sheer force, their bodies bleeding from every orifice. Their innards shattered. Long Chen covered his head with his serpent tail as he dropped from the treetop. Even at a considerable distance, the moment he felt the onslaught of that ferocious wind, he was left dizzy and disoriented. Such is the dominion and might of high-tier mystic energy, affecting all within 1,000-meter radius. Naturally, Long Chen dared not linger, his serpent tail thrashing as he sped back the way he had come. It was no wonder he fled with such fervor. The iron-walled giant gorilla was advancing towards him. To remain here any longer would be to court death. While hastily fleeing, Long Chen remained vigilant, scanning the terrain. Suddenly, he spotted a frantically fleeing iron water rhinoceros. In a swift motion, he leapt onto its armored back, utilizing his natural agility to latch onto the creature. With its innate speed, Long Chen was more than happy to take advantage. Although his own speed was remarkable, amidst the chaos of such a vast beast stampede, he found it somewhat inadequate to be why clinging to the formidable iron water rhinoceros. He could conserve energy. After all, being trampled to death amidst a throng of beasts would be quite the embarrassment. Long Chen noted that this iron water rhinoceros possessed the strength of an 8-star mystic vein practitioner, causing him to inwardly marvel. This creature, known for its iron-like hide and unmatched prowess among its peers, was indeed formidable. However, amidst the current stampede, it was considered relatively weak. Should a more powerful beast suddenly attack, it would surely become a meal for the more dominant predator. Yet, due to the extreme danger of the situation, the fleeing beasts, regardless of their strength, would not foolishly provoke it, allowing for a somewhat smooth escape. The iron water rhinoceros, sensing the serpent coiled upon its back, felt both anger and fear towards the towering beast approaching them. However, preoccupied with its own survival, it had no time to concern itself with Long Chen. Clinging to the iron water rhinoceros's back, Long Chen felt the violent tremors of the ground and the chaotic rush of escaping beasts. His heart filled with astonishment. Such a spectacle of vast beast stampede was a sight he had never witnessed before. Truly, the Demon Spirit Mountain Range was a realm where danger and opportunity coexisted. On his very first day in this world, encountering such a grand scene left Long Chen pondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. System, what exactly was that creature? Long Chen could not help but inquire. Eager to understand the nature of the formidable black gorilla that had inspired such fear among the magical beasts. Ding! That is a Titan celestial, possessing a strength at the 3-star Sky Ascendant level. Upon hearing the term Sky Ascendant, Chen was completely stunned. What does the Sky Ascendant level represent in this world? It signifies an absolute pinnacle of power. If Chen were to equate the Titan Celestial's mystic energy level to a gaming context, it would be akin to a level 73 wild boss. In this world, mystic vein practitioners are regarded as novices. To cultivate, one must unlock their mystic veins to harness mystic energy. Thus, mystic vein practitioners do not truly fall within the official ranking system. Only from the mystic energy realm onward do they truly become cultivators. Reflecting on himself, how could Chen not be astonished, considering he had yet to reach the true cultivation level of the Xuanqi realm? The sudden appearance of the Titan celestial dome, could it be that it was angered by an improper sleeping posture? Had it awakened in a frenzy? Chen could not help but mutter to himself. The presence of a super monstrous beast at the 3-star celestial realm here felt as if he were fishing in a barrel. What a spectacle it was to witness such a formidable beast upon his arrival in this world. Truly an eye-opener for Chen. With a sudden, resounding cry of a phoenix echoing from another mountain range during his escape, Chen felt an involuntary shiver run through his serpentine body. This tremor was beyond his control, stemming from the dread rooted in his very soul due to the inherent conflicts of his clan. What's this? Don't tell me another one has arrived? Hearing the phoenix's cry resonating from the nearby mountain peak, Chen gazed in that direction, and in an instant, his pupils trembled. Before him soared a colossal heavenly phoenix, its entire form ablaze with dragon-like flames, shimmering magnificently. With wings stretching 100 feet, each flap unleashed a tempest that ignited the mountainside, compared to the Titan celestial dome's might. This golden phoenix, engulfed in dragon flames, appeared capable of scorching the heavens themselves. The air around it grew unbearably hot with each flap of its wings. The vast tide of beasts fleeing in panic seemed to alter their escape route in unison upon witnessing the 100-foot phoenix's sudden emergence, creating a scene both chaotic and somewhat comical. Ding! Detected the Dacia dragon sparrow in the southeast direction, strength at 5-star celestial realm. How splendid! Just when I encountered one fierce creature, another divine beast appears. Chen glanced at the Dacia dragon sparrow soaring in the sky. Unable to suppress an eye roll, his heart overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. What kind of perilous world is this, to be fraught with such dangers? Observing the Dacia dragon sparrow darting towards the Titan celestial dome, the two formidable beings poised for confrontation, Chen sighed in relief and swiftly darted across the backs of various beasts, eager to escape this treacherous place. Chapter 7. Attribute points. Ding. Host has slain a fighting spirit snake. Reward experience 30. Ding. Host has slain a Yuanbian worm. Reward experience 30. Ding. Host has slain on the rushing river's snow-white rocks. Chen leisurely rested, feeling the gentle caress of the river breeze. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, life felt exceedingly delightful. During his earlier escape, he had taken the opportunity to slay several grievously injured beasts, including an adult blackwater crocodile that had nearly crushed him in its lair. The fierce battle between two celestial realm beasts had left many other fleeing creatures either dead or grievously wounded. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chen entered a frenzied developmental mode. The results of this growth were remarkably immediate. Under the night sky, the demonic spirit mountain range appeared increasingly perilous, with the sounds of ferocious roars and the echoes of battle resonating at intervals. However, Chen paid little heed to these. His serpent scales gleamed like polished silver, making his resting place on the white stones all the more suitable. Beasts passing by the river for a drink showed no awareness of his presence. His disguise melded seamlessly with the rocky terrain, rendering him nearly invisible under the cover of night. Gazing at the moonlit sky, Chen shook his tail, which occasionally crackled with thunder, and said, "System, please display my attribute chart." Ding! Retrieving attribute chart for the host. Host. Chen race. Demon race form. Thunderous serpent rank. 8-star Xianmai practitioner talent. Maximum lightning resistance Xian technique. None Xian law. None. Attribute points, 10. Experience, 66850. Observing his Xuanqi level, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, but upon glancing at the bottom of the attribute chart, he was taken aback. Why do I have not a single Xian technique? Just a talent is hardly sufficient. Indeed, he found himself in a rather awkward position, possessing a Xuanqi level but lacking any Xian techniques. Something felt amiss. It was akin to a powerful warrior without a weapon to wield, merely relying on brute strength, which was quite disheartening. Ding. Host need not worry. This is a gradual process. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the system, you will naturally receive corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this from the system, Long Chen felt a sudden sense of assurance. After all, having just arrived in this unfamiliar world fraught with dangers, he was fortunate to have the evolution system as his guiding hand. Without it, Long Chen doubted he would survive his first night. His gaze drifted back to his attribute chart, and curiosity piqued. He inquired, "System, what does the 10 attribute points I received earlier signify?" Had it not been for the exhilarating escape at dusk, he would have asked this sooner. Ding. Host need not be puzzled. These points are additional rewards granted by the system upon task completion, intended to compensate for your shortcomings. This. Long Chen was taken aback, still lounging on the snow-white rock in the river, astonished by the term shortcomings. What shortcomings could a dashing and handsome demon serpent like him possibly possess, aside from not being sufficiently charming? Evolution system. Noticing the system's silence, Long Chen understood that there was a limit to jesting. Clearing his throat, he smiled and said, "Let us get to the point. What exactly do these attribute points compensate for?" Ding. You are aware that to become a peerless powerhouse, the trifecta of Xuanqi, talent, and soul is indispensable. Ding. Your talent and Xuanqi are simply too weak. That is where your shortcomings lie. Hearing this, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly as he bitterly smiled. I know my talent and Xuanqi are a bit lacking, but to call me weak is quite excessive. Ding. Weakness is weakness. In a long ancient continent, strength reigns supreme, and weakness is a fundamental sin. All right. Let us focus. What exactly is the purpose of these attribute points? Long Chen retorted with a frown. Sensing the host's displeasure, the evolution system ceased its banter and responded. Ding. These attribute points are custom-tailored for the host, so please refer to the updated attribute chart. Upon hearing this, Long Chen looked once more at the attribute chart, and to his surprise, he noticed some details had indeed changed. Host. Long Chen race. Demon race form. Thunderous serpent rank. 8-star Xian Mai practitioner talent. Maximum lightning resistance Xian technique. None Xian law. None attribute points, 10. Xuanqi, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 soul, 0 defense, 0 experience. 66850. Staring at the updated attribute panel, Long Chen was left in a daze. The sudden addition of the Xuanqi, strength, agility, soul, and defense attributes resembled a gaming attribute chart. However, with this classification, Long Chen could quickly comprehend its meaning, realizing what the so-called attribute points of 10 actually entailed. System, are you implying that I can allocate these 10 points freely among the 5 attributes listed below? Long Chen asked. Ding, precisely. This is an attribute panel uniquely for the host. Given your strong soul, it is advisable not to allocate points to Xuanqi for now. The other 4 attributes are what you currently lack. Ding. As for how to allocate your points ultimately, that is entirely up to you. This system can only provide guidance and assistance, not make decisions for you. Ding. Here's an explanation regarding the attributes. Please review it. A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind as information was transmitted, and Long Chen promptly closed his eyes, reopening them moments later. In just a few brief seconds, he had gained a profound understanding of the so-called attribute explanations. Xuanqi attribute. This refers to the Xuanqi value, the fundamental essence of your cultivation, determining the maximum endurance of your Xuanqi. Strength attribute. This refers to the strength value, indicating the physical resilience of the host, enhancing attack power and maximizing the negation of negative effects during combat. Agility attribute. This refers to the agility value, denoting the host's maximum speed and evasive capabilities. Soul attribute. This refers to the soul value, signifying the host's maximum soul attack power. The soul is the essence of all things, so guard it well. defensive attribute. This represents the defense value, indicating the maximum resistance the host can offer against ethereal and soul attacks during combat. The 5 attributes each elucidate their respective roles and significance. However, with only 10 points available, the dilemma of how to allocate them has ensnared the host in contemplation. Dragon Dust instinctively rubbed his chin with his serpentine tail. Gazing at one of the attribute bars, his eyes shimmering with a flickering light, he then addressed the system with a serious demeanor. System, I have a matter to inquire about, and I require your truthful response. Chapter 8. A new task system. I wish to pose a grave question to you. Your answer must be forthright. Dragon Dust spoke solemnly. Ding. The host may ask questions freely. There is no need for such gravity. Whatever this system knows, it shall divulge. Upon hearing this, Dragon Dust, still rubbing his chin with his serpentine tail, paused for a moment before gathering his thoughts and earnestly inquired, System, can I allocate my attribute points in increments of 0? 5. At this, the evolution system fell silent for a full 5 seconds before erupting with a roar that dispelled the notion. Ding. Add 0.5. Do you take me for a fool? Are you attempting to haggle with this system? If it cannot be done, then it simply cannot. Dragon Dust, his eyes wide with disbelief, retorted, Ding. Host, please understand you are no longer human. You are a demon. You no longer possess a human identity, Dragon Dust shouted in response. I possess the body of a demon, but the soul of a human. That not enough. The very notion of being reborn as a demon was vexing enough. Now the evolution system was adding insult to injury. Ding. The host may choose how to allocate attribute points at will. This system can only assist and guide. It is advisable to allocate points to attributes other than the soul attribute bar during the early growth phase. Returning to the matter at hand, Dragon Dust once again scrutinized his attribute chart, deep in thought. Due to his reincarnation, he possessed a substantial foundation of soul power, which could compensate for certain deficiencies. While ethereal energy could enhance attack power, the limited attribute points would yield only modest improvements. Moreover, lacking any ethereal techniques rendered such enhancements somewhat extravagant. The strength attribute bar appeared promising, as it would bolster his personal power and augment attack capabilities. Certainly worth considering. After several seconds of contemplation, Dragon Dust's gaze suddenly fixed on one particular attribute bar, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination as if a decision had been made. Ding. Host, this system suggests that, given the challenges of early growth, you may allocate points to strength. However, before the evolution system could conclude its suggestion, Dragon Dust's eyes widened, and with a flick of his serpentine tongue, he fervently began to allocate all his points to the defensive attribute. Upon completing the allocation, a sense of profound reassurance washed over him as he distinctly felt his scales hardening. This sensation was undeniably comforting. Dragon Dust exhaled, realizing he had indeed made the right choice. In the early stages of growth, stability was paramount, and defense was undoubtedly the optimal selection. Only by surviving could he foster further development. Ding, host, you allocated all points to defense. The evolution system's voice held a note of astonishment. Clearly taken aback, IT had originally suggested allocating points to ethereal energy, but considering Dragon Dust's potential hesitance, it had opted to recommend strength instead. Yet it could never have anticipated that Dragon Dust would go so far as to allocate every point to defense. Dragon Dust nodded and replied, Indeed, I fear pain, hence I allocated all my points to defense. That's their problem with that. Ding. While I can understand your decision to enhance defense, allocating all points to it seems rather excessive. In response, Dragon Dust rolled his eyes in annoyance and replied with utmost seriousness, What do you know? This is called prudence. Ding. Yet your approach appears excessively cautious, lacking any rationale. Humph. I cannot be bothered to explain. You are still too young, Dragon Dust scoffed and murmured. I just have a feeling that my investment in defense will not be in vain. Though he could not articulate why he had suddenly chosen to allocate all his points to defense. An instinctual awareness within him suggested he was preparing for something. What exactly he was preparing for remained unclear, but having made his decision, he resolved not to dwell on it further. Ding. I sense this is not merely prudence. You may genuinely be afraid of pain. Indeed, As I just said, I fear pain, which is why I allocated all my points of defense to is there an issue? Ding. Very well, as long as the host is content. Dragon dust. Rest assured, I am exceedingly content. As the serpent and the system continued their banter, a commotion suddenly echoed from the distance, accompanied by the faint ripples of ethereal energy. Dragon dust instantly fell silent, his gaze sweeping towards the distant forest beyond the riverbank, his eyes, akin to night vision, seemingly catching sight of two indistinct figures. Ding, a new task has been issued. The host must proceed immediately to the southeastern direction, 100 meters away, to slay the daunting serpent. Task reward: 10 attribute points and a random ethereal technique. The evolution system issued another task, and this time, the reward included not only attribute points, but also an ethereal technique. Dragon Dust's eyes widened in excitement, his serpentine tail thrashing with enthusiasm. With his heart racing, he no longer lingered upon the smooth rock, but dashed forward with determination as a type of demon serpent. The Thunder Serpent excelled in speed, its agility being its greatest asset. Even with the level of a spiritual pulse wielder, Dragon Dust could swiftly traverse the riverbank like a fleeting shadow, racing towards the designated task location. Bang! As dirt flew in all directions, a vividly colorful butterfly, seemingly devoid of any attacking prowess, flitted about in a panic, its dazzling wings thrumming furiously as it sought to escape the pursuer behind it. Perhaps due to its radiant, multicolored body, coupled with its brilliant wings, the butterfly appeared as a beacon of light darting through the nocturnal forest. Whoosh! Just as the colorful butterfly sped away, a thick, sinuous shadow of a serpent slithered rapidly through the darkened woods. The cold, menacing serpent tongue flicked in the shadows, its crimson eyes, imbued with murderous intent, fixated on the fleeing butterfly, eager to make it its meal for the night. Hiss! This pitch-black, formidable demon serpent bore scales that glimmered not even under the moonlight, resembling a haunting specter gliding through the darkness. Bang! As the colorful butterfly continued its frantic escape, it suddenly realized that the tree trunk ahead had been shattered, revealing a dark, formidable serpent tail that lashed out. Bang! Struck with tremendous force and overwhelmed by fear and its own fragile defenses, the colorful butterfly let out a mournful cry, akin to a fallen angel, plummeting into the depths of the forest. Flickering dimly, the weak light emanating from its body revealed that this butterfly was merely half a meter in length, lacking any offensive capabilities, yet its ethereal energy was undeniably real. The spiritual pulse had awakened, clearly marking it as a genuine demon beast. Yet, even this butterfly demon beast stood no chance against the stealthy assault of the pursuing daunting serpent. Hiss! The pitch-black daunting serpent, having witnessed its prey plummet, flicked its icy tongue and began to slither closer to the flickering, feeble butterfly. In its crimson eyes, a sense of triumph and anticipation of the impending kill shone through, causing the colorful butterfly to shield itself with its wings in a futile attempt at comfort. The daunting serpent, sensing its prey's despair, let out a chilling hiss and, with a sinister grin, opened its cavernous maw, lunging to devour the creature. Puff! In the very instant the daunting serpent was about to consume the colorful butterfly, it suddenly froze, feeling a sharp pain in its vital spot, causing its robust body to convulse and writhe in agony. This was the result of a piercing wound inflicted by razor-sharp fangs. Chapter 9. Slaying the daunting serpent. Puff! Just as the daunting serpent was on the verge of swallowing the colorful butterfly, it abruptly halted, stunned by the searing pain radiating from its vital spot, causing its sturdy body to thrash and convulse. It seems that a sense of danger has dawned upon the colorful butterfly, instinctively shielding itself with its delicate wings and revealing a pair of clear, wide eyes suddenly frozen in astonishment. Before it, the previously menacing and ferocious daunting snake, which had aimed to devour it, now found itself pierced through the vital spot by the sudden appearance of a silver-fanged snake. This newly emerged beast, also a serpent, exuded a slightly weaker aura than the daunting snake. Yet this snow-white thunder snake, with a force akin to a feather's weight displacing 1,000 pounds, had successfully breached the tough scales of the daunting snake. leaving the colorful butterfly utterly astonished. "Fear not, young one, I shall not slay you. My target is this formidable creature." Long Chen spoke reassuringly, his voice steady as he clung tightly to the punctured scales of the Dongting snake, striving to calm the colorful butterfly's alarmed state. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, for even though he had struck at the snake's shared weakness, the system had yet to announce a kill notification, in the case of an ordinary serpent. A wound to the vital spot would have resulted in instant demise. This indicated just how formidable the defensive capabilities of the 9-star profound meridian Dongting snake truly were, to have sustained a piercing blow to its vital area and yet live. Remarkably resilient, Long Chen gripped the thrashing body of the Dongting snake, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he refused to relent. He understood that should he loosen his hold, the possibility of being counterattacked loomed large. Despite not having fully acclimated to this perilous new environment steeped in bloodshed, his inherent nature as a serpent granted him a predilection for violence. He knew well that he must show no mercy to his adversary. Otherwise, he would be met with certain doom. Squeezing tightly, Long Chen's jaws clamped down on the Dongting snake's vital spot, his sharp silver fangs piercing through the scales, undeterred by the creature's frantic thrashing. The Dongting snake emitted a mournful wail, utterly astonished that it could be ambushed by one of its own kind, especially by a thunder snake, had it not been for its formidable meridian level. That strike from Long Chen would have been enough to bring it to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the Dongting snake, unwilling to succumb, began to thrash violently, its robust, sinuous tail wrapping tightly around Long Chen's form. Even after suffering a piercing blow to its vital spot, its ability to retaliate with such ferocity was a testament to the Dongting snake's strength, for had it been an ordinary serpent, it would have perished long ago. Faced with the desperate counterattack of the Dongting snake, Long Chen found himself ensnared by its powerful coils, feeling the strain of its might pulling at him. He gasped in surprise. Truly, this adversary was indeed a star stronger than himself, exhibiting a resistance that exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, it appeared as if everything had been calculated, as Long Chen permitted the Dongting snake's robust, scaled body to entwine him, letting the two powerful forces tug at him. Yet, all of this was in vain. The Dongting snake, in its desperate attempts to overpower Long Chen, discovered that its considerable strength was utterly ineffective against this seemingly feeble thunder snake. What had begun as a minor thunder snake, possessing only agility and little else, had proven to possess defenses that surpassed its own profound energy attacks. Even more perplexing was the fact that no matter how hard the Dongting snake strained, it could not break free from the grasp of the thunder snake, which was a star weaker. This stalemate endured for several minutes, until the Dongting snake's strength began to wane, its awareness fading as the fatal wound took its toll. Gradually, it slipped into a state of self-induced stupor, its consciousness dimming, ultimately surrendering its strength to continue the struggle, slowly relinquishing its tight coil. Who would have thought that before I came to slay you, I had already fortified my defenses? Can't seem to move me. Can you? Long Chen chuckled coldly. Observing the adversary's diminishing vigor and its increasingly feeble aura, he understood that this creature would not last much longer. The once formidable Dongting snake, now utterly weakened, misinterpreted Long Chen's mocking words as a taunt, its eyes widening in fury, its body stiffening in indignation. How pitiful that this creature would ultimately perish from sheer rage. Ding! Host has slain a 9-star profound meridian Dongting snake. Reward increased by 1 star. Upon hearing the familiar notification sound, Long Chen realized that the creature had finally met its end, and he released his now stiff and aching jaws. Damn, its scales were so thick that I almost couldn't bite through. My mouth is numb now. The lifeless body of the Dongting snake began to stiffen, a tragic fate for a creature that could have enjoyed a hearty meal, only to encounter Long Chen. Such is the survival law of the Long-Gu continent. Survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme, and the weak are destined to become mere prey. Ding! Host has completed the task. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Task rewards have been fully awarded. Please check your inventory. Long Chen's eyes brightened at the announcement, disregarding the numbness in his mouth as he commanded. Open my attribute chart. Ding! Opening attribute chart for the host. Host. Long Chen race. Demon form. Thunder snake rank. 9-star profound meridian talent. Maximum lightning resistance mystical technique. Shattering fangs. High yellow rank. Mystical law. None attribute points. 10. Profound energy. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 soul. 0 defense. 10 experience points. 661,000. Indeed, I have received 10 new attribute points, and my strength has risen to the 9-star profound meridian. This upgrade is quite rapid. Long Chen scrutinized his attribute chart, nodding thoughtfully as he recalled the previous battle, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not allocated all his points to defense earlier, the ferocious counterattack from the daunting snake could have spelled his doom. Even now, he could still feel a slight lingering pain from where his body had been tugged. Chapter 10. You may consider me a butterfly. If you wish, having dealt with the daunting snake, Long Chen exhaled deeply, glancing at his attribute chart with a grin. Another attribute point. Which one shall I allocate now? Ding, for this round of additional attribute points. The system recommends allocating 5 points to profound energy and 5 points to strength. However, before the evolution system could finish its suggestion, Long Chen, flicking his serpent tongue, began to fervently allocate points to defense, leaving the system utterly speechless. Ding, host, have you allocated all points to defense again? In response, Long Chen thought, of course, I fear pain, so I allocated all points to defense. What is the problem with that? Ding, ISNT this a bit too cowardly. Not adding any strength or profound energy attributes. When your profound energy level rises, while your other attributes can still grow, they will merely align with those of ordinary practitioners. Long Chen shrugged, exuding a confident demeanor. What do you know? This is called prudence, that if those stronger than me can't even touch me, ISNT that delightful. Moreover, in the Longu continent, these attribute points are virtually free. My combat power remains formidable at my level, while my defense surpasses others of the same rank, making it less likely for me to perish if my enemies cannot harm me. Standing my ground guarantees I inflict damage. That is the true path to victory. Evolution system. The system found itself thoroughly defeated by Long Chen's reasoning and ultimately ceased its suggestions, allowing him to allocate points as he wished. With a triumphant flick of his serpent head, Long Chen once again allocated all points to defense, boosting his base attribute by an additional 20 points, relishing in the newfound strength. With defense now elevated by an additional 20 points, Long Chen felt his scale-like hide harden immensely. Now he was confident in withstanding attacks from even a 1-star profound energy realm. Do not underestimate these 20 additional defense points. The difference among peers is immediately apparent, for without the assistance of the evolution system's attribute interface, he would have been no different from any other creature on the Longu continent. Regardless of profound energy level, profound energy strength, or attributes of strength and defense, they merely represented basic growth values. However, matters were different now. He could earn extra attribute points through tasks, turning a growth value of 1 into 10 or even 100, with results that were instantly visible, reflecting on his earlier battle with the daunting snake. Had he not fully allocated those 10 points to defense, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities, the outcome of their encounter might have been far more uncertain. As his gaze ascended along the attribute interface, Long Chen's attention was drawn to the newly added item in the Xuanji column, a technique named Explosive Tooth. He immediately inquired, Explosive Tooth? High-level yellow rank. System, does the strength of the Xuanji have a classification of levels? In response to Long Chen's curiosity, the evolution system, acting as an auxiliary system, swiftly organized the relevant information and poured it into his mind, feeling a sudden wave of refreshing clarity in his consciousness. Long Chen understood that further insights regarding Xuanji were forthcoming. Xuanji, as the name implies, are formidable skills utilized by all practitioners on the long ancient continent, based on the infusion of Xuanji to unleash devastating damage. Xuanji are categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced tiers. The Xuanji of the long ancient continent are innumerable, akin to the myriad stars in the sky, Yet the most commonplace and easily obtainable xuanji belong to the yellow rank. It is estimated that over 50% of practitioners on the continent possess yellow rank xuanji. After all, high-tier xuanji are scarce. Once one reaches the Xian tier, both the foundational requirements for cultivation and the challenges to acquire them become increasingly arduous and rare. The higher the rank of xuanji, the more elusive they become, with the difficulty of acquisition increasing exponentially. For instance, the highest tier, the heaven-rank xuanji, can be described as a force that could overturn mountains and seas, shift the stars and scorch the earth. Such descriptors would hardly be an exaggeration. As he perused the various explanations concerning xuanji, Chen nodded slightly, his serpentine head tilting in contemplation. That it seems my high-level yellow rank explosive tooth is quite impressive. At least a king among the ordinary. Following this trend, if I wish to acquire higher-tier xuanji, my only recourse would be to join a sect or a prestigious academy in this world. Or perhaps seek out treasures in hopes of fortune. While Chen pondered these matters, the extraordinary butterfly leaning against the tree before him remained trembling visibly. Instinctively, it flapped its wings in an attempt to shield itself. Resembling an ostrich burying its head in the ground, a somewhat comical sight indeed. Ding! The host need not worry about acquiring xuanji. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen mused. What does that mean? Ding! The host simply needs to complete the tasks randomly generated by the system. And there is a possibility of obtaining high-tier xuanji. Of course, if the host is fortunate enough to find them elsewhere, that is also acceptable. With this clarification, Chen understood, a grin spreading across his face. Unable to suppress his laughter, it appeared that this so-called system task was of great significance to him. Ding! A new system task has been issued. Please subdue the demon beast before you as a subordinate. The reward for this task will be 10 attribute points. Upon hearing that another task had arrived, Chen's eyes sparkled, flicking his serpent tongue, but he soon felt a sense of helplessness. System, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Can it even understand what I am saying? This low-tier demon beast has no intelligence at all. It wouldn't comprehend a thing. It was no wonder Chen felt perplexed, for the colorful butterfly quivering before him was terrified to its core. And he dared not utter much more, that he feared that any misstep might frighten it to death, and failing to complete the system task would be even more distressing. The evolution system chose to disregard Chen's complaints and grievances. Thus, he fixed his gaze on the trembling, colorful butterfly demon beast, clearly sensing its low-tier status and lack of intelligence. Rolling his eyes, he tentatively addressed it. Big brother, please don't kill me. I am willing to be your subordinate and serve you loyally. In the next moment, the colorful butterfly suddenly knelt before him, and to Chen's astonishment, it fluently spoke in the common language of the continent. Ding! The host has completed the task, earning 10 attribute points. What the heck? Chen exclaimed, completely stunned. The abrupt completion of the task nearly caused him to lose his balance. He had not anticipated that the task would be so effortlessly fulfilled. This had to be the easiest task ever. It was essentially free attribute points. Chen stared blankly at the colorful butterfly, incredulously asking, "You can talk?" The butterfly nodded repeatedly, replying, "Big brother, I can understand your words, that I am not like those foolish low-tier demon beasts." With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chen continued, "What type of butterfly are you?" The colorful butterfly promptly answered, "I am a nylon butterfly." Chen. Seeing Chen's expression darken, the nylon butterfly hastily corrected itself, cautiously adding, "Big brother, I have a trace of dragon blood, but it has become quite diluted over generations. That, if you prefer, you may call me a nylon butterfly." Chapter 11. Let us call you Mao-Tai. Big brother, please don't be agitated. Although I possess the noble bloodline of dragons, its purity has diminished over time. That if you wish, you may regard me as a nylon butterfly. Upon hearing this, the nylon butterfly, sensing Chen's displeasure, hurriedly adjusted its words, speaking with a hint of humility. However, to Chen's ears, it sounded like an insult. "I saved your life, and now you wish to call me father?" With a scowl, Chen swiped at the nylon butterfly's head with his silver-scaled tail. Although he did not strike with great force, the nylon butterfly still felt a reverberation in its head. That it looked at Chen with a mix of confusion and grievance. extending a small tentacle to touch its head, asking, "Big brother, why did you hit me? Just look at the name of your breed, and if I don't hit you, who should I hit?" Long Chen roared, relentlessly chastising the creature with his tail. Goodness, he had gone to great lengths to rescue this creature, only to find himself in a situation where he was saving a father. The nylon butterfly shielded itself with its wings, feeling utterly wronged. Unable to comprehend how its name could provoke such wrath from the very being that had just saved it, as the fire of ire within him began to subside, Long Chen ceased his actions. Casting a glance at the somewhat foolish-looking nylon butterfly, "Oh, you have any other names? If you keep insisting on that one, I will beat you again. Please, big brother, don't hit me. I'm just trying to think of another name." The nylon butterfly quickly nodded, lowering its head in deep thought. After several moments, it suddenly raised its head, tentatively suggesting, "Big brother, how about you call me Dragon Butterfly?" Long Chen. Noticing the change in Long Chen's expression, the nylon butterfly was frightened into another round of contemplation. After a few seconds, it ventured, "Big brother, you could call me Big Butterfly." With a swish, Long Chen, lacking the patience to respond, delivered another swat with his tail. "That won't do. You can call me Little Butterfly instead." At this moment, the nylon butterfly gave up on resistance, hastily waving its tiny paws, appearing utterly dejected as it weakly said, "Big brother, you may call me whatever you wish. I truly do not know what name to choose anymore." Throughout all of this, it failed to grasp why Long Chen would strike it over a mere name. Upon hearing this, Long Chen abruptly halted his tail, stroking his chin as he sank into contemplation. The nylon butterfly, realizing that Long Chen bore no intention of harming it, smiled broadly, seemingly awaiting its new name from its big brother. Half a minute later, Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue, gazing at the creature, and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Moutai." This name was chosen to commemorate his favorite liquor from his previous life, for on the long ancient continent, such a drink could only be a distant memory. Moutai. The nylon butterfly furrowed its brow, seemingly perplexed by the meaning behind the name, and could not help but ask, "Big brother, what does Moutai mean?" Dante asked. "It's simply a good name. No need for further discussion. It's settled," Long Chen replied impatiently. Seeing Long Chen's demeanor, the nylon butterfly could only obediently nod, as the latter began to move away. It promptly expanded its wings and followed closely behind. As they progressed, Long Chen, utilizing his exceptional agility, darted between the trees with ease, stating calmly, "My name is Long Chen. You should remember that." "Understood, understood. From now on, your little brother Moutai will serve you faithfully to repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life." The nylon butterfly quickly chimed in with a grin. "Your flattery is quite sweet. But there's no need for servitude, as my little brother. I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Following me will lead to no regrets." Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue and soon found the tallest tree trunk under the cover of night. Coiling around it, "Moutai, I have expended quite a bit of energy. Go and fetch me something to eat." "Got it, long brother. You rest here for a moment. I know where to find food. I'll be back shortly." The nylon butterfly dashed off excitedly, not even glancing back. As Long Chen released the nylon butterfly, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Would this creature truly return? It feels as though it has cast the other party into the vast ocean, never to return. Oh well, regardless, the system task has been completed. Whether they return or not is of no consequence to me. Long Chen paid no mind to these thoughts, coiling himself around the tree trunk, eyes closed in meditation. After all, his fervent attempt to slay the daunting serpent was motivated not by the meager experience points earned, but rather by the fulfillment of the system task, which was his true objective. The attribute points had already been rewarded. The return of the opponent was of little significance. System, have my attribute points been credited? Ding. They have been fully allocated. Would the host prefer to invest all points in defense? Indeed, allocate them. Ding. The host's defense attribute has been augmented by an additional 20 points at the level of a Xianmai practitioner. No adversary can inflict harm upon the host. I suggest investing in either Qi or strength attributes now. No, the Xianmai level can be disregarded. What about the realms beyond, such as the Xuanqi or Xianling realms? Ding. Please, host, do not say more. I understand. All points have been allocated to defense. and the attribute chart is currently being updated. Update complete. Host, Long Chen race, demon form, thunder serpent rank, 9-star Xian my practitioner talent, max thunder resistance Xian technique, explosive Fong, advanced yellow tier, Xian law, none attribute points, 0 chi, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 soul, 0 defense, 30 experience points, 661. 000 gazing at his defense attribute, now elevated to 30 points. Long Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction. He could distinctly feel his scales reinforcing, the once faintly silver sheen now shimmering with vibrant flashes of light. Quite the sight to behold. One must stand firm to possess the capacity for offense. Survival must be steadfast to adhere to the true path. Long Chen's lips curled slightly. He firmly believed this principle applied universally. Brother Long, I have returned. As a certain serpent chuckled to itself, the nylon butterfly flitted back, clutching a bounty of unfamiliar fruits. Long Chen stared in astonishment as the creature not only returned, but brought with it an array of fruits he had never seen before. You, of all beings, I let you go, and yet you returned. Indeed, he had intentionally allowed the creature to depart, hoping to grant it a reprieve, yet here it was, returning of its own accord. Huh. In response, the nylon butterfly was momentarily taken aback, then grinned broadly, saying, Brother Long, as your little brother, how could I possibly escape so easily? You are my savior and elder brother. Naturally, I wish to follow you. Hearing this, Long Chen cast a sidelong glance at the creature, replying coolly, Is that so? Chapter 12. Transformation Herb. Observing Long Chen's expression gradually turn neutral, for reasons unknown, the nylon butterfly felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze, forcing a smile as it replied. Indeed. In response, Long Chen maintained his composure, nodding as he swallowed a refreshing fruit, then slowly raised his silvery, glimmering serpent tail, that if you speak the truth now, you might still have a chance for survival. Please, Brother Long, don't harm me, the nylon butterfly exclaimed, nearly dropping the fruits it clutched in fright, flapping its wings in a flurry. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Enough with the pleasantries, hurry up. Long Chen flicked his tongue, his voice tinged with coldness. As a newly emerged nylon butterfly, it couldn't withstand such intimidation, hastily replying, Brother Long, I initially intended to flee, but then I realized I had nowhere to go. And I would still face the peril of being hunted, you returned. Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he scrutinized the creature. Are you not afraid I might suddenly change my mind and devour you? This question had crossed my mind as well, the nylon butterfly admitted, nodding earnestly. Yet, as if resolved to a certain fate, it continued, However, Brother Long, my heart tells me that following you is undoubtedly the right choice. So I decided to come back, that if Brother Long truly wishes for my demise, perhaps, that is simply my destiny. Even in death, I would prefer it to be at your hands. After all, you are my savior and my elder brother. Upon finishing, the nylon butterfly assumed a dramatic pose, clutching its bounty of fruits, its wings fluttering gently, eyes closed, as if ready to meet its end. Long Chen found the creature's antics amusing, yet his expression remained coolly indifferent. He cast a glance at this melodramatic being, finding some humor in the situation, and slowly approached. As the serpent's head emerged, slightly ajar, the nylon butterfly squinted with one eye, catching sight of the movement and shivering in fear, yet still dared not make a move. Crack! In the next moment, Long Chen lunged forward, consuming all the delectable fruits the creature held. Seeing that it was unharmed, the nylon butterfly opened its eyes wide with delight, exclaiming, Brother Long, would you accept me? In contrast, Long Chen did not respond but clicked his tongue, appearing unsatisfied, and murmured, These fruits are quite good. Though the nylon butterfly was terrified of death, it was also exceedingly clever, instantly grasping the undertone of Long Chen's words. Without delay, it flapped its wings joyfully, declaring, Brother Long, wait here. I will collect more for you. Bring me 10. Long Chen replied leisurely, reclining against the tree trunk, his voice relaxed. Whoosh! Without further ado, the nylon butterfly transformed into a streak of light, darting off into the distance. Leaning against the tree trunk, Long Chen, with his serpent body draped over the branches, watched the direction in which the creature vanished. The previously serious expression on his face faded, replaced by a slight smile. Having a little brother to run errands for him wasn't so bad. At least it would save him considerable effort. Glancing at the stars above, savoring the gentle evening breeze, and the distant low growls of beasts echoing within a radius of several kilometers, Long Chen's heart gradually sank into tranquility. Alas, in this life of reincarnation, I have become a demon, and this body without hands or feet is indeed rather difficult to adjust to. As he murmured this, eyes closed in enjoyment of the pleasant evening breeze, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Of course, how could I not have thought of this? It seemed to spark inspiration within him. Long Chen raised his serpent head, mimicking the posture of a human sitting up in bed, flicking his tongue in excitement. This is the dragon ancient continent, where even cultivators of remarkable prowess exist. How could there not be something that could transform me into human form? System, Long Chen called out suddenly. Ding, what is the matter? Host, taking a deep breath, filled with hopeful anticipation, Long Chen inquired, is there a treasure that can transform me into human form? Or a means to switch between human and demon identities? Since arriving in this world yesterday, he had accepted his identity as a demon, yet he had yet to explore the realm of humanity that, if possible, he wished to see it. After all, living out his days as a demon without experiencing the human world felt rather unsatisfactory. Although he bore the identity and form of a demon, Long Chen's heart and soul remained human. After all, in his past life, he had been human. This sudden shift was indeed difficult to adapt to. As Long Chen pondered, the evolution system remained silent for several seconds before finally providing an answer. Ding, such a treasure does exist. Ding, host, based on your description, the treasure you seek is known as the transformation herb, specifically for consumption by demons. Once ingested, the beast can switch between human and demon forms. Upon hearing those words, Long Chen's eyes widened in excitement, his entire being electrified, and he hurriedly asked, quickly tell me, where can I procure such a marvelous item? If that were the case, he could coexist in this world as both a demon and a human. In the demon realm, he would embody his true form, while in the human realm, he could assume a human guise. How delightful! Ding, I do not know. However, the evolution system's next statement doused Long Chen's fervor with cold water. He stared in disbelief, exclaiming, you say such a treasure exists, yet you do not know where to find it. Ding. This system is only capable of responding to inquiries directed at the host, but it does not possess knowledge of the specific location of such a treasure. Therefore, please do not press the matter. Once filled with hope, Long Chen now resembled a serpent with its head bowed, exuding an air of despondency as he let out a low sigh, as the saying goes. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Long Chen's current state. However, after a brief moment of disillusionment, he rallied once more, casting his gaze towards the full moon suspended in the sky. Allowing the silvery light to caress his face, and silently resolved within himself, the very least, a glimmer of hope remained. Wasn't it the spirit transformation herb? Surely, no one in this world could be unaware of it. Perhaps, when Moutai returned shortly, he would discover its whereabouts. Would I resign myself to living out my days as a member of the demon race? Absolutely not. I shall not only ensure that the demon race acknowledges my name, Long Chen, but also that the human realm recognizes my existence. Just as Long Chen's thoughts soared with ambition, the system's next words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Ding, host need not despair. There exists another method, allowing you to transform into a human form while retaining your demon identity, and you can switch back and forth at will. Chapter 13, an egg ding. Host need not feel disheartened. There is indeed another method that enables you, as a demon, to take on a human form and seamlessly alternate between the two. Ding. This method is far more effective and stable than consuming the spirit transformation herb. Upon hearing that there was still a way forward, Long Chen, who had momentarily lost hope, was instantly invigorated, straightening his serpentine body and flicking his tongue as he exclaimed, "Quick, tell me." He had never anticipated that there was indeed a means to assume a human form. The sooner he could transform, the more eager he became. Although he had traversed to Longu continent and existed as a demon, he was still immensely excited at the prospect of adopting human form. After all, many matters could be executed more effectively from a human standpoint. If given the choice between a human and a demon identity, Long Chen would undoubtedly choose the former without hesitation. In response to Long Chen's fervor, the evolution system fell silent for several seconds before providing an answer. Ding, this is quite simple. For all demons across the continent, once your profound energy level ascends to the nirvana realm, you will gain the power to transform into a demon at will. Ding, the moment you step into the nirvana realm, you can choose to utilize the transformation power to alter your appearance. Its function and effect are akin to that of the spirit transformation herb, and even more stable. Upon hearing the evolution system's words, Long Chen, who had been filled with renewed excitement, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ding. Host, are you feeling dejected? Is that even a question? Is this so-called method truly a method? Long Chen's serpent eyes widened in disbelief, frustration boiling over as he roared. The nirvana realm? You speak so casually. I'm still merely a practitioner of the profound pulse. Why not just tell me to directly cultivate to the reincarnation realm? It was no wonder Long Chen was so enraged. He was currently just a novice in the profound pulse stage. Although he was not far from advancing to the next level, the method purported by the evolution system demanded a leap of no less than 5 stages. Straight to the nirvana realm. How long would that take? Was this truly considered a method? In the face of Long Chen's furious outburst, the evolution system could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Ding. Regardless, this system has already devised 2 excellent methods for the host. If you choose to disregard them, consider it as though this system never spoke. Is there truly any difference between what you just said and saying nothing at all? Long Chen could not help but roar once more. Boom! Just as Long Chen's words fell, a sudden clap of thunder echoed from the distance, a brilliant silver lightning bolt crashing down upon the forest, unleashing a tumultuous wave of force that rippled outward. The area struck by the sudden lightning sent numerous demon beasts scattering in all directions, startling Long Chen to the brink of falling from the tree. What kind of lightning is this, wielding such overwhelming might? Long Chen's mind raced as he gazed into the distance, inwardly lamenting the phenomenon. This was far more formidable than any thunder he had encountered in his previous life on Earth. Even the powerful shockwave from the lightning felt as though it could reduce him to ashes. Hiss! At that moment, a faint yet distinct hissing sound reached Long Chen's ears. Though exceedingly subtle, it was unmistakably the unique call of the nylon butterfly. Mao-Tai, without hesitation, Long Chen darted through the treetops, swiftly heading towards the source of the converging lightning. Boom! The majestic lightning suddenly illuminated the tranquil night forest, a mere coincidence. Upon reaching the location, Long Chen found himself halted, as a region resembling a lightning array had been set up before him. This area spanned 100 meters, with the lightning cascading from above, striking solely within this seemingly array-like zone, not spilling a drop beyond its boundaries. Ding! Before the host lies a lightning array, a powerful skill possessed by spirit array masters. This array can annihilate all ordinary beings beneath the level of the creation realm. Upon hearing the evolution system's explanation, Long Chen instinctively shuffled back a few inches. Good heavens, this sudden lightning array was clearly a lethal trap laid by some human spirit array master. This array could obliterate beings comparable to level 40 in a game. While he was merely a novice with not even a level 1, it was best not to provoke it. With serpent-like eyes akin to night vision, he scanned the surroundings, soon spotting the trembling nylon butterfly across from him. Long Chen sighed in relief and called out, "Mao-Tai, are you all right?" At that moment, the quivering Mao-Tai raised her head upon hearing the familiar voice, taking flight and landing atop a rock, fluttering with joy. "Longu, I'm over here. I'm here." Boom! Suddenly, the dark sky erupted in flashes of lightning, heavy clouds gathering as a massive silver bolt of lightning cascaded down, striking fiercely within the spirit array, sending dirt flying in all directions. The once verdant area was transformed into a desolate wasteland amidst the raging lightning. "Stay right where you are. I will find a way over." Long Chen observed his surroundings and was taken aback. This was a gently sloping path akin to the halfway mark of a mountain, but it was not wide, merely 100 meters across. Yet the vastness of the spirit array had completely ensnared the area. To circumvent it, he would need to traverse the perilous rock face 100 meters away, requiring a careful approach to make it through. However, this plan was akin to a challenge for Long Chen in his current state. A slight misstep could send him plummeting off the cliff to his demise. Wait, why not just fly over? Long Chen suddenly exclaimed, as though struck by a moment of brilliance. Yet in the next instant, Mao Tai looked up with a pitiful expression, her left wing trembling as she hopped on the rock, and said, Long Gu, part of my wing was pierced by the lightning earlier. I'm afraid I can't fly for a while. Long Chen fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Was this not akin to compounding the troubles of a family already in distress? Stay where you are, I'll think of something. Long Chen slithered to the edge of the lightning array, gazing at the sheer cliff that seemed to be a near 90-degree angle. Below lay a drop of 100 meters. Should he fall, his small frame would be utterly obliterated, peering back. Long Chen swiftly dismissed the idea of taking a detour, shifting his gaze until it landed on a spot that left him stunned. Amidst the surging lightning array, a pristine, immaculate egg was being baptized by the lightning. An egg? Long Chen was taken aback. However, in the next moment, the evolution system's voice resonated once more. Ding! New task initiated. Chapter 14. Entering the Thunder Spirit Array. Ding. A new task has been issued. Please retrieve the egg from the lightning array. Task reward. Instant elevation to 1 star in the profound energy realm. While Long Chen remained astonished by the sight of the flawless egg within the lightning array, the evolution system's timely announcement of the task broke through his stupor. Upon hearing the task, Long Chen was momentarily stunned, as if he had not quite grasped the words. Tentatively asking, System, if I heard correctly, you want me to go into the lightning array to retrieve that egg? Ding! You did not mishear. The system task has been issued. Please complete it promptly. Once again confirmed, Long Chen's gaze remained fixed upon the scorched earth, where silver lightning continued to cascade down, plunging him into a brief reflection before he internally roared. System, are you joking? You want me to go into the lightning array to get an egg? Why not just tell me to commit suicide instead? Boom! As Long Chen's heart roared with tumultuous emotion, another surge of silver thunder descended from the heavens, resembling a silver dragon, crashing violently upon the scorched earth within the thunder array. In that fleeting moment of impact, Long Chen distinctly observed that the very strike of silver lightning had effortlessly pierced and shattered an inconspicuous rock on the scorched ground, sending fragments scattering into the air. His face twitched involuntarily. If such a powerful thunder could not spare even a few meters of solid rock, how could his mere frame as a 9-star profound veins cultivator withstand it? Ding! The host need not panic. Merely step into the thunder array. You possess an innate resistance to lightning, and no matter how potent the electric force, it cannot inflict the slightest harm upon you. Ding! Furthermore, this is merely a level 4 spirit array. Unless it rivals a level 7 thunder array of the celestial ascendancy, it shall not pose any threat to you. Listening to the system's words, Long Chen felt a twinge of skepticism that he understood that the system referred to his maxed-out lightning resistance. Yet the thought of putting this to the test still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After all, to voluntarily tempt fate with lightning was an act of defiance against the heavens. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant obliteration. Ding! The host must execute the task immediately. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences detrimental to the host. Long Chen, taking heed of the system's more serious tone, merely curled his lip and slowly maneuvered his serpentine form forward. On the opposite side of the thunder array, Mao Tai's complexion turned pale with alarm upon witnessing Long Chen's intent to probe the spirit array with his own body. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Brother Long, what are you planning to do? In contrast, Long Chen paid no heed to his companion, his gaze fixated on the thunder array ahead. He cautiously advanced, nearing the array's edge. A sudden change in his expression occurred. With a deafening crack, a ferocious thunderbolt descended, as if sensing the presence of life approaching its borders, and it struck down violently, landing just before Long Chen at the edge of the spirit array. The already charred earth suddenly bore a smoldering pit, exuding black smoke. as if issuing a warning, compelling Long Chen to halt his advance. His facial muscles twitched several times as he beheld the newly formed blackened crater. And he swallowed hard before inquiring of the system. System, may I ask what the consequences would be if I abandon this task? Ding! The host has no right to abandon the task. It must be completed. Otherwise, it will be considered a relinquishment of self, and the system will have no choice but to format the host. Stunned, Long Chen seemed to falter, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pressed on. Format? What does that mean? Are you saying you will format me? Ding! The host should be well aware of the implications of formatting. Should the host fail to complete the task, the system will classify you as an anomaly. And it can only proceed to format your existence to seek a new host. Upon hearing this explanation, Long Chen fell into deep contemplation. Completing the task yields rewards, while abandoning it equates to forfeiting life. What on earth is this logic? Why was I not informed of this from the outset? Now, a daunting task suddenly appears, and only then do you reveal this. Are you burning bridges? Long Chen could not help but roar in frustration. Ding! The host need not be angry. The issuance of tasks is random. It is not deliberate, and the difficulty of any task lies beyond the system's control. Ding! For instance, there was a previous task that required the host to recruit a nylon butterfly as a subordinate, which was easily accomplished. Now, retrieving the egg from within the thunder array is merely another task. Although it is more challenging, it must still be completed. Ding! Should the host exceed the time limit or choose to abandon the task, the host will face uncontrollable punitive measures from the system, resulting in formatting. After grasping the system's consecutive explanations, Long Chen finally understood. Having the system was not necessarily a blessing. So, if you want me to face certain death, I must comply. Long Chen sneered. Ding! Rest assured, the tasks assigned by the system have their limits, including this current task, which is based on the host's innate abilities. Long Chen was acutely aware that the system referred to as maxed-out lightning resistance. Although the attribute chart indicated this, gazing at the impending silver thunder, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. Disregarding the system, Long Chen's gaze pierced through the luminous membrane of the thunder array, revealing a pure white egg, pristine as fresh snow, standing defiantly beneath the thunder array. Boom! Thunder roared intermittently, crashing down like divine retribution around the snow-white egg, while several bolts of silver lightning struck it with overwhelming force. Yet, the egg, seemingly fragile, possessed an extraordinary power, remaining steadfast against the relentless assault of the silver thunder, unyielding amid the chaos. This scene astonished Long Chen. The egg withstood attacks comparable to the level of creation itself. Its resilience was nothing short of astonishing. Ding! I understand now. You want me to hasten and retrieve the egg? Long Chen replied impatiently. Time was of the essence, and he began to gradually maneuver his serpentine form. Inching his head into the thunder array, he crossed the threshold of the array's edge. Long Chen opted for a cautious approach, choosing to hug the wall as he advanced. Boom! In the next instant, a violent thunderbolt descended from the night sky with a cataclysmic force, targeting Long Chen, who was navigating the edge of the spirit array. Boom! Accompanied by a tumultuous roar, a ferocious silver thunderbolt crashed down from the dark clouds above, instantly locking onto its unwelcome guest within the spirit array, pinpointing Long Chen as its target. Just as Long Chen had entered the edge of the thunder array, he looked up to see the silver lightning plummeting toward him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Damn! Does this thunder have a homing feature?" With a burst of speed that exceeded his usual capabilities, Long Chen darted sideways, evading the impending doom. Bang! The silver thunder struck down with unrelenting force upon the scorched earth within the array, creating yet another crater amidst the darkness. However, the location of the strike did not char any remains nor reveal Long Chen's presence. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have become a charred snake. Long Chen thought, hiding behind a massive rock, his heart racing as he gazed at the freshly formed crater, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. That strike had nearly sealed his fate. Boom! As if frustrated by Long Chen's concealment behind the rock, the dark clouds above the array began to unleash a torrent of lightning, relentlessly targeting the immaculate egg beneath the thunder. Ding, host, do not hesitate. Your innate lightning resistance will allow you to withstand this tempest with ease. Be brave. Hearing the system's insistent prompt, Long Chen nearly erupted in frustration, glaring as he bellowed. Why don't you go test that thunder for yourself? Though he felt a surge of anger, he knew his time was limited. If he failed the task, death awaited him regardless. It seemed he was caught in an inescapable cycle of doom, as he beheld the egg standing resiliently beneath the thunder. Long Chen's throat tightened, and his eyes glinted with determination, silently resolving to emerge from his refuge behind the rock. That moment, Mao Tai, perched upon a rock at the opposite side of the thunder array, watched anxiously as the lightning continued to cascade down. Upon spotting Long Chen's form gradually appearing, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness Long Chen was unharmed in this perilous mountain of demon spirits. He lacked any offensive capabilities and was utterly reliant on Long Chen's protection. That it was a classic case of mutual reliance. If anything happened to Long Chen, his own fate would not be any better. Thus, all he could do was fervently pray that his newly acknowledged elder brother would remain safe. But as Mao Tai offered his silent prayers, he suddenly noticed that Long Chen seemed to have different intentions within the thunder array. At this moment, Long Chen was not heading toward the far side of the array, but rather, he was advancing toward the center. Brother Long, what are you planning to do? Upon witnessing the scene, Mao Tai was momentarily taken aback and could not help but exclaim in urgency. It had naturally noticed the extraordinary egg at the center of the spirit array. However, from its perspective, the notion that Long Chen could seize that egg from the thunder spirit array, given his strength, was nothing short of a fool's errand. Despite Mao Tai's anxious cries, the luminous membrane of the array obstructed its voice, and amidst the tumultuous thunderstorm raging in the night sky, Long Chen, stealthily advancing, could not hear the shouts. At that moment, Long Chen held his breath and approached the center of the spirit array with the utmost caution, moving in a manner that kept him low to the ground as time progressed. Each step Long Chen took was met with the deafening crack of silver lightning striking around him, reverberating like justice from the heavens. With every detonation of thunder nearby, Long Chen felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Yet, driven by the urgency of his mission, he pressed on. The thunderous waves of energy coalescing above the array became increasingly ferocious, their divine radiance enough to instill fear in any being beneath the realm of creation. Perhaps in response to its fury, a particularly massive bolt of silver lightning, thicker than any before, gathered its might above, rendering the sky within several kilometers utterly dim. This surge of power seemed to be provoked by Long Chen's presence. Growing wild and wrathful, eager to obliterate him in a single strike, aware of the shifting skies, Long Chen understood that waiting was no longer an option. With a swift motion of his serpentine tail, glinting with silver scales, he darted towards the center, moving with the swiftness of a shadow, covering an impressive distance in mere moments. He was now but a step away from the pristine, snow-white egg. As he neared the egg, the thunder spirit array appeared to roar in outrage, unleashing a thunderous cacophony that shattered the silence. The next instant, the colossal bolt of silver lightning, which had been charged for an unknown duration, descended like an enraged dragon, its target locked onto the swiftly advancing Long Chen, its power howling with unrestrained might. Outside the array, Mao Tai anxiously observed Long Chen's silhouette within, hearing the resounding crash of the massive lightning strike. Seeing the ferocious bolt aimed directly at Long Chen, Mao Tai cried out in alarm. "Longa, quick dodge! Hurry!" As Mao Tai uttered these words, it could do nothing but watch helplessly as the violent silver lightning enveloped Long Chen. The destructive force erupting from within the spirit array with overwhelming ferocity. The aftershock, though fierce, was contained within the boundaries of the array due to the protective membrane, resulting in only the explosive winds from the aftermath surging outwards. Toppling Mao Tai from its perch on the rocks, regaining its footing, Mao Tai rose once more to gaze into the dissipating remnants of the spirit array, its expression shifting to one of shock. There, upon the charred earth, an endless white flame began to seep from the ground, as if the very earth were being scorched by an unseen heat, a temperature that sent chills down one's spine. Within the array, It appeared that no patch of ground remained intact. Every inch was marred, save for that singular egg, still standing resolutely at the center, impervious to the chaos surrounding it. Yet the crux of the matter was that Maotai could no longer perceive Long Chen's presence within the array. Nor could it sense his life force. Long Gu. Maotai yearned to rush in, but found the array still operational, thunder swirling ominously, leaving it to fret anxiously at the edges, its cries echoing through the forest. Chapter 16. Seizing the egg with the colossal silver lightning having seemingly consumed Long Chen, the spirit array appeared to conclude that no unwelcome guests remained, reverting to its original function. Although the turbulent, thunderous energy still permeated the array, the immense bolt that had previously engulfed Long Chen did not reappear. Meanwhile, outside the array, a vividly colored and long butterfly sat despondently on the rocks, disregarding its wounded wings, tears streaming down its face. Long Gu, how could you just vanish like that? You said you would simply skirt around the edge. Why did you have to pursue that egg? Isn't that a death wish? You saved my life. Yet I cannot save yours. If you're gone, how will I survive? It was no wonder Maotai felt such sorrow. After just having encountered a protective figure, now it faced the prospect of losing that very shield, which naturally bred concern for its own survival. This young long butterfly, having only recently hatched, possessed extraordinary spirit energy but was still in its juvenile phase, rendering it incapable of comprehending the larger picture. The thought of Long Chen perishing within the array was a daunting one. Maotai scanned the array, devoid of any trace of Long Chen. It could not hold back its tears once more. Long Gu, if you are still alive, please show yourself. If you truly are gone, then I cannot go on. Cough, cough. Enough with the wailing. I'm not dead yet. At that moment, from the charred earth, a voice laced with irritation emerged. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Maotai's tears immediately ceased, replaced by unbridled joy as it leaped upon the rocks, calling out to the shadow of a dark serpent emerging from the scorched ground. Long Gu, are you all right? You really are unscathed? It could scarcely believe its eyes. The assault from the spirit array bore the force comparable to a being of creation, and logically, Long Chen should have perished under such an onslaught. Yet the outcome was that Long Chen had somehow survived, leaving Maotai utterly astonished. Rising from the heap of scorched earth, Long Chen disregarded the smoke wafting from his scales and gazed up at the eye of the thunder array in the sky. Scarcely able to believe he was still alive. I'm really not dead. This isn't an illusion. The sensation of being struck by lightning was entirely devoid of pain, with only a tingling numbness. Yes, a tingling numbness. I never imagined my resistance to lightning would be so extraordinary, capable of withstanding even this tempest. The system certainly did not deceive me. Ding! Host, cease your fanciful thoughts. Human cultivators are approaching. Please retrieve the egg swiftly. The evolution system's prompt interrupted Long Chen's reverie. Shaking his head, he flicked his tongue and set his sights on the egg, standing proudly within the spirit array. A confident smile gracing his lips as he soared forward. Outside the array, the previously jubilant Maotai, upon witnessing Long Chen's figure not rushing toward it, but instead aiming for the egg, became alarmed, exclaiming, Long Gu, are you out of your mind? To Maotai, the fact that the mightiest silver dragon lightning had failed to slay Long Chen was already a stroke of fortune. Now, he was still intent on that egg. Feeling the presence of the unwelcome serpent still alive within the spirit array, the clouds above thickened, thunder clapped, and winds howled with a tremendous force, as if the array were incensed, with a resounding crack. A bolt of thunder struck down, followed by several successive silver lightning strikes, each targeting Long Chen's form. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the explosive power of the thunder once more, Long Chen felt no trace of anxiety this time. Rather, his expression grew increasingly delighted as he pressed onward, determined to seize the EGG as the second bolt of lightning descended, enveloping Long Chen's figure. Maotai, who had been rejoicing at the continued existence of its companion, was suddenly doused with cold dread. It slumped back onto the rocks, murmuring, "It's over. It's truly over." Yet, just as Maotai prepared to wallow in despair from within the very lightning that had engulfed Long Chen, a silver serpent burst forth, completely unscathed, its scales shimmering even more brightly. In that moment, Moutai was left dumbfounded. This creature was not afraid of being struck by lightning. The power it had just faced was akin to that of a being of creation. Yet Long Chen emerged without a scratch. Unbeknownst to Moutai, Long Chen possessed the ability to resist lightning, further amplifying the awe-inspiring image it held of him. What a remarkable being, so resilient. Emerging from the tempestuous thunder, Long Chen shook his numbed neck, flicking his serpentine tongue, his countenance gradually transforming into a visage of exhilaration and abandon as he swiftly approached the jade egg, gazing at the immaculate egg. Reminiscent of pure, sacred snow, Long Chen was suddenly struck dumb. This egg was so perfect that it bore no trace of imperfection, akin to a divine masterpiece, a rarity in the mortal realm. Habitually flicking his tongue, Long Chen could not resist reaching out with his tail to caress the jade egg. Thud! In the next moment, as if responding to Long Chen, the flawless egg pulsed gently with light, akin to a beating heart. At that moment, Long Chen sensed an indescribable connection between his tail and this egg, as though an invisible thread tethered him to the life within it. Boom! Simultaneously, a series of silver thunderbolts struck Long Chen with great force, leaving Moutai, who was watching in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. Yet Long Chen felt no pain, nor any semblance of harm. He shook his head, aware that lingering was unwise, and promptly nudged the egg with his head, darting swiftly beyond the spirit formation. Boom! The eye of the thunderstorm above seemed to grow even more enraged at its inability to vanquish Long Chen. Yet no matter how fiercely it struck, it could not inflict a single injury. Merely watching helplessly as he departed with the egg dead on the rocks outside the spirit formation, Moutai stood in astonishment, witnessing Long Chen burst forth from the thunderous assault as if traversing an uninhabited realm, leaving him a loss for words. Before Moutai could finish, Long Chen had already swept beside him, coiling him with his tail, his expression grave. There's no time for explanations. I must take you away. Someone is coming. Chapter 17. Human cultivators outside the spirit formation, where thunder roared. Moutai stood upon the rocks, observing Long Chen, whose gaze was fixated on the jade egg as he swiftly emerged. Shock rendered him speechless. There's no time for explanations. I must take you away. Someone is coming. Long Chen did not allow Moutai a moment to respond, swiftly gliding past him while his tail, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, ensnared him. In the forest, beyond the thunderous formation, a thunderous serpent bore the jade egg atop its head while its tail coiled around a nylon butterfly, hastily retreating to a concealed location. Ensnared, Moutai gazed at the rapidly retreating figure of Long Chen, his astonishment palpable that the mere demon serpent of the Xianmai tier could withstand an assault from a formation of the creation realm and even navigate it with ease, had he not witnessed it himself. Moutai would never have believed such a thing was possible, but he increasingly realized that Long Chen was not only enigmatic, but that the towering figure gradually instilled a sense of calm within him. With a brother like this, who would worry about not having enough to eat? As Long Chen, bearing the jade egg atop his head and coiling the nylon butterfly with his tail, swiftly dashed into the dense forest. The air around them rippled with powerful waves of profound energy. These waves, evidently close, compelled Long Chen to conceal himself and Moutai among the branches of a tree. The silver sheen of his serpentine scales, subdued by his own energy, dimmed in the darkness of the night forest, preventing any observer from spotting him. Moutai, resembling the nylon butterfly, also dimmed his colorful markings, signaling the presence of danger nearby. The two pairs of eyes quietly surveyed their surroundings, ultimately resting upon the stormy spirit formation they had just departed. Whoosh! Just seconds after Long Chen and Moutai left the formation, several figures clad in black swiftly closed in from all directions, having emerged from outside the spirit formation. Upon noticing the apparent absence of something within the formation, the atmosphere grew tense. Damn it, is it so difficult to refine an egg without it being stolen? What are you useless fools doing? One particularly burly figure stepped forward, his temper flaring. Upon discovering that the jade egg, which was supposed to be refined within the thunderous formation, had inexplicably vanished, he kicked one of his companions several meters away. who immediately spat blood yet dared not express any anger, bowing his head in silent submission. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even keep track of one egg. What good are you to me? The burly man raged, berating his companions in rapid succession. Though they were seething with anger at his outbursts, their subordinate status compelled them to remain silent, stifling their indignation. The target has disappeared, if the boss inquires. What shall we do? The burly man realized that scolding his subordinates would yield no results, that he paced back and forth, his agitation palpable. Second in command. How is the operation progressing? Has the target been refined? Suddenly, a calm voice echoed from nearby. Upon hearing this voice, the previously furious burly man deflated, rushing over with a forced smile. Boss, Commander. The other black-clad figures hastily followed suit, bowing respectfully with a demeanor steeped in humility. Before them stood a figure in a blood-red trench coat, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Second in command. Where is the target you were supposed to guard? Upon hearing the question, the burly man found himself at a loss for words, his speech faltering. Boss, raising a hand to silence him. The man in the blood-red coat swept his gaze across the spirit formation. With a gesture, he unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy that penetrated the formation. As if sensing its master's might, the thunderous formation instantly retracted its powers, pulling into the palm of the blood-clad man a sphere the size of a spring, surveying the scorched earth. Devoid of any trace of the so-called target, the man in the blood-red coat furrowed his brow. The burly figure sensed the shift in atmosphere and felt his legs weaken in fear. The blood-clad man's wolf-like gaze turned upon him, lifting him effortlessly by his throat with a cruel smile. Second in command, I require a reasonable explanation. Where is the target? Meanwhile, concealed among the branches, Chen, witnessing humans for the first time on the dragon ancient continent, especially those resembling cultivators from novels, felt a surge of mixed emotions that it dawned on him that this group comprised human cultivators. Remarkably, the man in the blood-red coat could seemingly manipulate the spirit formation with bare hands. He must be close to the creation realm. As he listened intently to the conversation among the human cultivators, Chen's heart skipped a beat. The target, the jade egg, which had been referenced in the system task, was indeed the target these individuals spoke of. What was so special about this egg? Contemplating this, Chen could not help but coil the egg before him with his tail, scrutinizing it closely, yet discerned no clues. This egg, though appearing entirely snow-white, seemed impervious to any worldly impurities. The host is currently unable to hatch the egg. It has been automatically transferred to the system space. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. System rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have gained an evolution opportunity. Evolution is in progress. As the egg quietly vanished, Chen realized it was the system retrieving it. He said nothing, but when he sensed his profound energy transforming in an irreversible manner, his silver scales began to shimmer brilliantly. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, and under Maotai's surprised gaze, he began to spiral out of control. Chen forcibly suppressed the pace of his evolution, halting the emanation of his profound energy. Growling softly, "No, why are you making me evolve now? Do you want me to expose myself within their sensing range and court death?" Chapter 18. Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. The host has completed the system task. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an opportunity for evolution. The system rewards are being distributed, and the evolution process is commencing. As the system rewards gradually unfold, Chen can distinctly perceive the fluctuations of profound energy within him, intensifying uncontrollably with a burgeoning vigor as he notices that both his strength and physical dimensions are visibly increasing. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen would have rejoiced, yet the current situation is markedly different. He gazes at himself in astonishment, his heart unable to suppress a low growl of frustration. System, do you wish for my demise? With so many people around, you now allow me to evolve. Is this not exposing me within their perceptive range? Due to the advancement in the level of profound energy and the concurrent evolution process, Chen finds himself utterly incapable of moving away. Moreover, with his body entirely beyond his control at this moment, He can only widen his snake-like eyes, undergoing transformation under the equally astonished gaze of Mautai. Meanwhile, the blood-clad man standing beside the scorched earth, amidst the fearful stares of his subordinates, emanates a powerful aura of menace. Effortlessly lifting a burly man with one hand and speaking in a chilling tone. "Second, tell me how the target vanished before your eyes. You worthless lot. You must provide a reasonable explanation, if I find it unsatisfactory. This day next year will mark your funeral. Or, if you cannot furnish a convincing reason to that esteemed individual, you shall all be buried alongside him. Understand?" As the chilling voice resonates, and the overwhelming aura of profound energy instills fear around them, the forcibly lifted burly man is drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stammers. "B-Boss, I swear, I was indeed watching the spirit formation, but I have no idea why the target suddenly vanished." Seeing that the other party does not seem to be lying, the blood-clad man furrows his brows and remarks. "Suddenly vanished." He knows that this individual has followed him for many years and has never spoken a lie. Thus he promptly discards him aside, carelessly tossing the burly man against a nearby rock, causing him to crash painfully against it. The burly man grimaces in pain, yet in the presence of the blood-clad man, he dares not exhibit the ferocity he displayed towards others, behaving as meekly as a kitten. This is the world where the strong dominate. Weakness demands submission. The blood-clad man strides towards the scorched earth previously enveloped by the spirit formation, making his way to the spot where the jade egg once lay, detecting an unusual aura still lingering. Although faint, it is undeniably present, causing the blood-clad man's brows to tighten, his eyes narrowing with a sneer. It seems a beast has indeed infiltrated our midst, brazenly stealing the target under the gaze of my blood wolf mercenary corps. How amusing! At that moment, an unusual wave of profound energy, intangible yet palpable, begins to permeate the air in a subtle manner. This phenomenon is not only perceived by the blood-clad man, but also felt by the previously discarded burly man and numerous other members of the black-clad group. Instantly, all gazes converge towards the increasingly apparent waves of profound energy beneath the night sky, upon the concealed treetops. Chen strives to suppress the emanation of his profound energy, yet he is ultimately detected by the distant group of human cultivators. Inwardly cursing his misfortune, he realizes that the group is now collectively focusing their attention here, including that relentless blood-clad man. "Long ago, I sense, we might have been discovered," Mautai whispers, trembling in fear as he hides behind Chen's serpentine back. Chen rolls his eyes in silence, exasperated. "Of course, I know we've been discovered. If the system hadn't suddenly interfered, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, not only have we been completely exposed, but I am also immobilized due to the evolution process. Is this not akin to announcing to them that I am merely a lamb awaiting slaughter?" Standing upon the scorched earth, the blood-clad man detects the familiar waves of profound energy that unmistakably linger from earlier, and he lets out a cold chuckle. A beast is indeed a beast, incapable of concealing its own aura, yet daring to attempt thievery. The burly man rises, instantly revealing a fierce glint in his eyes, rallying his subordinates as they charge forward. "How dare they steal the spirit egg right before the eyes of my blood wolf mercenary corps? They seek death. Brothers, attack," with the burly black-clad man's lead. The others swiftly follow, their momentum fierce and intimidating. "Longu, they're charging towards us," Mautai exclaims, sensing the overwhelming waves of profound energy, desperately seeking refuge behind Chen, trembling uncontrollably. Chen remains silent, since they have already been discovered. He can no longer suppress the power of his evolving process and fully immerses himself in the transformation. There is only one path to survival. Race against time against these foes, still not fleeing. Ha ha ha, this beast appears to be paralyzed with fear. Brothers, kill it, and tonight we feast on snake meat. The burly man unleashes a surge of formidable, violent, profound energy, striking out. The fierce gust of wind from the attack crashes against the tree trunk beside Chen, causing the massive tree to sway, shedding countless leaves. My goodness. Mautai can only tremble in fear behind Chen, silently praying for mercy. eye in the distance. The blood-clad man remained stationary, his wolf-like gaze fixated on the tree branch occupied by Long Chen. A cold smile playing at the corners of his lips as he flicks his sleeve. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple gesture. Several crimson darts suddenly burst forth from his sleeve, propelled by a torrent of violent, profound energy, soaring towards Long Chen's serpent head with deadly intent. As members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, under the leadership of the burly black-clad man, charge forward with fierce momentum, drawing ever closer, the blood-red darts also hurtle towards them. Long Chen understands that he must not panic. Only by remaining calm can he create a miracle. With a hum, Long Chen feels his silver scales visibly transforming into an even more lustrous hue. His previously several-meter-long body becoming robust, now measuring over 10 meters in length. In the next instant, Long Chen realizes his strength is surging dramatically, along with an abrupt elevation in his profound energy level, and he regains the ability to move his body. His deep, fierce serpent eyes scan the approaching human cultivators, tongue flicking in anticipation, eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 19. Evolution. Thunderscale Serpent King. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to a 1-star realm of profound energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on synchronously evolving, achieving a new form. Thunderscale Serpent King. Ding! Updating host's attribute chart. Host. Long Chen species. Demon clan form. Thunderscale Serpent King rank. 1-star realm of profound energy talent. Maximum lightning resistance profound technique. Explosive fangs. Yellow grade high. Profound law. None attribute points. 0 profound energy. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 soul. 0 defense. 30 experience points. 01200 hearing the evolution systems. Announcements and sensing the previously unseen energy channels coursing through his body. Long Chen's lips curl into a subtle smile, that he understands that the emergence of these energy channels signifies the true beginning of his journey as a cultivator, the realm of profound energy. However, given the perilous nature of the situation, Long Chen has no time to review the updated attribute chart or inquire about experience points. His gaze is fixed on the multitude of black-clad figures charging towards him, his serpent tongue flicking in anticipation, eyes radiating fierce intent. Beast, surrender the spirit egg. You cannot escape. The burly black-clad man, now at the forefront, unleashes a powerful gust of energy with his palm, a fierce wind swirling around him. This individual possesses strength at the 3-star realm of profound energy. Such power would be impressive to ordinary individuals. Yet, in Long Chen's narrowed serpent eyes, he appears as mere decoration. Beast, meet your end. With a chilling, terrifying laughter, the burly black-clad man, eyes gleaming with malice, leaps onto the branch where Long Chen resides, preparing to strike down with his palm the icy gust of wind, imbued with potent, profound energy. Descends. Long Chen does not even attempt to evade. He calmly accepts the blow. Die. Witnessing the lack of evasion, the burly man is momentarily taken aback, then roars with laughter, fiercely striking down with his energy-laden palm. Bang! The frigid and tumultuous energy surged outward in all directions, its impact palpable. The figure of Mao Tai, who had taken refuge behind Long Chen, felt the overwhelming force of the gust and nearly toppled over. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing even the stoutest of treetops to develop numerous cracks, which spread ominously toward the robust trunks. Such a formidable strike, under normal circumstances, would suffice to obliterate a being of the 1st star in the realm of energy. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Despite enduring a blow from a power equivalent to the 3rd star in the energy realm, Long Chen remained unscathed, still perched upon the treetop, flicking his serpent-like tongue and twisting his head to gaze at the increasingly astonished burly man. A cold smile spreading across his face. That all the damage you can muster. Your strength is utterly laughable. You're nothing more than a mere beast. So be gone. With a scornful laugh escaping Long Chen's lips, he unleashed the thick tail of the Thunderlind snake, which struck the burly man with the force of autumn winds sweeping away leaves, sending him flying. Mao Tai, witnessing Long Chen withstand the explosive force of a 3rd star energy realm attack, while remaining entirely unharmed and even managing to repel his foe, felt a profound shock within. Yet, recalling Long Chen's earlier resilience against lightning in the spirit formation, he soon found solace. If he could withstand the thunderous might of the creation realm, then surely the trifling force of the third star in the energy realm seemed rather inconsequential. Little did Mao Tai know, Long Chen's audacity to withstand the burly man's attack stemmed from his allocation of all previous attribute points into defense, as his energy level rose and his attributes increased. Even a practitioner of the five-star energy realm would find it difficult to harm him now. The burly man, struck and sent reeling, could not suppress a mouthful of blood, crashing into a nearby tree trunk. His sudden fall left the other black-clad assailants momentarily stunned, halted in their tracks. After all, none of them matched the former's formidable energy level. If he had been defeated, what chance did they stand? Clang, clang, clang. The blood-red darts hurled by the blood-clad man previously struck Long Chen's scaled armor, producing a series of sharp sounds. Yet those darts, potent enough to kill a first-star energy realm being, now seemed to have lost their edge, failing to leave even a mark upon Long Chen's scales. Coughing weakly, the burly man struggled to rise, his gaze shooting up in shock as he beheld the imposing Thunder Lin Snake King, coiled at the treetop, a good 10 meters long. His astonishment was not merely due to the creature's incredible physical strength, but rather the fact that it could articulate human speech. The blood-clad man, observing from afar, also heard Long Chen's voice and furrowed his brow in intrigue. A mere serpentine beast, capable of human speech, spoke volumes about its noble and exceptional lineage. One could ascertain the status of a beast based on its talent, intelligence, and ability to articulate human language. That a creature of the energy realm, which could easily perish at the hands of low-tier beasts, was no longer to be dismissed lightly upon hearing Long Chen's speech. Second, capture that extraordinary creature. I believe our esteemed master will be quite interested, commanded the blood-clad man. The emergence of a serpent capable of human articulation was indeed a matter of great interest. As soon as he received the command, the burly man wiped the blood from his mouth and led the others in a frenzied charge. Beast, surrender at once. The burly man bellowed with a malicious grin, having realized his earlier oversight. This time, he summoned all his energy, extending his hand. His output of energy surged forth, more formidable than before, causing the surrounding tree trunks to sway precariously. The other black-clad figures followed suit, leaping into action to encircle Long Chen from all sides, effectively cutting off his escape. A mere pack of fools. Long Chen scoffed, flicking his serpent tongue disdainfully. The robust tail of the Thunder Lin snake shimmered with radiant energy, blinding the black-clad figures who instinctively shielded their eyes. With a series of thunderous impacts echoing through the air, the once ambitious burly man and his cohorts were sent crashing to the ground. Groaning in pain, "Is this all you've got?" Long Chen sneered coldly. However, just as he relished his victory, a sudden alarm blared in his mind, causing his expression to shift as he swiftly coiled Mao Tai and retreated from the treetop. Boom! In that instant, the very treetop where Long Chen had been perched erupted violently. The overwhelming energy wave, laden with ferocity, burst forth in all directions. Chapter 20. Escape. Boom! Just as Long Chen whisked Mao Tai away from the treetop, a ferocious force shattered the very spot he had occupied, unleashing a wave of bloody energy that radiated outward. The malevolent energy obliterated the already cracked ancient tree, causing it to collapse and snap several smaller trees in its wake. As the serpent deftly maneuvered among the towering trees, Long Chen ultimately found refuge atop another branch, his serpent eyes glinting with fierce intent as he surveyed the scene. I did not anticipate that a mere creature of the energy realm would possess such remarkable reflexes. No wonder it can articulate human speech, he mused. Beside the shattered remnants of the colossal tree stood the blood-clad man, arms crossed and a faint disdainful expression on his face as he regarded Long Chen from a distance. Warning! Host, exercise caution. This individual is at the third star in the energy realm. You are no match for him. Please withdraw immediately, echoed the alert from the evolution system in Long Chen's mind. Though Long Chen maintained a facade of icy calm, his heart raced with astonishment. The very figure the evolution system had indicated as a third-star energy realm practitioner was indeed the most formidable among the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Long Go, what should we do? Mao Tai, hidden behind Long Chen, sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from the blood-clad man and couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing Mao Tai's voice, the blood-clad man raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he caught sight of the ethereal nylon butterfly clinging to Long Chen. How fortunate! I did not expect to encounter another highly intelligent creature. Very well, let us capture both of you beasts, extract the location of the spirit egg, and present you to our esteemed master. Run! Long Chen remained composed, the powerful tail of the Thunderlin snake striking the ground, propelling Mao Tai backward as he made a hasty retreat. A single third-star energy realm practitioner was already a considerable challenge. The presence of an even more mysterious master lurking behind him posed a greater threat. Anyone deemed worthy of being called master by a practitioner of the energy realm was undoubtedly more powerful than the blood-clad man. Now was not the time to hesitate, as Long Chen, maintaining his composure, pushed backward with Mao Tai. Two black-clad figures attempting to block their path were forcefully sent flying by the robust tail of the Thunderlin snake. Beast, do you think you can escape before the boss? The burly black-clad man bellowed, his face contorted with rage, preparing to give chase, only to be halted by the blood-clad man. Let that beast run for a while. It won't get far, the blood-clad man replied with an indifferent smile. The fate of Long Chen seemed to rest entirely in his hands, as seconds ticked away beneath the darkened forest canopy. A silvery serpent, its entire body gleaming like snow, darted through the underbrush, its tail coiling around the injured nylon butterfly, frantically fleeing from danger. Guided by the evolution system, Long Chen navigated swiftly through the woods, while Mao Tai was left in a state of bewilderment, caught up in a whirlwind of activity, eyes glazed over in a daze. The sheer intensity of the rushing air was a direct consequence of Long Chen's astonishing speed, akin to a car accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour. However, it was in this manner that Long Chen, after a frantic dash spanning over 10 kilometers in a brief span, finally settled upon a rather dim and secluded giant tree. Due to the desperate flight just endured, Long Chen's breath was somewhat erratic as he inhaled the fresh air deeply, while the scales adorning his body, under the brilliance of a silvery sheen, had been forcibly subdued, concealing him within the shadows. Phew! After running for so long, that fellow should be unable to catch up. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen, still shaken, glanced warily around and noted the absence of any fluctuations in the mystic energy within a 100-meter radius, allowing him to exhale in relief. Goodness, I didn't think at all while I ran for over 10 kilometers. What an exhilarating experience. Long Chen mused inwardly, realizing that if he had been captured by that man clad in blood red, it would have meant certain demise for him. Brother Long, what exactly did we take from them? Mao Tai, licking the butterfly wings on his hands, couldn't help but crawl behind Long Chen and inquire. You ask me. And who should I ask? Long Chen rolled his eyes, then gently lifted Mao Tai's injured body and placed it in front of him. Observing the wounded butterfly wings with a furrowed brow, it was evident that the damage had been caused by the penetrating strikes from the earlier Thunder Spirit array. Truly, as a creature once endowed with the dragon blood inheritance, the injury to the butterfly wings was merely a single dark hole, and the wound was visibly healing at a slow pace. Is your injury serious? Long Chen asked. In response, Mao Tai shook his head and grinned. Brother Long, you may not know, but despite my lack of combat prowess, my healing abilities are remarkably strong, as long as I still draw breath. I shall endure. Hearing this description of Mao Tai's unique traits, Long Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, placing him gently atop a nearby treetop, feeling a mix of admiration and pity, though you may lack strength in battle. Your self-healing capabilities are indeed impressive, far surpassing my own. Ding. Host, you must ensure the safety of this nylon butterfly will not be deceived by its current state. Once its mystic energy level rises, it shall be a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, the voice of the evolution system echoed in Long Chen's mind. Taken aback by the revelation, Long Chen gazed incredulously at the self-healing nylon butterfly beside him, pondering, might you elaborate further, young hero? There are certain matters that the host need not delve into deeply. Knowing too much at this juncture serves no purpose. Simply protect it, and it will yield benefits for you in the future, not drawbacks. Humph, how mysterious. Long Chen scoffed, his gaze drifting to the snow jade spirit egg being nurtured in the system's space. Unable to resist asking, "System, do you have any idea what kind of beast this egg belongs to?" Ding! This system is also unaware unless the egg has been hatched. Otherwise, it is beyond my capacity to ascertain. With that, Long Chen raised an eyebrow. Choosing not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer, he scanned his surroundings, feeling the gentle breeze, and prepared to take a brief rest. After all, traversing through the spirit array and fleeing from the Bloodwolf mercenary group had certainly worn him out. However, just as Long Chen planned to rest atop the treetop, a chilling and elusive laughter suddenly echoed from above. "Hee hee, I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it that a beast is still a beast. Since that is the case, do not blame others." Chapter 21. Bloodbone Palm. Hee hee, I offered you a chance, yet you failed to treasure it that a beast is still a beast. At that moment, a chilling laughter, reminiscent of an unyielding specter, resonated from above. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his sturdy serpent-scaled armor around the bewildered Mao Tai, shielding him fiercely. Boom! The suddenness of the attack sent a fierce gust of malevolent energy crashing against Long Chen's scales. A taste of blood filled his mouth as he was forced to spit forth crimson liquid, using the momentum to propel himself and Mao Tai away towards the base of the giant tree, continuing to flee at breakneck speed. At that moment, the blood-clad man descended from the giant tree, standing atop the treetop with his hands clasped behind his back, a sinister smirk gracing his lips. "Boss!" Simultaneously, several figures clad in black, including a burly man at the forefront, hastened towards him. "That beast has been injured by me, and there are blood marks left behind. Follow the trail on the ground, and ensure to capture it alive." The blood-clad man commanded coolly. Whoosh! The burly man led the others, swiftly obeying orders as they followed the trail of blood imprints on the ground. As the minions disappeared, the blood-clad man, standing atop the treetop with his hands behind him, cast his gaze toward the distant mountains, where Long Chen and Mao Tai were fleeing. "Hee hee, a beast is still a beast. Having been struck by my bloodbone palm, it should be weakening by now. Let us see how you escape from my grasp." Beneath the night sky, within the pitch-black forest, a silver serpent, marked with blood handprints, darted frantically through the trees. When did that fellow appear? In the midst of his escape with Mao Tai, Long Chen was utterly taken aback by the suddenness of the man's arrival. The IT was so abrupt that even the system had failed to detect it. Ding! System maintenance complete. Reconnecting. Connection successful. Upon hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Long Chen felt speechless, realizing that the system had been undergoing maintenance, which was why no alerts had been issued. Nevertheless, while the blood-clad man's strike had not inflicted fatal harm, Long Chen distinctly sensed that his consciousness was beginning to weaken. It was evident that the seemingly simple strike from the blood-clad man contained a terrifying level of corrosive power. As time passed, Long Chen felt not only his awareness, but also his body growing increasingly heavy. "Brother Long, how are you faring now?" Mao Tai, peering out anxiously while being carried along, looked at Long Chen with concern. He was acutely aware that the sudden strike aimed at him had been directed by the blood-clad man. Had Long Chen not reacted swiftly and shielded him with the scales, Mao Tai couldn't even fathom how he would have survived. Originally, he owed Long Chen a debt of gratitude for saving his life, and now he had done so once again, making Mao Tai feel profoundly moved. "That I won't die. Hold on tightly to my scales. I am about to accelerate," Long Chen hissed, biting the edge of his mouth to keep himself alert. With a powerful thump of his tail, he leaped onto the tree, accelerating beyond his previous speed. Mao Tai obediently clung to Long Chen's scales, ensuring he posed no burden. Observing the evident blood handprint on Long Chen's body, Mao Tai felt a twinge of pain in his heart. In an instant, Long Chen's figure came to an abrupt halt, his gaze sharpening as a cold, fierce glimmer emanated from him, his forked tongue flicking out. "Brother Long, why have we stopped?" Curious about the sudden halt, Mao Tai extended his head, but upon seeing what lay ahead, he understood why Long Chen had ceased his movements to a bottomless abyss. Indeed, it was an unfathomable chasm. Ahead, there was no path, only a steep cliff, with a gap of over 100 meters separating it from the opposite mountain. This distance felt like a deathly chasm. Even at full strength, Long Chen could not leap across. Gazing into the abyss, Long Chen glanced around, realizing he was trapped in a dire predicament, and couldn't help but laugh. Humph, how amusing. This place is indeed naturally suited to be a graveyard. Mao Tai, unable to comprehend Long Chen's sardonic remark, turned pale and exclaimed, "Brother Long, we are out of options, and you can still laugh? Does crying help?" Long Chen shot him a glance, flicking his tongue as he advanced. As time wore on, Long Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The blood handprint inflicted by the blood-clad man seemed to be strengthening, and the sensation of weakness surged like a tide. Shaking his head vigorously, he crawled to the edge of the cliff and peered down at the rocky wall below. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared to discover something, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mao Tai, how are your wings faring now?" In response, Mao Tai attempted to flap his butterfly wings, stating, "I can already fly." "Brother Long, but this distance is too great. I cannot carry you." Long Chen shook his head, grinning, "You need not carry me. I have two plans in mind. For now, let us proceed in this manner." Whoosh, after a while, several figures clad in black were seen, pursued by a towering man. Following the faint traces of blood on the ground, they arrived at the edge of a precipice, gazing at the cliff, devoid of any sign of a snake or butterfly. The imposing man surveyed his surroundings and barked, "Search! Those two beasts are injured. They cannot have fled far." His subordinates quickly scattered, clearly intent on finding their targets. Amidst the concealed woods, a silvery figure lay in wait, silently flicking its tongue, seemingly searching for an opportunity. "You must find them for me, or we shall all perish." The menacing demeanor of the towering man instilled a flicker of panic among his subordinates. The mere mention of death prompted them to hasten their search. Yet, to this group, Long Chen and Mao Tai appeared to have evaporated into thin air, their figures nowhere to be seen. Could they have jumped off the cliff? The towering man furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his advance. Observing the stark and steep cliff face, coupled with the abyss below, sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, as confusion enveloped the towering man, a nearly imperceptible shadow silently emerged behind him, emitting a chilling hiss that I hear. "You seek me?" Chapter 22. The Cliff Jump. "Ah, so you're looking for me?" With a subtle flick of its tongue, the chilling voice resonated from behind the towering man. His subordinates turned pale, for from their vantage point, the scene was all too clear that a massive silver-scaled serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, was encircling the towering man. Startled by the spine-chilling voice, the man realized with horror the folly of exposing his back to the enemy and swiftly spun around, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The forceful wave of energy surged forth, colliding violently with the serpent's body. The impact seemed to ripple against an unseen defense, sending tremors outward. However, for the thunder-scale serpent king before him, this assault was inconsequential in the hierarchy of power. Long Chen possessed additional defensive attributes. Even in his currently weakened state from the blood-bone palm, he was not something the towering man could contend with. Fixating his gaze on the towering man, Long Chen smirked coldly. "If you wish to kill me so desperately, then go play with Yin Wang first." In an instant, Long Chen offered no chance for escape. The thick, silver-scaled tail lashed out fiercely, ensnaring the towering man around the waist. With a crushing grip, akin to that which could crush a small cart, the serpent's tail shattered the man's ribs, eliciting a series of anguished cries. "Ah, release me, or my captain will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Blood poured from the man's mouth as the excruciating pain from his broken bones caused his pupils to dilate in terror. In response, Long Chen hissed, his voice dripping with disdain, "Do you think I fear you? Even in death, I will take someone down with me." Without uttering another word, Long Chen mercilessly hurled the terrified, towering man into the abyss of the cliff. As he was cast into the unfathomable darkness below, a scream echoed for several seconds before fading into silence. scanning the seemingly bottomless chasm. Long Chen could not help but feel a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, such a depth. If one cannot fly, a fall would mean certain doom. Ding. Host has slain a 3-star Xuanqi realm human. Reward: 1,200 experience points. Level up to 1 star. Long Chen was astonished. He had not anticipated that eliminating someone of a higher level would yield such a substantial experience reward. Feeling his Xuanqi level rise from 1 star to 2 stars, he noted a marked enhancement in his physical, Xuanqi, and spiritual strengths. Even the effects of the Bloodbone Palm had diminished slightly, as leveling up had mitigated the blood marks damage. This is the advantage of leveling up. One's strength continues to grow, and oh wonder the long, ancient continent prioritizes cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen surveyed the surrounding black-clad figures, hissing, "Who else wishes to play? I'm more than willing to accommodate." Having dealt with the towering man, the remaining minions appeared to him as mere sources of experience points. The black-clad members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group exchanged fearful glances, reading the word terror in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they turned and fled for the strongest among them. The 3-star Xuanqi realm towering man had been slain by Long Chen. They, with their 1 and 2-star Xuanqi levels, were no match. Self-preservation took precedence, and thus the pursuit was abandoned. Seeing the black-clad figures retreating like a receding tide, Long Chen sighed in relief. However, the sensation of weakness surged within him, accompanied by a slight dizziness. Ding. Host's consciousness is now below 50. Please find a safe location to heal. The system's alert prompted Long Chen to shake his serpent head. Indeed, the priority now was to find a place to recover. The Bloodbone Palm, the blood-clad man, had proven to be exceptionally vicious, still exerting its influence. Mao Tai swiftly flew over, landing atop Long Chen's head. "Brother Long, we succeeded. Let us get out of here." Lacking combat ability, Mao Tai had been observing from the trees, and upon sensing the battle's conclusion, it rushed over. Noticing Long Chen's poor condition, it extended a small paw. As the paw grasped a scale on Long Chen's body, a faint luminescence flickered between Mao Tai's paw and the scaled eye. In an instant, Long Chen felt a slight improvement in his condition. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You can heal me? I'm not very skilled, but I'll try my best. I might be too weak right now." Mao Tai grinned, continuing to channel its healing power into Long Chen. As the sensation of weakness gradually dissipated, Long Chen's gaze turned contemplative. He began to understand why the evolution system was so intent on preserving this nylon butterfly. Suddenly, in the brief moments that Long Chen and Mao Tai were about to leave, they heard several screams emanating from the depths of the forest. The cries bore a haunting familiarity. They belonged to the very members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group who had pursued them. Had they encountered other beasts and met their demise? Long Chen pondered, flicking his tongue to sense the air. Yet he knew they could not linger here, and immediately urged Mao Tai to cling tightly to his scales as they sought to vacate this perilous place. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even capture 2 beasts. I must intervene personally. From the depths of the forest, a familiar cold laugh rang out, followed by a flurry of even more crimson blood-colored projectiles hurtling toward them. Swish, swish, swish. This barrage of blood-colored projectiles exuded an overwhelming force, far surpassing the previous assault, now infused with the might of the Xianling realm. Faced with the oncoming projectiles, Long Chen's expression shifted, despite having leveled up. His current weakness placed him at a critical threshold, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Moreover, the incoming blood-colored projectiles, in his present state, he could not withstand even one. Contact would mean certain death. Long Chen acted decisively, first tossing Mao Tai away, then leaping toward the cliff, shouting, "Quick! Use the method I mentioned." Chapter 23. Newly acquired devouring ability. As the blood-colored projectiles seemed to lose their target, they circled around the cliff. The sound of slicing air sending chills down one's spine. The blood-clad man emerged slowly from the dark woods, his wolf-like eyes scanning the cliff's perimeter. Furrowing his brow, he realized that he could no longer detect the traces of Long Chen and Mao Tai. Furthermore, the lingering effects of the Bloodbone Palm he had struck against Long Chen had vanished entirely at the cliff's edge. The evidence was clear. The blood-clad man's face darkened, fists clenched tightly. He had not expected this beast to possess such courage, willing to leap off the cliff rather than be captured by him. The man clad in crimson garments let out a cold snort. As a faint scent of blood gradually wafted from behind him, it was the ordinary mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, who were feeble in strength and mediocre in their tasks. Killing them was inconsequential. A band of inept individuals, incapable of capturing even an injured demon serpent. They deserved to die, having squandered a fourth-tier spiritual array belonging to that esteemed individual. The man's face darkened with anger. But what truly infuriated him was the task entrusted to him by that enigmatic figure. Failing in this endeavor was trivial. What mattered most was the bountiful reward that he could no longer attain. Realizing that lingering here served no purpose, he turned and vanished into the depths of the pitch-black forest, in a state of hazy consciousness. Long Chen felt as though he had been reborn. Previously, he had succumbed to unconsciousness at the moment of his leap from the cliff, overwhelmed by a surge of malevolent energy that had invaded his body. Ding! The excess malevolence within the host has been completely eradicated. And strength is in the process of restoration. Ding! The host has devoured all previously expelled malevolence, gaining 50 experience points for devouring. At this revelation, Long Chen abruptly opened his eyes, perceiving the damp and cold rock walls surrounding him. While the outside remained tranquil and dimly lit, he found himself at the entrance of a cave. System, what do you mean by devouring? Long Chen asked in astonishment. He distinctly remembered lacking any so-called devouring talent. Could it be a new endowment from the system? As a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, accompanied by fragments of information, Long Chen suddenly understood and smiled broadly. Devouring, as the name implies, allows one to consume all things in the world to enhance their own strength. This succinct statement illuminated Long Chen's thoughts. Previously, he could only rely on hunting living beings to gain experience points. But now, with the addition of a devouring talent, it meant he could consume anything to gain experience. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Ding! From this moment onward, the host may devour all things, but only those of equal or lower tier. The host's devouring ability will grow alongside their spiritual energy level, necessitating caution. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Long Chen was taken aback and chuckled. Am I really to worry about whether what I consume possesses the power to harm me? Ding. Not quite so. For example, the host is currently at the 2-star spiritual energy realm, thus can only devour entities of the 2-star spiritual energy realm or lower, should the host attempt to devour anything of a higher spiritual energy level. They risk being overwhelmed and perishing. Long Chen's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this devouring could not be employed indiscriminately. If the target was stronger or of greater value, attempting to devour could lead to catastrophic consequences. This required vigilance. System, refresh my attribute chart. Long Chen commanded. Ding! Updating the attribute chart for the host. Host. Long Chen race. Demon race form. Thunderscale Serpent King rank. 2-star spiritual energy realm talent. Maxed lightning resistance spiritual technique. Explosive bite. Yellow tier advanced. Spiritual law. None attribute points. 0 spiritual energy. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 soul. 0 defense. 30 devouring experience. 501,200 upon observing his attribute chart. Long Chen noted that the experience value had transformed into devouring experience, signifying that he had genuinely acquired the ability to devour. If he adeptly wielded this devouring ability, leveling up would become remarkably swift. Glancing at the attribute chart presented by the system, Long Chen could not help but inquire, System, when will I receive my first spiritual law? After all, he had realized during previous battles that without a spiritual law, his manipulation of spiritual energy was utterly chaotic, and its consumption was exceedingly taxing. Furthermore, through his understanding of spiritual laws, he recognized that without a means to absorb the free spiritual energy of the world, his internal spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. Once it was entirely consumed, generating new spiritual energy within the meridians would become exceedingly difficult, posing a grave issue. This was precisely why Long Chen refrained from using the explosive bite technique against the burly black-clad man from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, opting instead to cast him into the abyss. Had he employed the explosive bite in his previous state, Long Chen might have been instantly drained of energy. Ding! The host need not worry. The next task will reward a unique spiritual law. Long Chen raised an eyebrow, flicking his serpent tongue, and asked, "When will I receive the next task?" Ding! This depends on specific circumstances. System tasks are generated automatically and are not arbitrarily assigned. Long Chen lost interest in pursuing the matter further, scanning his surroundings and discovering that the excavated cave had a path leading deeper within. But wait, where was Mao Tai? Realizing the surrounding silence, he suddenly recalled the situation and could not help but shout, "Mao Tai!" The echo reverberated through the depths of the cliff and cave passage, yet there was no sign of the nylon butterfly. Long Chen's heart sank as he desperately tried to recall the events leading to his arrival here. But he could not remember how he had come to this place. Had the nylon butterfly brought him down, or had he subconsciously fallen here? "You better not be dead. The system has ordered me to keep you safe." Long Chen hissed, first darting toward the dark passage leading deeper, only to find no trace of the nylon butterfly and promptly returning. However, just as Long Chen's heart fluttered with urgency and he was about to reach the cave entrance, he froze in place. Before him, a magnificent shadow of colorful butterfly wings illuminated the entrance as Mao Tai fluttered in, carrying a bundle of items and looking around curiously. Upon spotting the dazed, thunder-scale Serpent King, Mao Tai exclaimed in delight, "Long Ge, you're awake." Chapter 24. An enigmatic underground space. Long Ge, you've finally awakened. That is truly wonderful, Mao Tai exclaimed joyfully, bounding towards him. Noticing the somewhat furrowed brow of the thunder-scale Serpent King, Mao Tai cautiously inquired, "Long Ge, what's wrong?" Seeing the lively Mao Tai, Long Chen's earlier concerns dissipated, and he replied with a hint of annoyance, "Where did you run off to?" In response, Mao Tai answered honestly, "Long Ge, before you fainted, you asked me to bring you here. While you were unconscious, I thought to fly out and find some food for you, so when you woke up, you would have something to eat." Long Chen was momentarily taken aback by Mao Tai's response. Observing the assortment of fruits in its grasp, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion within. This must be the first individual willing to show concern for him, even in his past life on Earth. Whether it was a girlfriend or companion, he was always the one to take the initiative in caring for others. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that no one had ever cared for him, not even once. And now, the only being that cared for him was a demon. Noticing Long Chen's unusual expression, Mao Tai grew solemn, fearing it had done something wrong, and immediately fell silent. Seeing Mao Tai's obedient demeanor, Long Chen could not help but smile, suppressing the emotional turmoil within him as he gently wrapped his serpent tail around Mao Tai and said, "Thank you." Mao Tai instantly grinned at those words, wiping a yellow-green fruit with its tiny paws before offering it. "Long Ge, this is my favorite fruit. You should give it a try." Long Chen nodded and promptly swallowed the offered fruit, exclaiming, "It's indeed delicious, very sweet." Mao Tai chuckled, its eyes sparkling as Long Chen tasted the fruit. He felt a lingering hunger within him, a sensation that could not be satiated merely by fruits. He craved meat. After all, he was a demon serpent, not an insect like nylon butterfly. Meat was the foundation of his strength. While powerful cultivators in this world did not require sustenance to maintain themselves, Long Chen was still quite far from becoming a formidable cultivator. Long Chen's gaze shifted towards the path leading into the dark depths, and he asked, "Have you explored that area?" Mao Tai, clutching the fruit, shook its head, saying, "I only ventured a short distance inside. This cave is quite profound, seemingly leading to other places, and it has numerous interconnections." "Numerous interconnections?" Long Chen mused, his gaze fixated on the passage ahead. His eyes, akin to night vision, discerned that it indeed extended far into the abyss. "Where exactly are we situated on this cliff?" Long Chen continued to inquire. "It must be dozens of meters above, but Brother Long, you are too heavy. I previously attempted to bring you up, but unfortunately I lacked the strength to do so," Mao Tai said awkwardly. Long Chen looked at him, smiling and nodding. Indeed, it was a bit unfair to expect a mere 9-star Xianmai cultivator like Mao Tai to carry him. Since flying up was not an option, we cannot simply sit idly by. "Let us venture inside and take a look." Long Chen moved his body, gliding toward the passage that led into the depths of darkness. Upon seeing this, Moutai instinctively clutched 2 fruits and quickly followed, utilizing the reflection of his colorful butterfly wings to illuminate the passage. After several minutes of advancement, Long Chen finally arrived at the 4 passages that Moutai had previously pointed out, pondering their significance. Good heavens, the vast underground cavern before Long Chen and Moutai was suddenly revealed, filled with numerous openings of varying diameters. Brother Long, this is what I referred to as the interconnected passages that I was afraid of getting lost. So I didn't dare explore further. Observing the multitude of openings ahead, Long Chen's gaze grew solemn, and he nodded, saying, "You did well by not venturing further. This is indeed a snake cave. So be cautious." "A snake cave?" Moutai queried in confusion. "You're not a snake-type beast, so it is understandable that you cannot sense the aura. There is no doubt that this is a snake cave." Sensing the faint breaths emanating from the openings, Long Chen nodded, but upon further scrutiny, he let out a soft exclamation. "Strange, if this is the dwelling of demon snakes, why is it so clean?" The cleanliness Long Chen referred to as the absence of shed snake skins. For demon snakes, being snakes themselves, naturally have a habit of molting. Although the aura of demon snakes lingered here, no skins could be found. It is remarkably clean. Why does it feel as though this snake cave has been abandoned? Long Chen pondered inwardly, when suddenly, the system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! System task issued. Please proceed to the depths of the demon snake cave and slay the Thunderscale Snake King. Task reward: exclusive growth type Xuanfa." As the system notification resounded, Long Chen was momentarily taken aback, and in his gaze, an arrow-like guiding route seemed to materialize. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a system task here, and the reward was indeed Xuanfa. For the Xuanfa, I must have it. With this thought in mind, Long Chen directed his gaze toward the path indicated by the system arrow, and said, "Follow me. We shall enter." Upon hearing this, Moutai froze for a moment, observing as Long Chen darted toward an inconspicuous opening. Although he wanted to inquire, he obediently followed suit. After the brief yet perilous events that had transpired, Moutai had developed an unwavering trust in Long Chen's words. "Ding! Proceed right in 100 meters. Ding! Turn left in 50 meters. Ding!" Guided by the continuous system notifications, Long Chen swiftly led Moutai to an expansive underground space. Lush greenery enveloped the area, while an underground waterfall flowed down the rocky walls, cascading into the abyss. A beam of light that should not have appeared shone through a gap above, clearly sunlight, indicating it was daytime outside. Discovering the opening that led to the surface, Long Chen was overjoyed, but his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. The slope was far too steep and slippery. Ascending it was utterly impossible. In this dimly lit, vast underground space, the presence of such a unique environment left Long Chen astounded. Here stood an ancient structure, akin to a diminutive version of the Egyptian pyramids. Flanking the ancient edifice were 2 statues of demon snakes. Standing tall, their ancient vigor causing Long Chen to pause in surprise. This feeling was akin to encountering one's ancestors, a rather peculiar sensation. However, before Long Chen could fully appreciate his surroundings, the system notification rang out once more. "Ding! Please, host, swiftly enter the palace and eliminate the target." Chapter 25. Imposter Ding. "Host, do not waste time. Promptly enter the palace and slay the task target." Hearing this, Long Chen flicked his tongue and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow was even more anxious than he was. "Brother Long, do we truly need to ascend?" Moutai hesitated slightly. Just moments ago, while curiously observing the 2 imposing demon snake statues standing in the underground space, he inexplicably felt a chill running down his spine. The sudden onset of this eerie sensation caused the flow of blood within Moutai to slow momentarily. Long Chen glanced at him, unable to suppress a laugh. Clearly, this fellow was feeling a bit frightened. Moutai, sensing a hint of embarrassment, promptly landed atop Long Chen's head, puffing out his chest and declaring, "Brother Long, I will stand by you through thick and thin." Flicking his tongue, Long Chen teased, "Really now? Truly? Truly?" Mautai's expression remained resolutely calm. Thus, without further ado, Long Chen began to navigate the ancient steps swiftly toward the ancient palace ahead. Along the way, Long Chen noticed several robust traces nearby, indicating that life had indeed passed through here not long ago. It seemed the task target indicated by the system was still within as Long Chen and Moutai arrived before the ancient palace. He gazed at this structure that should not exist, feeling a sense of quiet awe. Who would have thought that human architectural styles would appear in the domain of demon snakes? While it appeared somewhat bizarre, it was nonetheless a complete palace. These beings were rather impressive. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Long Chen would never have believed that demon snakes could construct edifices. Observing that the grand entrance of the palace had been partially pushed open, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and swiftly slipped inside. Old One, hurry in hand over the Snake King's horn. I aspire to become the mightiest king of the Thunderscale Snake Clan. Old One, do not feign death. I know you are still alive. Now, no other clans can detect you, so wise up and hand over the Snake King's horn, and I may spare your life. You old fool, do you think silence will allow you to escape? Let me tell you, today I am determined to obtain the Snake King's horn. Hearing the roar from within the hall, Long Chen couldn't help but smirk slightly. This fellow truly resembled a brash individual possessed by the spirit of a boastful soul. The hall was impeccably clean and tidy, save for a throne-like seat designated for the Demon Snake King. And 12 stout pillars stood within the hall, serving as supports. His gaze fell upon the majestic Thunderscale snake coiled upon the circular throne, quietly resting with closed eyes. Faint traces of profound energy emanated from its silver scales, prompting Long Chen to inwardly inquire, System, how powerful is that Snake King? Ding. This is the former Thunderscale Snake King. Although at the 5-star Xianwu realm, he is now on the brink of entering a state of dormancy and poses no threat. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Good heavens, such a colossal snake, comparable to dozens of meters in length, actually possessed Xianwu strength. However, from its fluctuating aura, it seemed to exude a sense of waning vitality, lacking any semblance of majesty or might. Despite its apparent strength, as the system indicated, it no longer possessed combat capability. Even if I were to slay the Snake King now, it would be a piece of cake. Old One, stop pretending to be dead. I know you still have a breath left in you. Hand over the Snake King's horn. At the same time, several smaller Thunderscale snakes were gathered before the coiled old Snake King, standing timidly behind their leader. Flicking his tongue, Long Chen's gaze locked onto the raucous Thunderscale snake in front of the old Snake King and began to advance, sensing another life form approaching. The old Snake King, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened them. When its murky gaze fell upon Long Chen, a glimmer of clarity flickered within. Who? At that moment, the previously boisterous Thunderscale snake abruptly turned its body, and upon seeing Long Chen, it was instantly taken aback. Long Chen, too, was momentarily stunned upon encountering this unfamiliar Thunderscale snake. Not only him, but even the other Thunderscale Snake Clan members were equally astonished by the scene. Long Chen furrowed his brow, gazing at the Thunderscale snake that met his gaze, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Why do you look exactly like me? Who are you? Why do you look just like me?" The unfamiliar Lei Lin Snake King opened its mouth in astonishment, never expecting that another Lei Lin Snake King existed. Long Chen was also taken aback. He believed in the existence of the same Lei Lin Snake King. Yet to encounter one with identical appearance and scale patterns, even with a voice that mirrored his own, was beyond his imagination. Not only was he surprised, but even the Moutai, perched above him, was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for its familiarity with Long Chen's aura, it might have truly believed that 2 Long Chens stood before it. At this moment, both in Long Chen's eyes and in those of the Lei Lin Snake King, each perceived the other as a perfect replica of oneself. The ancient Serpent King, lounging upon its throne, cast a glance at Long Chen and the previously boisterous Lei Lin Snake King before closing its eyes once more, lying still as if indifferent to the world around it. Flicking its serpentine tongue, Long Chen surveyed the other and inquired, "Don't tell me your name is also Long Chen? You actually know my name?" The Lei Lin Snake King hissed menacingly, baring its fangs in a display of rage. "Dare to impersonate me, and you seek death. At these words, Long Chen rolled his eyes, marveling at the vastness of the world, where even names could be shared. However, in the next moment, as he regained his fierce demeanor, he casually tossed Mao Tai aside, confronting the Lei Lin Snake King's assault, which was comparable to that of a 4-star Xuanqi realm expert. With an unwavering stance, seeing its opponent remain motionless, the Lei Lin Snake King lunged with its gaping maw, sinking its teeth in a Long Chen. And no matter where you came from, now that you are aware of everything, you must pay the price with your life. In the next instant, its sharp fangs, imbued with overwhelming Xuanqi power capable of rending solid rock, struck fiercely against Long Chen's body. Crack! Unexpectedly, the irate Lei Lin Snake King stared in disbelief at its shattered fawn, feeling as though it had bitten into a solid iron plate rather than Long Chen's flesh. In response, Long Chen flicked his tail, gazing at the counterfeit that clung to his vital point, and remarked nonchalantly, "Your attack power is fit for scrubbing me down." Confronted with the destruction of a Fong and still refusing to relinquish its grip, the counterfeit Lei Lin Snake King met Long Chen's calm gaze and retorted, "With such pitiful damage, you think you could scrub me down?" Boom! In the next heartbeat, Long Chen swung his tail with the force of a divine dragon's sweep, forcefully knocking the creature off him and sending it reeling. Though his confidence was potent enough to prevent the opponent from breaching his defenses, he felt a slight deficiency in his Xuanqi power. After all, he lacked the amplification of Xuanfa, and the opponent was indeed at the 4-star Xuanqi realm, boasting superior overall attributes compared to his 2-star Xuanqi level. Nevertheless, with his additional attribute boosts, even 5-star Xuanqi enemy could not penetrate his defenses, making this mere counterfeit Lei Lin Snake King hardly worth mentioning. Reeling from the blow, the Lei Lin Snake King glared at Long Chen, its fierce eyes disregarding the pain of its broken fawn, and roared at its subordinates nearby. "You worthless fools! Why are you still dawdling? Kill that imposter!" The Lei Lin serpents that had been watching in confusion exchanged glances, unsure whether to support the original or the newcomer, though only one king was meant to exist in the Lei Lin clan. Now 2 legitimate Lei Lin Snake Kings were present, leaving them bewildered and hesitant to act. Seemingly perceiving why its subordinates hesitated to aid it, the Lei Lin Snake King seethed with rage. In response, Long Chen smirked and retorted, "Little pretender, I am the genuine king here, and you, a mere wretch, dare to impersonate me." Especially with Long Chen's mocking tone, the Lei Lin Snake King, previously wounded, surged with a fierce Xuanqi energy, the shockwave rippling around it as its eyes turned a menacing crimson. "Today, only one king shall survive, and that is I." With its charge concluded, the Lei Lin Snake King lunged again with ferocity, this time opting to ensnare Long Chen with its robust body before maneuvering to strike from behind. "This time, let's see how you struggle." It hissed coldly, opening its massive maw once more. Crack! As its second fang shattered and flew off. The onlooking Lei Lin clan members displayed astonishment. They could hardly believe that the king they followed appeared so feeble in comparison to another king that it is often said that a wise person does not trip over the same stone twice. Yet this Lei Lin Snake King, with its regrettable intellect, had stumbled twice, realizing that its most formidable attack had failed to inflict any damage upon Long Chen, not even leaving a scratch on his scales. The Lei Lin Snake King was momentarily stunned. Doubt about its own strength began to creep in, and a sense of confusion arose. Could it truly be the imposter? Long Chen twisted his neck and turned to regard the utterly bewildered Lei Lin Snake King with a cold smile. "Is this all you've got? Is this it?" Puffed. In the next moment, unleashing his explosive Fong technique, Long Chen gave no quarter, biting fiercely into the Lei Lin Snake King's vital point and penetrating it entirely with the force of his Xian technique. Much like slaying the Dongting snake, he aimed to eliminate the Lei Lin Snake King. As its vital point was completely breached, the Lei Lin Snake King's consciousness began to fade, in its final moments. Its gaze locked onto Long Chen, unable to fathom that it had lost to someone weaker than itself. Yet there was no room for regret now. The Lei Lin Snake King ultimately succumbed, its head drooping as it breathed its last. Ding! Host has slain the Lei Lin Snake King. Experience rewarded. 500! Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed the mission. Mission rewards are being distributed. Ding! Mission rewards have been successfully distributed. Refreshing host's attribute chart. Please check. Host. Long Chen species, demon form. Lei Lin Snake King rank. 2-star Xuanqi realm talent. Max thunder resistance Xian technique. Explosive Fong. Advanced yellow rank. Xian FA. 9 transformations dragon decision. Advanced yellow rank. Currently in first transformation. Attribute points. 0 Xuanqi. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 soul. 0 defense. 30 experience points. 550-1200 as he gazed at the updated attribute chart and the newly acquired Xian FA. Feeling an inexplicable surge of vitality through his veins and the ability to absorb the surrounding free Xuanqi molecules, Long Chen beamed with delight. So this is what Xian FA feels like. Indeed, the sensation of operating under its enhancement is unparalleled. Furthermore, the name 9 Transformations Dragon Decision exudes an air of grandeur, greatly enhancing Long Chen's mood. However, when he glanced at the 2 parentheses following the Xian FA, he was immediately taken aback. Advanced yellow rank? First transformation? Is my Xian FA merely an advanced yellow rank? As if sensing Long Chen's inner turmoil, the evolutionary system chimed at his mind. Ding! Hosts need not concern themselves with such matters. While this Xian FA is classified as advanced yellow rank, it is capable of growth, evolving alongside the host's Xuanqi level, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly rank in its 9th transformation. Upon hearing this explanation, Long Chen instinctively flicked his tongue and smiled, thinking to himself, now that sounds more reasonable. The 9 transformations dragon decision is intrinsically linked to my Xuanqi level, improving as I do. That's quite promising. After all, the rank of Xian FA has always been fixed in the Dragon Ancient Continent, and a growth-oriented exclusive Xian FA like Long Chen's is a first in the realm. The rank of Xian FA parallels that of Xian techniques, categorized into the heavenly, earthly, Xian, and yellow ranks system. Given the name of this Xian FA, can I transform into a dragon? Long Chen suddenly grew curious within. After all, the name 9 Transformations Dragon Decision implies the possibility of ultimately transforming into a dragon, that if that were not the case, wouldn't the name be utterly meaningless? Ding! Host is correct. This Xian FA, 9 Transformations Dragon Decision, indeed possesses the potential to assist the host in breaking through constraints and ultimately transforming into a dragon. Upon receiving confirmation from the system, Long Chen's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, then tell me, how many transformations must I undergo to achieve the dragon transformation? Considering that his current Xian FA was already in its first transformation, he anticipated that perfecting the dragon transformation might not be far off. However, the next moment, the system's response caused Long Chen's smile to freeze instantly. Chapter 27. The Celestial Beast, Nylon Butterfly, Ding! The host must at least reach the 6th transformation of the Xuanfa to be able to transform into a dragon. Upon hearing the response from the evolution system, Long Chen's gradually joyful smile instantly froze. 6th transformation? To cultivate the 9 transformations into dragon technique to the 6th transformation, wouldn't that mean reaching the Nirvana realm? No, system, are you jesting with me? Long Chen's expression darkened, unable to restrain himself from asking. I am currently only at the Xuanqi realm, a staggering distance away from the Nirvana realm. Ding! Host, be content. Having the opportunity to transform into a dragon is already a stroke of luck. Some beasts remain serpents their entire lives, dreaming of becoming dragons. At this, Long Chen curled his lips. He had no argument against that. After all, he was well aware that this 9 transformations in a dragon technique was tailored for him. Being able to transform into a dragon in the Nirvana realm was already quite remarkable. The dragon species, regardless of the plane it occupies, is supreme, an apex existence atop the food chain, without exception. Since he had obtained a Xuanfa, there was no longer any reason to linger here. It was time to depart. Having acquired the Xuanfa and feeling the previously consumed Xuanqi within him gradually replenishing, Long Chen cast aside the already deceased Thunderscale Serpent King and directed his gaze toward the group of Thunderscale serpents. Upon seeing this, the several Thunderscale serpents immediately trembled in fear. Yet under the pressure of their king's aura, they ultimately prostrated on the ground, hissing in reverence. Clearly, What they expressed was the unique language among beasts, paying homage to their king. Long Chen naturally understood the language of the beasts and promptly waved his serpentine tail. You may retreat. Wait for me outside. Hiss hiss. The other members of the Thunderscale Serpent clan immediately nodded and swiftly exited the Grand Hall, evidently to await outside. Brother Long, you were incredible just now. How did you manage to emerge unscathed? Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Mao Tai quickly flew over after the battle concluded, landing on Long Chen's head, excitedly exclaiming. Long Chen raised an eyebrow and grinned. Among those of the same level, there are indeed few who can defeat me. The more Mao Tai listened, the more his eyes sparkled. Grasping at the scales on Long Chen, he chuckled. Brother Long, you are truly formidable. If only I could be as powerful as you. Hearing this, Long Chen flicked his tongue and smiled. Young hero, you are not weak. It is simply not your time yet. Once your Xuanqi level grows, you'll find it impossible not to be strong. Although Mao Tai also belonged to a high bloodline intelligent beast, he was currently in his juvenile form and could not comprehend the meaning behind Long Chen's words. Scratching his head, he said, Brother Long, why can't I understand? It's fine. You don't need to understand. I do, Long Chen replied with a grin, inwardly feeling a twinge of emotion. Goodness, he had previously thoroughly understood this fellow with the evolution system. The Nilong butterfly, one of the ancient celestial Tsang fierce beasts, possessed the true dragon bloodline, classified as a high imperial bloodline beast, renowned throughout the beast realm. An adult Nilong butterfly has wings spanning 100 zhang, capable of blocking the sun, with formidable power. Its bloodline strength is that of a ruler among beasts. The Nilong butterfly's strength lies in its two great talents, mastery of both medicine and poison. As a healer, it can universally save lives. Under the healing halo of the Nilong butterfly, one would find it hard to die, earning the title of resurrecting the dead from mere bones. Its poisonous power can cause blood toxins to spread for miles, making all beings tremble. No entity can withstand the poison from a Nilong in its peak form. Naturally, with great power comes great drawbacks. The Nilong butterfly has either seen its bloodline devolve or faced extinction throughout its history. Now encountering such a purebred, juvenile form of the Nilong butterfly, Long Chen felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure at the very beginning, as long as he protected this currently defenseless Nilong butterfly in its early stages. It would become a formidable ally in the future. At that moment, Long Chen glanced at the old Serpent King lounging on the throne, raising his brow, not paying much heed, just as he intended to leave with Mao Tai. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind once more. Ding! A new system task has been issued. Hearing the evolution system's words, Long Chen froze, standing still, his expression gradually morphing into one of astonishment. Feeling a sudden trepidation toward the phrase system task, Brother Long, Mao Tai gazed at the suddenly dazed Long Chen, unable to hold back his confusion. What's wrong? Please hold your tongue for a moment. Long Chen replied casually before inwardly inquiring. System, what is going on? I just completed a task, and now another one appears. This task is coming a bit too frequently. I sent it. Ding. The system task is being generated. Please do not leave. Reward will be given upon task completion. What is there to be unhappy about, host? Long Chen's lips twitched slightly, inwardly musing. Indeed, it seems that I must complete the task. Otherwise, I will be facing annihilation. Why didn't you mention that? Ding. The system task has been completed. Please rescue the old Serpent King on the throne. Task reward, 20 attribute points upon hearing the content of the task generation. Long Chen was once again taken aback, unable to help but glance back at the old Serpent King, who was meditating quietly on the throne, pondering. I sent he doing just fine. Why does he need rescuing? Ding. That throne is the base sealing the old Serpent King. Please overturn the throne. With the system having provided such a hint, Long Chen naturally understood its meaning and immediately turned to move forward. Brother Long, you're not actually planning to release that fellow, are you? Mao Tai seemed to have sensed Long Chen's intentions and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That guy is far stronger than us. What if we rescue him and he decides to kill us? No worries. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. He understood the potential outcome all too well. However, with the system task already issued, failing to complete it would also mean destruction. given that he would be facing death regardless. Long Chen had no choice but to gamble for a chance at survival. Ismautai observed Long Chen moving toward the throne. He hurriedly flew away from Long Chen's head, hiding to the side. Eventually, Long Chen approached the old Serpent King lounging on the throne, observing the elder's continued meditative state. Clearing his throat, he said, "Junior pays respects to the esteemed Serpent King. After all, in seeking to rescue the elder, one must first earn his goodwill through courtesy, which is a viable strategy, that he certainly would not behave like the previous mindless Serpent King, who merely blustered." Upon hearing the voice, the old Thunder-Scale Serpent King, who had remained unmoving as a mountain, slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the youthful Long Chen before him, the air swirling, before once again closing his eyes. "You may leave. I will not grant you the Serpent King's horn. You shall gain nothing from me, even though you have saved my life." The old Thunder-Scale Serpent King, who had been perched on the throne like a steadfast mountain, merely cast a glance at Long Chen and, without offering any warmth, continued to rest with his eyes shut. Had Long Chen not slain the disrespectful Thunder-Scale Serpent earlier, and had he not communicated kindly beforehand, the old king would have not even bothered to acknowledge him. Hearing this, Long Chen chuckled. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I did not come for your so-called Serpent King's horn. I stumbled upon this place by accident and have no interest in such a trinket. I'm here to rescue you, having come specifically for this purpose. Please trust that every word I say is true." In contrast, the old Serpent King, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly saw a flicker of light glimmer across his somewhat dim silver scales, though it quickly faded, followed by a deep, angry voice. "Humph, the one you killed earlier said the same, only to be seen through by me." Leading to his humiliation, you are no different from him. Thus, if you wish to win my favor in exchange for the Serpent King's horn, I advise you to return to your own kind. The Thunder-Scale Serpent clan has reached its end. Facing the suddenly enraged old Thunder-Scale Serpent King, Long Chen raised an eyebrow, a wry smile creeping across his face. It seemed this old fellow had a strong aversion to being deceived. He must have been duped often in his youth. "Esteemed elder, you may have some misconceptions about me, but I truly do not care for your so-called Serpent King's horn, and I am not from the Thunder-Scale Serpent clan." Long Chen spoke candidly, considering he was currently only at the Xuanqi realm, having merely evolved into the Thunder-Scale Serpent King. Once he ascended to the next level, the Xianling realm, he could evolve into another beast altogether. Therefore, the identity of the Thunder-Scale Serpent King was merely temporary. Long Chen had no intention of returning to the old Serpent King's so-called Thunder-Scale Serpent territory. In response to Long Chen's words, the old Serpent King remained perched on the throne, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Leave now. Do not disturb my remaining days of leisure," observing the stubborn demeanor of the individual before him. Long Chen scratched his head with his serpentine tail and flicked his forked tongue, realizing that further discourse would be futile. Thus, he directed his gaze towards the throne, which appeared to be intricately designed. He discerned that this throne, seemingly tailored for a serpent, was indeed a seal that exacted a toll of life force. The so-called life energy consumed was drawn from whoever occupied the throne, and once sealed, it could not be voluntarily undone, rendering it exceptionally malevolent. Old Senior, this throne possesses quite an essence. Who, in their cruelty, has ensnared you here? It appears to be a case of one party thriving while the other perishes." Long Chen remarked with a furrowed brow. In contrast, the aged Thunder, upon hearing Long Chen's words, felt a slight tremor in his previously closed eyelids, yet remained silent, showing no inclination to respond. Noticing the other's reticence, Long Chen remained unfazed, his tail swaying as he stroked his chin, scrutinizing the power of the seal that was grounded in the throne while contemplating deeply. It seemed that this so-called sealing throne was indeed as the system had described, relying on brute force to overturn it. If that is the case, then I shall act decisively. With that thought, Long Chen maneuvered his serpentine body to the edge of the throne and, for safety's sake, gently began to prod it with his tail. Sensing the movement, the Thunder, sealed within the throne, gradually opened his eyes and stated indifferently, "It is futile. This throne possesses the power of lightning prohibitions." Any outsider who dares to touch it shall be repelled by the lightning's force. He had long known that overturning the throne was possible, yet all those who had previously sought to rescue him had met with failure. The protective lightning prohibitions of the throne were insurmountable. Even for him, at the level of the Xuanlun realm, let alone Long Chen, who merely stood at the Xuanqi realm in his eyes. Lightning prohibitions. Long Chen, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, suddenly brightened upon hearing the mention of lightning, that he possessed an innate talent for resisting lightning at its peak level. Thus, the lightning's attack was likely to feel merely like a tickle to him. "Fear not. My resistance to lightning is formidable," Long Chen declared with a grin, continuing to gently touch the throne with his tail. However, Long Chen was also aware that while his lightning resistance was maxed out, his own Xuanqi level was too weak, limiting his ability to withstand lightning attacks only below the Nirvana realm. Yet upon reflection, who would be so idle as to impose a Nirvana realm-level seal upon the aged thunder? To use such power merely to seal someone of the Xuanlun realm was, indeed, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack Anut. As Long Chen's tail gradually made contact with the throne, the aged thunder cast a sidelong glance at him, secretly scoffing in disdain. While he understood that as a thunder, he inherently possessed lightning resistance, the power of the throne's lightning prohibitions was beyond even his Xuanlun realm capabilities, let alone the meager Xuanqi realm of Long Chen. However, the next moment, something utterly unexpected transpired. Ziz! Long Chen's tail had indeed ventured into the vicinity of the throne, and the invisible lightning prohibitions were undeniably present, remaining potent despite the passage of time. Feeling the tingling sensation of lightning coursing through him, Long Chen tilted his head, grinning as he remarked, "Indeed, the lightning power is considerable. However, it feels quite invigorating." The old Snake King, taken aback, thought, "Wait, you are not afraid of this lightning prohibition?" Shocked, he observed Long Chen, who not only remained unrepelled, but appeared to be relishing the sensation. Hearing this, Long Chen comfortably rotated his neck and replied, "Afraid? This level of power pales in comparison to the 4th-level Thunder Spirit Array I encountered previously. A 4th-level Thunder Spirit Array? You, with that petite frame, could withstand the might of a 4th-level array?" The old Snake King was rendered speechless, gazing at Long Chen's joyful expression, unable to suppress his astonishment. That array was comparable to an attack of the creation realm. Good heavens, what is this fellow made of? The old Snake King found this scenario to be utterly surreal, something he had never witnessed before. Long Chen nodded, smiling. "Indeed, is a 4th-level array truly formidable. I find it rather average," he continued. "Please wait a moment. I shall rescue you forthwith." The old Snake King remained silent, sensing that Long Chen was not merely boasting, that a flicker of hope ignited within him after years of desolation. Perhaps this individual could indeed free him. Chapter 29. Rescuing the Old Snake King. Seeing that Long Chen was the first thunder capable of disregarding the lightning prohibitions, the Old Snake King, coiled upon the throne, fell into a contemplative silence. A glimmer of hope stirring within him. It seemed there was indeed a possibility for him to escape this place alive. With the prospect of survival, the old thunder felt an overwhelming yearning. As the saying goes, it is better to live in misery than to die peacefully. Who would wish to perish at a whim? The aged thunder was no exception. Ha! With a light exclamation, Long Chen's robust thundertail forcefully embedded itself beneath the throne, straining to overturn it, only to discover it was not as simple as he had anticipated. Despite the throne's considerable weight, he could withstand it. However, the old Snake King, measuring over 20 meters in length, added a significant burden, making it truly challenging to lift. "I shall rise. I must rise. Confound it. I shall rise with all my might." After 5 strenuous attempts, Long Chen's face flushed, and he had exhausted every ounce of strength. Yet the throne had only shifted slightly, still far from being completely overturned. Clang. As I previously mentioned, host, you should allocate extra attributes to strength and Xuanqi. It appears you are unable to lift it now. "Are you?" The evolution system chimed in. Long Chen rolled his eyes in response, and chose to ignore it. Seeing Long Chen struggle so mightily, the old Snake King felt as though the distance between them was akin to the farthest stretch of the earth. as he stood before Long Chen, yet could not see him. A rather disheartening experience. "Young one, are you capable?" the old Snake King inquired, flicking his tongue. This was the most hopeful moment he had experienced in years. If this time proved fruitless, he would truly resign himself to despair. "I can." Long Chen grunted, once more exerting himself, embedding his tail firmly at the base of the throne, straining with all his might to overturn it. However, the combined weight of the throne and the old Snake King proved to be too much. His physical strength was limited, and the previously acquired attribute points, as the system had indicated, had not enhanced his strength, now revealing a slight disadvantage due to the level disparity. Observing Long Chen, whose face had turned crimson from exertion, the old Snake King, immobile upon the throne, could not help but encourage, "Keep it up. Young man, eat more meat later." Perhaps sensing a flicker of hope, the old Snake King had softened his tone towards Long Chen, no longer as cold and indifferent as before, concealed in the shadows. Mao Tai watched Long Chen exert himself to overturn the throne, his tiny paws clenched tightly as he cheered, "Go, Brother Long." Although he wished to assist, he was well aware that his own strength was limited, and the lightning prohibitions alone would be enough to deter him. After a final, all-out effort that still failed to shift the throne, Long Chen, panting heavily, took a moment to rest, scanning the area around the throne for any clues. He ultimately turned to the old Snake King and asked, "Senior, could you possibly shrink yourself a bit?" "Of course." The old Snake King nodded without hesitation, and in the bewildered gaze of Long Chen, he truly reduced his once massive form to the size of a fist. "Young man, how does this look?" Facing the old Snake King's straightforward inquiry, Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, a surge of indignation ignited within him. With eyes ablaze, Long Chen could no longer contain his fury and, with a single effortless motion, overturned the throne, his roar echoing throughout the hall. "Why on earth did you not mention you could shrink earlier? Did you take delight in watching me struggle?" It was no wonder Long Chen was incensed. What should have been as simple as a fart had turned into a monumental effort. The throne was overturned. The sealing power was automatically dispelled, and the long-imprisoned old thunder surged forth, like a dragon returning to the sea, his abundant and furious Xuanqi radiating outward. Within the grand hall, the turbulent waves of Xuanqi gathered from all directions, coalescing around the old Snake King. This long-lost power has finally returned to me. Upon the unsealing, the Thunder Snake King instantaneously regained all of its formidable powers, its might now resonating at the level of the Xuanlun realm. The once dull scales, which had lost their luster, now shimmered with a silvery brilliance, prompting it to emit a triumphant roar. "Ha ha! This king still lives. Just wait. I shall reclaim everything." As the Elder Snake King restored to its 5-star Xuanlun realm, Long Chen stood obediently to the side, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature. The flicker of unease crept into his heart. Would that fiend choose to be ungrateful and take his life? "Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing your task, 20 attribute points have been fully distributed. Allocate all points to defense. Immediately. At once." Long Chen fervently shouted within. Evolution system. "Another full allocation of defense. Ding! Host, I suggest you consider investing some points in strength or Xuanqi. Have you not seen the current circumstances? Full points to defense. Ding! All points have been allocated to defense for the host." As he felt the defensive power within him visibly surge, Long Chen exhaled deeply, offering himself a semblance of psychological comfort. Although he understood that with the additional 50 points in defense, he appeared capable of withstanding considerable attacks, the Elder Snake King, now liberated, was a genuine force at the Xuanlun realm. To put it plainly, no amount of defense would suffice against an opponent 2 levels above in Xuanqi. A single strike could likely spell his demise, with a twist of its serpentine head. The Thunder Snake King transformed from a creature the size of a fist into a robust serpent measuring 30 to 40 meters in length. Its crimson, piercing eyes glimmered with a chilling light as they turned toward Long Chen, who stood not far off. The once volatile and lively hall now fell into silence, a calm settling in with the return of the Elder Snake King's powers. The two locked eyes, Long Chen gazing up at the massive serpent, the stark contrast in their sizes causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. Compared to the elder Snake King, he felt as diminutive as a mere hatchling. Observing Long Chen, the elder Snake King flicked its tongue and grinned. "Young man, I did not misjudge you. Thank you for saving my life. Speak, and I shall grant you one request. Whatever you desire, if it is within my power, I shall fulfill it." Chapter 30. The elder Snake King, please you save my life. "Young man, speak, and I can fulfill one request, even if it pertains to my Snake King's horn." The elder Snake King swayed its head, clearly unconcerned with Long Chen's earlier outburst, exhibiting great joy instead. After all, there was nothing more gratifying than being reborn. With the seal lifted and its power restored, the elder Snake King, though still of the previous generation, could easily live for several more decades with its Xuanlun strength. In response to the elder Snake King's words, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched as he discerned no ill intent in the creature's demeanor, and with a slight smirk, he replied, "Did you not state that under no circumstances would you relinquish the Snake King's horn? What of your convictions?" Long Chen's question stemmed from the fact that the so-called Snake King's horn had yet to manifest on the elder Snake King's head. He harbored suspicions that perhaps it was merely a test of his character. The elder Snake King, undeterred by Long Chen's retort, chuckled, "Ha ha. In truth, I believe I was nearing death and thought no one should possess the Snake King's horn. However, that is no longer the case. I can continue to live, and all of this is thanks to you. The so-called Snake King's horn is but an external object. Should you desire it, I can bestow it upon you." Upon hearing this, Long Chen flicked his tongue and shook his head. "Forget it. Your so-called Snake King's horn does not pique my interest. What I wish for now is to leave this place with my companion." The elder Snake King gazed at Long Chen, somewhat taken aback. "Young man, do you comprehend what the Snake King's horn signifies? It represents the absolute power to command the entire Thunder Tribe with the Snake King's horn. Even I would have to heed your commands." As he spoke, the elder Snake King's gaze fell upon Long Chen's face, only to find, to his disappointment, that the young man seemed genuinely disinterested in such matters. Long Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated yet maintaining a calm exterior, replied, "Never mind, esteemed elder, I have no other demands. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply lead me out of here." What a jest! He was destined to become a pinnacle existence on the continent. How could a mere Thunder Tribe hold him captive? Upon hearing this, the elder Snake King regarded Long Chen, who was of a younger generation, with a peculiar expression. Suddenly, he found himself filled with curiosity towards this young Thunder Snake King and could not resist asking, "Interesting, what is your reasoning?" In response, Long Chen flicked his tongue nonchalantly. "There is no reasoning. I simply dislike being constrained. Power is indeed admirable, but pales in comparison to freedom." He was not purely a member of the Thunder Tribe. Upon ascending to the next level of evolution, he would transform into another type of serpent. Did he truly need to lead yet another tribe? Seeing Long Chen's response, the elder Snake King nodded slightly and then grinned. "In truth, I only asked out of curiosity. After all, if you truly desired the Snake King's horn, it is not in my possession at present. It must be retrieved from a secret location within the tribe." Long Chen nodded slightly at this, unconcerned. His primary focus was how to exit this desolate place with Maudai. Noticing Long Chen's indifferent demeanor, the elder Snake King felt a stir of emotions and inquired, "Young man, I recall the essence of every young Snake King from my tribe. Which lineage do you belong to?" In response, Long Chen smiled and replied, "I do not belong to any lineage. I am merely a wandering little Snake King." He was unaware of how many lineages existed within the Thunder Tribe, and chose to evade the question with a vague response. It appeared that this so-called Thunder Tribe was indeed quite extensive. The elder Snake King scrutinized Long Chen deeply before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Young man, so you too cherish your freedom. Very well, you remind me of my youthful self. I have high hopes for you." As he spoke, he playfully used his robust tail to pat Long Chen's back, akin to a gentle gesture of camaraderie. With a series of thuds resonating from his back, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly as he endured the powerful tail slaps of the elder Snake King. Stating, "Esteemed elder, I simply wish to leave this place with my brother." From a distance, Maudai, having sensed the absence of danger, finally emerged, landing atop Long Chen's head and nodding vigorously in agreement. Long Chen cast a glance at this creature that had a tendency to hide at the slightest hint of trouble, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet maintaining his calm and silence as he regarded the Snake King. Upon hearing this, the elder Snake King nodded slightly and gestured with his tail towards the rear. There, you will find a hidden passage that leads directly to the surface. The young ones from the tribe came through there. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Until we meet again, Long Chen acknowledged, preparing to depart. Young man, wait a moment. I have a request that I hope you can assist with. The elder Snake King suddenly turned, hesitating, and called out to Long Chen with a tone imbued with earnestness. Long Chen halted and turned back, puzzled. Esteemed elder, you have regained your strength. Why do you still require my aid? As a mere small demon at the Xuanqi level, how could he possibly assist a being at the Xuanlun level? The elder Snake King cleared his throat, chuckling awkwardly. It is that I have a personal matter to resolve. Would you be able to go to this location and find someone named Linner to help protect them? Protect Linner? Long Chen was taken aback, glancing at the map of the Thunder Tribe's lineage distribution that the elder Snake King had indicated. The location pointed out appeared to be relatively close. And judging by its scale, it seemed considerable. Are you suggesting that I infiltrate the tribe to locate a member named Linner and provide protection until you arrive? Long Chen queried in astonishment. The elder Snake King nodded, earnestly imploring, Indeed, that is my intent. I have never asked for anything in my life, but this time is an exception. I beseech you to protect the individual named Linner. Since you have slain the previous Snake King, you possess the bloodline of the Thunder Snake King, allowing you to blend in seamlessly. With your identity as the Thunder Snake King, the common tribe members will not dare to question you. Upon hearing these words, Long Chen nodded slightly, yet the response that followed was entirely unexpected for the old Serpent King. Chapter 31. Forcibly wading through murky waters, I regret to inform you, old Serpent King, that I have pressing matters to attend to and, alas, cannot assist you with this task. Long Chen shook his head gently, resolutely opting for refusal. What a jest it would be to send him alone into the depths of the Lei Lin Serpent Clan. If all went well, perhaps it would be manageable, but should a single mishap occur, he likely wouldn't survive the ordeal. Long Chen possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this so-called Lei Lin Serpent Clan. After all, there must be more than one Serpent King akin to himself among their ranks. Such a perilous endeavor was simply out of the question. The old Serpent King was utterly astonished by Long Chen's unequivocal refusal. His expression shifted from shock to disappointment as he said, Young man, can we not negotiate? Please, do not rush to dismiss my request. No. Old Serpent King, you misunderstood me. I genuinely do not wish to go. I am unable to assist with this matter, Long Chen reiterated. Upon hearing this, the old Serpent King's expression returned to its previous solemnity as he spoke in a grave tone. Young man, are you not afraid that if you reject me, I shall end your life this very moment? Long Chen flicked his tongue like a serpent and gazed at him, a grin spreading across his face. Old Serpent King, if you had the means to act, you would have done so the moment I declined your offer, would you not? If I'm not mistaken, you have yet to fully regain your strength. Your recent recovery was merely temporary, or perhaps you require an extended period of recuperation to gradually restore your original power. The old Serpent King furrowed his brows upon hearing this, realizing that Long Chen's assertion was completely accurate. Indeed, he had just managed to recover his profound energy levels, the overwhelming waves of energy sufficient to intimidate. However, anyone with discernment would not be frightened, for while the energy levels and their manifestations were genuine, they were fundamentally insubstantial. Years of being sealed had rendered his power a mere shadow of its former self, and his combat prowess was lamentably weak, a source of frustration for the old Serpent King. To regain his former peak strength would require a significant period of tranquil meditation, which was simply not feasible at present. Young man, is there truly no room for negotiation? The old Serpent King, recognizing he could not intimidate Long Chen, endeavored to persuade him with gentle words. Furthermore, despite being a demon serpent, his inherently upright nature meant that even if he had regained his full strength, he would never resort to treachery against Long Chen in the world of demonkind. Ingratitude was a grave taboo that would invite divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Long Chen shook his head and turned to glide toward the rear of the Grand Hall. saying, "Farewell, old Serpent King. Perhaps we shall meet again." In the next moment, Long Chen's figure vanished into the dark passage behind the hall, leaving the old Serpent King alone within the chamber. Whoosh, swiftly traversing the dark passage. Long Chen's gaze remained fixed ahead, his movements swift as he caught sight of a faint glimmer at the passage's end, casting a subtle light into the gloom, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. After an exhilarating and perilous interlude, he had finally returned to the surface. Ding! The system task is being issued. Please return to the Grand Hall. Host. Just as Long Chen was on the verge of reaching the light, the system's notification sounded suddenly in his mind. Abruptly halting his forward motion, Long Chen disregarded the bewildered expression above his head, internally musing, "System, what on earth are you up to? Why are you issuing so many tasks today?" Moreover, with the rhythm of the system's task issuance, a sense of foreboding washed over Long Chen. Ding! The system task has been issued, requiring the host to accept the old Serpent King's request and travel to the Lei Lin Serpent Clan to protect a clansman named Lin Heir. Ding! If the task is completed, a reward of 10 attribute points will be granted. As the system task was announced, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief as he internally roared. "No way, you must be joking. This could be a task. What kind of operation is this?" In response to Long Chen's furious triple inquiry, the system appeared unfazed, its notification chiming once more. "Ding! Please fulfill the task requirements, or face formatting and deletion from the system." All right. You're like a brother to me. I'll do it." Long Chen reluctantly acquiesced, feeling utterly helpless. Initially, he could have avoided wading through this murky water, yet the system compelled him to do so. What a predicament! With an exasperated sigh, Long Chen turned around, slowly making his way back toward the underground Grand Hall. The entity perched atop Long Chen's head, oblivious to the unfolding events, could not help but inquire as he noticed Long Chen retracing his steps. "Long Gu, what are we going back for?" "Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if I told you," Long Chen hissed, internally chastising the evolutionary system. Though he was exceedingly displeased, in order to avoid formatting, he complied and returned. Within the Grand Hall, the old Serpent King was pacing back and forth, his large serpentine form moving restlessly, clearly entangled in his thoughts. How could this be resolved? Without allies within, returning would surely alert the enemy. "Hey, old Serpent King, I've decided to accept your request. Let us discuss the benefits." In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed from the dark passage behind the throne, causing the previously troubled old Serpent King to light up with joy. "Ha ha, young man, I knew you would come back to assist me." The old Serpent King swiftly glided to the entrance of the dark passage, eagerly watching Long Chen's emergence, almost overwhelmed with the urge to embrace him. Flicking his tongue, Long Chen, with an air of resignation, waved his tail and grinned. "Old Serpent King, I can agree to infiltrate our clan to protect the clansman named Lin Heir." "Marvelous, simply marvelous," the old Serpent King nodded in delight. In response, Long Chen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, however, "Let us agree on what benefits I shall receive for my assistance." Upon hearing this, the old Serpent King did not hesitate to reply, "I shall present you with the most precious Serpent King's horn, provided you protect Lin Heir. Everything else is negotiable." Long Chen shot him a resigned glance, remarking, "Is there no other benefit? I have no desire to lead the Lei Lin Serpent Clan." The old Serpent King was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps hindered by the long years of his seal, his mind unable to respond effectively. Long Chen gazed at him in silence, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had known that this sealed old fellow seemed to possess nothing more valuable than the so-called Serpent King's horn. Just as Long Chen contemplated this, the system's notification suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! The host must accept the Serpent King's horn. Given the host's current circumstances, it holds greater value than any treasure. Chapter 32. Lei Lin Serpent Clan. Ding! Please agree to the request. The Serpent King's horn is essential. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Long Chen paused, furrowing his brows as he internally replied, "What use do I have for the Serpent King's horn? Do you expect me to lead this so-called Lei Lin Serpent Clan?" He had no intention of spending his life within this supposed clan. Death would be preferable to such an arrangement. Ding, the host has misunderstood. The value of the Serpent King's horn is precisely what the host requires at present, if the host wishes to rapidly enhance their profound energy levels. This is indeed a viable option. Upon hearing the words enhance profound energy levels, the previously listless Long Chen's eyes sparkled with interest if acquiring the Serpent King's horn could aid in his advancement. Then perhaps wading through this murky water was worth the endeavor. Noticing Long Chen's silence, the old Serpent King was racking his brain, realizing that aside from the Serpent King's horn, he truly had nothing else of value to offer. Should he offer the wealth obtained from hunting human cultivators? Within demonkind, human currency was nearly worthless, akin to refuse, utterly useless. Old Serpent King, it is settled then. I shall protect Lin Air, and in return, you will grant me the Serpent King's horn. Long Chen declared suddenly. Upon hearing this, the old Serpent King flicked his tongue and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent! Let this be our agreement. When do you intend to set off, young friend?" Perhaps feeling elated, the old Serpent King's tone toward Long Chen had turned exceedingly cordial. "Time is of the essence. I shall depart immediately." "How soon can you return?" Long Chen inquired. The old Serpent King smiled broadly. "I shall return swiftly. Rest assured, I will not leave you to fight alone. I merely need a little time." As the Moutai atop Long Chen's head observed the surroundings, it remained silent. In the next moment, as Long Chen was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned back to face the old Serpent King, asking, "Who exactly is this Lin Air to you?" The old Serpent King, taken aback by the words, suddenly flushed slightly, clearing his throat before saying, "This matter is of a personal nature, and I kindly ask that you refrain from inquiring further." Dragon Dust raised an eyebrow, suspecting he could infer a thing or two. Perhaps it was this fellow's young concubine. Regardless, having already promised the other party, it mattered not whose wife she was. He merely needed to fulfill his own mission. After a while, on the tranquil expanse of grassland, a robust silver serpent shadow darted out from behind a rock, coiling atop it, relishing the gentle breeze and the warm sunlight, thoroughly content. Perched upon the stone, Dragon Dust took a deep breath, feeling the cool wind against his face, flicked his tongue, and grinned. The sensation of being alive was truly exhilarating. After the harrowing escape of the previous night, Dragon Dust had nearly believed he was bidding farewell to this world. Fortunately, divine providence had favored him, allowing him to escape death. Humph, Blood Wolf mercenary group. Just wait until I level up. I shall return and be the first to annihilate you. The mere thought of the blood-clad man's pursuit from last night filled Dragon Dust's eyes with a fierce intensity. Noticing the palpable aura of vengeance emanating from Dragon Dust, Moutai, puzzled, inquired, "Dragon brother, what troubles you?" Upon hearing this, Dragon Dust dissipated his murderous intent, shook his head, and sighed. "It's nothing. Let us proceed to the thunder-scaled Serpent Clan." It truly felt as though he had just escaped the clutches of a tiger only to walk into the den of wolves. He could have developed steadily, yet the system constantly compelled him to seek challenges, which was undeniably thrilling. "Oh, Dragon brother, wherever you go, I shall follow," Moutai said with a silly grin. However, as soon as Dragon Dust had a destination in mind, he suddenly froze, realizing he had no knowledge of the path to the thunder-scaled Serpent Clan. The thunder-scaled serpents that had accompanied that impostor had already been slain by the old Serpent King. Without a guide, how could he possibly reach the clan? Just then, as Dragon Dust pondered, several silver serpent shadows suddenly emerged from the shadows, halting before him, all flicking their tongues in respect. "We have come to see His Majesty the Serpent King. The Serpent Queen requests your immediate return." This group of thunder-scaled serpents was undoubtedly ordinary clan members, distinctly different from Dragon Dust, most notably in their scales. The scales of common thunder-scaled serpents were a dull silver, while Dragon Dust scales shimmered with a brilliant silver radiance. They could also sense the imposing aura of Dragon Dust's royal bloodline. And given that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously slain impostor, they were utterly oblivious to any discrepancies. Faced with the sudden appearance of the thunder-scaled serpents, Dragon Dust's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Truly, it was a case of finding fortune without any effort. He had just been fretting over the route to the clan, and now it had been resolved. Ahem, I understand. Lead the way, Dragon Dust said, clearing his throat and deliberately lowering his voice to appear more authoritative. Yes, the other ordinary thunder-scaled serpents nodded respectfully and promptly turned to glide in a certain direction. With his own kin guiding him, Dragon Dust was pleased, and he noted that they had not detected that he was no longer the previous imposter. He inwardly chuckled. It seemed the old Serpent King had not deceived him. He could indeed infiltrate the clan under the guise of the imposter, making things considerably simpler. As they swiftly made their way, a vast pit-like area appeared before Dragon Dust, peering into the depths of the pit. He was taken aback that a torrential waterfall cascaded down from the rocky walls, gushing downwards and spreading across the lowlands beneath the plain, surrounded by lush green vegetation. The waterfall poured down, creating a river of life that flowed into the distance. This was the source of the waterfall. At the edge of the waterfall, numerous thunder-scaled serpents were stationed, evidently guarding the entrance. Your Majesty, the several thunder-scaled serpents who had previously led the way bowed respectfully, saying, upon the Serpent Queen's command, you are to return to the clan and proceed to the Serpent Queen's Grand Hall. We scouts are not permitted to enter the clan, and we kindly ask that you go on your own. Understood. Dragon Dust nodded lightly, then leaped onto the naturally formed slippery path beside the waterfall, proceeding slowly. We have seen your Majesty. We pay our respects, your Majesty. Along the way, many thunder-scaled serpents stationed at the entrance paid their respects. Dragon Dust nodded faintly, discreetly observing this group. The evolution system informed him that the strongest guardians here possessed a 3-star Shuanchi realm level. Dragon Dust couldn't help but marvel. Even the gatekeepers had reached the Shuanchi realm. This thunder-scaled serpent clan was likely not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 33. The thunder-scaled serpent queen, as he traversed the slick passageway deeper inside. Dragon Dust moved cautiously, relieved to see that there was only a single route leading into the clan. Had there been multiple paths, it would have been all too easy to expose himself. Following the dimly lit path behind the waterfall, Mao Tai, like an inquisitive child, looked around with curiosity, completely oblivious to any danger. It seemed that wherever Dragon Dust was, he felt no fear. In stark contrast, Dragon Dust flicked his tongue, carefully scanning the surroundings as he proceeded through the shadowy passage at a leisurely pace. At the end of the passage, light began to emerge, reminiscent of a moment when hope breaks through darkness. Eventually, as Dragon Dust stepped out of the dim corridor, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. This place was not the damp, dark underground snake den he had anticipated. Rather, it was warm and dry, with irregular openings in the rocky ceiling allowing sunlight to stream in, illuminating the space with warmth. Far from the expected gloom and the pervasive scent of serpents, everything here seemed refreshingly clean. Even Dragon Dust, visiting for the first time, couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. The thunder-scaled serpent clan appeared to have a penchant for cleanliness. This place resembled a water curtain cave. If not for his own eyes witnessing it, Dragon Dust would truly have believed he had stumbled upon the water curtain cave of the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Everything appeared so vividly imagined and realistic. Abundant green and unique vegetation adorned the rocky walls of the immense water curtain cave, releasing a refreshing fragrance. It seemed that the absence of serpent-like odor was indeed due to these verdant plants. Suddenly, several thunder-scaled serpents appeared before him, respectfully bowing to Dragon Dust. Your Majesty the Serpent King, we have been waiting here for some time. The Serpent Queen requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Dragon Dust shook off his surprise, nodded slightly, and said, lead the way. Yes, Your Majesty the Serpent King. 3 thunder-scaled serpents took the lead, and Dragon Dust followed at a leisurely pace, observing these 3 individuals, each only possessing the strength of a 9-star Shenmai realm. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Not long ago, he too was a small, insignificant serpent, and now he could infiltrate this place as a king. Thanks to the evolution system's assistance, he had successfully evolved into the thunder-scaled Serpent King. Without it, entering their inner sanctum would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. As he followed the winding and irregular serpent tunnels, Dragon Dust noticed that every so often, several thunder-scaled serpents were stationed along the way. While the guardians were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers made up for it. This clan had a remarkably stringent defense. As they proceeded, Dragon Dust's gaze suddenly fell upon a side tunnel. There seemed to be something within, and he spotted a female, thunder-scaled serpent slowly making her way inside, balancing a dish of food atop her head. It appeared that something was being nurtured within that dim tunnel. Your Majesty, the Serpent King. This way, please. The lead guide, the Lei Lin snake, turned its head to see Long Chen, who had suddenly halted behind them, and respectfully called out to him though. As his thoughts were pulled back, Long Chen's gaze discreetly swept over the dimly lit serpent cave entrance. But he gave it little thought and promptly followed, heading toward the grand hall where the so-called Lei Lin snake resided. After an indeterminate amount of time traversing the winding serpentine passages, as Long Chen emerged from the last sinuous tunnel, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a magnificent hall that appeared to be artificially constructed, boldly revealed within the expansive confines of the serpent cave. Atop the hall's ceiling rested a colossal stone statue of a coiled serpent, boasting a head reminiscent of a dragon's horn, gazing fiercely upward. Despite being merely a statue, the malevolent aura it emanated was enough to leave Long Chen secretly astounded. While the hall appeared to be grand, a closer examination revealed that it was merely hewn from the cave's interior, rather than constructed through any architectural prowess, akin to the palace that had previously sealed the old Serpent King. I told you, snakes can't possibly construct anything. Long Chen secretly chuckled to himself. Nevertheless, he was indeed taken aback by such an endeavor. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, which effectively reshaped his worldview of the dragon ancient continent. His gaze shifted upward, and Long Chen naturally noticed the dragon horn-like structure atop the serpent statue, a moment of realization dawning upon him. That horn-like feature must be what the old Serpent King referred to as the Serpent King's horn. Indeed, the serpent statue, adorned with the Serpent King's horn, radiated an aura and unique energy waves far beyond that of an ordinary Lei Lin snake. It seemed that this so-called Serpent King's horn was a true mark of royalty. It appears that the impostor's quest for the Serpent King's horn was likely instigated by this Serpent Queen. Long Chen flicked his tongue and squinted his eyes, deep in contemplation. Upon arriving at the hall's entrance, the three guiding Lei Lin snakes abruptly halted and respectfully bowed to Long Chen, stating, "Your Highness, the Serpent Queen awaits within the hall. You may enter." Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly and, maintaining a composed demeanor alongside Mao Tai, slowly stepped into the palace that served as the Serpent Queen's abode. Inside the Serpent Palace, the vast and simply adorned space showcased minimal furnishings, primarily a red pathway resembling a carpet, denoting the path forward. As Long Chen traversed the crimson-marked stone floor, his eyes scanned the surroundings, only to find no other Lei Lin snakes present. At the end of the path stood a singular golden platform, reminiscent of a throne, prominently poised. Upon this platform rested a robust, shimmering silver Lei Lin snake, presenting itself before him. This Lei Lin snake measured approximately 20 meters in length, its powerful body resembling a pillar supporting the very palace itself, exuding an air of strength. Ding, caution, host, this is a Lei Lin snake queen, possessing strength at the 7-star mystic spirit realm. Listening to the voice of the evolution system, Long Chen's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this creature was significantly more formidable than the blood-clad man who had previously pursued him. Suddenly, Long Chen realized that the old Serpent King's request might not be as straightforward as he had presumed. In the next moment, the massive Lei Lin snake, which had been resting with its eyes closed, appeared to sense the approach of another life form, promptly opening its languid eyes to gaze at Long Chen. But a melodious and alluring voice then resonated. "You've returned. How did it go?" Chapter 34. A lost trail sensing the presence of life entering the hall. The Lei Lin snake queen, coiled upon the golden platform, leisurely opened her lazy eyelids and regarded Long Chen below, flicking her tongue as she spoke in a captivating and sultry tone. "My little prince, you have returned. How did it go?" Taken aback by such a melodious and seductive voice, Long Chen found himself momentarily speechless. He noted that this so-called Lei Lin snake queen, irrespective of her appearance, had a voice that could enchant anyone. Alas, she was a demon snake and not a human, and thus Long Chen merely marveled at her voice without any further thoughts. Although he pondered this, Long Chen was astonished to discover that, perhaps due to his own demonic lineage, he felt an involuntary thrill upon hearing the Lei Lin Snake Queen's enchanting voice. This thrill was not of his own volition, but evidently influenced by his demonic heritage. After all, from the perspective of the demon race, this graceful Lei Lin Snake Queen indeed possessed a certain beauty. Unfortunately, the Long Chen who had traversed from his previous human life could not appreciate this aspect. Not receiving an answer, the Lei Lin Snake Queen slightly furrowed her brows, her originally sultry voice now tinged with a hint of coldness, pulling Long Chen back from his reverie. "Little prince, how did everything go?" Faced with the inquiry, Long Chen's mind raced as he quickly formulated a response, feigning an expression of grievance as he replied. "Regarding the Serpent Queen, that old wretch was ungrateful. I employed every possible method. Yet the stubborn old fool ignored me entirely. I had no choice but to return empty-handed to report to you." He could only respond this way, fully aware that what the Serpent Queen desired was the Serpent King's horn that the impostor had sought before. Upon hearing his response, the atmosphere within the once dim hall turned chillingly tense. Before Long Chen could react, the stout silver tail of the Lei Lin Snake Queen lashed out fiercely. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash echoing through the hall. Long Chen found himself unexpectedly struck by the Lei Lin Snake Queen's tail, hurtling backward to collide against a stone pillar. Coughing violently from the impact, Long Chen felt as though his very organs had been shaken. And though he remained silent on the ground, his inner thoughts were laced with curses. Damn it, helping others has led to this beating. Once that old Serpent King arrives, I must demand extra compensation. This beating cannot go unpaid. Long Chen would never engage in a losing deal. Although the force of the strike was tremendous, the Lei Lin Snake Queen was aware that she was striking the only Serpent King of her lineage. So she merely delivered a light reprimand and did not exert full strength, her alluring voice turning icy. "Hemph, you truly are a useless waste. You cannot even accomplish such a simple task. If it were not for the Serpent King's bloodline within you, I would have obliterated you by now." In response, Long Chen straightened his serpent form and respectfully stated, "As you say, Serpent Queen, I have disappointed you." The previous strike had startled a certain nylon butterfly, causing it to flee to a hidden corner in fear. Observing the young Serpent King before her, the Lei Lin Snake Queen scoffed. What else did that old fool say? In reply to the Serpent Queen, Long Chen explained, "That old wretch, relying on my inability to breach the seal's lightning taboo, refused to utter a single word. I exhausted every method, but could do nothing about it. A mere dying old man wishing to clutch the Serpent King's horn, truly unaware of his own limitations." The Lei Lin Snake Queen flicked her tongue, her voice returning to its previous enchanting tone. "Forget about that for now. As you know, the clan assembly is approaching, and young Serpent Kings from other clans will be arriving. Make sure you do not botch this. Otherwise," hearing this, Long Chen refrained from any superfluous comments, simply nodding. "Rest assured, Serpent Queen, I will not bring shame upon you." Regardless of what transpired next, departing from this place to locate the so-called Linner was of utmost priority. "Very well, you may leave. Focus on your training. I've heard there's an exceptionally gifted individual attending the clan assembly. Be cautious. If you fail, your demise is trivial, but if you tarnish the clan's reputation, prepare to face dire consequences." With that, the Lei Lin Snake Queen paid him no further heed, closing her eyes once more to rest upon her throne. Seeing this, Long Chen turned and exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Tai. And together they departed the Grand Hall. Exiting into the Serpentine Passage, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his cleverness had saved him. Had he misspoken, the consequences would have been far graver than mere punishment. "Long Gu, where shall we go next?" Mao Tai inquired, seemingly uneasy in this place. Flicking his tongue, Long Chen directed his gaze towards the passage where he had previously left his mark, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he stated, "Where else could we go but to assist the old Serpent King in finding that Linner?" Retracing his steps along the path he had previously taken, Long Chen's exceptional memory allowed him to navigate the labyrinthine passages with ease, avoiding any missteps. After swiftly traversing several serpentine tunnels, He arrived once more at a fork that had piqued his interest earlier. The cursory glance revealed a slight furrowing of his brow. Among the myriad of snake tunnels. Although patrolled by the formidable Lei Lin snakes, this particular junction was conspicuously devoid of any guards. Occasionally, a female Lei Lin snake could be seen gliding by, balancing a tray of food atop her head, seemingly on her way to deliver sustenance. Long Chen's instincts tingled with suspicion. He sensed there was something amiss. With a careful survey of his surroundings, he noticed the absence of other Lei Lin snakes, prompting him to stealthily enter the seemingly ordinary yet subtly intriguing snake tunnel. After several minutes of navigating the dimly lit passage, Long Chen realized it extended far longer than anticipated. The depths remained shrouded in darkness, the length of his journey uncertain. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his expression shifting ever so slightly. Mao Tai, noticing his sudden stop, inquired, "What is it?" Long Chen's eyes narrowed, the weight of concern etched on his face as he replied, "I've lost track of the one who entered before me." Chapter 35. Effortless gains. Long Chen's keen gaze, akin to a night vision device, scanned the surroundings of the snake tunnel, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "I can't believe I've lost him." Despite the presence of several forks after entering, he had clearly been following the Lei Lin snake with the food tray, and yet, in mere minutes, he had lost sight of it. Finding himself amidst unfamiliar territory with scant signs of Lei Lin snake activity, Long Chen's expression darkened slightly. With the guide snake now absent, he would have to rely solely on his instincts. As his gaze flitted over the two distant forks ahead, he felt a slight hesitation before making his choice. Soon, he and Mao Tai arrived at the junction, where both the left and right tunnels bore faint traces of Lei Lin snake activity, leaving Long Chen in a state of indecision. Having lost the trail, he found himself grappling with the challenge of discerning which passage had been traversed by the Lei Lin snake he had been following. "Your Highness, the Snake King, you have arrived," a timid female snake voice called from behind. Startling Long Chen from his contemplation, he quickly turned to see the very Lei Lin snake he had stealthily followed emerging from behind him. Clearly, Long Chen realized he had unwittingly positioned himself ahead of her, unable to detect the presence of the forked paths ahead. "Your Highness," the maid-like Lei Lin snake cautiously addressed him, noticing his fluctuating demeanor. Regaining his composure, Long Chen feigned seriousness, asking, "Where are you delivering the food?" The maid snake paused momentarily, responding, "Your Highness, did you not instruct me to deliver meals to Princess Liner at regular intervals?" She had not expected such a question from him, which caught her off guard. Long Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What did you just say?" "I instructed you to deliver meals to whom?" "To Princess Liner, Your Highness." "Have you forgotten?" The maid snake's confusion deepened, sensing something unusual about the Snake King today. Yet, she firmly believed she was addressing the same Long Chen she had always known, though internally she was puzzled by his apparent forgetfulness, unbeknownst to her. The Long Chen she recognized had long since perished. The being before her was the true Snake King, reborn. Long Chen felt a surge of delight at the maid's revelation. He had been uncertain how to locate this Liner. But what fortune had smiled upon him now? Noticing Long Chen's sudden grin, the maid snake called out, "Your Highness, do you have a matter to attend to?" Snapping back to reality, Long Chen realized he had nearly revealed his true nature. He cleared his throat and spoke gravely, "Ahem, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of Princess Liner?" The maid snake, puzzled, responded, "Your Highness, Princess Liner is confined at your command." "Have you forgotten? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Long Chen's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning fierce. His robust silver tail lashed out, coiling tightly around the maid snake's vulnerable neck, and he growled menacingly, startled by the sudden aggression and sensing the threat of death. The maid, a mere 7-star Schwamma-level Lei Lin snake, trembled in fear and hastily begged for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me. It was my overstep." Long Chen's eyes glinted ominously as he regarded the maid snake, whose fate lay firmly within his grasp. "You will answer my questions truthfully. If you utter anything extraneous, you shall know the consequences. Do you understand?" "I understand." The maid snake quivered, overwhelmed by the pressure of his bloodline. Her thoughts scattered as she nodded vigorously. Seeing that she was sufficiently intimidated, Long Chen gradually released his grip, his tone steady as he asked, "Now, tell me where Princess Linner is imprisoned. I've been preoccupied and may have forgotten." The maid snake coughed violently, then lifted the fallen food tray, placing the previously discarded rotting meat back upon it without cleaning, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, Princess Linner is in the left tunnel. Proceed to the end, and you shall find her." Nodding slightly, Long Chen cast his gaze toward the left passage of the fork ahead, then turned to the maid snake and said coolly, "Leave the tray here. I have inquiries for Princess Linner." "You may depart." "Yes, Your Highness." The maid snake cautiously set the tray down and respectfully bowed before turning to leave. Once she was out of sight, Long Chen glared at the repugnant morsel on the tray. Grimacing as he tossed it aside and swiftly moved down the passage she had indicated, as Long Chen's figure vanished into the forked tunnel, the previously frightened maid snake lingered in the shadows, her mind swirling with confusion before eventually departing the area. As time drifted by and Long Chen delved deeper into the tunnel, he followed the now unbranched path until he finally arrived at a structure resembling a prison at its terminus. As he drew nearer, he discerned that this prison was not made of iron bars, but rather a uniquely carved stone enclosure, imbued with a subtle aura of profound energy and intricate patterns etched into its surface. A spiritual formation? Long Chen mused, raising an eyebrow at the elaborate carvings of the cage. He had not anticipated such a treasure within the Lei Lin snake clan, in his previous encounter with a level 4 Thunder Spirit formation. He had glimpsed similar intricate inscriptions, but had paid them little heed at the time. Compared to the complexity of a level 4 Thunder Spirit formation, the level 1 formation before him was far less intricate. Ding! The formation before the host is a level 1 Thunder formation. It poses no threat. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Long Chen chuckled. He found himself unafraid of anything, save for thunder itself. "Wait here for me. I shall take a look inside." Long Chen set the Moutai aside and leaned forward, stepping into the first-level spirit formation. Upon entering, he disregarded the surrounding lightning strikes that felt merely like a tickle. And his gaze fixed ahead, in the dimness before him, he discerned a medium-sized thunder-scale serpent coiled in a corner, its presence stark against the shadows. Chapter 36. The Scaled Child in the Dark Recess of the Spirit Formation. The medium-sized thunder-scale serpent was nestling its head into its own embrace, huddled tightly. Observing the creature, Long Chen noted the numerous bright, silver scales marred by wounds of varying severity. Some were particularly deep, resembling the marks of extreme cruelty. Frowning at the sight, he scanned the area, his heart filled with astonishment. He detected a foul stench, discovering decaying flesh strewn around the spirit formation, remnants of a meal long abandoned after a single bite. The rot was so far gone that it was unrecognizable, unfit even for beasts, let alone the likes of a demonic creature. Clearly, this abused thunderscale serpent had been driven to the brink of starvation. Resorting to gnawing on the repugnant carrion. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, Long Chen spoke as calmly as possible. "Are you the Scaled Child?" Upon hearing the common tongue of the demon race. The coiled thunderscale serpent instinctively poked its head out cautiously, flicking its forked tongue. Fear suddenly clouded its gentle, timid eyes as it caught sight of a shadow it had dreaded all its life. The thunderscale serpent king. Hissing in terror, the battered serpent recoiled as if faced with a horrific apparition, pressing itself desperately against the barrier of the spirit formation. Yet, even as it strained away from Long Chen, the electric force of the formation surged, and the serpent, despite its fear, preferred to endure the relentless shocks rather than approach him. As the intensity of the electric strikes from the first-level formation escalated, the serpent emitted a series of subdued, delicate hisses, its fearful gaze unwaveringly fixed on Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen's brow furrowed, and a pang of empathy struck his heart. What kind of torment must it have endured to evoke such terror? He understood, then, that it was not him she feared, but rather the imitation of himself that had tormented her before. Surely that impostor had inflicted considerable suffering upon her, proving to be disturbingly cruel. Realizing that vanquishing that impostor had been the right course of action, he felt a surge of vindication. Yet, a flicker of compassion stirred within him as he approached cautiously, with each step closer. The serpent pressed itself even harder against the barrier, its fright surpassing the force of the lightning. The confines of the spirit formation were limited, and no matter how much it tried to retreat, there was no escape. "Please, don't hurt me," the serpent whimpered, trembling as it bowed its head, too terrified to even glance at the approaching Long Chen. The creature, with its delicate features, was so frightened that it failed to realize that the figure before it was not the tormentor it had known. Halting his advance, Long Chen flicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. He then suddenly lashed out with his tail. Facing the swift strike of the robust, silver-scaled tail, the quivering serpent shut its eyes tightly, bracing for an impending blow. But to its astonishment, the expected electric assault never came. Cautiously reopening its eyes, the serpent found Long Chen standing before it, yet it remained motionless, unsure of his intentions. Although it did not comprehend his purpose, it prepared itself for the worst. "You must be the scale child," Long Chen inquired softly, his gaze resting on the battered creature. In response, the thunderscale serpent regarded him with confusion, hesitantly asking, "You are not His Highness Long Chen?" Fidgeting, Long Chen smiled. "This Long Chen is not that Long Chen. I am indeed His Highness Long Chen, but not the one who tormented you. That wretch has met his end at my hands. I have come to fulfill an old one's request to protect you." Upon hearing this, the scaled child raised her head, uncertainty etched on her face. Yet, as she beheld the sunny smile gracing Long Chen's countenance, her fear resurfaced, and she lowered her gaze, trembling. "Your Highness Long Chen, I truly do not know where the Serpent King's horn is. Please, do not harm me any further." Witnessing the frightened demeanor of this young demon, Long Chen's heart ached for the torment she had endured at the hands of the impostor. What inhumane trials had she faced to elicit such fear? Mount Ai, tend to her wounds. Understanding the urgency, Long Chen knew he must stabilize her fragile state of mind before anything else. Although currently devoid of combat prowess, Mount Ai was an adept healer, capable of addressing external injuries. "All right, Dragon Brother," Mount Ai exclaimed, eager to showcase his skills. He hopped down from Long Chen's head to stand before the scaled child, regarding her grievous wounds with a frown. "This may take some time and could be painful, so bear with it," he cautioned. As radiant light coalesced from Mount Ai's paws, it gradually seeped into the serpent's scales. Hissing in pain, the scaled child instinctively tried to wriggle free, mistaking the healing for further harm. Long Chen swiftly stepped forward to restrain her, his voice low and reassuring. "Do not move. Trust me, I am not that Long Chen you fear. I mean you no harm." Upon hearing this, the scaled child began to calm, though fear still lingered within her. Yet, she noticed that this Long Chen was indeed not the tormentor she had known. He bore an air of dominance, yet there was a unique gentleness about him, one that the cruel impostor could never possess. As time slipped by, Mount Ai diligently treated the scaled child's wounds, while she remained mostly still, save for the initial flinching from the pain. Eventually, Mount Ai plopped down, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I can't go on. Dragon Brother, I'm out of energy. Let's continue tomorrow." Hearing this, Long Chen observed that the most severe wounds on the scaled child had completely healed, leaving only minor injuries. Nodding, he asked, "How do you feel now?" Chapter 37. Do you have a partner? Upon hearing his question, the scaled child realized that her worst injuries had all but vanished, her scales shining with renewed vitality. "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. I feel much better now," she replied gratefully. Mount Ai interjected, hugging his tiny paws. "It was my healing that helped you." The scaled child blinked in surprise, then flicked her tongue and murmured, "And I also thank this little gentleman. I do not know how I can repay you." Mount Ai waved his paws dismissively, his pride evident, and no need for thanks. "You should express your gratitude to my dragon brother instead." Gurgle, gurgle. The scaled child's gaze shifted, and before she could voice her gratitude to Long Chen, her stomach growled audibly. Startled, she blushed and buried her head in her coils, too embarrassed to speak. Long Chen raised an eyebrow at her sudden shyness and promptly pulled out a selection of fruits that Mount Ai had previously gathered. "Here, have some fruit to fill your stomach. I know you want meat, but be patient. I'll arrange for it to be delivered to you tomorrow." Seeing the crisp, glowing fruits presented before her, the scaled child wasted no time. Devouring them with fervor, her earlier timidity forgotten. Slow down. There's plenty to go around, Long Chen cautioned, his brow furrowing as he observed her ravenous appetite. It was evident she had not tasted fresh food in quite some time. Given her desperate manner, perhaps due to the prolonged deprivation of such delightful sustenance, the scaled child quickly polished off the fruits, her hunger abated at last. Seeing her condition improve, Long Chen flicked his tongue and said, "We'll leave it at this for today. I came in haste, but I will return tomorrow. In the meantime, I will ensure your safety. Mao Tai, let us depart." As Long Chen turned to leave with Mao Tai, Liner suddenly, feeling a twinge of timidity, called out to him and shyly remarked, "Your Highness Long Chen, you share the same name as Long Chen from my clan," and that previous Long Chen, upon hearing this. Long Chen turned back, smiling as he replied, "I am not the Long Chen you speak of. That impostor has already been executed by me. There is now only one Long Chen." Liner, sensing a hint of confusion, could not help but inquire, "So, are you the new Long Chen of the clan?" With a thoughtful expression, Long Chen rubbed his chin and responded, "I suppose so. However, this secret must remain between us. The other clan members are unaware of this matter." Upon hearing this, Liner nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Your Highness, rest assured, Liner understands." Seeing that matters were nearing conclusion, Long Chen chuckled, "Do not be anxious. I have promised the old Snake King to protect you during these days. But for now, you must endure a bit." "Old Snake King?" Upon hearing these words, Liner's body trembled, and she stepped forward, gazing intently at Long Chen, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Your Highness Long Chen, are you referring to my father?" "Your father?" In the face of Liner, who nearly drew near, Long Chen instinctively stepped back, astonished. "Are you not the wife of the old Snake King?" "Wife?" Liner blinked her beautiful, clear eyes, equally astonished. "That is my father. I am not his wife. Your Highness Long Chen, you seem to be mistaken." Realizing his error, Long Chen's cheeks flushed slightly as he comprehended that the old Snake King had entrusted him with the protection of his daughter. At that moment, Mao Tai suddenly lifted his head, exclaiming in surprise, "You are the daughter of that old fellow." However, Liner did not respond to Mao Tai. Instead, she anxiously turned to Long Chen, asking, "Your Highness Long Chen." Noticing her approach, Long Chen instinctively withdrew a bit and sighed. "Just call me Long Chen. I am not quite accustomed to being addressed so formally." With his words, the timidness and fear in Liner's eyes dissipated as if she had been reborn. She nodded eagerly, but, looking at Long Chen, shyly ventured, "Then, may I call you Brother Long Chen?" "That is entirely up to you, as long as you do not call me so formally." Long Chen replied with a nod and continued, "What were you about to ask me?" Liner leaned closer to Long Chen, her excitement evident as she asked, "Brother Long Chen, is my father still alive? There are many rumors in the clan that say he perished outside." Long Chen paused, taken aback by her question, before chuckling softly. "Killed? It must have been that Thunderlin snake who told you that, right?" "Yes, it is not my biological mother, but my stepmother. My mother passed away during my birth." Lina nodded in acknowledgement. What a truly sorrowful tale. Long Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he managed to smile while gently reassuring her with his tale. "Do not worry. Your father is safe. That he mentioned he had some personal matters to attend to and would return soon. For these days, I will secretly protect you until the old Snake King comes back. After all, as you know, the clan's gathering is approaching, and all the other Snake Kings will be present." Liner nodded happily. Her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, "Liner understands. I will trouble you, Brother Long Chen. However, you must endure being here for the next few days. I cannot take you outside just yet, for fear of raising suspicion among the other clan members." Long Chen stated solemnly, "Rest assured, Brother Long Chen, Liner will remain here. I am very obedient and will not cause you any trouble," Liner said, nodding dutifully, and then, feeling a bit shy, added, "Brother Long Chen, will there be enough food?" At her words, Long Chen was taken aback, a pang of discomfort rising within him, yet he could only chuckle helplessly and reply, "Do not worry. I will ensure you have the best, that I will look after you for these days." "All right. Liner will wait here for Brother Long Chen." Liner nodded with delight. "That is for the best. Mao Tai, let us go." Long Chen wrapped his tail around Mao Tai and placed him atop his head, preparing to leave. Ah, wait. Suddenly, Moutai seemed to recall something, promptly hopping down and bouncing toward Linner, asking Linner, "Do you have a partner?" "My brother Long Chen is currently single." Linner, taken aback by Maotai's sudden remark, shyly shook her head and replied, "Linner does not have—" Long Chen's expression darkened as he swiftly used his tail to pull Maotai back, dragging him away. "Why must you always be around? Just be quiet. I'm merely trying to find a partner for you." "Brother Long Chen Linner is quite good. Speak less. No one considers you mute, but you are nothing but a nuisance. Do not cause trouble." As Long Chen's figure vanished from sight, Linner, who had once been filled with despair and fear, now shone with hope. The father she had thought long dead was alive, and now she had a Long Chen, gentler than the previous impostor, to protect her. This moment, she truly felt as if her hardships were finally yielding to sweetness, especially when she recalled Long Chen's image. Linner, nestled in her corner, could not help but smile shyly. Unbeknownst to her, Long Chen's shadow had taken root in her heart like a seed, growing ever taller and clearer, indelibly etched in her memory. As the thunder-lightning spirit array returned to its original state, Linner, from this moment onward, was no longer afraid. She was determined to live well, just as Long Chen had advised before leaving. All that remained was to await in silence. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Maotai emerged from the passageway that had confined Linner. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the maid snake he had previously threatened, who was now stationed by the original division point, and swiftly approached her. Sensing the approach of a clan member, the maid snake looked down and, upon recognizing Long Chen, quickly moved forward, respectfully stating, "Your Highness Snake King, you have returned." Long Chen approached the maid snake, his expression resuming its earlier seriousness as he asked, "What are you doing here?" "Returning to your Highness. I have served you for many years, so of course, I am here to escort you back to rest." The maid snake replied, slightly taken aback before responding, "Very well, take me back." Long Chen nodded, understanding the wisdom of saying little, and commanded. Under the maid snake's guidance, Long Chen was soon brought to the resting quarters. Upon arrival, he gazed at the grand hall carved from a snake cave and internally sighed. Indeed, it was befitting of the residence of the Thunder Lin Snake King, truly magnificent, observing the stone hall where he had previously slain the impostor, especially the entrance where several maid snakes awaited. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback, secretly deriding the situation. It was evident that the impostor Long Chen had been a king who reveled in carnal pleasures. As the maid snakes standing at the entrance were all underage and, according to the aesthetics of the demon race, quite charming, this indicated that the impostor he had slain had a taste for beauty. "What are you all doing standing there?" Long Chen feigned a stern demeanor and commanded, "You need not come here for the next few days. I require rest. All of you disperse," as Long Chen's voice echoed. The several female Thunder Lin snakes standing in line were taken aback, quickly bowing and departing, not daring to linger any longer. The maid snake following Long Chen was also momentarily astonished, increasingly puzzled by Long Chen's unusual behavior. Wasn't he usually fond of the young and beautiful clan maidens? What was different today? Was he perhaps feeling disinterested? If Long Chen were to discern the thoughts swirling in the mind of his attendant, the serpent, he would likely be so enraged that he might spew forth a mouthful of serpent's blood. Observing several maidens, the Lei Lin serpents, who were meant to attend to him, departing instead, Long Chen secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He stepped forward, pushed open the stone door, and entered within. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of what appeared to be spotlights, as the surroundings were aglow with the shimmer of gold and silver treasures, truly dazzling his eyes. Gazing upon the temple filled with treasures glinting in golden hues, Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering which affluent human family had been plundered to amass such wealth. There were golden imperial wine cups, an array of silver collars, and numerous ornaments that gleamed like flowing gold, all bearing traces of long-dried blood. It was evident that these meticulously crafted, radiant treasures were the handiwork of the humans from the Dragon Ancient Continent. After all, while Long Chen believed there might exist demon clans capable of forging items, it was certainly not the Lei Lin Serpent clan. Matai seemed entranced by these glittering objects, drifting away from Long Chen's side to explore them with curious delight. Noting that the curious follower was the seven-colored butterfly who had returned with Long Chen, the serpent attendant dared not voice any objections, feigning ignorance. Settling back onto the throne, Long Chen regarded his ever-respectful attendant, observing the longing in her gaze, as if she were perpetually prepared for his command. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "You may take your leave. I require no disturbances for the time being." Upon hearing this, the attendant, who had already prepared herself, was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain herself from inquiring, "Your Highness, are you feeling fatigued?" Long Chen cast her a sidelong glance. His voice sharp, "Do not ask what you should not. If you wish for death, I can grant it to you at this moment." The attendant immediately bowed deeply, her voice trembling. "I dare not, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Perceiving her confusion, Long Chen cleared his throat and explained, "The clan assembly is imminent. Young princes from other clans will also be in attendance, that I must conserve my stamina and combat prowess to showcase myself during the gathering." Upon hearing this, the attendant instantly comprehended, hastily presenting a plate of meticulously peeled fruits, delicately offering it to Long Chen with a gentle smile. "Your Highness, indeed the clan assembly is your opportunity to shine. Among the other princes, though they possess commendable talent, they pale in comparison to you. I believe you are the strongest." Long Chen nodded slightly, accepting the fruits with his mouth, instinctively murmuring, "Thank you." The attendant was momentarily stunned, staring at Long Chen with disbelief, her heart racing with incredulity. The normally ruthless prince, who regarded life as trivial, had actually expressed gratitude today. Observing the astonished look in her eyes, Long Chen suddenly realized his slip. Coughing awkwardly, "What I meant to say is, I am tired and wish to rest." The attendant nodded respectfully, placing the fruit plate down, and bowed. "Then I shall not disturb Your Highness's rest. I take my leave." Just as the attendant was about to exit the stone hall, Long Chen, perched upon the throne, suddenly raised his head and commanded, "One more thing. From this day forth, provide Lin Air with the freshest meat." The attendant, standing at the doorway, expressed her confusion. "Your Highness, did you not previously request for Lin Air, the princess, to be given the most putrid meat?" "The plan has changed, for the sake of the Serpent Queen's strategy. I need to deliberate carefully. Therefore, provide Lin Air with the freshest food to keep her complacent. Do you understand?" Long Chen instructed. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand. Good, you may leave." Once the attendant departed the stone hall and the door was securely closed, Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Goodness, I nearly slipped up." Chapter 39. The five-star Xuanqi realm. As soon as the attendant had completely exited and the stone door sealed shut, silence enveloped the stone hall, save for Matai, who continued to flit among the glimmering treasures. Long Chen, reclining on the throne, exhaled deeply and stretched his mouth in a grin. "Thank goodness I managed to think on my feet and change my words. I almost revealed everything." Reflecting on the series of events that had unfolded seamlessly since departing the underground palace and infiltrating the territory of the Lei Lin serpent clan, Long Chen marveled at how he had not yet been exposed. Recalling how effortlessly everything had transpired, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bittersweetness. Fortunately, these individuals lacked intelligence. Otherwise, had even one of them been clever, he might have already met his end. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and Lin Air was settled. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for that old Serpent King to make his appearance. Long Chen muttered to himself, a sense of helplessness creeping in. "Never mind. If I sense danger, I will depart at the earliest opportunity. Hopefully, that old codger arrives soon." Though the old Serpent King promised to return quickly, he did not specify how soon. If he is not returned by the time of the clan assembly, it would truly be rather unfortunate. Ding! The system task has been completed. 10 attribute points have been awarded. Long Chen, reclining on the throne with his eyes closed, suddenly heard the system's notification, lifting his head in astonishment. "Is the task completed already? System, display my attribute chart." Ding, retrieving attribute chart for the host. "Please wait. Host. Long Chen race. Demon form. Lei Lin Serpent King rank. 2-star Xuanqi realm talent. Max thunder resistance Xian technique. Exploding fangs. High-level yellow tier. Xian method. 9 transformations into dragon technique, high-level yellow tier. Currently in the first transformation state. Attribute points: 10 Xin Qi, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 soul, 0 defense. 50. Experience points required for devouring. 550, 1200. Gazing at the updated attribute chart, Long Chen's attention drifted into the air as he flicked his serpent tongue, his mind racing with thoughts. This task was completed rather swiftly. Now that the task is done, does that mean I can make my escape? After all, the system task of protecting Lin Air has been accomplished, and remaining in this so-called lair of the Lei Lin serpent clan is fraught with danger. Perhaps it would be best to leave now. Ding! A new task has been issued. The host must ensure Lin Air's safety until the old Serpent King arrives. Splendid, I knew it. Upon hearing the sudden new system task, Long Chen could not help but roll his eyes. He was well aware that this matter was far from as simple as he had anticipated. It seemed this adventure would need to continue. All I want is to live peacefully, yet the system keeps heightening the stakes for my survival. It is truly a challenge. Long Chen sighed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Though he felt a sense of resignation, Long Chen understood that life must go on. He resolved not to dwell on the matter further and close his eyes to rest. Ding! The host has 10 attribute points available. Please specify. Allocate them all to defense. Do not bother me further. Ding! Very well. Sensing a significant boost in his defensive capabilities, Long Chen finally felt a trace of comfort. As he relaxed, an idea struck him, and he could not help but open his eyes to examine the attribute chart. His gaze settled on the Xian method, the 9 transformations into dragon technique. Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue and inquired, System, I need to reach the 6th transformation to become a dragon. Does that mean until I reach the 6th transformation, I can only evolve in my serpent form? Ding! Do not worry, host. Once you reach the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations into dragon technique, you will be able to evolve from serpent to a jiao. While it may not be a dragon, your combat prowess will significantly increase. Upon hearing the system's response, Long Chen nodded slightly. He was growing increasingly intrigued by the 9 transformations into dragon technique, the only method he could independently enhance on this continent. If reaching the 6th transformation allows me to evolve into a dragon, then what will reaching the 9th transformation entail? Surely it must be something extraordinary. The more he contemplated, the brighter his future appeared. Brother Long, look at this cup. It's so marvelous. Meanwhile, Matai flew over from a distance, clutching a uniquely shaped cup in her tiny paws. As Matai showcased the cup's wonders, she demonstrated that by merely changing the angle, the previously silver cup would instantly transform into gold. Quite the spectacle. Puffed. It's just a cup. What is so wonderful about it? It can't be eaten. Long Chen glanced at the cup with mild disinterest, ready to lower his head again, when suddenly he shot up, startling Matai. Matai, observing Long Chen's startled demeanor, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Brother Long, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing these words, Long Chen's gaze fixated intently on the cup ensnared within Matai's claws. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a ripple of profound energy spread through the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a flicker of light passed, and Matai, bewildered, stared at his own claws, realizing that the cup he had previously held had vanished without a trace. With a look of astonishment directed at Long Chen, he exclaimed, Where is the cup? Ding! The host has devoured a cup, gaining 2 devouring experience. As the notification from the evolution system echoed, a gradual smile began to grace Long Chen's lips. Without responding to Matai's inquiry, his attention shifted to the treasures piled high in the distance. The delight in his eyes swelled as he contemplated the mound of riches before him, making him want to cry out in exhilaration. Ha! Truly, heaven is aiding me. Matai, taken aback by Long Chen's sudden shift to merriment, could only stare in confusion, overwhelmed by questions. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, Long Gu, are you all right? If you're not feeling well, I can take a look. Perhaps there is something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm in perfect condition. Long Chen retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. In a moment, no matter what you witness. Do not be astonished, for all of this is merely a fundamental operation of your Long Gu. Matai, not delving further, nodded obediently. Thus, that night, under Matai's utterly incredulous gaze, Long Chen astonishingly consumed the entire mountain of treasures over the course of the evening. However, Mao Tai could not comprehend Long Chen's devouring ability and could only exclaim in awe at his expertise. The following day, as sunlight streamed through the opening in the stone hall, Long Chen lazily opened his eyes. Unable to suppress a belch, stretching leisurely, he surveyed the once treasure-laden hall, now completely devoid of riches, and his lips curled into a wild grin. The treasures he had consumed last night had propelled him from a 2-star Xuanqi realm directly to a 5-star Xuanqi realm. Chapter 40. The Luo Lingang Side Clan, a man system. Refresh my attribute chart. Ding! The host attribute chart has been updated. Host. Long Chen Clan. Demon Clan form. Thunder Lin Snake King rank. 5-star Xuanqi realm talent. Max Thunder Resistance Xian Technique. Explosive Fangs. Advanced Yellow rank. Xian Law. 9 Transformations Dragon Decision. Advanced Yellow rank. Currently in first transformation state. Attribute points. 0 Xuanqi. 0 Strength. 0 Agility. 0 Spirit. 0 Defense. 60. Devouring experience points. 1. 231,600. Gazing at the newly updated attribute chart. A slight smile lifted the corners of Long Chen's mouth. After an entire night of devouring, he had ascended from a 2-star Xuanqi realm to a 5-star level. Feeling the waves of Xuanqi within him swell with vigor, along with the additional boost to his defensive attributes, which significantly bolstered his confidence. Now, even if faced with a 9-star Xuanqi realm opponent, I can hold my own, Long Chen mused inwardly. Yet he was acutely aware that he had primarily allocated his attribute points to defense in the early stages. Therefore, the prospect of defeating a stronger adversary seemed unlikely at present. Despite this limitation, he had acquired sufficient ability to safeguard himself among opponents of similar ranks, which brought him some solace. Alas, with the increase in levels, the requirements for attribute point enhancements also escalated. Encountering a Thunder Lin Snake of the Xianling realm was still beyond his current capabilities. Long Chen sighed inwardly. Though he had successfully stepped out of the novice village and embarked on the path of cultivation, the initial stages had proven somewhat punishing and unfriendly. System, is there any way for me to level up rapidly? Long Chen felt that his pace of advancement was rather sluggish and couldn't help but inquire. Ding! In response to the host query, if the host currently lacks any useless items to devour, it is advisable to engage in idle cultivation to level up. Although the speed is somewhat slow, the early effects are remarkably significant. Upon hearing the system's words, Long Chen's eyes brightened, and he could not resist asking, I can engage in idle cultivation? Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Ding! The host did not inquire before. Long Chen, feeling exasperated, took a deep breath and commanded in his heart, System, I wish to initiate idle cultivation now, with several days remaining until the so-called clan assembly. He sought to elevate his level quickly, thereby enhancing his self-protection abilities. Ding! Initiating idle cultivation status for the host. Ding! Idle cultivation commenced. Host experience 1. Ding! Host experience 1. As Long Chen closed his eyes to cultivate idly. Listening to the continuous increments of experience, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This idle cultivation, while seemingly effortless, requiring merely to remain still to gain experience, was indeed excruciatingly slow. Every 10 seconds, he only gained a single experience point, and reaching the next star necessitated an overwhelming 1,600 experience points. How long would this take? Never mind. Even the smallest gains count. Idle cultivation it is. Days passed swiftly. During this time, Long Chen awoke several times and visited Liner. Discovering that the maid snake had indeed followed his instructions, procuring the freshest ingredients and other assistance, that Liner's condition had significantly improved over these days. She no longer exhibited timidity or despair, but had instead regained her vivacious nature, delighting in showcasing her lively spirit before Long Chen. With Long Chen's covert protection, Liner had become much more cheerful. Throughout these days, he was particularly mindful of his actions and words, collaborating with the clan's preparations ahead of the clan assembly. However, a minor incident occurred. The Tian Song fierce beast, the Ni Long Dai Mao Tai, had inexplicably wrapped itself in a cocoon of light within the stone hall. Long Chen, puzzled, observed this development. Thankfully, the evolution system clarified matters for him. It turned out that each time the NI long die advanced, it must undergo a metamorphosis, akin to experiencing 9 rebirths, a crucial rite of passage for the NI long die clan. During this period, Long Chen vigilantly safeguarded the cocooned NI long die. But as the clan assembly approached, Mao Tai showed no signs of emerging from the cocoon, which tested Long Chen's patience. The clan assembly arrived as scheduled. A grand event held annually among the extensive branches of the Thunderlin Snake clan, marked by extraordinary festivity. During the assembly, numerous branches of the Thunderlin Snake clan arrived, exceeding 5 in number. With some being early arrivals at AS the host, Long Chen was obliged to welcome all the visiting branches on behalf of the Thunderlin Snake. East Plain Branch has arrived. South Rock Ridge Branch has arrived. Holy Pass Border Branch has arrived. Long Chen greeted each visiting clan with a polite smile that barely concealed his disdain, while the ever-silent Maid Snake stood quietly by his side, remaining in the background as was appropriate for the occasion. Luoling Gang Branch has arrived. Upon hearing the name of this branch, Long Chen's smile slightly faltered, his gaze betraying a flicker of barely perceptible unease. Previously, the Maid Snake had relayed some crucial information to him. This so-called Luoling Gang branch had reportedly made remarkable strides in recent years, nurturing several formidable, young Thunder Lin Snake Kings. Although the previous Thunder Lin Snake Kings from the Luoling Gang had fallen at the hands of the imposter Long Chen, the grudge had quietly festered for several years. Long Chen, I never expected you to personally welcome us. It is truly an honor for the Luoling Gang branch, came a mocking voice before the speaker even appeared. Eliciting silent ire from the guards of the clan, be cautious, Your Highness. This time, the one who has come is still the man who narrowly escaped your grasp last year, the Maid Snake whispered discreetly to Long Chen. In response, Long Chen replied with a disingenuous smile, a mere defeated foe. Should I be fearful of him? The term defeated foe does indeed leave me, a man, somewhat embarrassed. Yet in this year's grand competition, Your Highness Long Chen, you must tread carefully. In the next moment, accompanied by a boisterous laughter, several robust, exuding a formidable and ominous aura, emerged slowly from within the water-curtained cave. As a particularly crimson-faced approached, the other members of the Collateral clan who had arrived earlier stepped back in astonishment. After all, even among Collateral clans, distinctions such as 3, 6, and 9 exist, and the Luoling Collateral clan is a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the main clan. The leading red-faced cast a sweeping glance at Long Chen, who was stationed at the entrance of the Serpent Manor, and boomed with laughter, Your Highness Long Chen, have you been well this past year? Upon hearing this, Long Chen maintained a facade of polite indifference and replied with a faint smile. I am grateful for your concern, Your Highness Amon. I have been quite well. Amon nodded slightly, his serpent tongue flickering menacingly as he chuckled. As long as Your Highness Long Chen is well, that is all that matters. I hope this year we can once again draw lots together. What? Last year's beating wasn't enough, and you wish to return for more this year? Long Chen replied with a calm smile. Thanks to the assistance of a serpent made in recalling past events, he was well aware that the imposter Long Chen had nearly been defeated by the so-called Amon during last year's clan conference. It is worth noting that while the imposter was not particularly handsome, his strength and talent were nonetheless commendable. Amon appeared unfazed by the subtle mockery in Long Chen's words, bursting into laughter. I admit I was reckless last year, but this year I will make sure to surprise Your Highness Long Chen. Should I become uncontrollable and inadvertently injure you, do not hold it against me. Very well. I shall eagerly await to see how long you can last this year. Long Chen responded with a nod. Who could survive until the end is still uncertain. Your Highness should be cautious. Amon retorted. You're quite confident, aren't you? Long Chen mused. Amon had always been self-assured, and the prince was well aware of it. Though their banter seemed like friendly jesting between peers to the onlookers from the clan and other collateral families, the underlying intent of hostility was palpable. That I still have to attend to others from the collateral clans. Perhaps you should find a place to rest? Long Chen suggested with a gentle smile. Amon nodded eagerly, grinning. I require a comfortable room and youthful maidservants. Long Chen smiled faintly. Nodding in agreement, "Consider it done." As he watched Amon depart, Long Chen discreetly cast a glance at the impressive 10-meter-long crimson. Silently astonished, this king, named Amon, possessed a staggering strength. Having reached the 8th star of the realm, in contrast, after days of diligent practice, Long Chen had barely managed to elevate himself to the 6th star. From a conventional perspective, he was indeed 2 stars weaker than Amon. Point 1. Must not underestimate such a 2-star disparity. In ordinary circumstances, the difference in levels could plunge the weaker party into despair. However, Long Chen was certainly not inclined to view matters through a typical lens. With the added defensive attributes he possessed, he held a certain pride in his abilities within the realm. At the entrance of the Serpent Manor, other members of the collateral clans continued to arrive, and Long Chen found himself reluctantly attending to their needs. He felt like he was walking on thin ice, compelled to integrate himself into this circle as seamlessly as possible. Exposing any weakness could lead to dire consequences. In his heart, Long Chen sighed in resignation. Alas, I never anticipated that I would find myself embroiled in a web of espionage within the demon tribe. After a lengthy half-day, he finally managed to receive all the representatives from the collateral clans. The clan square was abuzz with countless gathered. Many of the young maidens danced gracefully in the square, seemingly performing for the audience. As the Serpent King, Long Chen occupied the most conspicuous position at the seat of honor, surrounded by various collateral clan leaders. He surveyed the scene, unable to suppress a grin, marveling at the peculiar distinctions among the attendees. Though they were all collateral clans there were notable differences. For instance, the Lunling collateral clan had representatives whose silver faces were interspersed with crimson scales, suggesting a lineage that was not entirely pure. This was not unique to Lunling. Several other clans exhibited similar traits. The Tianchao border collateral clan, the Hongfengling collateral clan, and the Baikanhai collateral clan, all of these factions, like Lunling, harbored intentions that were less than amicable. Long Chen discreetly observed these formidable collateral clans, shaking his head inwardly. The Tianchao border clan bore dark green scales, while the Hongfengling clan displayed dark yellow ones. In contrast, the Baikanhai clan possessed scales that were a deep blue intermingled with silver, somewhat aligning with their bloodline's hue. However, according to the Serpent Maid's explanations, these clans were only slightly weaker than the main clan. Without the Serpent King's horn, it would be uncertain whether the main clan could keep them in check. Long Chen's gaze wandered from these powerful collateral clans to those that seemed weaker. He noted that their scales resembled those of the main clan, shining silver. It appeared that the weaker their strength, the less discernible their differences. Navigating through these serpents would not be a simple task. Long Chen discreetly munched on a piece of fruit, lost in contemplation that on the eve of the clan conference, the cursed queen had commanded him to uphold the honor of the Serpent King's horn at all costs, ensuring that no other collateral clan could seize power. In essence, anyone who dared to challenge him, Long Chen, must be eliminated, for defeat meant certain death. The victor, however, would gain the right to contend for recognition from the Serpent King's horn. Currently, the other collateral clans were unaware that the old Serpent King had long since vanished from the clan, leaving the whereabouts of the Serpent King's horn a mystery. Therefore, the queen insisted that Long Chen must emerge victorious. Should the truth about the Serpent King's horn be revealed, the wrath of the other collateral clans could incite chaos, jeopardizing the queen's position. If it weren't for my inability to contend with that old hag and the burdensome tasks at hand, would I endure such indignities? Long Chen fumed, brooding over the queen's impositions. The queen cared little for the lives of others, only for her own status and safety, embodying the greedy and selfish nature of the demon tribe. While lost in thought, Long Chen also vented his frustrations toward the system. If it weren't for the system's incessant issuance of that infernal chain task, he would have long since departed in a carefree manner. Without enduring this vexation, this feeling of being used as a pawn was exceedingly displeasing. Despite his inner turmoil, Long Chen had to endure, all for the sake of completing his task. Meanwhile, not far away within the Lunling collateral clan, Amon raised a bowl with his serpent tail, downing its contents in one gulp before shattering it against the ground, glaring at Long Chen with a haughty demeanor. Long Chen, however, could not be bothered to pay him mind, focusing instead on his fruit. The queen has arrived. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed throughout the square, and immediately, all fell silent, their gazes directed toward the most prominent platform above. The queen has arrived, as a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine rang out across the square. The once lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt hush. Long Chen's lips twitched slightly as he listened to the ambiguous tone, nearly causing him to break out in goosebumps. This individual was most likely the reincarnation of a eunuch from a past life. In the next moment, the most robust and imposing queen gradually appeared before all her subjects, commanding attention. Bow before the serpent queen. The square erupted in unison as all respectfully bowed, their voices synchronized, regardless of whether they hailed from the main clan or collateral clans. However, among the more powerful serpent kings of the collateral clans, while their expressions remained respectful, their eyes betrayed a palpable disdain, as if they were disinterested in the proceedings. With her thick, serpentine form coiling around, the queen surveyed the throngs of her kin, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "You all know the rules. This year's clan conference will once again be presided over by our clan's Long Chen. Any challengers may step forward one by one to gain the right to contend for the Serpent King's horn. One must defeat Long Chen. If there are no challengers, the conference will continue as per usual." As soon as these words fell, the representatives of various collateral clans of the Lei Lin Snake tribe exchanged discreet shakes of their heads. Their foundations were shallow, lacking the formidable power and exceptional talents that the Lei Lin Snake King possessed. Thus they naturally held no sway in this assembly. Many of these collateral clans, being offshoots of emerging tribes, lacked a solid foundation and the robust background necessary for inheritance. Their presence here was merely a compliance with the age-old traditions of their kin. Were it not for the constraints of such customs, many would have preferred to abstain from these so-called clan gatherings. After all, this assembly was merely a formality, a spectacle for the larger, more established collateral clans to observe. Long Chen's gaze subtly drifted towards the vicinity of the collateral clans from Wanling Gang, his heart harboring a silent scoff. These collateral clans, each possessing the strength to vie for royal status, undoubtedly had a clear objective: the coveted Snake King's horn. This horn held the absolute power to command the entirety of the Lei Lin Snake tribe, serving as the most prized treasure within the clan. It could be said that possessing the Snake King's horn equated to having absolute control over the entire Lei Lin Snake lineage. It was likely due to the sudden news of the old Snake King's demise a few years prior that these powerful collateral clans began to vie for supremacy. Otherwise, had the old Snake King still been alive, they would have remained docile. Long Chen mused inwardly. Although he was well aware of these dynamics, what left him speechless and filled with a desire to curse was the fact that the accursed Lei Lin Snake Queen had essentially cast him aside, using him as a shield. In plain terms, if these collateral clans wished to grasp even a semblance of power close to the Snake King's horn, they must first defeat the long-standing lineage of the royal family, represented by His Royal Highness. Long Chen. To speak of defeating him was, in truth, to speak of killing him. Long Chen understood this all too well. The so-called contest at this clan gathering was fundamentally a life-and-death struggle. Those who survived would be deemed victors, while the vanquished would surely perish and face elimination. Presently, Long Chen was acutely aware that he must first endure through this gathering, as fleeing was not an option. The system's task explicitly demanded the protection of Lin Heir and the waiting for the old Snake King's arrival. Just this aspect alone nearly drove Long Chen to exclaim in frustration. What was once a matter of no concern to him had now been forcibly entwined with his fate. Where could he possibly seek justice? After a moment of silence that stretched for several seconds in the square, a man from the collateral clan of Wanling Gang was the first to rise, directing his gaze toward the position of the Lei Lin Snake Queen, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty." The Snake Queen, upon hearing this, the grandiose Lei Lin Snake Queen turned her gaze downward, her voice resonating with authority, yet tinged with a hint of somberness. "A man, you failed in your challenge last year. Do you wish to challenge again this year?" A man, bowing deeply, let out a hearty laugh, replying, "Your Majesty, please do not take offense. Last year was my oversight, but this year I wish to reclaim my honor." seeing that the first challenger was indeed a man from Wanling gang. Many of the other Lei Lin snakes from collateral clans directed their attention towards him. It was common knowledge that this so-called challenge was, in essence, a life-and-death battle between the Lei Lin snake kings cultivated by various clans. Once this battle commenced, it would be a matter of survival. Victors would live, while the defeated would perish. Do you truly wish to challenge His Royal Highness Long Chen of our clan? The Lei Lin snake queen inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, her authoritative tone unwavering. After all, she understood that the Snake King's horn was currently absent from the clan, and this information must not be divulged, should a man genuinely decide to issue a challenge. The burden would inevitably fall upon Long Chen. The man nodded earnestly, proclaiming, "Indeed, I humbly request your permission, Your Majesty, to challenge His Royal Highness Long Chen." With a man's challenge echoing through the arena, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of mountains and seas, as if rallying for both sides, filling the air with a palpable intensity. Realizing that the situation had escalated beyond recovery, the Lei Lin Snake Queen could only acquiesce, directing her gaze towards Long Chen, stating, "Your Highness, will you accept the challenge from the Wanling gang?" To which Long Chen, standing tall, replied, "I accept." There was no room for refusal. He did not desire this cursed battle. Though its danger was minimal, yet it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Should he decline, it was likely the entire clan would not permit it. After all, he was essentially substituting for the previously fraudulent Lei Lin Snake King. If he were to refuse this battle, it would be tantamount to handing over the opportunity to approach the Snake King's horn to a man thus. Whether he liked it or not, Long Chen had no choice but to accept the challenge. As Long Chen accepted a man's challenge, the square erupted into a cacophony of cheers, with the majority of the clan members rallying in support of him. Long Chen, our valiant champion. Long Chen shall surely triumph. Long Chen, internally bemused, felt as if these individuals were inadvertently cursing him with their fervent support. A man, swift in his movements, leaped into the expansive arena with remarkable agility. Observing this, Long Chen wasted no time and followed suit. Stepping onto the stage, the two locked gazes, and a man's expression gradually morphed into one of fierce determination. Mocking, he sneered, "Your Highness Long Chen, it appears your energy level is not as high as mine this time." Long Chen merely nodded slightly, unfazed, and in response to a man's increasingly solidified sneer, he calmly remarked, "And what of it? Garbage remains garbage. After all, you cannot hope to defeat me." Chapter 43. Is that all? Faced with Long Chen's nonchalant dismissal, a man, who had initially been mocking, was momentarily taken aback, his smirk faltering, eyes glinting with malice as he enunciated each word. "Did you just call me garbage?" Long Chen regarded him with some surprise, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What? Are you offended by being called garbage? I had no intention of striking you, yet you shamelessly invite me to do so. If not garbage, then what are you?" The surrounding clansmen, having overheard the exchange, were left utterly astonished. The battle had yet to commence, yet Long Chen had already amassed a significant level of animosity. What on earth was this fellow up to? The Lei Lin Snake Queen, observing the scene, furrowed her brows, internally perplexed. As a powerful demon serpent of the Xianling realm, she could discern that, in terms of energy levels, Long Chen fell short of man. Where did his confidence to retort come from? Of course, the Lei Lin Snake Queen was unaware that the Long Chen she knew had long been replaced by the true Long Chen, who had already vanquished him. The current Long Chen was not merely superficial. In the arena, as a man grappled with Long Chen's earlier taunts, his expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty, his already crimson scales, possibly due to his fury, darkened further as a fierce aura of energy began to emanate around him. Sensing the oppressive energy waves from a man's 8-star Xuanqi realm, Long Chen merely nodded, unable to suppress a grin. The 2-star disparity in energy levels certainly represented a significant difference in combat capability. Under equal conditions, an 8-star Xuanqi would undoubtedly dominate a 6-star Xuanqi, yet Long Chen was not one to be judged solely by appearances. Seeing his opponent release energy waves, Long Chen chose not to hold back, unleashing his own energy waves in front of the gathered crowd. upon sensing Long Chen's energy waves, which were clearly weaker than a man's. The clan members who had initially rallied in support began to murmur in disappointment. With the energy intensity evidently suppressed, many viewed the battle as dire for Long Chen. Observing Long Chen's revealed energy level, several Lei Lin Snake Kings from the collateral clans exchanged glances, all of them harboring concealed smirks. AS factions with substantial backing. They had initially considered challenging Long Chen, but a man had gotten ahead of them. Realizing the current Lei Lin Snake King's strength was not to be feared, they felt emboldened to test the waters themselves. Sensing Long Chen's energy level to be inferior, a man taunted, "Your Highness Long Chen, why don't you strike first? Otherwise, my garbage self might attack, and you won't have a chance." In response to this mockery, Long Chen shook his head with a smile, stating, "Garbage is indeed garbage. Short-sighted, you must give it your all, or you will truly have no chance." With a roar, a man, unable to contain his temper, launched his assault first amidst a cacophony of battle cries. His speed was astonishingly swift, propelled by his fierce momentum, closing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Faced with a man's ferocious onslaught, Long Chen remained composed, choosing to bide his time and let stillness govern action. As the battle commenced, all clan members, both from the main lineage and collateral clans, erupted into cheers, for while clan gatherings occasionally featured life and death battles, they were a rarity. After all, no one was foolish enough to wager their lives without absolute certainty of victory. Who would risk their existence recklessly? However, in the face of the ferocious assault from Amon, Long Chen unexpectedly chose to remain still, much to the bewilderment of the clan members watching from the stands, who exchanged incredulous glances to them. The ever-dreaded Lord Long Chen was known for his brutal and reckless combat style. Thus, his unusual restraint left all the clansmen utterly perplexed. Even the exalted Lei Lin Snake Queen found herself at a loss to comprehend Long Chen's actions. On the plaza, as Amon pounced with lethal intent, a flicker of doubt crept into its heart upon witnessing Long Chen's immobility. Having clashed with him before, it was well aware of his valiant and aggressive nature. Yet this year, the anticipated confrontation deviated from the norm, leaving Amon confounded. Perhaps he is frightened and at a loss. Amon scoffed inwardly, not pausing to ponder further, and intensified the ferocity of its attack. Firmly believing that victory was assured under the absolute suppression of its superior energy level, Amon's figure drew ever closer to Long Chen. The entire arena held its breath in anticipation. Confusion reigned as everyone wondered why Long Chen remained inactive even as the two were nearly face to face. Sensing its approach to the killing strike, Amon let out a chilling snarl, revealing its sharp fangs as it lunged to bite Long Chen. "Ha! Die for me!" In the next heartbeat, as Amon's fangs were about to sink into the vital spot of Long Chen, his previously serene gaze sharpened with intensity, and his form twisted in an extraordinary manner, extending his serpent tail in a counterattack. This maneuver resembled the principle of yielding to conquer in Tai Chi. Long Chen exploited his remarkable flexibility and the wealth of combat techniques stored in his memory to reverse the ferocious onslaught of Amon. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of all the Lei Lin snakes, Long Chen ensnared Amon's form in an unprecedented fighting style, subsequently leveraging his momentum to strike it forcefully to the ground. Drawing from the combat essence he had gleaned from watching films in his past life, Long Chen executed a classic technique of using softness to overcome hardness, delivering a blow that sent Amon crashing to the earth. The ground cracked slightly under the impact of Amon's fall, a testament to the force of the strike. Long Chen gazed at the bewildered Amon, its eyes wide in shock, and smiled lightly. "Is this all you've got?" The arena was plunged into an eerie silence, as all the Lei Lin snakes struggled to comprehend how Long Chen had compensated for the two-star disparity in energy levels with such extraordinary combat skills. Even the Lei Lin Snake Queen, observing from the platform, could hardly grasp the situation. Nevertheless, witnessing Long Chen momentarily gain the upper hand, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her confidence in him bolstered. After all, the secret of the Snake King's horn must not be revealed. Otherwise, not only would the clan be in jeopardy, but even she, once untouchable as the Lei Lin Snake Queen, would find herself in peril without the Snake King's horn to instill fear. Reeling from the unexpected counter that had thrown Amon into disarray, it soon turned its gaze toward Long Chen, who met its fierce expression with a cold smile. As its rage surged, the violent waves of energy erupted, pushing Long Chen back. Observing the steadfast figure of Long Chen standing firm like a mountain, Amon roared in fury and charged once more with renewed ferocity. Chapter 44. Effortless Kill Utilizing Technique. This clumsy display of skill is no match for me. Die. Amon's heart was filled with murderous intent, determined not to let Long Chen escape. Yet amid its fury, it was evident that Amon, a powerful beast at the 8th star of the energy realm, was incensed by the fact that Long Chen, 2 stars below, had managed to exploit an unfamiliar combat technique against it. The humiliation of suffering a loss in front of the entire clan was far more painful to Amon than any physical injury. Faced with Amon's relentless assault, Long Chen remained motionless, embodying unwavering resolve. He had chosen a decision that left the entire clan baffled, to wait patiently. Indeed, Long Chen, confronted by the ferocious onslaught of Amon, deliberately chose to expose his vulnerabilities before his opponent, but a collective gasp arose from the surrounding Lei Lin snakes as they witnessed Long Chen's unwavering stillness. They could scarcely believe that such a situation had unfolded in the anticipated life-and-death struggle. The Lei Lin Snake Queen, the most powerful figure in the clan, narrowed her serpent-like eyes in confusion, unable to decipher Long Chen's intentions behind this apparent recklessness. Die. In that moment of collective astonishment, Amon's attack surged forward, its massive jaws aimed directly for Long Chen's vital spot. Ready to strike? Crack! In the very next instant, something astonishing occurred, one that even Amon had not anticipated. Long Chen's body remained utterly unmoved beneath Amon's ferocious bite, as steadfast as an ancient tree weathering a storm. Despite the 2-star difference in their energy levels, Amon's brutal attack, unopposed, should have easily penetrated Long Chen's vital area. Yet the reality was far more shocking than any had expected. Amon's fangs failed to pierce Long Chen's unguarded flesh. It felt as though it were biting into solid rock. Perceiving a slight itch at its neck, Long Chen turned his head to regard the beast clinging desperately to him, and with a yawn, remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all you're capable of? You can't even breach my scales, yet you dare to kill me. Are you here to scrub my back?" Amon's fury ignited, its nostrils flaring in rage. It could hardly fathom that its most prized asset, its energy level, was deemed utterly insignificant in Long Chen's eyes. This bewildering scene left not only Amon, but also the entire clan, including the Lei Lin Snake Queen, at a loss. How could Long Chen, with merely 6 stars in the energy realm, withstand the savage assault from an opponent boasting 8 stars without any defense? Perhaps this question would remain unanswered for a lifetime. With a disdainful smile, Long Chen, now free of Amon's grasp, extended his head toward the beast, mouth agape. "Let me teach you how to fight." Without hesitation, Long Chen unleashed the explosive fangs technique, his sharp teeth imbued with a surge of energy. Plunging them deep into Amon's vital spot, the two became entangled, and for Long Chen, retaliating against Amon was as effortless as turning his hand. From the initial stillness to the effortless counterattack, everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. Long Chen was acutely aware that his defensive capabilities were far beyond mere appearances. With additional defensive attributes enhancing his resilience, he wielded an undeniable advantage at his current tier, while facing formidable foes at the spirit realm level. His defensive attributes might seem insufficient, but in the energy realm, he reigned supreme, an invincible force. As Amon felt its fatal weakness breached, the once ferocious beast rapidly succumbed to unconsciousness, its awareness ebbing away like a receding tide. It would never comprehend how this year's clan gathering, rife with potential for vengeance, concluded in such an unexpected manner. "I am an 8-star energy realm beast. I cannot." Amon's voice faltered, eyes wide with disbelief, as it succumbed to the void, filled with confusion and regret. Ding! Host has slain an 8-star energy realm Lei Lin snake. Experience rewarded. 1,000. As the notification resonated within his mind, Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he released the lifeless form of Amon. The evolution system only prompted him when an enemy had truly perished. ensuring Long Chen that the beast was not merely feigning death. With eyes wide open, Amon's lifeless form fell heavily to the ground, devoid of any lingering energy, ultimately succumbing to its fate. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, as all the Lei Lin snakes struggled to comprehend how this seemingly absurd battle had reached its conclusion. The clan members remained entranced by Amon's earlier ferocious assault, only to realize, when clarity returned, that it was Amon who had perished. Even the formidable Lei Lin, Shiho could scarcely fathom that their staunch adversary, a man, would be so effortlessly vanquished by Long Chen. In stark contrast, Long Chen stood resolutely at the center of the arena, an aura of malevolence gradually emanating from him, causing countless clan members to tremble within. This was the undeniable suppression of the absolute bloodline aura from the Lei Lin Snake King. Such an extraordinary and astonishing counterattack had never before been witnessed in the history of the clan's assembly. The victor was none other than His Highness, Long Chen. As that voice, akin to that of an official, reverberated throughout the venue, the previously stunned clan erupted into a thunderous roar of applause. Long Chen. Long Chen. Long Chen. Countless clan members shouted the name that bestowed upon them glory. From the clan assembly, the strongest lineage was bound to protect this honor. Conversely, the other serpents of the Luanling gang's collateral clan, upon witnessing their cultivated Lei Lin Snake King fall so easily, wore expressions of utter despondency, as if they had just consumed a dead child. A branch of the collateral clan, those seated at Luanling gang, had initially placed great faith in a man. Yet upon realizing that it was indeed he who had perished on the battlefield, their countenances turned grim. The discomfort and dismay etched upon their faces were akin to the expression of one who had just swallowed something foul. They had envisioned countless potential outcomes for the battle, yet none had anticipated that a man with an 8-star Xianqi realm level would be defeated by the mere 6-star Xianqi realm Long Chen. Moreover, a man's defeat was so swift and decisive, leaving no room for doubt, creating an illusion of disbelief. Faced with the demise of their cultivated Lei Lin Snake King, the members of Luanling gang as collateral clan immediately adopted a more subdued demeanor, no longer daring to boast as they had before, effectively resembling clowns who had lost all dignity. Even the most powerful and authoritative Lei Lin Snake Ho found it difficult to accept this outcome. In this moment, the entire clan felt as though they were caught in a bizarre dream. After the battle concluded, Long Chen casually stretched his neck, casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless man, internally lamenting, "What a pity for this fellow. He had originally harbored a grudge against that impostor, only to inadvertently confront me instead. Had he faced the impostor with his strength, he would have undoubtedly met a tragic end." Alas, he encountered the true Long Chen. Just as Long Chen prepared to leave the arena, he was abruptly halted by that voice, reminiscent of an official. "Your Highness Long Chen, you cannot descend just yet." The discomforting, eerie tone made Long Chen furrow his brow, unable to restrain himself from questioning, "I have already won. Why can I not come down?" "Because, Your Highness Long Chen, the clan assembly is still in progress. You must adhere to the customary practice of inquiring if any other members from the collateral clans wish to challenge you." Upon hearing this, Long Chen raised an eyebrow and silently nodded, then turned his gaze to all the seats occupied by the collateral clans, proclaiming loudly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" In response to Long Chen's confident voice, the entire clan emitted a low growl, seemingly rallying support for their Snake King. The sound of Long Chen's voice echoed throughout the venue, prompting the various serpents of the collateral clans to glance at one another. A few Lei Lin Snake Kings, whose strength was comparable to a man, had considered stepping forward. However, upon witnessing a man's inexplicable demise, they immediately abandoned the notion. They believed that Long Chen must possess some secret technique, for it was unfathomable that he could so decisively slay a man despite a 2-star level disparity. Were it not for witnessing the event firsthand, none of the Lei Lin snakes would have believed it. A collective sigh emanated from the collateral clans, as many of the cultivated Lei Lin Snake Kings, upon encountering Long Chen, could not help but feel apprehensive, ultimately choosing to forego the challenge to safeguard their lives. After all, life is singular. although they were cultivated as Lei Lin Snake Kings within the Collateral clan and were fearlessly brave. They would never choose to throw their lives away unnecessarily. That would be sheer folly. Noticing that no Lei Lin Snake Kings from the Collateral clans had stepped forward to challenge him, Long Chen could not suppress a smirk, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. His gaze drifted to where the Lei Lin Snake host stood, and with a low yet resonant voice, he remarked, "Hey, announce it. There should be no challengers left." The Lei Lin Snake Ho, having observed the proceedings of this year's clan assembly, felt a sense of relief as the martial combat segment was so swiftly concluded. After all, the secret regarding the loss of the Snake King's horn must not be revealed. To ensure that all clan members, including those from the Collateral clans, remained unaware of this matter, it was imperative that Long Chen continue to stand there alive and victorious. Upon hearing this, the serpent beside the Lei Lin Snake Ho, whose voice bore a striking resemblance to that of an official, suddenly appeared taken aback and hurriedly announced, "This year's clan assembly martial combat segment is overweight. I, Mo Ling from the Beichin High Collateral clan, come forth to challenge." Before the serpentine official could finish his statement, a deep, rugged voice resounded throughout the venue. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice from the Beichin High Collateral clan. Goodness, even with the astounding strength demonstrated by their clan's Long Chen, there was still one unafraid of death willing to step forward. This was truly unexpected. Logically speaking, Long Chen had already showcased sufficient strength by slaying a Lei Lin Snake King from the Collateral clan, a feat that should have sufficed. Yet now, the Beichin High Collateral clan sought to intervene, leaving all the Lei Lin snakes bewildered that a stout, pale blue Lei Lin snake, even larger than a man, gradually slithered into the arena. As Long Chen's gaze fell upon the imposing creature, his eyes widened in astonishment, not due to the snake's greater size, but rather from the system notification echoing in his mind. Ding! Caution! Host! A high-level Xianqi reaction has appeared ahead. The Lei Lin snake before you is at the 1-star Xianling realm. While the other details were manageable, the mere mention of the Xianling realm caused Long Chen's eyes to bulge in disbelief. His heart racing with astonishment, he had never anticipated that just as the farcical drama was nearing its conclusion, a twist would emerge. Observing Long Chen's shocked expression, the Lei Lin Snake King from the Beichin High Collateral clan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, and without concern, declared, "Your Highness Long Chen, I respect you, but you will not win this battle. I implore you to consider the greater picture and avoid making a foolish sacrifice. Concede and allow me to emerge victorious. I, Mo Ling, harbor no ill intent. I merely seek an opportunity to be recognized by the Snake King's horn." As Mo Ling's voice faded, the robust scales of his serpentine form erupted with surges of even more ferocious and potent Xianqi, manifesting before the wide-eyed and astonished Lei Lin snakes. The overwhelming Xianqi waves radiated from Mo Ling's being. What? The Lei Lin Snake Ho, seated in the highest position, was filled with disbelief upon sensing Mo Ling's Xianqi waves. She had never imagined that such a powerful young Lei Lin Snake King could emerge from a mere Collateral clan. Not only had she not anticipated this, but even Long Chen, standing in the arena, found himself utterly astonished. Chapter 46. I give you 1 minute. At this moment, the once thunderous cheers and applause within the underground arena ceased abruptly with Mo Ling's entrance. All members of the clan widened their serpent eyes, tongues flickering in disbelief. No one had expected that this unprecedented occurrence would manifest for the first time this year. The cultivation of young Lei Lin Snake Kings had historically remained beneath the Xianling realm. To cultivate one before reaching maturity was a phenomenon that would surely send shockwaves through the entire clan. Even the exalted Lei Lin Snake Ho, upon witnessing Mo Ling in the arena, fell into a profound silence. A 1-star Xianling realm had completely transcended the realm of Xianqi. Should Long Chen have slain Amon, previously relying solely on his own prowess, it would have been under circumstances where both parties occupied equivalent ranks. However, the present scenario starkly contrasts this, as the chasm between the Xianling realm and the Xuanqi realm resembles an insurmountable abyss. Regardless of Long Chen's myriad martial skills, the notion of overpowering the Xianling realm's Mo Ling, while situated in the Xuanqi realm, is nothing short of a fanciful dream to the eyes of his entire clan. This predicament not only left all the Lei Lin snakes astonished, but even Long Chen himself, who shared the same form, was utterly taken aback. What initially appeared to be a manageable situation had suddenly spiraled out of control, faced with the unexpected emergence of the one-star Xianling realm Lei Lin snake, Mo Ling, and feeling the overwhelming aura of Xuanqi emanating from him. Long Chen's heart sank slightly. The current circumstances were exceedingly grim. He was acutely aware that even with formidable defenses, engaging in a cross-realm battle would only allow for a brief resistance. Yet, should the conflict extend, the passage of time would inevitably lead to his defeat. Observing the current state of affairs, it was evident that the old Snake King had yet to make an appearance. Suggesting a desire to summon assistance, which was perhaps unrealistic, system, for goodness sake, devise a solution. Long Chen maintained a tranquil facade, though inwardly he lamented. Ding! The system prompted, please endure for 1 minute against the opponent's attacks. After 1 minute, a second stage gift package will be awarded. Taken aback by the system's words, Long Chen inwardly seethed. What kind of solution is this? Are you sending me to my demise? As the saying goes. When masters duel, every strike is lethal. Particularly in battles spanning across realms, both parties are acutely aware that the combat is fraught with rapid and unpredictable changes. A moment's negligence could spell disaster. A minute's time can witness an abundance of occurrences, especially in such cross-realm confrontations. Long Chen recognized that while he might endure for a brief period, it would merely amount to a few seconds. A full minute was a gamble with his very life. Your Highness Long Chen, have you reached a decision? Meanwhile, Mo Ling, noticing Long Chen's stillness, flicked his serpent tongue and solemnly advised, I urge you, Long Chen, do not recklessly squander your life that we bear no grievance against each other. I have no desire to kill you. Upon saying this, perhaps in an effort to hasten Long Chen's surrender, Mo Ling unleashed a wave of formidable Xuanqi that surged forth. Emanating from the gaps between his pale blue scales, that Mo Ling's true intention was to compel Long Chen to capitulate without resorting to battle. This approach would not only grant him the opportunity to gain the Snake King's favor, but also enable him to suppress his clan entirely. The Northern Xinhai branch clan could potentially soar to new heights, transforming into the main clan. After all, within the Lei Lin snake lineage, an unwritten rule has persisted since ancient times. Any clan member who demonstrates exceptional strength, whether from a side branch or a subsidiary, may ascend to the status of the main clan. This explains why, despite the absence of more formidable beasts, the Lei Lin snake clan continues to thrive like a local despot. In response to Mo Ling's suggestion, Long Chen genuinely contemplated acquiescing. Unfortunately, the system forbade it. During their earlier discussions, the evolution system had informed him that he must engage in this battle, should he abstain. The second stage gift package would not be dispensed, leading to potential system malfunctions in less severe cases. The system would automatically reboot, cleansing its glitches and returning to normal in more dire situations. The system would enter self-protection mode, meaning the elimination of all existing glitches, including the guide, Long Chen. Elimination, as the term implies, equates to system formatting. Alas, calamity perpetually outpaces me. Long Chen inwardly lamented, feeling utterly trapped. Since retreat equated to death, he resolved to charge forth with reckless abandon. Mo Ling, was it? Long Chen's gaze settled upon the imposing figure before him, whose stature and Xuanqi far surpassed his own, and he calmly declared, I, Long Chen, accept your challenge, with Long Chen's declaration echoing in the stillness of the plaza. The underground arena was plunged into a silence more profound than death itself. That moment, both the entirety of the Lei Lin snake clan and all members of the side branches directed incredulous gazes towards Long Chen, who had suddenly deviated from the expected course of action to owe them. It seemed evident that Long Chen should surrender against an opponent he could not hope to conquer. After all, in the face of such overwhelming strength, choosing to yield would only result in a slight loss of honor, sparing him from the scorn of his clan. It was absurd to think of a Xuanqi realm individual confronting a Xianling realm adversary head-on. As everyone anticipated his capitulation under the weight of Mo Ling's imposing presence, Long Chen defied expectation, opting instead to engage in a seemingly futile battle devoid of any suspense or turning points. Noticing the lack of support from his kin, Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had it not been for the system compelling him to act recklessly, he might have indeed chosen to surrender. When Mo Ling heard Long Chen's response, his previously cheerful and confident smile gradually faded, his gaze sharpening as it fixed upon Long Chen, and he pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Long Chen, is this truly your decision? Do you genuinely wish to engage me in battle? To Mo Ling, Long Chen's acceptance of a challenge was merely a sign of folly, a futile endeavor akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Anyone could perceive that in a confrontation marked by such a disparity in Xuanqi levels, victory was assuredly destined for the one of higher rank. With the battle already accepted, Long Chen shed all burdens of thought. Restoring his calm and profound black gaze upon Mo Ling, and smiling faintly, he stated, "I shall grant you 1 minute. Do not say, I have not given you a chance." Chapter 47. Then let us be reckless. I grant you 1 minute. Do not say I have not given you a chance, for 1 minute hence. Should you fail to vanquish me, your defeat is inevitable. Long Chen smiled. Given that events had reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. After all, the system's prior notification had made it clear that he must proceed with this battle. Thus, he resolved to act with abandon, as Long Chen's words fell. The previously subdued atmosphere of the arena once again descended into a state of disbelief. This time, the clan members, who had harbored doubts from the outset, could scarcely contain their incredulity upon hearing Long Chen's audacious proclamation. In their eyes, regardless of Long Chen's supposed prowess, against the overwhelming disparity in Xuanqi levels, what could he possibly do to confront Mo Ling? Not only did the clan members struggle to comprehend his actions, but even many from the side branches could not help but scoff at Long Chen's remarks. Historically, in clan gatherings, a Xuanqi realm individual challenging a Xianling realm opponent was tantamount to courting death. The Lei Lin snake matriarch furrowed her brow. Perplexed, what on earth is this fellow doing? In her understanding, although Long Chen often displayed arrogance, he typically possessed some measure of intelligence. Yet today he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding a semblance of fearlessness. However, this ostensible courage struck the Lei Lin matriarch as profoundly foolish. Little did she know, the Long Chen she thought she knew had long been vanquished by the current incarnation of Long Chen. Standing resolute across from him, Mo Ling, upon hearing Long Chen's words, was momentarily taken aback, his previously placid expression darkening with growing ire. Are you mocking me? Indeed, in Mo Ling's eyes, Long Chen's earlier brazen words were nothing short of a scornful jest directed at him. Anyone could discern that the mere Xuanqi realm Long Chen had no means to contend with the Xianling realm Mo Ling. In response, Long Chen nodded slightly, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Indeed, consider it a taunt. Come, from the moment you initiate your attack, the clock will start. If you cannot slay me within 1 minute, your defeat is assured." Such a statement, uttered under these circumstances, seemed utterly preposterous to all present. A minute's time could yield countless developments, and in the eyes of the Lei Lin snakes, Long Chen was merely inviting his own humiliation. Observing Long Chen's demeanor, Mo Ling nodded impassively, his voice devoid of any prior respect as he coldly retorted, "Long Chen, since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me for what follows." Long Chen, still smiling, replied, "Life and death are determined by fate. Let neither side harbor resentment for the outcome. That is only natural." Mo Ling responded with a cold smile, her figure unfolding into a graceful arc or robust form, adorned with shimmering light blue scales, exuded a ferocious aura of dark energy that gradually spread forth. Faced with Mo Ling, who was poised for battle, Long Chen naturally could not afford to be as casual as he had been against a man his deep black eyes transformed into a piercing glare, ready to confront the challenge ahead. This battle was a gamble for Long Chen. Victory would lead to resounding fame, while defeat would plunge him into the abyss. If Mo Ling could not defeat him within a minute, could she truly claim victory? Alas, while Long Chen's strength was formidable, it was contingent upon facing opponents of the same caliber. Did he truly believe Mo Ling was akin to a man? Perhaps Long Chun harbored an excess of confidence. Surviving a minute against Mo Ling would be commendable enough, let alone winning. If he could triumph in such a fierce battle, I would fly upside down. Amidst the sighs from his clan and the subtle mockery from the distant branches, Long Chun, possessing an exceptionally potent soul force, could easily catch their hushed whispers. However, all voices pointed to a singular conclusion. The entire Lei Lin Snake clan held little faith in him. Long Chun understood their skepticism. Were he an observer, witnessing a clash between opponents of differing tiers, he too would instinctively favor the one with a higher energy level. Yet, none among the Lei Lin clan could fathom that Long Chun was an extraordinary anomaly, not to be measured by superficial standards. Ding! A notification from the evolution system pierced through the tension, prompting him to assess the attributes of his formidable opponent and strategize accordingly. I end that brief moment. As both combatants readied themselves for battle, Long Chun caught a glimpse of Mo Ling's attribute profile. With this newfound knowledge, he mentally prepared himself, for understanding both oneself and the adversary leads to victory in every endeavor. Indeed, Mo Ling possessed remarkable combat prowess, endowed with a keen sense for assault, exceptional strength, and dark energy, while her defenses appeared relatively weak, clearly marking her as a fierce attacker. Long Chun pondered silently, endure a confrontation with Mo Ling for a full minute. He must engage her with cunning. A direct assault would be tantamount to courting death. This feature, allowing him to analyze his opponent's attributes, was a privilege solely reserved for him. Nonetheless, discerning Mo Ling's strengths and weaknesses proved immensely advantageous. Whoosh! In the next instant, Mo Ling's powerful tail struck the ground with a thunderous impact, launching her formidable form toward Long Chun with a savage ferocity. Long Chun, prepare to meet your end, having chosen to seek his demise. Mo Ling showed no mercy, her heart filled with cold amusement. Put it plainly, despite having no personal vendetta against Long Chun, she was willing to slay him for a chance to approach the Serpent King's horn. In the realm of demonkind, life is indeed merciless and unyielding, as exemplified by the recent demise of a man, once the only serpent prince nurtured by the Wanling clan, now slain by Long Chun, prompting the clan's leaders to seek a new Lei Lin Serpent King. Confronted by the onslaught of Mo Ling, Long Chun remained unflinching, his gaze steady and composed. You shall perish! The ferocity of Mo Ling's assault surged forward, her massive advantage threatening to crush Long Chun. Yet at the critical moment when they were about to collide, Long Chun, rather than opting for defense, executed an unexpectedly bold maneuver that left the entire arena in shock. Chapter 48. Only 5 seconds left. As Mo Ling descended upon Long Chun with overwhelming dark energy, many young Lei Lin serpents around the square found themselves unable to watch. After all, Mo Ling's strength was staggering. Her prowess at the Xianling level could easily obliterate Long Chun. Long Chun, prepare to die, with her gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth that glimmered with a thunderous gleam, enhanced by dark energy. She aimed to rend Long Chun to shreds. In the face of this impending doom, the depths of Long Chen's calm eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint, and before the watchful eyes of his clan, he executed an unexpectedly agile maneuver, narrowly evading Mo Ling's ferocious strike. Bang! With Mo Ling's fierce attack missing its mark, her massive form crashed into the ground, creating a small crater and sending dust flying in all directions. He actually dodged. Many Lei Lin serpents gasped in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, Long Chun would have been unable to escape such an onslaught. Mo Ling's attack was not only brutally swift, but also accompanied by overwhelming pressure from her superior dark energy level, a force that should have instilled fear in Long Chun, leaving him with no chance to evade. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. Long Chun appeared unfazed by the immense pressure and managed to quickly execute a dodge, evading Mo Ling's formidable assault. Having successfully evaded what seemed to be a fatal strike, Long Chun flicked his tongue, gaining a newfound understanding of the damage inflicted by attacks at the Xianling level. Silently astonished, truly, Mo Ling was a force to be reckoned with in terms of both strength and dark energy. Had it not been for her agility being her Achilles heel, he might not have escaped her lethal strike. As dust swirled around him, Long Chen barely had time to stabilize himself when a powerful, sharp tail emerged from the chaos, crackling with thunderous energy aimed directly at him. Realizing the imminent danger, Long Chen was determined not to give Mo Ling the chance to ensnare him. However, due to the sheer speed of her assault, he could only roll and twist his body to evade the tail capable of shattering rock. Boom! Another deep, resonating sound echoed as Long Chen was sent tumbling across the square, eventually coming to a somewhat disheveled halt. Raising his serpent form and gazing intently at the shadow obscured by dust, his heart steely. The previous tail strike had indeed inflicted some damage. The scales on his tail had shed slightly, and a trickle of blood oozed forth. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he registered the tangible injury to his tail. Long Chen's eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. This beast may not be fast, but its strength is undeniably formidable. Given the vast disparity in their dark energy levels, Long Chen was acutely aware that even with an additional 60 points in defensive attributes, it was merely a fleeting hope. The extra defensive attribute points could only offer him some buffer against damage. They were insufficient to negate all of Mo Ling's powerful strikes. After all, he was not facing an opponent of the same tier, but a formidable foe one tier higher. Unless his defensive attributes exceeded 100 or he himself reached the Xianling level. Directly challenging Mo Ling was nothing short of folly. Mo Ling's earlier, thunderous strike had not only shattered Long Chen's defenses, but had also left him with some injuries, a testament to its effectiveness. While Long Chen marveled at Mo Ling's explosive power, she, standing not far away, was equally astonished to see Long Chen, who had taken her tail strike head-on, merely sustaining light injuries. What manner of creature is this? Is the skin of his clan truly so resilient? Mo Ling pondered in disbelief. She distinctly recalled how her tail had struck Long Chen with tremendous force, yet he had not been instantly vanquished. Any other opponent at the Xianqi level would have met their demise in an instant, while Long Chen had merely lost a few scales and spilled a little blood, retaining his fighting capability. Alas, Mo Ling could never suspect that Long Chen was operating under extraordinary circumstances. Onlookers, witnessing such a fierce battle, were left in awe. Many clan members began to sweat for Long Chen, especially upon seeing their prince struck by Mo Ling's tail. They believed he was doomed. However, to the astonishment of all the Lei Lin serpents, not only did Long Chen survive the brutal tail strike, but he also emerged with only minor injuries, barely affected. In that moment, many clan members who had initially doubted his chances began to rally behind Long Chen with fervent cheers. Long Chen, you can do it. Your Highness Long Chen, you must endure. As the cacophony of howls erupted from the onlookers, Mo Ling stood resolutely in the square, his facial muscles twitching, the sense of humiliation within him growing ever more intense. How could I, a powerful demon of the Xianling realm, be defeated by a mere weakling of the Swanky realm? Mo Ling emitted a chilling growl, his gaze fixed with unwavering intensity on Long Chen, a palpable killing intent surging within him. Observing this, Long Chen suppressed the painful sensation from his tail, flicked his serpent-like tongue, and regarded Mo Ling with calm composure, casually stating, "You have 5 seconds. Consider your decision wisely." The mere mention of a countdown further ignited Mo Ling's fury. You dare to insult me. I shall surely slay you. With a heart-stopping roar, Mo Ling unleashed a ferocious wave of Swanky, amplified by his rage, transforming into a relentless force as he lunged towards Long Chen like a tiger descending a mountain. With his formidable strength already established, the taunt from someone weaker had stripped Mo Ling of all restraint, compelling him to unleash his most savage and lethal onslaught, intent on tearing Long Chen apart for the indignity. Long Chen, sensing the impending threat, wore a grave expression and swiftly sidestepped, channeling his most potent Swanky into a radiant barrier. The silver Swanky surged forth, reaching its utmost velocity. Futile, this time, I shall not allow you to evade. Mo Ling's robust serpentine form hurtled towards him, the gusts of wind swirling ominously, seemingly anticipating Long Chen's previous evasive maneuver. Adjusting its trajectory to strike, the rapidity of this assault left no forewarning. catching even Long Chen off guard, who had presumed he could evade with ease. Despite the countdown dwindling to a mere 5 seconds, should Mo Ling's fangs find purchase, Long Chen's body could be shredded to pieces in less than a heartbeat. Chapter 49. The bloodline of the battle demon dragon faced with this life-or-death countdown of 5 seconds. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, comprehending that his opponent had foreseen his escape route, his mind racing with calculations. In these fleeting moments, every second counted, enough to alter the course of their fierce confrontation, that if that is the case, I shall have to withstand it. With this resolve, Long Chen clenched his teeth, feeling the looming threat of death encroach upon him. And from the crevices of his scales erupted a dazzling surge of thunderous energy. The mighty waves of Swanky rippled outward as Long Chen concentrated, manifesting an impenetrable barrier of Swanky. This barrier, a unique talent of practitioners of the Swanky realm. Hiss! Allow me to inform you. All resistance is in vain. O Ling hissed with a sinister glint in his eyes, his demeanor becoming increasingly feral. The ferocity of his assault intensifying as he lunged forward. Bang! Mo Ling's gaping maw, armed with fangs as sharp as blades, clamped down upon Long Chen's Swanky barrier. 1 second. 2 seconds. The brief 2 seconds slipped away in an instant. And as Long Chen silently counted down, his expression shifted slightly, as he noticed that the barrier he had exerted all his strength to create now bore fine cracks, spiderwebbing outward from where Mo Ling's fangs had made contact. Although the Swanky barrier served as an effective defense for practitioners, the disparity in their Swanky levels was simply too vast. Even with the additional enhancements Long Chen had applied to his barrier, it could not withstand the onslaught for the full 5 seconds as the barrier threatened to shatter. Long Chen's count continued within his mind. 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds, boom! In that very moment, the defensive barrier before Long Chen exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions, dissipating into intangible waves of Swanky. Perish! Mo Ling's fangs pierced through the remnants of Long Chen's barrier with ruthless precision. And in that final second, the world seemed to freeze. All the observing Lei Lin snakes widened their eyes, fixated on the center of this inherently unequal battle, especially as they witnessed Mo Ling poised to rend Long Chen to shreds. Many younger members of the clan were too frightened to look, fearing they might witness the gruesome fate of Long Chen being torn apart. Long Chen gritted his teeth, retreating as swiftly as he could. Yet Mo Ling's assault was relentless, closing in on the vital point of his neck. Ding! 1 minute has elapsed. The second-tier gift package is being dispatched. Ding! System gift successfully sent. Please check host. Open it. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chen commanded that in the next instant, the space surrounding him began to warp, a violent and unseen force surging between him and Mo Ling, enveloping them. This was an overwhelming aura of slaughter, chilling to the bone, as if one were to plunge into a sea of corpses and blood. This is the once ferocious Mo Ling, feeling the immense power emanating from Long Chen, began to sense a shift in the tide, especially as the aura of slaughter invaded his consciousness, leaving him astonished. In that moment, Mo Ling momentarily halted his assault, as if entranced, and amidst the gaze of all the Lei Lin snakes present, he ceased his attack on Long Chen. The onlooking Lei Lin snakes were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend why Mo Ling, who could have easily ended Long Chen's life in the next second, suddenly chose to refrain from action. They merely appeared as spectators, oblivious to the underlying significance of the moment. In contrast, the Lei Lin Snake Queen's attention was riveted not on the mightiest Mo Ling, but rather on the immense transformation taking place in Long Chen. What power is this? The Lei Lin Snake Queen beheld the ominous red waves of Swanky radiating from Long Chen and felt a profound sense of intrigue. For she too sensed that this was a force that could ensnare even the most bloodthirsty of beings. If I could obtain this power, would I not have nothing to fear from the old Snake King? The Lei Lin Snake Queen flicked her tongue, her eyes shimmering with greed. She could clearly discern that this newfound power emanating from Long Chen was not inherently his own. The only plausible explanation was that he had inherited some form of extraordinary power. In this moment, the Lei Lin Snake Queen's gaze fixated on Long Chen, her mind already devising a plan. Once this battle concludes, regardless of the cost, she would seize this power for herself. I never anticipated this lad had such a hidden card. Had it not been for Mo Ling's provocation, I might have overlooked it. The Lei Lin Snake Queen flicked her tongue again, her heart coveting the sudden surge of power from Long Chen. Amidst the battlefield, with the aura of slaughter enveloping him and the sudden emergence of Red Swanky, Long Chen found himself momentarily stunned. He felt acutely aware that this overwhelming aura of slaughter was a gift bestowed upon him from the system's second-tier package. System, what manner of power is this? Observing the dazed Mo Ling, Long Chen could not help but inquire within render a being of the Xianling realm incapable of combat is no ordinary feat. Ding! Host is indeed fortunate. The treasures within this second-tier package are randomized, yet what you have received is a bloodline power that can defy fate. A bloodline power that can defy fate. It sounds rather grand. Long Chen mused, feeling as if he had suddenly risen to prominence. Ding! The bloodline power you have acquired is known as the bloodline of the Battle Demon Dragon, and the strength you are currently manifesting is termed the Battle Demon Power. Ding! This is a power originally accessible only upon the 7th transformation of your Dragon Transformation Technique. This package effectively grants you early access to a preliminary version of that power. Long Chen was taken aback. Preliminary version? What does that mean? Ding! A preliminary version means that you were not originally qualified to possess the Battle Demon Power of the Battle Demon Dragon. Ding! However, what the package has presented is the bloodline power of the Battle Demon Dragon. And to prevent you from being overwhelmed and perishing due to the force of this power, certain aspects have been trimmed and condensed into a preliminary version for your initial experience. Upon hearing these words, Long Chen could not help but grin, feeling as though his blood was being renewed within him. The once thunderous silver waves of his profound energy had transformed into a vibrant crimson. In that moment, Long Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. Even as he cast his gaze upon the dazed Mo Ling before him, he felt no sense of intimidation. It was as if, at the instant he unleashed the power of the war demon, the level of his profound energy was quietly ascending. Beep! The host's war demon power can indeed assist you in battling beyond your level, but it cannot be sustained for an extended period. This power is quite taxing on your blood. Taxing on blood? Berserker. Long Chen's expression froze momentarily as the term flashed through his mind. Chapter 50. An unexpected outcome. Beep. The host may understand that this war demon power draws upon the innate bloodline of the war demon heavenly dragon within you. However, due to your current insufficient level, it is advised not to maintain this power for too long. Beep. Should the host insist on continuously wielding the war demon power, it is likely that you will swiftly transform into a mere corpse once the time expires. Upon hearing this, Long Chen raised an eyebrow, about to respond when his expression suddenly shifted. Everything was as the system had stated. With the war demon power coursing through him, he felt an overwhelming strength, unafraid even when facing Mo Ling across the threshold of rank. Yet, the sudden sensation of being drained, as if his blood were being siphoned away, was undeniably present. Indeed, you are correct. The sense of immersion is quite profound. I feel as though I am becoming somewhat anemic. Long Chen nodded, unable to suppress a wry smile. That I shall first eliminate Mo Ling, and then withdraw this blood-consuming power. He now sensed a creeping weakness within himself, and realizing the limited duration of the war demon power, he knew he must swiftly end Mo Ling's life. For if the opponent regained composure, he too would meet his demise. Beep. The host can now withdraw the war demon power, as it is entirely unnecessary at this moment. Faced with the system's assertion, Long Chen paused, unable to resist asking, why? Beep. Because that individual is the sacrificial offering for your activation of the war demon heavenly dragon bloodline. That 1-star mystic spirit realm serpent is merely a shell now. Beep. The host will be rewarded with a 1-star promotion for slaying a 1-star mystic spirit realm thunderscale serpent king. The system's notifications rang in his ears. Long Chen's lips twitched slightly. He looked at the utterly dazed Mo Ling before him, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed as the system had described. Mo Ling was now nothing more than a lifeless shell, hollowed out like a sacrificial offering. Devoid of any vitality, as he dissipated his war demon power. The sensation of weakness surged through him like a tide, leaving Long Chen feeling somewhat dizzy, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This power was impressive, but it certainly drained the blood. Across the arena, as the crimson energy at the center gradually receded like a tide, Mo Ling remained frozen in his previous state of dazed stillness. In stark contrast, Long Chen stood resolutely within the battlefield, prompting many Thunderscale serpents to harbor silent doubts. Could it be that Mo Ling had suddenly developed a benevolent heart and spared Long Chen? Yet this explanation was merely self-deception, for all present Thunderscale serpents were acutely aware of the truth. The battle of life and death had long been a tradition. The victor achieved unparalleled glory, while the defeated faced inevitable death. This was a rule that had persisted within the clan since time immemorial. Yet, even so, the Mo Ling who could have effortlessly torn Long Chen apart now stood there, transfixed like a statue, utterly motionless, struggling against the dizziness and weakness. Long Chen gazed at the already deceased Mo Ling, grinning as he dragged his slightly heavy body forward. With a sudden strike of his serpent tail, he unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! In the next instant, Mo Ling's lifeless body, already devoid of life, shattered under the force of Long Chen's fierce tail strike. As Mo Ling's form exploded, all Thunderscale serpents, whether of the main clan or collateral branches, were left dumbfounded. That was the body of a one-star mystic spirit realm serpent, shattered by Long Chen's single blow. It was important to note that despite Long Chen's formidable strength, he was but a mere mystic energy realm serpent, while Mo Ling, though weaker, possessed defenses at the mystic spirit realm level, yet was obliterated in an instant, not a single bone remaining intact. This spectacle was enough to terrify the vast majority of the Thunderscale serpent clan. For Mo Ling to exhibit no reaction and allow himself to be slain was utterly bizarre in the eyes of all the clan members. In the square, the only ones unperturbed were the leaders of the Thunderscale serpent clan. They could easily deduce that Mo Ling's sudden demise was due to the bloodthirsty crimson energy that had consumed him, intensifying his desire and greed for the power within Long Chen. Wait, I actually managed to shatter him in an instant. Long Chen stared at the remnants of Mo Ling's shattered form, fragmented like pieces of a puzzle strewn across the ground, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. However, oddly enough, there was not a single drop of blood to be found amidst Mo Ling's shattered remains, leaving Long Chen perplexed. Beep! The host need not be puzzled. This individual was a sacrificial offering for activating your war demon, heavenly dragon bloodline, requiring a blood sacrifice, hence the absence of blood. Beep! The host may take a moment to assess his own body. Even without utilizing the war demon power, your defense and physical strength have already been elevated by several tiers. Upon hearing this, Long Chen closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, subtly nodding in agreement. Indeed, with the enhancement from the war demon heavenly dragon bloodline, he felt a significant increase in his physical strength. Had this been any other time, such a tail strike would likely have merely pushed Mo Ling back. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse, no matter how strong Long Chen became. Had he relied solely on his previously meager fighting capability, breaching Mo Ling's defenses would have been a fanciful dream, unless all of Long Chen's attribute points had been allocated to strength or profound energy. In the wake of Mo Ling's complete demise, aside from feeling a tinge of dizziness and weakness, Long Chen swayed slightly before turning to the highest viewing platform, calling out, "Hey!" announced the results of the battle. At that moment, the Thunderscale serpent standing beside the clan leader on the platform finally reacted to Long Chen's voice. Astonishment etched across its face. This battle, His Highness Long Chen has emerged victorious. As the words fell, the serpent's voice gradually transitioned to one of excitement. IT had initially believed Long Chen was doomed, yet the final outcome was one of triumph for Long Chen. This victory, based on its extensive experience overseeing countless clan gatherings, was undeniably unprecedented. With the announcement of the final battle results, the entire arena fell into a brief silence. All clan members left in shock. Long Chen, at the mere mystic energy realm, had faced Mo Ling, who should have overwhelmed him, yet he had subverted expectations and emerged victorious. This battle was nothing short of a monumental achievement for the clan. Long Chen, your might is unparalleled. Long Chen, long live. Long Chen, long live. Following a moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted into a thunderous chorus of cheers, all members of the clan roaring in fervor, their hearts completely conquered by Long Chen. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly the true serpent king of the next generation. As the saying goes, with joy among some serpents comes sorrow among others. While the clan celebrated, the collateral branches were engulfed in silence, trembling with fear, especially those from the Wanling gang collateral branch, who, upon glancing at Long Chen in the arena, found their previous anger and grief over a man's demise forgotten. The emergence of such a young king within the clan was truly a blessing. While it was a lament for the collateral branches, even if they harbored hatred, it had to remain hidden within, for they dared not express it openly. Meanwhile, the collateral branches from the North Chine Sea, who had accompanied numerous thunderscale serpents, were filled with an even greater dread. Ling had been their hope for the past century, and now, with the prospect of soaring to new heights within their grasp, they found it all shattered in an instant by Long Chen. As Long Chen prepared to withdraw, he was halted by a voice imbued with authority. Wait, Chapter 51. The threat of the thunder-scaled serpent queen on the battlefield. Long Chen cast his gaze around, feeling an unexpected sense of ease wash over him, only to be met by a sudden wave of weakness coursing through his body. This won't do. I must find a place to rest quickly. My current state is far from ideal. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he noticed that all the thunder-scaled serpent kings from the collateral branches were slowly lowering their heads in submission, not daring to meet his eyes, their hearts secretly mocking him. It was evident that this group of collateral clan members, after witnessing his defeat of Ling, dared not come forth to meet their demise. Just as Long Chen had surmised, the branch leaders of the collateral clan no longer spoke of challenging him. After all, if even a formidable foe like Ling at the level of the Xianling realm could not best Long Chen, what hope did they have? With the combat phase of the clan assembly reaching a conclusion, Long Chen sought to slip away for a much-needed respite. Wait, at that moment. As Long Chen prepared to depart, a voice imbued with a touch of authority and alluring charm resonated from the platform above. Upon hearing it, the entire venue fell into silence, all thunder-scaled serpents, whether from the main clan or collateral branches, directing their gazes towards the elevated stage. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to the thunder-scaled serpent queen above. Your Majesty, I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest. From her elevated position, the thunder-scaled serpent queen let out a melodic laugh, tinged with sweetness, a sound that, in the eyes of the demon race, could be deemed quite enchanting. Your Highness Long Chen, allow me first to congratulate you on once again safeguarding the dignity of our clan, that on behalf of all clan members, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. As she spoke, the thunder-scaled serpent queen gracefully lowered her noble head, a gesture akin to a bow directed at Long Chen, a unique form of respect bestowed by the royal family. Any prince who defended the clan's honor during such assemblies was entitled to such an honor. Seeing the thunder-scaled serpent queen bow slightly, all thunder-scaled serpents, regardless of their lineage, stood tall and saluted Long Chen at the center of the arena. Congratulations, Your Highness, for defending our clan's dignity and glory. Long live the prince. Confronted with such a grand display of homage, a faint smile crept across Long Chen's lips. He had never before experienced such a momentous occasion, and to claim he did not enjoy it would be disingenuous. However, he knew too well that such flattering gestures often concealed ulterior motives. The thunder-scaled serpent queen, in her exalted position, was likely not simply showering him with praise for no reason. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Having already calculated the implications of the situation, even in his currently weakened state, his vigilance remained unyielding. In the dragon ancient continent, maintaining a heightened sense of awareness was undoubtedly a vital means of survival, at the very least allowing one to evade those with malicious intent. Your Majesty, I am truly honored by your nurturing and affection, but after 2 consecutive battles, I hope you will grant me permission to rest for a moment. Long Chen replied with unwavering composure, revealing no signs of weakness. After all, he was merely playing a role, waiting for the arrival of the old Serpent King who tended to ramble upon hearing his words. The thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's gaze, tinged with a hint of greed, fixated on Long Chen as if fearful he might escape. Yet her voice remained sweet and beguiling. "Your Highness, having fought 2 battles in succession, it is indeed understandable that you are fatigued. What truly surprises me is your ability to defeat Mo Ling. It is indeed a great fortune for our clan." While she spoke thus, the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen was genuinely astonished. Not by his strength, but by the sudden surge of blood-red energy that had erupted within him, reminiscent of a fierce desire for slaughter. This foreign crimson energy only deepened her resolve to seize what she coveted. On the side of the Collateral clan, many members exchanged furtive glances, their expressions betraying a bitter amusement at the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's words. Truly, she had a knack for picking at old wounds. And the North Cheen High Collateral clan members could hardly contain their disdain, their facial muscles twitching in frustration while maintaining a facade of joy. Long Chen remained silent, biding his time to see what the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen would do next. "Hee, Your Highness Long Chen appears quite weary. It is only fitting that we reward you. However, I have a matter I wish to inquire about," she said, gracefully coiling her massive body and descending into the arena. The enormous serpent, measuring over 20 meters in length, landed beside Long Chen with an imposing presence. Observing the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen, whose size dwarfed his own by 3 or 4 times, Long Chen could not help but feel a mix of irony and amusement. Yet, he remained vigilant, asking, "What is it that your Majesty wishes to know?" "Whatever I know, I shall share without reservation. Now that is more like it." The thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's eyes sparkled with interest, and she flicked her tongue in delight. "Your Highness, from where did you acquire the power that enabled you to best Mo Ling? I am quite intrigued by this force, and I hope you will enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Long Chen could surmise the nature of her inquiry. A smirk playing on his lips, he had anticipated that her close proximity indicated her ulterior motives. In response to your Majesty's question, I am afraid I do not comprehend which power you refer to," he replied, having already prepared his deception. "Everything you witnessed is merely my own strength." The thunder-scaled Serpent Queen, whose smile had previously brimmed with allure, now bore a more frosty demeanor. Yet her voice remained sultry as she circled around Long Chen, her tone laced with seduction. "Your Highness, your words seem rather evasive. I doubt it is only I who finds them incredulous. Even the entire clan would struggle to believe such a claimed IT was a jest." None were fools. The thunder-scaled Serpent Queen felt a surge of anger being toyed with. Yet in the presence of so many, she could not afford to lash out openly, opting instead for a more conciliatory tone. Long Chen, however, could only suppress a cold laugh within, maintaining a sunny smile as he replied, "Your Majesty, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I genuinely do not know what power you are alluding to." At that moment, the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's enchanting smile dissipated entirely, replaced by a chilling frost and an air of menace that enveloped her features. Her aura suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat menacing as she slowly encircled Long Chen. Surrounded by countless thunder-scaled serpents, who gazed enviously upon the majestic queen as she encircled Long Chen, they believed this to be a public acknowledgement of his merit. "How foolish to think mere words could deceive me. Do not forget who nurtured you all these years. Were it not for my guidance, would you have had the chance to become a thunder-scaled Serpent King? Your bloodline relies on my assistance. Be wise and reveal the method behind that crimson power you unleashed earlier." Finding himself ensnared within the confines of the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's embrace, Long Chen, who had previously felt a measure of trepidation, now appeared relaxed, raising an eyebrow with a mocking grin. "And what if I refuse to comply?" Chapter 52. The mask shatters as Long Chen found himself trapped within the serpentine confines of the thunder-scaled Serpent Queen. His initial apprehension began to wane, replaced by a cold smile. "What if I refuse to comply?" "Refuse to comply." The thunder-scaled Serpent Queen's expression shifted in surprise, her fury bubbling beneath the surface, her mouth opened wide, revealing her fangs as she prepared to strike at Long Chen with deceptive stealth. "If you choose to be obstinate, then you shall meet your demise. That power, capable of dominion, shall still belong to me." Although the Lei Lin Snake Queen was internally perplexed, wondering why the usually compliant Prince Longchen was suddenly so resolute today, she chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. For she understood clearly that as long as she could slay the prince before her and acquire the blood within him, along with that power brimming with murderous intent, everything else would become inconsequential. After all, her heart was steeped in insatiable darkness and greed. To grow stronger and even dominate the realms, she would not hesitate to eliminate members of her own as the Lei Lin Snake Queen lunged forward with a fierce bite. Long Chen's heart remained as tranquil as still water, seemingly indifferent to her lethal assault. His voice was calm. "Old fellow, to what extent do you wish to witness this spectacle?" Upon hearing this, the Lei Lin Snake Queen, poised to tear Long Chen into shreds, froze momentarily, then hissed with her venomous tongue, "Do you truly believe anyone can aid you now? The entire Lei Lin Snake clan is under my control. Even if you plead for your life, it is futile." With a cold sneer, her ferocious bite came with even greater intensity than before. The reason the Lei Lin Snake Queen desperately sought the bloodline power within Long Chen was that she believed acquiring this strength would not only enhance her own might, but also solidify her dominion over the entire Lei Lin Snake clan. Around the square, witnessing this sudden shift in events, many members of the clan sensed the queen's murderous intent and were immediately filled with dread. Prince Long Chen had valiantly defended the dignity and glory of their clan, earning his place as a hero. Yet now, the most formidable of the Lei Lin snakes, the Great Queen, sought to kill him. This bewildering turn of events left all present utterly confounded. Let him die. After all, it's merely a clan matter and has nothing to do with us. Many members from the collateral branches felt little concern, merely surprised, particularly those from the Wanling and Beichinhai branches, who secretly wished for Long Chen's demise. If they could eliminate him and seize that power, perhaps they could gain entry to the grand assembly of demonic spirits in the Mountain of Beasts. As the prospect of a promising future loomed, the Lei Lin Snake Queen, seeing Long Chen's head so close to her gaping maw, felt no hesitation as she bit down fiercely to end that critical moment. An unseen force suddenly surged from outside, enveloping the square and immobilizing the Lei Lin Snake Queen, rendering her powerless. The Lei Lin Snake Queen, suddenly frozen in place, felt a surge of panic alongside her astonishment. Her eyes widened as Long Chen's head loomed just a foot away, yet she could not bring herself to bite down. It was not that she lacked the will, but rather an invisible control restrained her actions. Feeling the loss of control over her own body, the Lei Lin Snake Queen, after a brief moment of shock, grew increasingly frantic, roaring, "This is impossible. There is nothing impossible about it. Do you think that without the Snake King's horn and with my demise, you could effortlessly claim the Lei Lin Snake clan as your own?" A deep voice, tinged with disdain, resonated from the square. All Lei Lin snakes, including Long Chen and those from collateral branches, trembled at the sound of this voice and the omnipotent force that commanded their lives. Bowing in reverence, "Welcome back, great king." The chorus of respectful greetings reverberated throughout the square. Long Chen, upon hearing the familiar voice, felt a weight lift from his heart as he gazed at the immobilized Lei Lin Snake Queen. Sneering, "Surprised, are you? The old Snake King is not dead. In fact, I rescued him. Did you think you were the only one with a trick up your sleeve?" The Lei Lin Snake Queen's expression changed drastically, her internal fear intensifying. She realized that the supposed secret of the old Snake King's death was a narrative she had spun to mislead Long Chen, and imprisoning him had also been her design. Now, with the old Snake King returning unexpectedly to the clan in such a grand manner, her face turned ashen, for only he knew the true location of the revered Snake King's horn. The Lei Lin Snake Queen was acutely aware that the power capable of controlling her was solely derived from the ancestral legacy of the Snake King's horn, passed down through generations of the Lei Lin Snake clan. "Enough, I tire of this banter," Long Chen declared, stepping away from the Lei Lin Snake Queen, and nonchalantly raised his tail to deliver a stinging blow to her face. While it did not inflict any injury, it was sufficient to strip her of dignity, inciting her fury. "Long Chen, even if you have saved that old wretch, as one complicit in his imprisonment, you shall not fare any better." The Lei Lin Snake Queen's face flushed with rage, her voice rising an octave. This plan was yours from the start, and you not only participated but actively invited me. What are your true intentions? Do not forget, had you not deceived me, I would never have committed such treachery against the great king. In her desperation to save herself, the Lei Lin Snake Queen sought to deflect all blame onto Long Chen. As she voiced her grievances, many clan members who had previously sympathized with Long Chen turned their ire toward him. Their eyes filled with fury. In their eyes, Prince Long Chen's actions, which harmed the great king in pursuit of the Snake King's horn, were worthy of death, for such treason was unforgivable. Seeing the Lei Lin Snake Queen so deftly shift blame onto him, Long Chen gazed at her in surprise, chuckling, "What a strong sense of immersion you have. I nearly believed you." The Lei Lin Snake Queen, perceiving his lack of rebuttal, felt a slight sense of relief, yet retorted coldly, "Long Chen, now that the great king has returned, all your past misdeeds shall be laid bare. Confess your crimes." In response, Long Chen merely nodded slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, flicking his tongue with casual indifference. "Indeed, you are entirely correct." Seeing him so relaxed, the Lei Lin Snake Queen's face twisted with a sinister smile, though internally she felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had never witnessed Long Chen exude such unwavering confidence, and it unnerved her. Unwilling to prolong the exchange, Long Chen turned away, grinning. "Old fellow, did you enjoy the show? Were you planning to watch from the sidelines if the Snake Queen did not intervene?" At Long Chen's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All the Lei Lin snakes, including those from collateral branches and the guards, stared in disbelief at him, their minds racing. This fellow dared to refer to the great king as old fellow? Was he courting death? However, the next moment left everyone utterly astonished as a voice, tinged with a hint of friendliness, echoed softly to "Ah, I apologize for the delay. I was merely delayed a bit while seeking the Snake King's horn. I have only just arrived. I hope my young friend does not hold it against me." However, in the next moment, although the figure of the old Serpent King had yet to arrive, the ethereal sound of his response truly astonished the Thunderscale Serpent Queen and all the Thunderscale serpents. Their great king displayed not a hint of anger. Rather, he greeted Long Chen with remarkable friendliness. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would have found it utterly unbelievable that the old Serpent King could be so affable. Upon seeing Long Chen casually address the old Serpent King, the Thunderscale Serpent Queen felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She never imagined that this fellow had become so familiar with the old Serpent King. Seemingly sensing the astonishment and disbelief of the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, Long Chen cast her a disdainful glance and coldly remarked, "Do not be anxious. I will make it abundantly clear when the time comes." In the face of Long Chen's mocking words, for some inexplicable reason, a twinge of panic surged within the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, though her face remained contorted in a sinister grin. "I shall see how you turn the tables to D. Oh, not forget, while this plan is indeed mine, you are the one executing it. When the time comes, will your clan believe you or believe me?" Upon hearing this, Long Chen merely nodded slightly, curling his lips in a silent response, maintaining a sunny smile, but inwardly he felt a pang of sorrow that it seemed that the earlier counterfeit Long Chen, who had long since perished, had been so naive as to be treated as a mere tool, dutifully carrying out tasks. Just then, a massive silver serpent, its form like a bolt of lightning, appeared at the entrance of the square. The sight of this serpent, which seemed too large to fit through the entrance, commanded the immediate respect of countless clan members. The once proud nature of the clan members had been subdued by the presence and intimidation of the old Serpent King. Upon learning of his mysterious disappearance and death, they had fallen into a state of awkwardness. This was precisely why, throughout the years, during clan gatherings, the branches of the clan had never dared to challenge when the old Serpent King was present. The old Serpent King's aura of intimidation, combined with his formidable strength and the power of the Serpent King's horn, ensured that none of the Thunderscale serpents could escape his control. As the old Serpent King, adorned in snow-white scales, appeared at the entrance, Long Chen's gaze shifted upwards to behold the ancient creature, whose size dwarfed him by an immeasurable extent, and his lips twitched slightly. Thankfully, this was an ally. Had he been an enemy, Long Chen truly would not have known how to contend with a Thunderscale Serpent King at the level of Xuanlun. All hail the king. Long live the king. With the sudden appearance of the old Serpent King, the entire clan bowed in respectful reverence. Even the branch families dared not show any resistance, standing tall and performing the highest rites of respect. The Thunderscale Serpent Queen, upon seeing the imprisoned old Serpent King suddenly alive before her, felt a tremor within her heart. She could sense that the old Serpent King's seemingly calm eyes were brimming with an inexhaustible murderous intent. Fixed intently upon her, "Mighty king, you must stand up for me." The Thunderscale Serpent Queen was the first to voice her grievances, bending low to approach the old Serpent King, her voice laden with sorrow. Her face streaked with tears of injustice, a sight that left Long Chen astonished. Goodness, to cry on cue, her acting is simply phenomenal. This Serpent Queen truly has talent. Such exceptional acting skills. How unfortunate that she does not pursue a career in performance. Long Chen smirked inwardly, feeling no alarm, and even found it difficult to suppress a chuckle as the Thunderscale Serpent Queen cozied up to the old Serpent King. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly lavished her with affection, but now he appeared remarkably indifferent, calmly asking, "My beloved, have you fared well these past years?" Long Chen could not help but display a hint of disdain. Realizing that the old Serpent King was fully aware of everything and still attempted to turn the tables on the Thunderscale Serpent Queen. Upon hearing this, the Thunderscale Serpent Queen wept even more sorrowfully, then pointed her serpent tail at Long Chen, angrily declaring, "Great king, it is all the wicked deeds of this detestable Long Chen. I was forced and manipulated at that time. You must stand up for me." Long Chen cast a glance at the theatrically distressed Thunderscale Serpent Queen, inwardly sneering. Indeed, among the demon serpents, there exists a classic type of schemer, transcending racial boundaries. The old Serpent King nodded slightly, just as he was about to speak, when a familiar, impassioned voice filled with righteous fury echoed, causing him to tremble. "You lie. You plotted to harm my father and imprisoned and bullied me. These are the unforgivable sins that you, old demon serpent, cannot escape." At the sound of this voice, Long Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Why did she choose to appear at this moment? Could she not see that her father was pretending to be the Thunderscale Serpent Queen? She had effectively exposed the act, making it impossible to continue. The Thunderscale Serpent Queen, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback, abruptly turning to glare at the beautiful Thunderscale Serpent she despised. Her expression shifting dramatically as she could not help but scream, "This is impossible. I sealed your powers. How did you escape that spiritual array?" Upon hearing this, all the Thunderscale serpents present turned their astonished gazes toward the high platform, where Lin Air stood proudly, her clear and stubborn eyes fixed intently on the Thunderscale Serpent Queen. Longu, simultaneously, the nylon butterfly perched on Lin Air's head, upon spotting Long Chen, immediately fluttered over and landed on his head, saying with a grin, "Longu, look, I've successfully advanced." Raising his gaze, Long Chen looked at the butterfly on his head, astonished to sense that it had attained the level of 9-star Xuanqi. "Were you not previously a 9-star Xianmai? How did you advance straight to 9-star Xuanqi in one go?" Upon hearing this, the butterfly scratched its head in confusion, grinning foolishly. Who knows? I'm not sure about that either." Long Chen did not press further, as he was not particularly interested in this matter. However, after a slight nod, he suddenly felt something was amiss and exclaimed, "Wait, were you not in a cocoon state? How did you come with Lin Air?" Chapter 54. Father and daughter reunited, wherein you still in the process of advancing. "How did you come with Lin Air?" Long Chen could not help but question the butterfly. Longu, you don't know. After I successfully advanced." Listening to the butterfly's simple narration, Long Chen nodded slightly, beginning to understand. Turned out that the butterfly, unable to find him, had ventured out to search and fortuitously overheard the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's plan to kill Lin Air. So it flew ahead to rescue her. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded, culminating in Lin Air exposing the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's facade on the high platform. "You sealed Lin Air's powers?" Meanwhile, as the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's voice, laced with exasperation, rang out. The old Serpent King's gaze shifted, his body emanating a chilling aura of Xuanqi. Old demon serpent, these are your own words. I did not coerce you, did I? The Thunderscale Serpent Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. For she never imagined that in the end, the one to betray her would be herself. Within the clan square, all the members, upon learning the truth, were utterly astonished, their gazes filled with fury directed at the Thunderscale Serpent Queen. Their expressions fierce. Lin Er, as the daughter of the old Serpent King and a princess of the Thunderscale Serpents, held an exalted status, second only to the old Serpent King. The rumors surrounding Lin Er's mysterious disappearance had been propagated by the detestable Thunderscale Serpent Queen. And regrettably, after learning of the old Serpent King's strange death, they had placed their trust in her. Now that the truth was unveiled, along with the appearance of the old Serpent King and Lin Er, the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's numerous schemes crumbled before them. Whoosh! Knowing her schemes had been exposed, the Thunderscale Serpent Queen instantly fled from the old Serpent King's side, darting towards the Serpent Cave passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Father! Witnessing the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's hasty retreat, Lin Er, despite her hatred for her, yearned for her father more, swiftly leaping onto the square and throwing herself into the old Serpent King's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, as if to vent all her grievances. Hearing the cries of his beloved daughter, the old Serpent King's body trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress his own murderous intent. Gently soothing her, offering comfort. Hush, Lin Er, do not cry. This time, I shall not allow any harm to befall my daughter. In contrast, Lin Er offered no reply, her face streaked with tears, her heart-wrenching sobs nearly shattering the old Serpent King's heart. Long Chen, witnessing this touching scene, could not help but smile, remarking, "The emotional resonance is strong. I'm almost moved to tears myself." Truly, all beings possess a certain sensitivity. Regardless of their lineage, the bond of blood is undeniably profound. Ding! The host's protective mission has been accomplished, granting a reward of 10 attribute points, which have all been allocated to defensive attributes. As the prompt from the evolution system echoed, Long Chen could not help but slightly nod. Inwardly thinking, excellent, you've shown some understanding this time. Let me refresh my attribute chart. Ding! The host's attribute chart has been successfully updated. Host. Long Chen race. Demon form. Thunder Lin Snake King bloodline. Battle Demon Heavenly Dragon rank. 7-star Profound Chi Realm talent. Battle Demon S. Might Profound Technique. Explosive Tooth. Advanced Yellow rank. Profound Law. 9 transformations of the Dragon Decision. Advanced Yellow rank. Currently in the first. Transformation state. Attribute points. 0 Profound Chi. 0 Strength. 0 Agility. 0 Soul. 0 Defense. 70 Experience points. 11. 231,800 an additional bloodline slot appeared. The Battle Demon Heavenly Dragon Bloodline. TSK, it certainly sounds impressive. As Long Chen observed the update of his attributes, he nodded slightly. However, when his gaze fell to the talent section, he was instantly taken aback. Wait a moment, system, how come my only talent left is Battle Demon S-Might? What happened to my Thunder Resistance talent? Lacking the Thunder Resistance talent means I can no longer enjoy the thrill of being struck by lightning at will. Doesn't it? Ding! The host, currently at the first stage of the Profound Chi realm, can only possess a single talent attribute. To acquire more talent attributes, the host must elevate their Profound Chi rank. With each advancement, an additional talent attribute slot will become available. Upon hearing the system's response, Long Chen felt an inner sense of exasperation and could not help but curl his lips. Just as Long Chen was idly engaging with the system, it seemed that the old Serpent King had successfully pacified Lin Er, and he then said, "Young friend Long Chen, could you please take care of my daughter for a while? I need to attend to some family matters." "Father, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying with you." Lin Er clung tightly to the old Serpent King, refusing to let go no matter what. Witnessing this, the old Serpent King felt a twinge of helplessness. He wanted to console her, yet she would not listen, putting him in a difficult position. Seeing this, Long Chen chuckled and said, "How about this, old fellow? Take Lin Er with you. I will stay nearby and protect her. After all, retribution must be meted out to those who have wronged her." At these words, The old Serpent King's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded. That makes sense. Before the Snake Queen's palace, the entire clan of Thunderland snakes had gathered, rendering the entrance impassable. Before the tightly shut stone hall, the old Serpent King took the lead, his expression cold and resolute. This time, he would not let the opponent escape. Bang! This time, the old Serpent King did not use the conventional way to open the door. Instead, he employed a forceful strike with his serpentine tail, shattering the stone door outright. Chen watched this hardcore method of entry, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Truly, the old Serpent King's temperament was as tempestuous as ever. Previously, when I encountered him, I found him quite likable. After all, Linner's mother passed away early, and I wished for Linner to experience maternal affection. All of this, it's all my fault. The old Serpent King shook his head, murmuring to himself, and surged ahead. Chen and Linner followed closely behind, followed by a multitude of Thunderland snake warriors. The once vast and empty Snake Queen's stone hall was now filled with the figures of Thunderland snakes. The old Serpent King gazed at the Thunderland Snake Queen lounging upon the throne, observing her nonchalant demeanor, and coldly inquired, "Why did you conspire against me? Hurting me is one thing, but you also bully my daughter." Upon hearing this, the Thunderland Snake Queen atop the throne sneered disdainfully, arrogantly declaring, "Indeed, I conspired against you and bullied your daughter, but why don't you ask who exactly orchestrated these deeds? Though I am the mastermind, it was your darling prince who executed them. In terms of harm inflicted, he subjected your daughter to all sorts of torment. Are you planning to keep that Chen around?" Hearing this, Chen could not help but chuckle and shake his head. The fact that she still wanted to shift the blame onto him was amusing. However, he understood, for the Thunderland Snake Queen was unaware that the true instigator had long since perished. The old Serpent King, however, said nothing further. His gaze locked onto the Thunderland Snake Queen, and he solemnly declared, "In that case, you must be prepared for death." "Ah, death?" The Thunderland Snake Queen threw her head back and laughed, her voice dripping with disdain as she coldly stared at the old Serpent King, chillingly stating, "Today, who lives or dies is still uncertain." Hearing the Thunderland Snake Queen's self-assured and chilling laughter, all the Thunderland Snake warriors exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Was this Snake Queen suddenly losing her wits? How dare she act so arrogantly before the king? The old Serpent King, unfazed, stepped forward, his powerful and robust silver-scaled tail suddenly whipping out, generating a sharp and violent silver light, aiming to pierce through the Thunderland Snake Queen's body. Chapter 55. The Black Stone Whoosh. As the old Serpent King unleashed his tail with no mercy, the previously silent hall vibrated with the influence of the profound energy, creating a tempestuous wind. His massive, robust, silver-scaled tail, enhanced by the profound energy waves of the profound wheel realm, radiated a blinding silver light, poised to pierce through the Thunderland Snake Queen's form. Upon witnessing the old Serpent King's full-powered burst of profound energy, Chen felt the violent gusts affecting him as well, and he silently marveled. Such explosive power at the profound wheel realm could likely pierce even the hardest of diamond rocks. Roar, roar, as the old Serpent King charged toward the Thunderland Snake Queen. Countless Thunderland Snake warriors let out low, resonant roars, seemingly rallying for their king. Hiss, the Thunderland Snake Queen, showing no mercy as the old Serpent King attacked, flicked her forked tongue and emitted a chilling, sinister laugh as she hissed. "Do you think brute force alone can bring me down?" With a thunderous roar, the Thunderland Snake Queen unleashed a piercing scream, and suddenly, a previously unseen surge of violent power erupted around her throne, gradually spreading and enveloping her like a protective shield. Bang! The old Serpent King's tail struck fiercely. The sharp silver light aimed to shatter the sudden protective barrier surrounding the Thunderland Snake Queen, only to be met with surprise. The defense shield, meant to protect her, possessed a rebound characteristic. Instantly, the old Serpent King's tail was met with a counterforce of its own profound energy, causing him to retract his tail in shock. As the multitude of Thunderland Snake warriors witnessed the old Serpent King's attack being repelled, their faces displayed astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Thunderland Snake Queen had such a trick up her sleeve. Chen, sensing the familiar energy fluctuations, could not help but smirk. So that's why the old serpent suddenly retreated. It turns out she had already set up a three-tiered spirit formation. Spirit formations were extremely rare. That the Thunder Lin Snake Queen could lay down a three-tiered formation in one go truly astonished Long Chen. After all, spirit formations were not something just anyone could control. Only those trained as spirit formation masters could wield such power. Yet, as Long Chen scrutinized the Thunder Lin Snake Queen, he found no signs of her being a spirit formation master. It seemed she had merely stumbled upon activating this three-tiered formation by chance. Three-tiered spirit formation. The old Serpent King's expression darkened. He had suffered from the Thunder Lin Snake Queen's spirit formation long ago, and now his desire for vengeance surged that a three-tiered spirit formation could easily ensnare cultivators of the profound wheel realm. Fortunately, the protective barrier surrounding the Thunder Lin Snake Queen was not offensive but merely a defensive formation. Haha. Fortunately, several years ago, I obtained the ability to learn spirit formations, which allowed me to become a spirit formation master of the demon race. As the old Serpent King realized he could not harm her, the Thunder Lin Snake Queen sneered disdainfully. With a flick of her tail, she produced a seemingly inconspicuous black stone embedded in her throne. To the naked eye, the black stone appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any discernible value. Yet the Thunder Lin Snake Queen treated it like a treasure, her gaze filled with satisfaction and delight, unable to part with it. That stone. Long Chen's eyes suddenly fixated on the black stone coiled in the Thunder Lin Snake Queen's tail. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming desire to possess it, as it emanated a distinctly extraordinary aura. At that moment, Long Chen harbored a singular thought. That small black stone was something he must acquire. He chuckled softly. Old Serpent King, with my three-tiered spirit formation in place, unless you can break through to the creation realm immediately. Don't waste your efforts. The Lei Lin Serpent Queen sneered repeatedly, showing no concern for her dire predicament, her laughter brimming with arrogance. Despite her recklessness, she indeed possessed the leverage of the situation. The old Serpent King, limited in strength, was truly incapable of breaching the barrier of the third-tier defensive spirit formation, rendering him unable to take her life. However, Long Chen's focus did not lie in whether the Lei Lin Serpent Queen was a formation master. Rather, he was intrigued by how this being, at the mere level of the profound spirit realm, could silently unleash a third-tier spirit formation. It is well known that the level of a spirit formation corresponds almost directly with the level of profound energy. For the arrangement of such formations requires a substantial amount of spiritual power. Long Chen could clearly sense the soul strength of the Lei Lin Serpent Queen, which was akin to that of an ordinary serpent demon. Attempting to release a higher-level formation from a lower tier, even with a slight misstep, could lead to an instantaneous depletion of energy. Thus, Long Chen naturally fixed his attention on the black stone coiled at the tip of the Lei Lin Serpent Queen's tail. For a serpent demon with an ordinary level of soul power to attempt to release a higher-level formation was nearly an impossibility. Yet, the Lei Lin Serpent Queen had achieved it, suggesting the stone's extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, as Long Chen pondered silently, the old Serpent King suddenly emitted a confident, chilling laughter. Do you truly believe that this trifling third-tier spirit formation can withstand me? In response to the old Serpent King's sudden shift to a cold, confident laughter, the Lei Lin Serpent Queen's eyes narrowed. For some reason, a hint of insecurity flickered within her heart. Nevertheless, she scoffed at the old Serpent King, her tone regaining its previous seductive quality, albeit laced with a strong intent to kill. Do not try to intimidate me. If you truly possess the ability, why waste your breath here? If you have the skill, break my spirit formation, but be careful not to be rebounded to your death. Your daughter, poor Linner, would be left without a father. Upon hearing this, Linner trembled with anger, her serpentine body quivering. Had it not been for Long Chen's presence, she would have charged forward. Trust your father. That old fool surely has a way. Long Chen reassured her to his words. Linner restrained her impulse to attack, nodding slightly and softly saying, Brother Long Chen, I will heed your advice. Long Chen's gaze then turned with some confusion toward the old Serpent King, as he found it difficult to comprehend. Did the old Serpent King intend to forcibly breach the third-tier spirit formation using his own strength? It must be noted that breaking a spirit formation of such strength at the same tier is a daunting and perilous task. And he could not believe the old Serpent King would act so recklessly. Seeing that the old Serpent King remained silent, the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen's mocking tone grew increasingly pronounced. "Oh, so it appears you are all show and no substance. Old fool, if you possess any capability, then come inside." Hearing this, the old Serpent King disdainfully scoffed, nodding slightly. "Very well, then let me make your demise a bit clearer." Suddenly, the old Serpent King lowered his head slightly. Closing his eyes, in the next moment, an invisible pressure of dominion emanated slowly from within the hall. Feeling this sudden oppressive force, Chen felt puzzled. He could not detect the fluctuations of profound energy behind it, as it was evidently not sustained by profound energy. With a roar, the old Serpent King's head emerged, a silver radiance surging forth. "This is—" Chen gazed at the old Serpent King with astonishment, observing the silver light emanating from the top of his head, and he was secretly taken aback. He felt as though his body was experiencing some degree of suppression. Chapter 56. The Death of the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen. As the silver light suddenly burst forth from the old Serpent King's head, Chen's eyes widened in shock as he realized that, at that moment, his body was indeed subjected to some form of restraint. Puzzled, Chen seemed to suddenly recall something, and his gaze fixated sharply on the old Serpent King's head as he murmured, "Could it be that old fool intends to utilize that?" A magnificent silver horn, enveloped in silver light, abruptly manifested atop the old Serpent King's head. Observing the emergence of the silver horn, Chen scanned his surroundings and noted that all the Lei Lin's serpent warriors, including Liner, were gazing upon it with utmost reverence. In that instant, the doubts that had lingered in his heart were effortlessly dispelled, and Chen found himself in a state of amused exasperation. No wonder he had previously felt a sense of suppression in his body, and a certain lack of control. It turned out that he was currently in the form of the Lei Lin's serpent. Although his body was suffused with the power of the war spirit heavenly dragon bloodline, his evolution at this tier still retained the appearance of a Lei Lin serpent, hence experiencing some influence was to be expected. However, compared to the other Lei Lin serpents who had already manifested a demeanor of respect and submission upon the appearance of the Serpent King's horn, Chen's ability to still act autonomously was quite remarkable. After all, the Serpent King's horn could command all Lei Lin serpents across the Dragon Ancient Continent. The Lei Lin's Serpent Queen, witnessing the sudden emergence of the Serpent King's horn atop the old Serpent King's head, was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering derisively. "Old fool, do you truly believe you can utilize the Serpent King's horn to break my third-tier spirit formation? How laughable! The Serpent King's horn is merely a symbolic treasure, one that holds significance only for the Lei Lin serpent clan." Yet the very next second, her voice abruptly halted as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her eyes filled with fear as she repeatedly exclaimed, "This is impossible! You cannot control me through the spirit formation. I severed all connections through the formation just now. You cannot do it." Seeing the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen starting to panic, the old Serpent King remained steadfast, coldly laughing as he replied, "Enough. Your ignorance of the Serpent King's horn is akin to your ignorance of your own power. Accept your fate. Initially, I bore you no ill will and could understand the immense allure the Serpent King's horn held for you. I had intended to exile you, but you dared to harm my daughter. Today, regardless of your attempts to escape, for all that you have done to Liner, I shall have you torn asunder," with a voice filled with murderous intent. The old Serpent King's declaration rang out, and in the next moment, the silver horn atop his head erupted with a dazzling silver radiance. As the silver light illuminated the entire hall, an invisible force of suppression began to envelop the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen within the spirit formation like a tidal wave. Sizzling, the formidable barrier of the third-tier spirit formation, capable of repelling all powers of the profound wheel realm, found itself unable to withstand the silver light of the Serpent King's horn, which penetrated effortlessly as if it were air. Witnessing the third-tier spirit formation's inability to resist the power of the Serpent King's horn, the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen fell into utter panic. She hastily seized the black stone, urgently commanding, "Quick, conjure another spirit formation to protect me. Dispel that accursed power." Yet the black stone, at her frantic urging, sank like a stone into the sea, showing no further signs of response. Perhaps the stone possessed its own spirit, having abandoned the task of protecting the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen. "I haven't lost yet. I refuse to concede." The Lei Lin's Serpent Queen howled in despair, her grotesque visage fully revealed as she coiled her tail in fury, hurling the mysterious black stone aside and forcefully prying open the throne. Beneath the throne, a hidden passage, long prepared, revealed itself to Long Chen and the old Serpent King. "Old fool, we shall meet again. I shall return." The Lei Lin's Serpent Queen sneered, her body shrinking several times as she attempted to slip into the prepared passageway before the power of the Serpent King's horn could fully envelop her. A futile endeavor, truly laughable. The old Serpent King scoffed coldly, and the Serpent King's horn erupted once more with an even more potent force of dominion, spreading outward in the next moment, as the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen slipped into the passage. The silver lights surged in after her. As time ticked by, Long Chen silently observed the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen's escape down the concealed passage, his brow furrowed. However, upon seeing the old Serpent King's composed demeanor, he chose to remain silent. Within the stillness of the Grand Hall, only the third-tier defensive spirit formation continued to emit a gentle glow, signifying that the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen's power remained and had not yet departed too far. Linner looked at the old Serpent King, puzzled, as if she wished to speak, but the next scene provided her with the answer. Hiss, from the dark passageway that the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen had just entered. The low, eerie hisses of serpent demons began to echo, sending shivers down one's spine. Many of the Lei Lin's serpent warriors, upon hearing the familiar hissing sounds, grew vigilant, fully aware that it was the voice of the Lei Lin's Serpent Queen. Upon reflection, the most composed individuals present were undoubtedly Long Chen and the old Serpent King. The old Serpent King's steady, serpent-like gaze discreetly fell upon Long Chen, who stood to the side and slightly behind. His heart stirred with mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that, despite the mysterious origins of this individual, Long Chen's calm demeanor was indeed unparalleled by the majority of their kin. Naturally, Long Chen paid no heed to the old Serpent King's perception of him. Rather, his gaze was fixated upon the concealed passageway that the Thunderscale Serpent Queen had previously slipped in. He listened to the unsettling, low hiss emanating from within. His eyelids flickered, and he was taken aback to discover that the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, who had seemingly fled, was now slowly re-emerging from the passageway, returning to the Grand Hall amidst the watchful eyes of all. Observing the return of the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, Long Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He had not expected her to make such a choice to return. There must be some ulterior motive. Long Chen mused inwardly as he discreetly focused his gaze on the slowly returning Thunderscale Serpent Queen. In the next moment, he finally discerned the truth. The Thunderscale Serpent Queen appeared devoid of spirit, her eyes vacant, moving sluggishly like a marionette back to her fellow serpents at the tea that moment. She was but a soulless shell, stripped of thought and speech, lacking the previously arrogant and menacing aura. Long Chen's attention then shifted to the old Serpent King's head, where a sudden silver horn had manifested, causing a chill to run through him. It was undoubtedly the power of this Serpent King's horn that had rendered the Thunderscale Serpent Queen incapable of self-control, transforming her into a mere puppet. It was a pity that a powerful serpent of the seven-star mystical realm had now been reduced to a pawn. "I have declared that you shall die today, without fail," the old Serpent King bellowed, his massive silver-scaled tail striking out with ferocity, causing the surrounding air to churn with violent, chilling energy as it surged forth to pierce through, with a sickening sound, the previously formidable third-tier spirit formation, which had been capable of withstanding and even rebounding the old Serpent King's attacks, now exhibited no power whatsoever, allowing the serpent tail strike to penetrate the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's body. Azure silver blood gushed forth from the wound, and she stood there, her eyes vacant, as though her soul had been extinguished. She felt no pain even as death approached. In that moment, the Thunderscale Serpent Queen fell silently to the ground, raising a cloud of dust around her. Long Chen, witnessing the waning of her life force, felt a sense of lament for the wasted opportunity and could not help but murmur, "What a pity this vast experience is lost." Had I been the one to slay her, perhaps I could have ascended 2 stars. Chapter 57. The location of the spirit grass as the Thunderscale Serpent Queen succumbed to her end. The gaping, gruesome wound on her body bled azure silver blood profusely, her serpent form twitching uncontrollably as her life force ebbed away. Observing this, Long Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, a bitter smile gracing his features. Such a splendid opportunity for experience, and yet it eluded me. The old Serpent King was simply too swift in his execution. Upon witnessing the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's complete demise, the old Serpent King knew it was merely a matter of time. He then turned to lead his offspring away, commanding, "Seal this place, and no one shall approach this palace without my order." "Yes, we shall obey the king's command." A multitude of Thunderscale Serpent warriors bowed respectfully and commenced their actions. Long Chen's gaze subtly swept over the corners of the Grand Hall, and as the old Serpent King turned to leave with his offspring, he swiftly and stealthily made his way over. Beholding the mysterious stone lying in the corner, Long Chen swiftly seized it and placed it into his system space, then quietly turned to depart. "Once I am away from here, I shall study this enigmatic stone at my leisure." Such was Long Chen's thought, for he had realized that the Thunderscale Serpent Queen possessed no qualifications to be a spirit formation master. Her ability to set up powerful formations was entirely reliant on this mysterious stone. Of course, just moments ago, he had the system scan the object, and to his astonishment, the system could not identify it. Regardless, from the system's response, Long Chen understood that this item was undoubtedly extraordinary, just as everyone was preparing to leave the Grand Hall. A chilling low hiss suddenly echoed. Both the old Serpent King and Long Chen turned simultaneously, their brows furrowing in unison, for they recognized that this unsettling hiss originated from the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, whose life force was steadily fading. "Long Chen, did you think that betraying this palace would grant you survival?" The Thunderscale Serpent Queen, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, hissed with venomous intent, determined to drag Long Chen down with her as she roared defiantly, "My king, though I am the mastermind behind all of this, it was Long Chen who executed your torment. I cannot believe you would spare him." The Thunderscale Serpent Queen declared, fully aware of her inevitable demise, yet requesting to witness Long Chen's execution before her end. Hearing the Thunderscale Serpent Queen's words, the fierce gazes of numerous Thunderscale Serpent warriors instantly converged upon Long Chen, as if they would pounce on him the moment the old Serpent King gave the command. Upon hearing this, Lin Er's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly glanced at the old Serpent King. Wishing to explain, "Father, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Long Chen is not." "Lin Er, you need not say more. This king has his own judgment." The old Serpent King gestured for Lin Er to remain silent, and under her anxious gaze, he stepped forward. "Father," Lin Er rushed to Long Chen's side, attempting to shield him with her stubbornness. Seeing Lin Er position herself next to him, subtly blocking him from view, Long Chen's expression shifted slightly as he regarded her, then turned his gaze back to the old Serpent King, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He understood the significance of Lin Er's actions and recognized that he was to blame for not clarifying matters earlier. Leading to her concern for him, the old Serpent King approached the dying Thunderscale Serpent Queen. Observing her struggle to cling to life in anticipation of the outcome, he let out a cold laugh and raised his head. Gulp! Poof! The old Serpent King's belly rolled as if something were attempting to emerge, and before the gaze of many, he suddenly expunged the corpse of a Thunderscale Serpent from his mouth. Bang! As the unique Thunderscale Serpent's corpse fell to the ground, the old Serpent King coldly regarded the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, saying flatly, "Now, can you die with your eyes closed?" The Thunderscale Serpent Queen seemed to muster all her strength to open her eyes, staring at the Thunderscale Serpent's corpse that the old Serpent King had just expelled. Her eyes widened in shock as she beheld the creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to Long Chen, and she instantly crumbled. "Dada, how can this be?" The Thunderscale Serpent Queen emitted a wailing cry of despair, ultimately succumbing to death with an overwhelming sense of resentment. It was only in her final moments that the Thunderscale Serpent Queen realized that the current Long Chen was not the same as the counterfeit she had once known, and only in death did she comprehend the extent of her manipulation and deceit. Lin Er, witnessing the old Serpent King unveil the long-deceased counterfeit Long Chen's corpse, recoiled in shock and glanced at Long Chen. Unable to suppress her murmurs, "They look so alike. It's almost identical." In response, Long Chen merely offered a smile, refraining from elaborating. He wished to inform Lin Er that the impostor who had tormented her had perished at his hands. However, to spare Lin Er from unnecessary haunting memories, Long Chen chose to withhold this information. He then raised his tail to gently ruffle Lin Er's hair, saying with a smile, "From now on, no one will dare to bully you again." Upon hearing this, Lin Er's expression momentarily froze, her sparkling eyes turning toward Long Chen as she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, with father and Long Chen by my side, who would dare to bully Lin Er again?" Long Chen simply smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he could not bring himself to utter anything that might cause Lin Er distress in this moment. He knew he could not remain in this so-called Thunderscale Serpent clan for a lifetime. Ultimately, this place was merely a chapter in his life's journey, and as the Thunderscale Serpent Queen breathed her last, the old Serpent King turned and departed without a word, and numerous Thunderscale Serpent warriors followed him closely. As Lin Er turned to leave, she noticed that Long Chen had not moved, prompting her to say, "Long Chen, we should go now." Hearing her, Long Chen cast a lingering glance at the lifeless Thunderscale Serpent Queen, sighed inwardly, then turned to her with a smile, saying, "All right." As Long Chen watched the other Thunderscale serpents depart, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Alas, even though he had not slain the Thunderscale serpent, had he been able to utilize his devouring ability to consume the corpse, it likely would have elevated his rank by a star. Yet, respect for the deceased prevailed, unless permitted by the Elder Serpent King. Long Chen dared not to recklessly devour the remains of the Thunderscale serpent. After all, he could discern that in the instant the Elder Serpent King turned to leave, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable sorrow passed through those usually imposing and steady serpent eyes. Upon exiting the Serpent Hall, a multitude of Thunderscale serpent warriors began to produce various filling materials, methodically sealing the Grand Hall. Observing the orderly progress of their work, Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue, realizing that the system task had been accomplished. Remaining here held no further significance, so he began to contemplate his departure. However, before he could leave, an idea struck him. He turned his gaze towards the Elder Serpent King, who was soothing Lin Er, and moved closer. Seeing Long Chen approach, the Elder Serpent King was in high spirits and remarked, "Young Long Chen, I am truly grateful for your protection of Lin Er. She has told me all about it." In response, Long Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Since I promised to assist you, I could never go back on my word." "Haha, young friend Long Chen, are you perhaps too young? I truly wish to forge a brotherly bond with you." The Elder Serpent King laughed heartily, his mood exceedingly buoyant. With the seal on him lifted, his daughter safe, and the clan's affairs returning to their rightful order after the tyrannical reign of the Thunderscale Serpent Queen, he felt a profound sense of relief. Noticing the Elder Serpent King's elation, Long Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Old fellow, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Transformation Spirit Herb?" Chapter 58. A New Task Objective. Beidou Divine, Mountain Old Fellow, you are well versed in knowledge. Do you know where the Transformation Spirit Herb can be found? Long Chen asked the Elder Serpent King after a brief contemplation. The Transformation Spirit Herb. At the mention of this term, the Elder Serpent King paused, his expression momentarily perplexed as he gazed at Long Chen and mumbled, "Youngster, what do you need the Transformation Spirit Herb for? Is being a beast not appealing enough? While the herb can facilitate an early transformation between beast and human forms, nothing compares to one's true essence. Moreover, once we cultivate to the Nirvana realm, we can also achieve transformation." The Elder Serpent King found it difficult to comprehend why Long Chen would be interested in such a thing, as most ordinary beasts held the Transformation Spirit Herb in disdain. Among the beast clans, there existed a preference for their original forms, as transformation was often considered superfluous, though some did admire the diminutive human physique. After all, in battle, the human form possessed distinct advantages. While the bulk of a beast could prove limiting in certain aspects, Lin Er, too, looked at Long Chen with curiosity, her heart puzzled by his interest in the herb. In response, Long Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Old fellow, I am well aware that achieving the Nirvana realm allows for perfect transformation. But have you considered this? On the Dragon Ancient continent, which beast capable of reaching the Nirvana realm does not possess a formidable lineage and substantial backing? Without delving far, I do not wish to demean my own kin, but has any powerful beast from the Thunderscale Serpent clan ever emerged from the Nirvana realm? Confronted with Long Chen's pointed remarks, the elder Serpent King fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Though the Thunderscale Serpent clan had developed from ancient times, their only advantage lay in their numbers. There had never been a powerful Thunderscale Serpent. The cultivation path for beasts was inherently more arduous and perilous than for humans, which explained why beasts generally held an advantage in combat at the same level that as for high-ranking beasts. Especially those like the Nirvana realm cultivators Long Chen spoke of, the Elder Serpent King found it difficult to fathom. The Nirvana realm, while seemingly not far off, required transcending several tiers, which the Elder Serpent King deemed impossible for himself in his lifetime. The further one advanced in cultivating the mysterious energy, the more arduous the journey became, that he understood that any beast reaching the Nirvana realm must have significant identity and backing behind them, as the forces capable of nurturing a Nirvana beast were invariably powerful, with a deep foundation that commanded respect across the continent. Sighing deeply, the Elder Serpent King appeared somewhat pained by the truth of Long Chen's words. Nodding in agreement as he bitterly smiled, "You speak the truth, young one. The Nirvana realm indeed seems a distant dream for both of us." Long Chen silently regarded the Elder Serpent King, internally contesting this notion. "The Nirvana realm may seem distant to you, but for me, it is not." As their conversation took on a heavier tone, Lin Er remained obediently between them, glancing at her father and then at Long Chen, her fair face rarely revealing a gentle, blissful smile. Especially upon seeing Long Chen in this moment, for some inexplicable reason, her heart felt drawn to him, causing her heartbeat to quicken like a startled fawn. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, who remained oblivious to Lin Er's burgeoning feelings, his foremost desire was to ascertain the whereabouts of the transformation spirit herb. Though reborn as a beast in this life, he could not entirely forsake the memories of his previous human existence, and if faced with a choice between human and beast, he would still choose humanity. After all, he had spent over 20 years as a human in his past life. Moments later, the Elder Serpent King fixed a penetrating gaze upon Long Chen and sighed, his expression growing serious. "Youngster, do you truly wish to acquire the transformation spirit herb?" "Absolutely." Long Chen nodded with a smile. The Elder Serpent King's eyelids lifted slightly, and he nodded in return, first sweeping his gaze over the Thunderscale Serpent warriors still busy sealing the stone hall, before turning back to Long Chen and slowly speaking. "I do indeed know where the transformation spirit herb can be found. However, obtaining it is far from the simplicity you envision, and there exists a considerable risk of losing one's life." Long Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Danger has become second nature to me. Old fellow, just tell me. I fear not death." Having died once already, he found himself far less fearful of it now, adopting a more carefree attitude towards life and death. Upon hearing the potential for losing life, Lin Er cast a worried glance at Long Chen, wishing to dissuade him, but unsure of how to voice her concerns. The Elder Serpent King regarded Long Chen once more. Exhaling slowly as he stated, "The transformation spirit herb lies at the northernmost end of the Beast Spirit Mountains, where there exists a sacred site known as the Beidu Divine Mountain, one of the guardians of the Beast clan. There, you will indeed find information regarding the transformation spirit herb." Long Chen's expression momentarily faltered at this revelation, perplexed as he asked, "The Beidu Divine Mountain at the northernmost end of the Beast Spirit Mountains? Is it truly so far? How do you know this?" The ancestral land of the Thunderscale Serpent clan was situated at the southern end of the Beast Spirit Mountains, a considerable distance from the Beidu Divine Mountain, roughly calculated to be at least half the distance to the North Pole. His confusion stemmed from the vast distance. How could the Elder Serpent King possibly know that the transformation spirit herb had been spotted at the Beidu Divine Mountain? Sensing the bewilderment on Long Chen's face, the Elder Serpent King nodded slightly, grinning as he explained, "Once, my grandfather ventured away from the clan on an expedition, and at that time," as the Elder Serpent King recounted the tale, Long Chen suddenly realized that it was indeed the elder Serpent King's grandfather who had encountered the transformation spirit herb during his adventures near the Beidou Divine Mountain. The latest system task has been issued. Please proceed to the Beidou Divine Mountain to obtain the transformation spirit herb. There is no time limit for this task. It remains active until completion. Upon successful completion, you shall be rewarded with a 5-star enhancement, as the notification from the evolution system echoed in his mind. Long Chen initially felt a moment of surprise, followed by an inward chuckle. He had been mulling over the distance issue, contemplating a gradual approach, but now it seemed that the task objective had been laid out before him. Noticing Long Chen's momentary daze, the elder Serpent King sensed a hint of hesitation and chuckled, wrapping his sturdy serpent tail around Long Chen in a brotherly embrace, saying, "Youngster, I see you possess exceptional talent. The Beidou Divine Mountain may be too perilous. Why not stay and become the king instead? How about my daughter? Are you not tempted?" Caught off guard by the sudden change in tone from the elder Serpent King, Long Chen found himself momentarily speechless, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh? I intend to pass on the title of Serpent King to you, and you can marry my daughter. It would be a splendid arrangement. After all, I am getting old and plan to retire," the elder Serpent King said with a beaming smile, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "I could see this." Long Chen was left utterly astonished, his gaze shifting to Lin Er, silently pleading with her to persuade her father, as it seemed he had become a bit too carried away. However, Lin Er appeared somewhat bashful, hesitant to meet Long Chen's gaze. Her submissive demeanor elicited a silent eye roll from Long Chen. This girl has undoubtedly misinterpreted the situation. She's truly a chip off the old block. With the entire Thunder Lin Snake clan present, what need is there for spirit transformation grass? Why not revel in being the sovereign of this realm? The old Snake King became increasingly animated, eventually using his tail to prod at his own head, producing a resounding pop, and to Long Chen's astonished gaze, he actually managed to break off one of the Snake King's horns. Indeed, he had broken it off. Chapter 59. Happiness comes quite suddenly. Upon witnessing the old Snake King unexpectedly snap off the horn from his own head, Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally in astonishment. The Snake King's horn can be broken off like that, so audaciously? However, before Long Chen could fully process this, he saw the old Snake King extend the horn once more, and with another pop. It was pressed on Long Chen's own head. In that instant, Long Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding his mind, akin to a divine enlightenment that was unending. During the involuntary acceptance of the Snake King's horn, Long Chen had no thoughts to entertain, nor was he afforded the opportunity to have any. He could only passively endure. Perhaps it was too pleasurable, causing him to involuntarily roll his eyes in ecstasy. The refreshing sensation, the exhilarating delight, was simply intoxicating. The Matai, which had remained quietly perched on Long Chen's head, was compelled to take flight upon the emergence of the Snake King's horn, its wings unfurling as it hovered in midair. Observing the entranced Long Chen with a hint of perplexity, was it truly that delightful? Lin Er, witnessing Long Chen's dazed state, couldn't resist breaking into a melodic laugh, her voice clear and enchanting, tinged with a hint of the intoxicated charm of a serpent. The old Snake King was naturally aware that such a reaction would occur. He did not intervene, simply waiting for Long Chen to finish his acceptance. In fact, he had already resolved that whether Long Chen chose to stay or leave, he would bestow this Snake King's horn upon him. The old Snake King understood that while Long Chen was a Thunderland snake, his identity was ambiguous, and his background was even more so. Moreover, he had discerned that Long Chen's talents were extraordinarily formidable. When he first encountered Long Chen in the underground palace, he had merely been at the 2nd star of the mystic Qi realm. But now, in such a short span of time, he had astonishingly reached the 7th star. For this reason alone, the old Snake King would not let go of such an exceptionally gifted individual. As the king of his clan, the old Snake King possessed a long-term vision. He could see Long Chen's extraordinary potential. Perhaps, the future rise of the Thunderland Snake clan could very well depend on him. If successful, it might even grant our Thunderland Snake clan eligibility to participate in the grand assembly of monsters in the Demon Spirit Mountain range. The old Snake King mused quietly. Simultaneously, the The somewhat dazed Long Chen began to hear the prompt sounds of the evolution system resonating in his mind. Ding! The host has acquired the extraordinary treasure, the Snake King's horn. Due to the treasure's uniqueness, the system has decided to reward a direct upgrade to the 3rd star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 1st star of the mystic spirit realm. Ding! The host has received an opportunity for evolution. Evolution in progress. Feeling the powerful waves of mystic chi gradually surging within him, Long Chen's eyes sparkled with astonishment, especially as he noticed the mystic chi force within him beginning to swell outward. He was utterly flabbergasted. Is this really an upgrade? Is this true evolution? Long Chen never expected that acquiring the Snake King's horn would directly elevate him to the 3rd star in the mystic spirit realm. This happiness, indeed, arrived a bit too abruptly. As the surging waves of mystic chi gradually diffused from his body, Long Chen disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and chose to remain seated. His eyes shut, silently accepting the evolution process. Observing Long Chen's sudden anomaly, Liner feared he might have suffered some injury and was about to step forward to investigate, only to be quietly halted by the old Snake King. This lad is rather peculiar. His power has suddenly surged to the mystic spirit realm. We should step back and not disturb him, the old Snake King declared solemnly, although concerned about Long Chen's condition. Liner understood her father's words and obediently nodded, retreating alongside him. The old Snake King fixed his gaze on Long Chen's position, even instructing the clan members to halt their ongoing efforts to seal the palace in order not to disturb him. Strange, why did I not experience an elevation in mystic chi level when I accepted the Snake King's horn? Yet this lad can. The old Snake King pondered inwardly, sensing that Long Chen's mystic chi level had indeed reached an astounding 1st star in the mystic spirit realm. He found it quite incomprehensible to not underestimate this seemingly minor elevation to the 3rd star in mystic chi. This signifies an advancement. Each stage of cultivation is exceedingly arduous, and as one who has experienced it, the old Snake King is well aware of this. Instances like Long Chen's sudden advancement to the mystic spirit realm were unheard of, let alone seen. However, all phenomena in the world are inexplicable, and now the old Snake King had encountered one. Hovering in midair, the Matai observed Long Chen, who sat in meditation, radiant red light mingling with silver mystic chi, spreading outward, sensing a powerful wave of mystic chi that surpassed its own, causing it to feel a hint of astonishment that it had not anticipated that Long Chen would advance in this manner. During the evolution process, although Long Chen remained seated with closed eyes, he was in a state of acute awareness, his spiritual force quietly radiating outward, alert to his surroundings. Sensing the changes within him, the originally silver mystic chi was gradually supplanted by a crimson hue, and the scales on his body shifted between silver and red, causing the corners of Long Chen's mouth to subtly lift in satisfaction. He could have done nothing, merely awaiting the completion of the advancement and evolution process. However, if he did so, it might be difficult for the Matai, the old Snake King, and Liner to accept prevent alarming them. Long Chen opted to maintain a semblance of a cultivation posture, intending to mitigate their concerns. The elevation of his mystic chi level had already been accomplished, and only the final step of evolution remained. Long Chen's serpentine body, originally several meters long, now transformed into a robust form exceeding 10 meters in length, with marked improvements in both strength and physical resilience. Buzz! As the evolution process neared its conclusion, Long Chen noticed that his silver scales had begun to shift to a crimson hue, and the mystic chi emanating from his body had entirely transformed into a deep red, filling him with quiet joy. This signified the success of his metamorphosis. Observing the remarkable change in Long Chen, the old Snake King was left utterly astonished. He exchanged a glance with Liner, both equally perplexed. Long Chen's power had evidently undergone a transformation, both internally and externally, a complete upheaval. Especially when the color of the mystic chi surrounding Long Chen shifted to crimson, the old Snake King instantaneously felt the intense, searing sensation permeating the air. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Crimson refinement Snake King? The old Snake King, well versed in such matters, could immediately discern Long Chen's current serpent type. However, the shock within him was tumultuous. leaving him unable to regain his composure. The Crimson Refinement Snake King is a being far more noble than the Thunderlin Snake Clan. Yet the old Snake King was utterly baffled, unable to fathom how long Chen, in his original Thunderlin Snake King form, had suddenly transformed into the Crimson Refinement Snake King. The old Snake King's confusion was mirrored by Linner, who, though equally perplexed, found herself gazing joyfully at the strengthened Long Chen. Her heart swelling with admiration for his enhanced stature, eye in her eyes, the stronger Long Chen became, the better. At this moment, even the numerous Thunder Lin Snake warriors, who had halted their tasks in the distance, gazed in astonishment at Long Chen's transformation into the Crimson Refinement Snake King. The overwhelming pressure of his powerful bloodline was palpable, causing discomfort among them. Conversely, the most composed presence in the gathering was undoubtedly the Matai. At this moment, the Matai appeared remarkably tranquil, observing the evolving Long Chen. Apart from feeling joy, it experienced no surprise or turmoil within. It seemed as though such occurrences were nothing new to it. In the Matai's mind, it believed that no matter how bizarre things became in Long Chen's presence, they would never seem strange. In the span of mere minutes, from breakthrough to evolution, as everything concluded, Long Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the astonished serpents, and couldn't help but smile, asking, "What is it?" Chapter 60. Evolution, Crimson Refinement Snake King. As the minutes slipped by, Long Chen's evolution finally reached its culmination. At this moment, he stood nearly 20 meters in length, his form more robust than that of the previous Thunderscale Serpent King. His entire body was adorned with vibrant crimson scales, exuding an imperceptible yet perilous heat. The Serpent King's horn atop his head remained, albeit concealed by Long Chen, for he found it rather unrefined for a serpent's head to sprout such a feature. Sensing a surge of power within himself and the crimson scales enveloping him, now significantly more resilient than before, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Long Chen's mouth. The sensation of this explosive increase in ethereal energy was undeniably exhilarating. Ding! Evolution complete. Updating host attributes. Host, Long Chen species, demon form, Crimson Refined Serpent King bloodline, Battle Demon Heavenly Dragon rank, 1-star Xianling Realm talent, Battle Demon Power Xian skill, Explosive Bite, High Yellow rank, Xian technique, 9 transformations into Dragon Decision, Low Xian rank, currently in 2nd transformation, attribute points, 0 Xian Qi, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 soul, 0 defense, 70 devour experience, 02000 Ah. The 9 transformations into Dragon Decision has finally reached its 2nd transformation, and the skill level has advanced to Low Xian rank, bringing me one step closer to the 6th transformation, as the attribute chart materialized before him. Visible only to Long Chen, he seemed to detect something, raising an eyebrow in contemplation that he couldn't help but ponder. Is my Xian skill still Explosive Bite? System, having evolved into the Crimson Refined Serpent King. Why haven't I received a new Xian skill? It is no wonder Long Chen voiced this thought. Having stepped beyond the novice threshold, he naturally sought greater power. Explosive Bite served him well in the early stages. Yet now it seemed somewhat lacking in appeal. Its only merit lay in its classification as a high yellow rank Xian skill. Otherwise, facing opponents of equal rank would be akin to merely tickling them. Ding! Rest assured, host, the next task that arises will reward you with a new Xian skill. Ding! The host has advanced to the Xianling realm and may now possess 2 Xian skills simultaneously. Explosive Bite will not disappear upon learning a new skill, unless you choose to forget it. Listening to the evolution system's explanation, Long Chen nodded slightly. Since that was the case, he felt no need to voice further concerns. Turning back, he observed the old Serpent King and Lin Er, both bewildered by the transformation. Long Chen could only laugh helplessly, suppressing his mirth as he inquired, "What's the matter? Why do you look at me like that?" Gulyalu, the old Serpent King's throat shifted with a deep rumble. Gazing at Long Chen, who now resembled a newly transformed serpent, he couldn't help but ask, "From whence do you hail, demon?" Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the old Serpent King would never have believed that the former Thunderscale Serpent King had metamorphosed into the Crimson Refined Serpent King. Moreover, in terms of bloodline purity, the Crimson Refined Serpent King was evidently superior to the Thunderscale Serpent King. Who could argue against that? Lin Er, gazing at the dramatically altered Long Chen, couldn't help but murmur. Brother Long Chen, you look so grand. Indeed, Lin Er remained a mere few meters long, still at the level of the Xinshi realm, making her appear rather diminutive in comparison to Long Chen's current stature. Long Chen's mouth twitched in amusement as he replied, "It's not too bad." The old Serpent King laughed heartily, embracing Long Chen in a brotherly manner, chuckling, "Kid, you are now the new king of our clan. Henceforth, the Thunderscale Serpent clan shall depend on you." In response, Long Chen shot a bemused glance at the old fellow. Yet considering that his evolution was spurred by the Serpent King's horn, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. Nodding, "Then I must develop well and not restrict my freedom. Naturally, I still have decades left to live. Feel free to develop to your heart's content. Just don't forget about our clan, you old rascal." Your words are a slap in my face, leading me into a moral quandary. Long Chen chuckled wryly. "Haha, enough of that. Today, I'm celebrating, and we must host a grand feast." At the banquet, the Thunderscale Serpent clan was abuzz with excitement. For it was the day of the clan assembly, where both the main clan and collateral clans gathered to commemorate the ascension of their new king, Long Chen, with the Serpent King's horn adorning him. Long Chen was met with the utmost respect from both main clan members and collateral branches alike. After all, whoever possessed the Serpent King's horn wielded the entirety of the Thunderscale Serpent clan. That night, beneath the tranquil sky, within the palace where Long Chen resided, he reflected on his situation. "Nothing else to take with me. I shall set off just like this." Inside the palace, Long Chen shook his somewhat dazed head and sighed. "Thank goodness I made my escape in time. Otherwise, I might not have been able to leave tonight." Though the banquet had been lively, it proved somewhat taxing for his less sociable nature. Thus, he concocted a convenient excuse to slip away. And the old Serpent King did not hinder him, for Long Chen had caught a knowing glance from him before his departure. Mao Tai, perched atop Long Chen's head, extended a tiny paw and chuckled. "Brother Long, I managed to swipe quite a few fruits. We have enough to snack on during our journey." Long Chen nodded slightly, stepping out of the grand hall to find no clan members in sight before swiftly darting towards a nearby serpent den. After a considerable time, having navigated through a waterfall, he finally emerged onto solid ground. Breathing in the fresh air, feeling the gentle breeze, and basking in the soft moonlight upon his face, Long Chen reveled in the moment. Gazing at the vast and boundless scenery, a sense of tranquility washed over him, and he smiled. The heights are indeed preferable. At least there is no overwhelming sense of oppression. The thrilling experiences he encountered within the Thunderscale Serpent Clan stronghold had fostered significant growth in both his body and mind. While there had been twists and turns along the way, the outcome was ultimately favorable. "Brother Long, where shall we go next?" Mao Tai, still on Long Chen's head, couldn't contain his curiosity and pulled out some fruits from his storage space. Munching contentedly, Divine Mountain. "Where else would we go?" Long Chen replied, simply orienting himself before preparing to set off. "Brother Long Chen, are you leaving?" Just as he was about to depart, a gentle yet reluctant voice called from behind. Recognizing the voice, Long Chen turned to see Lin Er, her serpentine form standing tall with an expression of reluctance. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, I cannot linger here too long, that I have fulfilled my promise to the old fellow, and it is time for me to depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Er's hopeful gaze was replaced by a sorrowful demeanor, her expression reminiscent of someone on the verge of tears. Long Chen, sensing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. He had always found such scenes difficult to bear. He moved closer to Lin Er, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am not fleeing. Since I promised the old fellow, I will certainly look after our clan." Lin Er nodded gently, her eyes filled with sadness as she gazed up at Long Chen, who towered over her, whispering, "Brother Long Chen, will you come back? Will we see each other again?" Hearing this, Long Chen fell silent, for he truly had no answer to that question. Although much had transpired during his time with the Thunderscale Serpent Clan, those events were ultimately fleeting memories. Yet upon hearing Lin Er's words, he maintained his smile, lifting his tail to gently ruffle her head, saying, "Rest assured, I must ensure our clan secures a place in the 10,000 Demon Conference. We will certainly meet again." Chapter 61. The hatching approaches. Upon hearing this, Lin Er looked up at Long Chen, who continued to radiate warmth and joy, and chuckled, "Brother Long Chen, I realize you have a wonderful smile. Sometimes, I truly feel you resemble a human more than a demon." "Is that so? Perhaps I was human in my past life," Long Chen teased with a grin. Although he had indeed been human in his previous life, Lin Er couldn't help but giggle a few times. Then her expression reverted to one of reluctance as she gently remarked, "Brother Long Chen, my father asked me to inform you that Beta Divine Mountain is exceedingly perilous, guarded by a serpent emperor." Serpent emperor? Long Chen was momentarily taken aback by the term, gaining a clearer understanding of the enigmatic Beta Divine Mountain. Being one of the sacred grounds for demon clans, it piqued his curiosity. "My father also mentioned that when my great-grandfather was injured at Beta Divine Mountain, it was the Serpent Emperor there who saved him. It is said that the Serpent Emperor is quite friendly towards serpent-type demon beasts like us. If Brother Long Chen ventures there, you may indeed acquire the spirit transformation grass," Lin Er repeatedly called out. Upon hearing this, Long Chen smiled and nodded, gently tousling the top of her head once more, saying, "All right, I have noted all that down. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. You should return as well. Otherwise, your father will worry about you." Although Lin Er felt an overwhelming reluctance in her heart, she ultimately nodded obediently, suppressing her tears and smiling faintly. "Long Chungu, do your best. I believe you can do it. You will surely become the most powerful demon in the future. Thanks for your kind words. I'm off now." After bidding farewell, Long Chen moved forward without looking back, heading north. However, as he departed, the voice of the evolution system echoed in Lin Er's mind. "Ding! Host, that Thunder Lin snake possesses a unique constitution. You can do this," and then, this watching Long Chen leave, Lin Er, filled with reluctance, lowered her head and turned to depart. Lin Er. Just as she turned to leave, a familiar voice called out to her, causing her to pause in surprise before rushing back, her face lighting up with joy. "Long Chengu, you're not leaving anymore. Are you really not going?" Upon hearing this, Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then with a wry smile, he replied, "No, I came back because I suddenly remembered something I forgot to tell you." Lin Er's expression shifted to one of disappointment, but she quickly donned a gentle smile, asking, "What did Long Chen go on to tell me?" "It's like this, I have something for you." As he spoke, Long Chen's gaze hardened, and with a determined heart, he suddenly opened his massive serpent mouth and bit down on his neck, precisely where his reverse scale lay. Seeing this sudden act, Lin Er was taken aback, exclaiming, "Long Chungu, why are you hurting yourself?" She understood that among serpentine beasts, the reverse scale was the hardest part, and the pain of removing it was excruciating. Confused by Long Chen's self-inflicted injury, Lin Er could only watch. The next moment, Long Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain from the reverse scale, held his breath, and forcefully tore it off. With a puff, blood poured from the wound where the reverse scale had been forcibly removed. "Here, take this. Quickly drink the blood on the scale," Long Chen urged. In contrast, Lin Er was horrified, exclaiming, "Long Chungu, you're bleeding so much this isn't the point. Quickly drink the blood, or it will dry up." Long Chen insisted, disregarding his bleeding wound. At the same time, Mao Tai, startled by the scene, hurriedly flew to Long Chen's neck, using its healing abilities to staunch the bleeding. Seeing this, Lin Er felt compelled to comply, obediently taking the reverse scale offered to her and drinking the blood from it. Watching her consume his blood, Long Chen finally smiled, saying, "Keep this reverse scale. It bears my soul imprint, proving that I am still alive." With the serpent's tail coiling around the glistening crimson scale, Lin Er stared at it in awe, then nodded happily, saying, "I understand, Long Chen. I will pray for you every day." "Haha, no need for prayers. I'm leaving now. I hope you grow stronger in the future." Long Chen ruffled her hair, leaving behind this profound statement before swiftly departing. As Lin Er watched Long Chen vanish from sight, she didn't have time to inquire about his reasons for such actions, but she chose to trust him. "Long Gu, why did you suddenly hurt yourself? I really don't understand your intentions." Mao Tai, with its paws resting on Long Chen's head, couldn't help but asked. It truly struggled to comprehend the purpose behind such an act. After all, the reverse scale was Long Chen's most formidable defense, and losing one would require time to grow back. Hearing this, Long Chen, who was swiftly moving forward, responded with a mysterious smile. "It's definitely useful. Otherwise would I harm myself for no reason." "Indeed." Mao Tai nodded to itself in agreement. As Long Chen traversed through the forest, his eyes gleamed with a steady resolve. Recalling the earlier events, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Previously, the evolution system had informed him that Linner possessed a unique constitution, a mutated bloodline, but for her to cultivate and grow stronger, she needed a medium. That medium was the blood of the battle ghost heavenly dragon within him. Now that Linner had consumed the blood of the battle ghost heavenly dragon, she might not show any immediate signs, but as she gradually matured, her exceptional mutated constitution would undoubtedly radiate with dazzling brilliance. In the deep of night, the resplendent moonlight blanketed the forest, draping it in a silver veil. Nocturnal beasts roamed freely, their roars echoing throughout the woods, fraught with peril. Ding! The host has slain a spirit water frog. Due to its low level, experience cannot be gained. Ding! The host has slain a phantom mouse. Due to its low level, experience cannot be gained as he ventured through the night. Long Chen first indulged in a hearty feast and then found a large tree to rest upon. After an exhilarating 3-hour journey, he had completely traversed the southernmost border, and the next leg of his journey would lead him toward the long road to the northern Kedu, Divine Mountain. Burp, grilled meat tastes so much better. It's far superior to eating it raw. Long Chen sighed contentedly, perched high in the tree, with a grin on his face. Earlier, he had intended to swallow the beasts he had slain. But then an idea struck him, and he used his own red flame to grill them. Surprisingly, the grilled beasts turned out to be incredibly crispy and tender, summing up to one word: delicious beyond measure. Mao Tai, perched on another branch, had already closed its eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Long Chen, feeling wide awake, commanded the system to bring up the map of the Demon Spirit Mountain Range. The next destination was Hanyuan Ridge, a distance from Beta Divine Mountain. That distance could be considered negligible as he gazed at the map. Noting his position and the distance to his target, he couldn't help but feel a headache at the thought of the journey ahead. "Ding! Host, please be aware that the egg you previously obtained is about to hatch." Simultaneously, the voice of the evolution system suddenly resonated in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen was taken aback. "An egg? It's hatching? What egg?" "Ding! It's the egg you seized from the 4th level spirit array. Do you remember?" Long Chen fell into contemplation, suddenly recalling, and nodded. It seems there was such a thing. With a whoosh, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Long Chen, and the system, without warning, released the egg from its spatial confines as the familiar snow-white egg materialized before him. Long Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively opened his mouth to catch it. However, due to the egg's roundness and the unexpected timing, he failed to grasp it fully, and it promptly bounced out of his mouth. "Damn." Long Chen's expression shifted to one of alarm, but fortunately, his tail was long enough that, quick-witted, he swiftly extended it to ensnare the bouncing egg. Gazing at the egg, pure as snow, Long Chen let out a long breath, coiling it with his tail and carefully lowering it to the grass below. "Wow, you should have given me a heads up. I almost didn't catch it," Long Chen said, still shaken. Meanwhile, Mao Tai, who had also been resting on the tree, opened its eyes upon seeing Long Chen's sudden movement and flew down at once. "Long Ge, why did you suddenly bring out this egg?" it asked in confusion. Long Chen, his gaze fixed on the egg resting on the grass, replied, "This thing is about to hatch." "About to hatch?" Mao Tai exclaimed in astonishment. "Then Long Ge, doesn't that mean you're going to be a dad? Get lost. It's not like I'm the one hatching it." Long Chen cast an exasperated glance at his companion, his gaze shifting to the pristine white egg before him, as he settled into a patient wait. Mao Tai, unable to contain his curiosity, extended a tiny paw to scratch his head and joined Long Chen in keenly observing the scene. However, their vigil stretched on for a full hour and a half. Crack! After this prolonged duration, both Long Chen and Mao Tai, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, opened their eyes simultaneously upon hearing a delicate yet distinct sound. They beheld the snow-white egg, which, after that clear and subtle noise, revealed a faint, inconspicuous crack. Mao Tai grinned and remarked with a wry smile, "Goodness, it has finally begun to crack." In response, Long Chen nodded slightly, unable to suppress a wry chuckle. Indeed, it is finally cracked. Although the wait of over an hour was not excessively long, it was certainly agonizing. Thankfully, it was not in vain. Crack, as the delicate fissure on the snow-white egg gradually expanded. Long Chen and Matai's gazes were riveted upon it, the anticipation becoming increasingly intense. Time ticked away, and although the egg had begun to show signs of cracking, the process was excruciatingly slow, if not for the fear of adverse consequences from intervening. Long Chen would have been tempted to pry the egg open himself. Matai yawned, his boredom evident as he gazed at the egg, lounging on the grass. Long Go, what do you think will hatch from this thing? Long Chen shot him an irritated look, retorting, if you ask me, who should I ask? Matai shrugged his tiny paws in indifference, suggesting, since we are waiting anyway, why not make a guess? Hearing this, Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue. Realizing that the idle waiting was indeed rather dull, with nothing else to occupy his mind, he agreed, stating, I feel it might be a snake. Matai rolled his eyes in disbelief, grinning as he replied, Long Go, with so many varieties within the demon race, this size hardly resembles a snake. Long Chen shot him a sidelong glance, asserting, while the demon race is indeed diverse, there are plenty of serpent-like beasts. Just among the demon snakes, there are thousands of varieties. What's wrong with my guess? After all, we are merely speculating. What if I happen to be right? Matai's facial muscles twitched slightly as he attempted to refute Long Chen's argument. Only to find himself at a loss for words, he finally managed a reluctant grin, saying, I guess there is a fierce beast inside this egg. Upon hearing the term fierce beast, Long Chen's eyes lit up with interest, and he turned to Matai, urging, go on, what kind of fierce beast do you think it is? Matai, being a celestial song fierce beast nylon butterfly, may not have been entirely aware of his own nature, but his essence was undeniable. Thus, Long Chen had considerable faith in his speculation, believing that fierce beasts would have a better understanding of one another. If this egg truly contained a fierce beast, Long Chen felt that enduring the lightning strikes he had suffered was worth it, for at least it would yield a reward. After all, he was well aware of the might of the adult fierce beasts he had encountered upon his arrival in this world. Long Go, there are many types of fierce beasts, but judging by the size of this egg and the aura emanating from it, Mutai began to analyze, only to falter and awkwardly scratch his head. I can't quite say. It's a bit embarrassing. Long Go, I really don't know. Perhaps it is a fierce beast, he finally concluded. Long Chen looked at him incredulously, asking seriously, as a celestial song fierce beast nylon butterfly. You don't have any insight into the major players of the fierce beast realm? Mutai chuckled awkwardly, admitting, Long Go, to be honest, my ancestors were indeed formidable, but the lineage has significantly weakened by the time it reached me. Unless I grow stronger later on, in the eyes of fierce beasts, I'm merely a joke. He continued, moreover, while there are indeed many fierce beasts on our continent, they belong to rare tribes, if this is truly a fierce beast's egg. The bloodline aura contained within should be quite potent. Yet, now that the egg is cracked, the aura it releases is surprisingly gentle. Even with any inherited memories, without an increase in my mystical energy level, I cannot discern anything. Facing Matai's lengthy analysis that yielded little information, Long Chen could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, this ridiculous creature, I'm exhausted just listening to you, and you have not provided a single useful piece of information. Matai chuckled sheepishly but said nothing further. Crack. As the fissures on the snow-white egg continued to spread, the two companions' attention was once again captured by the sight before them. Observing the egg, Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he contemplated, if this were to hatch into an ancient fierce beast akin to the Titan Celestial or the great Xia dragon sparrow, it would be a tremendous gain. After all, such a fierce beast, if cultivated properly, would undoubtedly command respect across the continent. Boom! Just as Long Chen was lost in his reveries, the snow-white egg finally ceased its slow cracking. With a muffled explosion, the shell burst open, revealing a lightning-like crack that ran from the top to the bottom. Sizzle. As the shell completely shattered, an ethereal mist, reminiscent of white fog, wafted out, obscuring the view of both Long Chen and Matai as they struggled to discern what lay within. The density of the white mist made it impossible for their naked eyes to penetrate its depths. Long Chen squinted, realizing he could not see anything, but he could sense through his soul that within, a living being pulsed with a faint yet steady heartbeat. In the next moment, a small, snow-white, fluffy head slowly emerged from the shell. Chapter 63. The young snow spirit beast under the tranquil night sky. In a certain mysterious mountain meadow, a serpent and a butterfly lay on the grass, their eyes wide open, fixated on the egg that had cracked and was exhaling clouds of mist, seeing the thick fog emanating from the egg. Neither Long Chen nor Matai could discern the secrets within, and they exchanged glances. Use your meager inherited memories to see what kind of fierce beast would exhale white smoke. Long go, that white mist. Matai replied, casting an exasperated glance at Long Chen before sighing. Long go, I am not omnipotent, unless I can see what the creature inside looks like. Useless creature, what good are you to me? Long Chen couldn't help but cover his face with his serpent tail, looking as if he barely knew this fellow, sighing inwardly. Had it not been for the system's guidance, he would have thought this guy was just a slacker, as no fierce beast would behave so foolishly. Currently, Matai possessed little more than a modicum of healing power. Everything else was weak. Defense, offense, all pitifully lacking. Ding. Host, do not be disheartened. Though the growth of the nylon butterfly is somewhat pathetic, it becomes genuinely powerful in later stages. Patience is key. The evolution system, wary that Long Chen might become angered enough to eliminate Matai, hastily offered a reminder of encouragement. In response, Long Chen scoffed. While he silently lamented Matai's frailness, he still adhered to a basic principle. One did not harm a brother. Matai, undeterred by the criticism, grinned brightly, saying, Long go, you are bearing the burden now, but I will take care of you in the future. In the future? Long Chen chuckled incredulously, casting a teasing glance at him. Let us focus on living well in the present. The future is too far away to consider. What if one day, poof, it all disappears? Spit, spit, spit. Long go, how can you curse yourself like that? Quickly, spit it out, Matai urged. Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression turned fierce as he coiled his serpent tail around Matai, pressing him down with his head and growling. How dare you curse me? I was just joking. Matai, feeling the scales scrape against him, flailed his little paws in an attempt to push Long Chen away, shouting, Long go, I didn't mean to curse you. I was merely stating the truth. No, it's not the truth. I was just spouting nonsense earlier. I can tell you're doing this on purpose. I'll squeeze the life out of you. Just as Long Chen was engaged in his usual playful banter with Matai, the white mist from the egg began to dissipate slowly, revealing a petite figure emerging, capturing the attention of both Long Chen and Matai. In the next moment, a head as white as snow cautiously emerged from the eggshell, its fluffy exterior devoid of any impurities, appearing as perfect as smooth jade. With a pair of glistening silver eyes, it gazed curiously at the serpent and butterfly before it, seemingly more intrigued by Long Chen. Its tiny mouth opened, emitting a melodious sound that tugged at the heartstrings. Meow! As the fluffy little head emerged, Long Chen and Maotai were momentarily taken aback, captivated by each other's adorable appearance as they exchanged glances. Now, using your memory, see what breed this creature belongs to, Long Chen said, grinning at Maotai. However, with the appearance of this charming little head, a sense of retreat began to stir within Long Chen. This creature, in every aspect, seemed synonymous with cuteness, entirely unrelated to the notion of a fierce beast. It might just be another burden. Upon hearing this, Maotai gazed intently at the snow-white head, gently stroking its chin, and then revealed an awkward yet polite smile. All right, you needn't say more. I understand, he said. Long Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, knowing that Maotai would likely be unable to name it, and thus decided to spare him the effort of speaking. He. In contrast, Maotai could only mask his embarrassment with a silly grin, utterly clueless about the breed of this fluffy little creature. Long Chen's gaze soon fell upon the snow-white beast within the egg. Lost in contemplation, does this thing truly possess combat capabilities? Ding! This is a young snow divine beast, an exceedingly rare supreme monster in the dragon ancient continent. Snow divine beast cub. Long Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this term. his gaze once again fixating on the snow-white little creature within the eggshell, unable to suppress his inner murmurs. This little thing is a snow divine beast. Does such a creature have any connection to the divine? Ding! The Snow Divine Beast tribe is one of the ruling clans of the Demon Spirit Mountain Range, an absolutely formidable super clan across the entire Dragon Ancient continent, a royal lineage among demonkind. Held in the highest esteem. Ding! The Snow Divine Beast is renowned throughout the continent, and its esteemed status stems fundamentally from the fact that this clan birthed a true snow god in ancient times. A descendant of a super divine beast. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chen felt his breath quicken and his heart raced. Originally, he thought it was already a stroke of luck to acquire a fierce beast cub. Now, however, the system informed him that this seemingly adorable creature, devoid of any divine demeanor, was actually a descendant of a super divine beast. The term divine beast vastly overshadowed that of a fierce beast. After all, it was a god. This little fellow is called the Snow Divine Beast. Chen inhaled deeply and conveyed the information he had just gleaned from the system to Moutai. Moutai fluttered his butterfly wings, gazing at the Snow Divine Beast cub peeking out from the eggshell, lost in thought before slightly shaking his head. Brother Long, I apologize. I still feel somewhat useless, not even recognizing a Snow Divine Beast. In response to Maotai's words, Chen shifted his gaze back to the Snow Divine Beast cub, observing its round, silver eyes that seemed to convey speech, his tone imbued with indifference that's fine. After all, your lack of usefulness isn't a recent development. I've grown accustomed to it. Moutai. Though he spoke thus, Chen was well aware that Moutai was still in his juvenile phase, with inherited memories growing more abundant alongside his level. It was only natural for him to know so little at present. Despite understanding this internally, he couldn't help but tease his companion, that moment, under the gaze of a scarlet serpent king. The Snow Divine Beast cub appeared to recognize Chen, its fluffy little face beaming with joy as it called out happily. Mao. Hearing such a melodious sound, Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Pondering, no wonder that Bloodwolf mercenary group sought to claim it for themselves. To have stumbled upon a cub of a divine beast is quite the windfall. Yet if it weren't for the system's compelling explanation, I could never have associated this adorable little creature with a divine beast. The more Chen observed this little being, the more surreal it felt, prompting him to reach out with his serpent tail. Eager to stroke it, ding! The Snow Divine Beast possesses eternal vitality, revered as the Eternal Clan, known for its gentle nature and love for peace. Yet when faced with danger, it does not hesitate to display ferocity and brutality. Ding! It is advised that the host should not provoke it lightly, as it could lead to injury. The Snow Divine Beast cub should not be underestimated. Suddenly, the evolution system's alert echoed in Chen's mind, seemingly cautioning him. Hearing this, Chen's eyes widened, incredulously thinking, System, are you instructing me on how to behave? What battle prowess could a mere newborn creature possess? And ferocity, you say? Disregarding the system's warning, Chen continued to extend his serpent tail, playfully teasing the Snow Divine Beast cub, his joyful smile becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Observing Chen's uncontainable joy as he edged closer to the Snow Divine Beast cub, Maotai suddenly felt an ominous premonition and couldn't help but ask, Brother Long, what are you planning to do? Chapter 64. An opportunity ding. The system advises the host that mischief carries risks. Proceed with caution, just as Chen was about to tease the Snow Divine Beast cub with his tail. The evolution system's voice, tinged with exasperation, resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chen merely raised an eyebrow, showing no regard as he gazed at the Snow Divine Beast cub, which was scarcely larger than 2 palms. He thought to himself, such a tiny creature, smaller than my head. Even if it is a divine beast descendant, it hasn't even had its first milk. Could it possibly have the strength to move me? At that moment, the nylon butterfly, witnessing Chen's mischievous demeanor as he reached out his tail towards the adorable Snow Divine Beast cub, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within. Brother, what are you planning to do? The nylon butterfly glanced between the harmless-looking Snow Divine Beast cub and the mischievous Chen, unable to suppress the question. Brother, you don't intend to make contact with this creature, do you? though the nylon butterfly felt that the newly hatched snow divine beast cub should pose no real danger. An innate sense of caution stemming from its bloodline led it to sense that the situation might be far more complex than it appeared. Long Chen, upon hearing this, turned his gaze to Mao Tai, grinning as he replied, "What? If I merely touch this little thing, could it possibly bite me?" Seeing Long Chen's determination to reach out to the snow divine beast cub, the nylon butterfly couldn't help but glance at the newly hatched creature, feeling that same unsettling sensation arise once again. "Brother, I think I suggest you refrain from provoking it." The nylon butterfly swallowed hard and urged, "Don't be deceived by its current weakness. After all, it has divine connections." "What? Is being associated with the divine something to boast about?" Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue, gazing at the snow divine beast cub with its adorable, wide, silver eyes, grinning. "Today, I shall touch it." Seeing Long Chen's resolute demeanor, Mao Tai ceased his attempts to dissuade him, letting out a silent sigh. Meanwhile, the snow divine beast cub, still peering from the eggshell, appeared somewhat resistant to the approach of Long Chen's tail, its little face darkening slightly. As Long Chen observed the cub's increasingly wary and hostile demeanor, he was taken aback. He could clearly see it was rejecting his advances that, "Oh, this little creature can feel anger, too." Long Chen laughed heartily. Teasing, the snow divine beast cub, which had initially shown interest in Long Chen, now frowned at his somewhat lewd smile, pouting with an air of indignation. Perhaps due to its youth, the cub's fierce demeanor now bore a hint of childish ferocity. Noticing that the more the creature rejected him, the more amused he became, Long Chen continued to reach out with his tail, teasing, "I hear this little thing is quite fierce, being a descendant of a divine beast." "Goodness, it looks fierce enough. How intriguing. Show me those teeth. Put on a more fearsome display. A divine beast should possess the aura of a divine beast. Give us a fierce show." Watching Long Chen tease the snow divine beast cub, Mao Tai's expression suddenly changed in alarm. He wanted to warn him, but it was already too late. The snow divine beast cub, witnessing Long Chen's crimson serpent tail swaying before its eyes, felt a surge of indignation and, disregarding everything else, opened its tiny mouth and bit down hard on the tip of Long Chen's tail. Long Chen, who had been joyfully teasing the snow divine beast cub, felt a smile freeze the moment the cub clamped down on his tail. And in the next instant, a searing pain radiated from the tip of his tail, spreading throughout his entire body. "Ah! Pain, 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 pain." Dragon Chen could be seen with his mouth agape, continuously howling as he darted back and forth, desperately trying to shake off the snow divine beast cub that had latched onto his tail. Unfortunately, the snow divine beast cub, with its innocent yet fierce expression, was determined not to release its grip. Biting down hard on the tip of Dragon Chen's tail, refusing to let go no matter how much he thrashed about. Mao Tai observed the scene, sighing as he remarked, "Brother Long, I told you not to underestimate this little one despite its eyes. I merely intended to tease it, yet I never expected it to bite so painfully." Dragon Chen, nearly brought to tears by the excruciating pain, continued to whip his tail back and forth, attempting to dislodge the persistent cub. Initially, he had merely wished to play with it, believing that, as a descendant of an ancient divine beast, the cub would possess little combat ability since it had just been born and had yet to drink milk. After all, he was a formidable one-star Xianling realm demon, and with the additional defensive attributes granted by his system, even a similarly ranked beast would find it difficult to breach his defenses, let alone a mere cub. However, clinging to such assumptions, Dragon Chen found himself at a considerable disadvantage, as the snow divine beast taught him a valuable lesson. One should never judge a beast by its appearance. Yet, the snow divine beast cub remained oblivious to Dragon Chen's plight, continuing to gnaw at his tail with unwavering determination, seemingly unwilling to relent. I could see this moment. Dragon Chen truly felt the weight of his suffering. Although the cub posed no real threat to his body, its bite was incredibly painful. Observing the farcical situation, Mao Tai supported his chin with one paw while munching on fruit with the other, appearing quite bored. Eventually, Dragon Chen could no longer tolerate the torment. He came to a halt and glared at the snow divine beast cub, still clinging to his tail, adopting a fierce demeanor. "Little one, will you ever let go?" The snow divine beast cub, misinterpreting Dragon Chen's threat as a challenge, bit down even harder. "Hiss, Dragon Chen grimaced in pain, his facial muscles twitching violently as he glared at the cub, who looked both angry and aggrieved while stubbornly biting his tail, exuding an air of menace. "If you don't let go, do you believe I will swallow you whole?" The snow divine beast cub, undeterred, remained silent, ignoring Dragon Chen's threats, its face still displaying that innocent yet fierce expression, clinging to his tail with all its might, feeling the intensity of its bite increase. Dragon Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his tail. Frustrated and left with no options, he finally erupted in anger, mentally shouting, "System, I want to swallow this creature right now. Will there be any side effects? If I consume it, will I choke to death?" Ding! The system had already warned the host earlier, but alas, the host did not heed the advice. "Stop the unnecessary chatter. I'm not in the mood for games. Can I swallow it or not?" Ding! If the host devours this snow divine beast, they will immediately ascend to the Tongtian realm, and there will be no side effects. Upon hearing this, Dragon Chen was momentarily stunned, particularly at the mention of the Tongtian realm, leaving him in a state of shock that he stared blankly at the snow divine beast cub, which was still fiercely biting his tail. The system's words had diminished his pain significantly. At that moment, a bold thought suddenly crossed Dragon Chen's mind. If he were to swallow this creature, he could instantly attain the Tongtian realm, an extraordinary miracle. Tongtian realm, an apex level that countless beings could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. Now, the opportunity to attain such a peak was right before him. To consume or not to consume? Just one bite, and he could ascend to the Tongtian realm. It would be impossible for Dragon Chen not to feel tempted and excited. Though the snow divine beast cub was undeniably adorable, especially with its large, expressive silver eyes that seemed to speak, Dragon Chen ultimately could not resist the overpowering desire within him and resolved to take action. "I am sorry, little one, but your allure is simply too irresistible. I shall ensure to give you a proper burial." Chapter 65. It turns out she was hungry. "I'm truly sorry, little one. The benefits of consuming you are far too enticing that I promise to give you a proper grave. May you experience no more pain in the afterlife." In the next instant, Dragon Chen opened his mouth wide, disregarding everything else, and prepared to swallow the snow divine beast cub that was still biting his tail. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the snow divine beast cub suddenly felt fear. However, as a descendant of a divine beast, it possessed an innate stubbornness and a refusal to yield. Gazing at the steadfast little creature, especially those large silver eyes that seemed to plead with tears, Dragon Chen's heart twisted. "Tisich, I've already become a demon. Would I still be soft-hearted?" Cursing himself inwardly, Dragon Chen's gaze sharpened once more as he prepared to consume the cub. Ding! The snow divine beast cub is a girl. Just as Dragon Chen resolved to swallow the snow divine beast cub to elevate himself to the Tongtian realm, the voice of the evolution system suddenly echoed in his mind. That moment, it was as if he had slammed on the brakes. Dragon Chen's fierce momentum dissipated instantly, his mouth still agape, stopping just an inch away from swallowing the cub. His eyes widened in shock as he pulled back, staring at the snow divine beast cub, astonished. "Girl, this snow divine beast is a girl?" If that were the case, it seemed rather inappropriate to bully her. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the system mention that the snow divine beast was female, the killing intent surrounding Dragon Chen quietly dissipated. He gazed at the snow divine beast and thought to himself, "System, is that truly the case?" Ding! This system never lies. The snow divine beast cub is indeed a girl. Ding! This system recommends that the host refrain from devouring this snow divine beast. Nurturing her would be far more beneficial. Nurturing? Ding! Indeed, for once this snow divine beast cub matures, she will become a formidable ally for the host, rivaling even the nylon butterfly, if not surpassing it. Upon hearing this, Dragon Chen suddenly felt a glimmer of understanding. This snow divine beast had just been born and had already encountered him. He could clearly sense the innate familiarity emanating from her. And although he had inadvertently made her angry earlier, he understood that the cub had never truly intended to harm him. She merely wanted him to feel her pain. With a resigned sigh, Dragon Chen looked at the stubborn snow divine beast cub, still clinging to his tail, and spoke with a tone of helplessness. "Hey, little one." Upon hearing his voice, the snow divine beast, still biting his crimson tail, instinctively lifted her fluffy little head, gazing at Dragon Chen with wide, innocent eyes, her grip loosening slightly. Dragon Chen, captivated by her seemingly expressive silver eyes, felt a tinge of embarrassment, but for the sake of preserving his tail. He took a deep breath and said gently, "Could we perhaps let go for a moment? I promise I won't tease you anymore, nor will I eat you or harm you. So, could you please release your bite?" The Snow Divine Beast, able to comprehend his words, looked at Dragon Chen with a dazed expression, blinking her large eyes, her previous fierce demeanor gradually fading. Even her small mouth, which had been firmly clamped down, began to loosen. Seeing this, Dragon Chen felt the pain in his tail dissipate, filling him with a sense of gratitude as he gently attempted to retract his tail. However, upon sensing the retreating crimson tail, the Snow Divine Beast cub, feeling a loss of security, resolutely clamped down once more. Crack! Dragon Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, enduring the sharp pain as he gritted his teeth and said through clenched jaws, "Little one, I advise you to be kind." Sensing the threat in his voice, the Snow Divine Beast cub bit down even harder, causing Dragon Chen to nearly smash his head against the ground in agony. "Mao Tai, think of a solution." Dragon Chen's face darkened as he struggled to suppress his inner fury, speaking in a low voice, fearful that one wrong word would provoke the Snow Divine Beast into biting down harder. Observing the farcical scene, Nylon Butterfly sighed inwardly, then flew over to the Snow Divine Beast's side, flapping her wings as she asked, "Hey, are you hungry?" To her surprise, the Snow Divine Beast, who had previously struggled to express herself, understood the question and nodded, letting out a heart-wrenching whimper of distress. "Aha!" Finding the root of the problem, Mao Tai flapped his wings and looked at Dragon Chen, saying, "Brother Long, this little one is hungry, which is why she won't let go of your tail. She's afraid you won't feed her." Suddenly, Long Chen experienced a moment of enlightenment. Gazing at the Snow Divine Beast that was once again fiercely biting its own tail, he said, "Little one, if you're hungry, just let me know. Why resort to biting me?" The Snow Divine Beast, apart from emitting a melodious cry, conveyed no meaning whatsoever, and even Long Chen, as a true member of the demon clan, could not comprehend it. Fortunately, Mao Tai, being a descendant of the ancient celestial beast Nylon Dai, was able to understand the Snow Divine Beast's intentions. "Here, this is the most delicious fruit." Long Chen retrieved a vibrant fruit from the system space and grinned. "It's very sweet, far tastier than my tail." Observing Long Chen presenting the fruit before his enormous serpent head, the Snow Divine Beast finally ceased its relentless biting and slowly released its grip. Gazing at the fruit with an irresistible urge to grasp it with its tiny paws, after taking a simple bite of the sweet fruit and savoring it delicately, the Snow Divine Beast's expression shifted from curiosity to confusion, ultimately spitting it out with a hint of disdain. Seeing the young Snow Divine Beast discard the bitten fruit onto the ground, Long Chen exchanged glances with Nylon Dai, raising an eyebrow. "Not eating the fruit? Could it be that this little one prefers meat?" Rubbing his slightly aching serpent tail, Long Chen flicked his tongue and turned to Mao Tai, asking, "Do you have any meat?" Upon hearing this, Mao Tai shook his head and grinned. "Brother Long, you know I adore fruits and never touch meat." Just then, the Snow Divine Beast's stomach let out a gurgling sound, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over it. It promptly lay down on its side, clutching its little belly, appearing quite aggrieved. Realizing the little creature was genuinely hungry, Long Chen felt a pang of sympathy and said to Mao Tai, "Stay here and guard her. I'll be back shortly." Mao Tai, taken aback, responded, "Brother Long, where are you going? How long will you be?" "Very soon. Just protect her." With a swift motion, Long Chen's figure vanished, leaving Mao Tai to suppress whatever else he wanted to say. He looked at the starving young Snow Divine Beast and sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Brother Long, have you forgotten? I lack combat prowess myself. If danger arises, it's uncertain who will protect whom." As he moved forward, Long Chen's figure was incredibly swift, his soul energy unfurling as he searched for any signs of movement around him. During his quest for prey, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire of the system, "If I had truly devoured that little one just now, would I have instantly ascended to the level of the heavenly realm?" Reflecting on the moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of having missed an extraordinary opportunity. Although this little creature was a girl, and raising her might be advantageous, he found himself torn. However, the system's response to Long Chen's inquiry extinguished the flicker of indecision in his heart like a bucket of cold water. Ding! Indeed, if the host had consumed the snow divine beast cub, they would have instantly reached the heavenly realm. Ding! However, a friendly reminder from the system. Once the host consumes the snow divine beast cub, the consequences will entail relentless pursuit by the entire snow divine beast clan, even if the host flees to the ends of the earth. Chapter 66. The hard-to-please little ancestor Ding. While it is true that the host could devour the snow divine beast, allowing for an ascension to the heavenly realm, the ultimate price is the unending pursuit by the snow divine beast clan. Ding. Unless the host possesses sufficient strength to contend with the entire snow divine beast clan, it is advisable to refrain from opting for consumption. Ding. A moment of indulgence may yield immediate satisfaction, but the ensuing pursuit will lead to desolation. What level of power would I need to contend with the snow divine beast clan? Ding. At least the saint realm. Wow. You blue paper. I'm fortunate to be so clever. During the exchange, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he continued to dash forward, snorting. I knew you hadn't properly considered the repercussions. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ding. But host, you didn't ask. Long Chen. At times, if this entity weren't a virtual existence, Long Chen would have truly wanted to drag it out and give it a good beating. Reflecting on the moment, he had almost allowed desire to cloud his judgment and consume the snow divine beast cub. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that such an error could have condemned him to a lifetime of being hunted. To reach the saint realm to contend with the snow divine beast clan, a group that was astonishingly formidable, Long Chen sighed, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. The disparity in status and lineage was starkly evident. Although Long Chen was aware that with the assistance of the system, his cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary demon beasts, there remained a gap when compared to the true superclans on this continent. Not to mention, the snow divine beast cub, despite its youth, was backed by a superclan that even saints would fear. It seemed he needed to nurture this little one carefully. Perhaps she could indeed become a formidable ally in the future. Ding. Indeed, hosts should adopt a long-term perspective. Nurturing her may be the most reliable plan. Who knows, she might even become your wife someday, though the chances are exceedingly slim, practically 0.0 chance. You think I have no opportunity? Long Chen's expression hardened, his voice brimming with pride. Though I may not hail from a prestigious family, with your assistance, I can cultivate the 9 transformations into a dragon technique to the 6th transformation and ultimately transform into a dragon. What? Am I not worthy of her as a member of the dragon clan? In truth, Long Chen's reasoning held no fault. Dragons as beings were destined to occupy the apex of the food chain across all realms. Their status so exalted that they could scarcely be classified as mere demons. This was precisely why dragons were categorized separately from demons, referred to simply as the Dragon Clan. Ding. Host, do not be agitated. The system is not suggesting you are unworthy. Rather, the Snow Divine Beast Clan, as descendants of divine beasts, are inherently proud and, under most circumstances, do not permit bloodlines to intermingle with outsiders. Ding. To put it plainly, the Snow Divine Beast Clan ensures the purity of their bloodline by only choosing to mate within their own kind or with other divine beast descendants. Ding. A saying persists across the continent. To the Snow Divine Beast Clan, anyone lacking a strong foundation, regardless of future prowess, is looked down upon. Upon hearing this, Long Chen fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words that he smirked and remarked, "It must be said, the Snow Divine Beast Clan is indeed intriguing. They manage their lineage quite adeptly. Ding. Having preserved their pure lineage since ancient times, they certainly possess expertise. Thus, nurturing her is wise. As for marrying into the Snow Divine Beast Clan, that's better left aside. Marrying in? Forget it." Upon hearing this, Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixating on a deer quenching its thirst ahead, muttering in frustration, "I'm so powerful, and you think I should marry in? Not a chance. Not in this lifetime. I've always had one flaw. I refuse to accept fate. The Snow Divine Beast clan may be impressive, but it requires someone like me to conquer them. Just wait. I shall make you realize that your earlier words were nothing but a jest." Though he spoke in a huff, Long Chen did not dwell on it, quickly dismissing the thought as he pressed forward. His form low to the ground, suppressing his aura to the utmost. As he approached the deer, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, it remained utterly relaxed. With a flick of his menacing tongue, Long Chen stealthily approached his prey, channeling his energy and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Perish. With a sudden burst of ferocity, Long Chen erupted from the tall grass, roaring with his savage demeanor. The deer, startled by Long Chen's sudden assault, widened its eyes in alarm, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. What? Long Chen had yet to strike, and observing the deer convulsing and frothing on the ground, it quickly ceased to breathe, its facial muscles twitching faintly. My aura truly that powerful? Alas, this poor deer had not perished from a bite, but had been frightfully scared to death. Ding. Host has frightened the deer to death. Due to its low level, all right, I know, no experience gained, and it was indeed a frightful death, and no need to elaborate. Long Chen replied irritably, quickly coiling around the deer's body and making his way back. Upon arrival, Long Chen placed the deer's carcass on the grass and addressed the famished little Snow Divine Beast. "Here, I brought you something to eat. Have a bite." Little one. Upon hearing these words, the Snow Divine Beast opened its eyes, gazing at the carcass of the enormous elk before it, which was incomprehensibly larger than itself. Instantly, its expression darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. Observing this, Long Chen seemed to discern the creature's discontent and couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Is this prey too enormous for you to even nibble at?" In the very next moment, the young Snow Divine Beast, as if forgetting its hunger, stood upright and glared at Long Chen with a burgeoning sense of indignation. Long Chen's laughter abruptly ceased, particularly upon witnessing the little one's fury. His gaze instinctively dropped to his own tail, prompting him to retract it in fright and clear his throat. "Ahem, it's nothing. I'll help you cut it into smaller pieces." With that, Long Chen dutifully dragged the elk carcass away to shield the Snow Divine Beast from the gruesome sight of the slaughter. Had it not been for the protection of his tail from potential bites, he would never have endured such humiliation. After 2 minutes had elapsed, Long Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, tearing off several appropriately sized chunks of venison, and promptly placed them before the young Snow Divine Beast. Grinning as he said, "Little ancestor, how does this service fare? Remember to leave a 5-star review." As the fresh meat lay before it, still warm to the touch, the hungry Snow Divine Beast merely cast a disdainful glance at Long Chen before turning its little head away in contempt. Long Chen, taken aback, looked at the nylon butterfly beside him and inquired, "Mao Tai, what does she mean by this? Is she rejecting me?" After all his effort to present the meat in the smallest possible pieces, the little creature still found it unsatisfactory. Hearing his question, the nylon butterfly slightly shook its head, spreading its tiny claws as it replied, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps this little one cannot eat meat, not consuming fruit, and now refusing meat. How does she survive on mere breath?" Long Chen's facial muscles twitched as he suppressed a laugh, shaking his head in disbelief that he truly felt that this ancestor was exceedingly difficult to please. Being so picky about everything. Could it be that this little one preferred vegetables? This thought flickered through his mind, and Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue before storing the freshly cut venison into his system space, then mustered a strained smile towards the Snow Divine Beast. "Just wait, I'll fetch you some vegetables." Encountering such a demanding creature, he found himself at a loss, unable to feel anger. Long Chen feared that if he failed to sustain her, with his current stature, facing the wrath of the Snow Divine Beast's kin would be tantamount to sealing his own fate. Chapter 67. Taking matters into one's own hands for abundant sustenance. Crunch. Taking a large bite of a cucumber-like vegetable, Long Chen savored the taste while curling his tail around a similar-looking vegetable that if you love vegetables, you should have mentioned it earlier. I've gone through so much trouble. After another 10 minutes of toil, Long Chen returned with an assortment of fresh vegetables. Upon seeing the vegetables, the young Snow Divine Beast's eyes brightened, and it began to munch contentedly. Watching the Snow Divine Beast relish its vegetables, Long Chen pursed his lips and took another crunchy bite of the cucumber-like vegetable, muttering, "This thing is so watery. What is so delicious about it? Nothing compares to the aroma of meat." Speaking of meat, he suddenly halted his chewing, struck by a revelation. Yes, hadn't he just procured a substantial amount of fresh meat? Why was he consuming this vegetable? A look of enlightenment washed over Long Chen's face as he retrieved the previously torn meat and glanced around, tossing the shredded meat to the nylon butterfly. "You hold this. Don't let it touch the ground." "Oh, Brother Long, what are you planning to do?" "Don't ask. Just hold it steady." At that moment, the nylon butterfly, acting as a tool, held up a chunk of shredded meat with its multiple little paws, watching Long Chen rush back and forth, confusion swirling in its tiny head. In its view, when did eating meat become such a complicated affair? Ha ha, there are indeed plants here that resemble ginger and spices. They can even yield oil. How delightful. This is sugar. It can be extracted from this substance. Ha, how intriguing, it's brown sugar water. Oh my, this pollen has an Orleans flavor. I'll take it. As time passed, Long Chen became increasingly engrossed in his tasks, his serpent tongue flicking in and out as he busily gathered materials every few minutes. Observing Long Chen's frenzied activity, the nylon butterfly remained obedient, holding the fresh meat, while listening to his incomprehensible chatter with growing concern. My brother Long facing some issue. If it gets worse, perhaps I should check on him while he sleeps. He never displayed such symptoms before. This must be some kind of ailment. With such thoughts swirling in its mind, the nylon butterfly wore a solemn expression, determining to find an opportunity to investigate Long Chen thoroughly. He genuinely feared that one day, if Long Chen's condition worsened, he might vanish in an instant, leaving it with no place to weep. As Long Chen busied himself, even the snow divine beast, still nibbling on vegetables, gazed at him with curiosity, its bright silver eyes reflecting its confusion. From the perspective of both the snow divine beast and the nylon butterfly, they could not comprehend Long Chen's actions. Bang! A deep thud resonated as the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast turned their attention to the source of the sound, both secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Long Chen, dragging a sturdy tree branch back, arrived at the spot where he had previously collected materials, shaking off the sweat from his brow, wearing a proud expression as he chuckled. "Perfect! In my current form, I can create fire anytime. Doesn't that mean?" Long Chen flicked his tongue with a hint of pride before employing his explosive tooth technique, swiftly cleaving the tree branch before him. Ding! Host, the technique granted by the system is intended for combat, not for lumberjacking. Then provide me with a weapon. Ding! But stop with the excuses. Long Chen, utilizing the explosive qualities of his technique, efficiently sliced the sturdy branch into smaller pieces. Crafting them with precision, he fashioned wooden utensils. Sawdust wafted in the breeze, and soon, a collection of wooden bowls appeared before him. Not only did he produce wooden bowls, but also wooden knives, forks, cooking spoons, chopsticks, small spoons, plates, soup bowls, cups, and more. To his astonishment, Long Chen had managed to create an entire set of dining utensils from that single piece of wood. The nylon butterfly, watching Long Chen's industriousness and the peculiar array of items he was producing, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Long, what have you done? You've made a whole bunch of human dining utensils. What is the purpose?" "Hee, you wouldn't understand yet. You'll find out soon enough." After completing the utensils, Long Chen's gaze shifted to a nearby hard stone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Life should have a sense of ritual. That's what makes existence feel real. As he faced the solid black stone, a confident smile crept across Long Chen's face. The stone, seemingly alive, emitted a buzzing sound as if to plead, "Please, don't come any closer." With everything prepared, all that was needed was a pot, and the stone was perfect for the task. Without hesitation, Long Chen unleashed his explosive tooth technique, forcefully shattering the black stone. What followed left both the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast dumbfounded. Crack, crack, crack! Long Chen unleashed his technique upon the stone, akin to a bulldozer, relentlessly excavating the black stone. Despite its hardness, it proved feeble against the explosive tooth technique, as the stone's body was gradually stripped away. Before long, Long Chen used his tail to lift the stone pot, swinging it like a ladle. nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "This texture is nice. It feels great to wield." However, as he swung the pot, he found himself unable to stop, suddenly recalling the days back on Earth when he had been utterly impoverished. Working as a chef in a restaurant. Long Chen's grin grew increasingly mischievous. Hee, I possess a certain Eastern culinary certification. Meanwhile, the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast, utterly astonished, exchanged glances as they observed Long Chen's increasingly audacious smile. The snow divine beast could not help but voice its thoughts first. Mao. Upon hearing the sound, the nylon butterfly took on a knowing expression, sighed softly, and cast her gaze once more upon the distant dragon dust, who was vigorously stirring the pot, sending plumes of smoke into the air. She covered her face and lamented, "Fear not, little one. I shall seek an opportunity to present this to Brother Long. There was undoubtedly something amiss." Mao, the snow divine beast, nodded in agreement, softly calling out. Unbeknownst to them, Dragon Dust continued his task, oblivious to the thoughts of the two behind him. He ceased his motions, nodded in satisfaction, and returned to the place where he had previously gathered the utensils. "Brother Long, may I set down the meat?" The nylon butterfly could no longer contain herself and shouted. An hour had passed since they began, and she was still pitifully holding the meat aloft, too fearful to release it. "Just wait a moment longer. When the time comes, you shall toss it in." "Oh, whew." As everything fell into place, Dragon Dust was suddenly overcome with impatience, with a sensation pressing upon his stomach. He let forth a mighty flame from his mouth. "Hee, doing it myself. I shall feast abundantly." With the flames roaring, they ignited within the pit he had previously prepared as he tossed in the various condiments he had gathered earlier. Dragon Dust seized a wooden spatula, poised for action. "Brother Long, what are you about to create?" The nylon butterfly was engulfed in confusion. Hearing her, Dragon Dust observed the oil and sugar slowly melding within the pot, and a mysterious smile crept across his face as he replied, "Hee, soon enough, you shall find out." Chapter 68. Pot-wrapped meat. As the sugar dissolved and blended thoroughly with the oil, lacking starch, he substituted with silk flour powder. Absent pepper, he opted for pungent grass, and for something akin to salt. Ah, saltstone, but is this thing salty enough? Dragon Dust rolled a piece of the saltstone he had obtained from the riverbank and could not resist licking it. "Cough, cough, cough. Tui, it's terribly salty." Heat the pot. While Dragon Dust busied himself, the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast exchanged glances, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. The poor nylon butterfly still held the meat aloft, feeling as though she had been forgotten. Observing the myriad of condiments completing in the pot, Dragon Dust called out, "Mao Tai, bring the meat." "Coming, Brother Long." At last, the nylon butterfly could take her turn. She raised the torn meat high, her wings fluttering behind her as she took to the air and, in a motion reminiscent of pitching, tossed the meat directly into the stone pot. Mao. Witnessing this scene, the young snow divine beast blinked its silver eyes in bewilderment. Unsure of what Dragon Dust was truly engaged, as the meat met the pot, the familiar sound of sizzling oil returned, and Dragon Dust flicked his tongue, his face adorned with a sunlit, confident smile. Little did he expect that his culinary skills would prove useful in this world. Hee, with the ability to unleash flames, I can cook for myself every day. I am indeed a genius. With his serpent tail coiling around the stone pot's handle, Dragon Dust began to stir the meat, the spatula clutched in his mouth, continuously tossing the contents. Before long, the delicate, sweet aroma of the meat wafted through the air. As the fragrant scent intensified under Dragon Dust's careful crafting, the surrounding atmosphere filled with the delightful essence of the dish. Mao, the young snow divine beast, initially longing for vegetables, suddenly froze upon catching a whiff of the sweet, savory aroma, unable to resist calling out in its ancestral memories. There were no records of such delights. While it could currently thrive on vegetables, the moment it inhaled such an enticing fragrance, it felt its taste buds awaken. Meanwhile, the nylon butterfly reveled in the exquisite aroma, her wings fluttering as she closed her eyes, savoring a deep breath and struggling to suppress the urge to drool. "Brother Long, what are you making? Why does the meat smell so exquisite and sweet?" Dragon Dust, still stirring the meat, chuckled as he replied, "This is a family recipe passed down through generations. unique to this world, suitable for all ages. Soon, you shall have a taste. Seizing the moment, Dragon Dust sampled a piece of meat. Although it was nearly ready to be served, he suddenly sensed something was amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. Brother Long, what troubles you? The nylon butterfly could not help but inquire. Dragon Dust flicked his tongue, lost in recollection, and then stated, Mao Tai, pass me some of your fruits. I need something that is both sweet and tangy. Here you go, Brother Long. The nylon butterfly promptly produced the fruits she had stored in her ethereal space and handed them over. Utilizing his ethereal energy, Dragon Dust levitated the fruits above the stone pot. With a surge of powerful ethereal pressure, the fruits burst open one by one over the pot. The juices released from the fruits, guided by the ethereal energy, gradually flowed into the pot, merging with the ingredients inside. With the assistance of ethereal energy, the cooking process became astonishingly effortless and enjoyable. Dragon Dust continued to stir the pot, ensuring that all the flavors enveloped the meat without a trace of waste. The increasingly rich and sweet aroma of the meat began to permeate the air. How delightful! The nylon butterfly, inhaling the sweet fragrance wafting from the pot, found herself unable to resist, her mouth watering as she yearned for a taste. Even the nearby young snow divine beast, upon catching a whiff, perked up its adorable nose, realizing that the vegetables it had just consumed paled in comparison. Little one, hand me your vegetables, Dragon Dust suddenly commanded. Mao, the snow divine beast, obediently fetched a few vegetable leaves and, with a slight retreat, tossed them into the stone pot, perhaps intimidated by the intense heat of the flames. High heat to reduce the sauce. Dragon Dust exhaled another jet of scorching flames, causing the fire beneath the stone pot to roar ferociously, akin to a wild beast howling. Ding! Host, this system is at a loss for words. Your flames are meant for battle, not for cooking. Oh, come now. One must balance work and leisure. Fire can slay foes and prepare meals. It's perfectly reasonable. Care to give it a try? Ding! I don't have a mouth? Oh, that indeed sounds rather unfortunate. You can merely watch us feast. Ding! Is this even human speech? You never lift a finger for anything remotely human. Currently, I am not human. I'm a demon. Thank you very much. Ding! Valid point. As the two engage in their inner dialogue. Dragon Dust observed that the ingredients in the pot had reached their pinnacle state. He promptly lifted the pot and poured its contents onto a wooden platter he had prepared earlier. Since they were all demons, the wooden platter Dragon Dust had crafted was indeed larger than his own head, heaping the dish like a small mountain upon it, gazing at the beautiful orange-hued meat and the fragrant, sweet aroma wafting forth. Both the nylon butterfly and the young snow divine beast were captivated. Dragon Dust picked up a piece of meat and savored it, nodding appreciatively as he grinned. I never expected this pot-wrapped meat to be so delectable. Care to try? I know you might not indulge in meat, so I included fruits and vegetables within. However, before Dragon Dust could finish his sentence, the nylon butterfly and the young snow divine beast, like a whirlwind, began stuffing their mouths with chunks of meat, alongside bits of fruit and vegetables. Dragon Dust stared in astonishment at the ferocity with which they consumed, unable to contain his surprise. Mao Tai, did you not claim to abstain from meat? Brother Long, your meat is simply divine, bursting with fruity flavor. How did you achieve such a taste? I have never encountered meat this delicious. The nylon butterfly could not stop herself, continuously shoveling piece after piece in her mouth. Truly, she had never tasted anything quite like it, and it was her first realization that meat could be so delightful. Meanwhile, the snow divine beast, its mouth dripping with juices, exhibited a joyful demeanor, occasionally calling out in approval. Dragon Dust, watching the delighted snow divine beast, inwardly chuckled. Little one, with my culinary prowess, how could I ever fail to satisfy your appetite? Observing the two fellows indulge in their feast with great delight. The enormous wooden platter laden with sweet and sour pork was rapidly depleting, piece by piece. Notably, despite the diminutive stature of the snow divine beast, it exhibited an impressive veracity akin to that of a glutton. Long Chen grinned, realizing that to win someone's affection, one must first capture their appetite. This adage, it seems, holds true in any context, in stark contrast The nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast were utterly oblivious to Long Chen's musings. Their singular focus fixated on consuming food, watching the dishes he prepared vanish so swiftly under the onslaught of the two creatures. Long Chen felt compelled to join in the gastronomic revelry. Goodness, don't overindulge, you two. There will be plenty of opportunities to savor such dishes again. Leave some for me. Chapter 69. The impact of the residual waves of mystical energy beneath the night sky. With the gentle breeze caressing the air, three creatures with round bellies lay sprawled on the grass. Meanwhile, the once towering mound of meat on the wooden platter had vanished without a trace. Even the remnants of sauces that lingered were nowhere to be found. "Ah, I've eaten myself to a standstill," exclaimed the nylon butterfly, patting its bloated belly with evident satisfaction. "Me too," the snow divine beast chimed in, equally round and cheerful. Clearly, these two gluttons had completely surrendered to their appetites. Long Chen, having procured a small twig, glanced at the pair and remarked, "Look at you two, as if you've never feasted on meat before." The nylon butterfly chuckled and said, "Brother Long, I wish to feast on this again next time." In response, Long Chen shot a sidelong glance at the creature, feigning pride as he replied, "We'll see. This meal should last you a while." The nylon butterfly, feeling its round belly, chuckled, "Indeed." At that moment, the snow divine beast turned over and gracefully trotted towards the river. Long Chen's gaze followed the fluffy little creature, his thoughts wandering. What might this tiny being become as it matures? Its face resembles that of a divine fox, yet its tail appears to have three distinct segments, too short to discern clearly. Undoubtedly, as a descendant of divine beasts, it possesses an undeniable beauty even in its juvenile form. One can only imagine how captivating it will be as an adult, potentially becoming a paragon of allure among the demon race. Yet, as a being of the same essence, Long Chen found himself drawn more to human girls. The mere thought of developing romantic feelings for a creature of the demonic kind was a notion too daunting to entertain. It seemed prudent to hasten his journey to the Beidu, sacred mountain, as the distance was indeed considerable. However, for the sake of the Linghua grass, he was willing to endure. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he turned over, prepared to close his eyes for a moment's respite, when he noticed the small stones in the grass before him inexplicably leaping in an unusual manner. The frequency of their jumps increased, and their range expanded. Suddenly alert, Long Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. Scanning the surroundings, readying himself for confrontation, the nylon butterfly leaped onto his head and warned, "Brother Long, you sensed it too?" Long Chen nodded slightly, observing that there was no other movement in the vicinity while feeling the ground tremble slightly beneath them. He furrowed his brow and speculated, could it be an earthquake? In contrast, the nylon butterfly shook its head, saying, "If it were an earthquake, the frequency wouldn't be so low, and I sense a dangerous aura, an exceedingly perilous one." Despite its current lack of combat prowess, limited to healing abilities, its perception was far superior to Long Chen's. It is well known that perception relies on one's spiritual power, and as a being of two lifetimes, Long Chen's spiritual force was exceptionally formidable, making it difficult for anyone of the same level to rival him. Yet even so, the nylon butterfly's perceptive abilities exceeded his, despite being merely at the 9-star level of mystical energy. While Long Chen had already attained the 1-star level of spiritual energy, upon hearing the nylon butterfly's warning, Long Chen's eyes narrowed, remaining vigilant while his form shrank from approximately 20 meters to around 5. As a larger target would undoubtedly become a sitting duck in the unshielded tall grass. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar akin to the collapse of mountains reverberated as the ground quaked violently from afar. A colossal wave of potent mystical energy surged forth like a stampede of horses, swiftly engulfing the area where Long Chen and the nylon butterfly stood, faced with such an overwhelming onslaught of mystical energy. Both Long Chen and the nylon butterfly were taken aback. Clearly, there was no time to flee, yet to remain stationary would likely result in being swept away like leaves in the wind by the relentless tide of mystical energy. Goodness, this is outrageous. Long Chen's eyes widened, and in a moment of quick thinking, he hastily used his serpentine tail to dig into the earth, creating a sizable pit. Without hesitation, he and the nylon butterfly dove into it. Just before entering, he remembered to stow away the various utensils and stone pots he had prepared in his system space. With a resounding roar, the cataclysmic wave of mystical energy surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast's roar, tearing through the tall grass area as if it were an earthquake. The transformation of the tall grass region resulted in numerous giant trees nearby, snapping in half and collapsing, while smaller tree trunks were sent soaring into the sky at a multitude of weaker demon beasts, which had been resting in the forest, fled in panic. Yet, some formidable demon beasts released furious roars, and the once peaceful forest erupted into chaos. In that moment, Chen clutched the nylon butterfly tightly within the pit, his expression as cold as ice. This was a scenario he had only encountered before during the Titan Celestial and the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow era. However, upon reflection, Chen suddenly realized that this overwhelming wave of energy was not as terrifying as he had initially imagined. Yet he understood that if he were to confront this force directly, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. As the grand wave of mystical energy swept past, the tall grass area transformed into a disheveled mess. Once the crisis subsided, Chen emerged from the pit he had dug, spitting out the soil from his mouth and using his tail to pull the nylon butterfly from its hiding place, placing it atop his head. Goodness, I nearly suffocated. The nylon butterfly appeared slightly dazed, its expression reflecting its discomfort for being confined. Chen flicked his serpent tongue and grinned. Be grateful. It's better than being dead. With your petite frame, had I not held you down, you would have been swept away long ago. Brother Long, you're impressive. The nylon butterfly chuckled. Enough with the flattery. Let's save that for later. Chen replied with a roll of his eyes. Since this place is no longer safe, we should find somewhere else to rest. As Chen prepared to turn away, the nylon butterfly's expression suddenly shifted, and it exclaimed, "Oh no, something's wrong." Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What do you mean? We're not dead. What could possibly be wrong?" The nylon butterfly, looking alarmed, pointed in a specific direction and exclaimed, "Brother Long, did you forget? The little one went off to find water." Upon hearing this, Chen's previously composed demeanor shifted to one of shock, his gaze snapping towards the direction where the snow divine beast had ventured. "Oh no, I completely forgot about the little one." Had it not been for the nylon butterfly's timely reminder, he would have unwittingly departed without a second thought. Now, recalling that the snow divine beast had headed toward the very direction from which the wave of mystical energy had surged, a sense of dread washed over Chen. Little one. Chen's figure surged forth at an unprecedented pace, racing towards the direction the snow divine beast had taken. This could not end poorly. Otherwise, his plans for nurturing the divine beast would be thwarted before they even began. As he raced, Chen's expression grew tense, scanning his surroundings, pushing his speed to the limit, yet still feeling a sense of urgency. Upon reaching the riverbank, he found that the geographical landscape had been utterly transformed by the residual waves of mystical energy, leaving no trace of the snow divine beast in sight. "Little one, respond to me." The cry of Chen reverberated throughout the river corridor, its echo mingling with the tumult, spreading in all directions. Yet in the area where the geographical structure had been forcibly altered, apart from Chen's shout gradually dissipating into the air, only the intermittent sound of flowing water remained. Observing the river corridor, now transformed by the previous overwhelming tide of mystical energy, particularly the once smooth and broad waterway that had now turned into a jagged, uneven terrain, one could see nothing but a scene of devastation. Devoid of any signs of life, the nylon butterfly fluttered its wings, darting back and forth near the riverbank, and with its formidable perception, it soon realized that within a kilometer radius, apart from itself and Chen, there were no other life forces present. Upon returning to Chen's side, it shook its head regretfully under his increasingly despondent gaze, saying, "Brother Long, I have not sensed the presence of the little one. I fear it might be impossible." Chen abruptly interrupted, stating, "She is a descendant of divine beasts. I refuse to believe she could simply vanish," although he had known the little one for a mere blink of an eye. He held a deep admiration for her seemingly flawless demeanor. Furthermore, with his divine beast nurturing plan, Given enough time for her to grow, she might even surpass the nylon butterfly. The thought of such a potent ally possibly being lost was something Long Chen found hard to accept. However, the pressing reality was that neither he nor the nylon butterfly could detect any signs of life emanating from the snow divine beast. The absence of such life signals could imply. Alas, the nurturing plan for divine beasts had not even officially commenced before it faced an untimely end. The nylon butterfly landed atop Long Chen's head and solemnly remarked, "Brother Long, this place is still somewhat perilous. Not too far from us, another wave of mystical energy, akin to the previous one, has emerged. Its perceptive abilities were astonishing, quickly alerting them to impending danger." Long Chen, to some extent, also sensed the return of that overwhelming wave of mystical energy that had previously surged like a tsunami. In this race against time, he scanned the surroundings with a resolute gaze, flicking his tongue in disbelief that "I refuse to believe she is gone. Even in death, I must see the little one's body," Long Chen declared firmly. Hearing this, the nylon butterfly widened its eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Long, this is no jest. If we linger here too long, we may truly face life-threatening danger." Long Chen was acutely aware of the consequences the other referred to. After all, they had narrowly escaped earlier due to their distance. Now, they were considerably closer to the direction from which the wave of mystical energy had come, should another such ferocious onslaught arise. The outcome could be dire, little one. Yet, Long Chen still chose to search further, raising his voice to its fullest, blending it with the dispersing mystical energy. Boom! This time, the response to Long Chen's call was a violent and overwhelming wave of mystical energy, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck, and plunging the already darkened night sky into deeper shadows. He felt the colossal wave of energy approaching from the distance. The nylon butterfly's expression turned fearful. "Urgently warning, Brother Long, that force just now is returning." "I know." Long Chen gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated hiss. With the renewed shout echoing, he understood that they could no longer afford to stay. To preserve their lives, they must retreat temporarily. "Let's go." Long Chen flicked his tongue, and though his heart was filled with reluctance, facing the threat to his life, he instinctively made the decision to protect himself. Boom! This time, the wave of mystical energy surged forth with even greater speed than before, leaving desolation in its wake, annihilating all in its path. The sheer ferocity of this destructive force was staggering. Even as Long Chen had begun to retreat, he suddenly realized that he could not outpace the oncoming wave. His heart sank, and as his mind raced, he spotted a massive boulder nearby and swiftly darted behind it. Brother Long, the nylon butterfly, unable to discern the situation, exclaimed in shock, "Why aren't we fleeing? We cannot escape." Long Chen hissed, his voice low, "The spread of this wave's residual force is far swifter than my own speed. We can only pray that this boulder is sturdy enough to shield us." Upon hearing this, the nylon butterfly was taken aback, trembling slightly. The scene felt like a dead end, as if the massive, cold boulder was the only refuge in sight. This very boulder had been unearthed from the ground by the initial wave of mystical energy that had transformed the river corridor's landscape. Roar! Simultaneously, as the residual waves of mystical energy surged forth, a roar filled with boundless rage echoed from afar, mixing with an undercurrent of despair, a sound that shook the heavens and lingered in the air. Boom! As the approaching roar intensified, it outpaced the already surging waves of mystical energy, enveloping everything in its path. Long Chen felt the approaching force of energy, now almost tangible, and instinctively curled his body around the nylon butterfly. Protecting her within his embrace, he buried his head within his own coils, utilizing his hardest scales to withstand the impending cataclysmic force. "Brother Long, will we survive?" The nylon butterfly, remaining in the protective space created by Long Chen, gazed up at him, sadness etched across its features. Long Chen opened his eyes, meeting its gaze with a smile that masked his worry. "You little one, as creatures of the wild, how can we fear death? Should word of this spread, would it not be a disgrace for a mighty nylon butterfly to be afraid of death?" Upon hearing this, the nylon butterfly paused, its sorrow dissipating, and it couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Long, you can say that, but could you please stop shaking?" "Am I shaking?" You are shaking. Ridiculous. I, your brother Long, fear nothing more than death. If it comes, I will simply start anew. Although he spoke with bravado. Long Chen had indeed experienced death before. Perhaps facing it again would not bring him significant pain or fear, but who truly wishes to die? Death itself is not frightening. What terrifies is the innate fear of death, an instinct that cannot be evaded. Should we survive, it would be a testament to our fortuity. If not, you may seek me out in the next life, and I shall carry you aloft once more. Long Chen teased, flicking his tongue. Hearing this, the nylon butterfly chuckled softly, replying, "All right." Boom! The cataclysmic wave of mystical energy surged forth, sweeping everything in its path into oblivion, leaving no trace of life behind, as the destructive waves drew closer. Long Chen instinctively tightened his form, his crimson scales gleaming as he maximized his defenses. In the next moment, the boulder, their only potential shield, was engulfed by the oncoming tide of mystical energy. Chapter 71. The Domain Power of the Little One. Boom! Bang! As the cataclysmic waves of mystical energy swept through, everything they touched could no longer be described as merely absent. It was annihilated. Indeed, annihilation. Everything caught in the waves was instantaneously enveloped, its destructive force rendering all to nothingness. Boom! As the next moment unfolded, the raging, colossal waves of destructive residual energy finally swept through the already ravaged river domain, silencing everything around them. This once picturesque river domain had completely vanished, although the river itself had not ceased to flow. The serene beauty it once held had been utterly devastated. Remarkably, the boulder that had previously endured the destructive waves remained intact, yet surrounding this cold, massive stone was a wave of energy that had not existed before, enveloping it like a barrier. This barrier-like force completely absorbed the residual energy capable of obliterating even the most formidable beings. As the crisis passed, Long Chen slowly lifted his head, astonished as he surveyed the surroundings. Murmuring in disbelief, "I am still alive?" As he surveyed the surroundings, which had been utterly obliterated, he was astonished to find that only this massive boulder remained intact, without even a trace of damage. It was hard for Long Chen to believe. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, even he would have found it difficult to accept that he had survived amidst such a cataclysmic aftermath. The nylon butterfly fluttered from Long Chen's embrace and perched atop his head, instinctively checking its own condition. "Fortunately, all my components are intact. Long we are still alive." We're still alive." Long Chen flicked his serpent-like tongue, completely oblivious to the protective barrier enveloping the area. Having survived the calamity, he naturally overlooked such details, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his tail and grinning widely. "It seems that we have indeed been favored by the heavens, allowing us to continue living. This is exhilarating. I truly thought we were doomed, yet here we are." The nylon butterfly laughed maniacally. After all, it was still in its juvenile phase, having grown for too short a time. Just moments ago, it had entered a perilous situation, convinced it was doomed, and now that it had survived, it was understandably ecstatic. Amidst the excitement, Long Chen began to sense something amiss and murmured, "Strange, by all rights, we should be dead. How is it that we are alive? Could this stone possess some extraordinary power?" Ding! "Host, please take note. Before you lies a protective domain. It is this domain that has shielded you, not the stone." Suddenly, the voice of the evolution system resonated in his mind. Long Chen's expression froze, and his gaze swept around once more, only to be astonished to discover a seemingly translucent domain surrounding him and the nylon butterfly. "Wait, a domain?" Long Chen's realization struck him, and his eyes widened as he stared at the translucent protective barrier, filled with astonishment. "Are you saying this is a domain?" Ding! The host is not mistaken. It is indeed this domain that saved both the host and the nylon butterfly. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's eyes widened further, and he fell silent, the shock within him akin to tumultuous waves. It was no wonder he was astounded. The concept of a domain felt worlds apart from his current self, entirely unrelated. As Long Chen had come to understand this world, he had indeed heard a brief introduction to the term domain, that a domain is a rare, an exceptional talent that can randomly manifest among all cultivators. An extraordinary skill that is exceedingly rare and unparalleled. Of course, for such a divine talent to manifest in oneself, one must cultivate to the saint realm. Only at the saint level can one wield the power to reverse space and unleash a domain. If one wishes to acquire such a talent outside of the saint realm, there are two possible circumstances. The first circumstance is possessing an absolutely formidable innate talent, the kind that is born defying the heavens, a prodigious gift that one might naturally possess. However, this first scenario is exceedingly unlikely. Not even 1 in 100,000 geniuses may ever emerge with such a gift. If a family were to produce a prodigy endowed with the talent of a domain from birth, even those reclusive super sects would scramble to claim them. The second circumstance pertains to abilities inherent in the bloodline legacy of a clan. While the likelihood of this scenario is considerably greater than the first, it remains exceedingly rare across the entire Longu continent. Yet despite such slim chances, had Chen truly stumbled upon this fortune today? Was it luck? The nylon butterfly, perched atop Chen's head, gazed at him in astonishment. Longu, what is wrong with you? Perhaps due to its current weakness or lack of attention, it had failed to notice the domain power enveloping the massive boulder. Shaking his head, Chen regained his composure. And as he focused on the translucent domain before him, he could not resist the urge to extend his serpent tail to explore further that moment, just as Chen was about to probe the domain's power with his tail. A familiar melodious call echoed from behind. Chen halted mid-motion, his eyes widening in disbelief, while the nylon butterfly mirrored his shock. The two turned simultaneously, raising their gazes to look up the boulder, both struck dumb. There, the diminutive snow divine beast was radiating a gentle glow, and wherever the light spread, it created a protective barrier, shielding everything within from harm. This seemingly fragile, translucent glow was the very domain power that had previously safeguarded Chen and the nylon butterfly. Chen found himself at a loss for words, especially when he discovered that the domain power protecting both him and the nylon butterfly was emanating from the snow divine beast cub. The astonishment he felt was beyond description that the snow divine beast that had been born less than half a day ago could wield a domain talent typically reserved for those in the saint realm. And it was a form of absolute protection, truly astounding. The nylon butterfly, realizing the situation, exclaimed in astonishment at domain. Little one, you possess your own domain talent? In response to the nylon butterfly's surprise, the snow divine beast proudly lifted its small head, its melodious calls resonating with confidence and pride. Chen looked at the adorable little creature, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he sighed. Little one, thank goodness you're safe. I feared you. We're gone. Having sensed no trace of life from the snow divine beast earlier, he had genuinely believed it had been swallowed by the initial surge of primal energy. Now it was clear he had worried unnecessarily. The domain power had concealed all of the snow divine beast's life signals. No wonder he couldn't find it. Seeing that Chen and the nylon butterfly were unharmed, the snow divine beast chirped happily and leaped down. Chen instinctively raised his tail to catch it. Chapter 72. The little one who can act cute, the snow divine beast, perched on the cold stone, let out a joyful call, as if to say, "Catch me!" Without a second thought, Chen extended his tail to receive the little one as it leaped towards him. As he looked at the tiny paws gripping his tail, the snow divine beast's laughter was reminiscent of a child's glee, especially with its silver eyes twinkling like crescent moons in that moment. Chen felt his heart warm. He flicked his serpent tongue, gently rubbing the little creature's head with the tip of his tail, and smiled. Little one, thank you for saving us this time. The snow divine beast chirped affectionately, allowing Chen to stroke its head, appearing thoroughly content and closing its eyes in bliss. The nylon butterfly looked on. Somewhat incredulous, little one, you've just been born, and you possess domain talent. I'm impressed, but can you maintain it for such a duration? The snow divine beast opened its shimmering silver eyes, gazing at the nylon butterfly, and let out a proud call, as if to flaunt its abilities, leaving the nylon butterfly feeling slightly vexed. Puff, it's just a domain. I'll have one too someday. What is there to be so proud of? The nylon butterfly crossed its little paws, sulking slightly, its expression less than pleased. Long Chen, however, paid no heed to the bickering between the two little creatures. With the crisis now past, it was time to leave this place. If they were to face another surge of primal energy like before, it could very well be their end. He set the snow divine beast down and gazed northward, declaring, "Since we're all fine, let us depart. The sooner we set out, the sooner we can reach the North Star Mountain." After the earlier commotion, his fatigue had evaporated entirely, and seeing dawn approaching, he was determined to continue their journey. He sought not only to regain his ability to transform into a human, but also to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. After all, completing the system's tasks not only meant acquiring the transforming grass, but also earning a direct promotion to 5 stars. A true win-win. It is important to note that the rewards for completing the final tasks do not discriminate based on rank. In simple terms, the later one achieves it, or the higher 1's level when completing the task, the more extraordinary the 5-star promotion reward becomes. If I were to advance to the creation realm and then complete the task for the transforming grass, receiving a 5-star promotion would bring me one step closer to transforming into a dragon. With such thoughts in mind, Long Chen couldn't help but let a smile play at the corners of his mouth. The future certainly looked promising, observing the seemingly carefree dragon Dust, who couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The snow divine beast approached him, emitting a melodious and enchanting sound. Mao. This sweet and somewhat delightful call jolted dragon Dust back to reality. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the little creature affectionately nudging its head against the scales, as if seeking something from him, which made him smile. "What's the matter, little one? What do you wish to do?" Mao. The snow divine beast, unable to articulate words, affectionately called out again, resembling a petulant child. With its large, watery silver eyes blinking up at dragon Dust, it extended its tiny paw and pointed at his head. Taken aback, dragon Dust's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "My head? You want my head?" Upon hearing this, the snow divine beast became momentarily speechless, letting out a sigh that conveyed its bewilderment, all the while continuing to point at dragon Dust's head and calling out affectionately. Dragon Dust, genuinely perplexed, regarded the little creature with confusion, laughing softly. "Little one, what on earth do you want my head for? I only have this one. I can't give it to you." In response, the snow divine beast was utterly speechless, covering its face with its tiny paw, conveying an expression of "I don't know this creature," and helplessly called out once more, "Mao." Meanwhile, dragon Dust found himself increasingly bewildered, his gaze drifting upward to the languid nylon butterfly perched atop his head, saying, "You understand the little one's words. Could you translate for me?" In a relaxed manner, the nylon butterfly replied, "The little one says it wants to stay on your head and doesn't wish to walk." Upon finishing, the nylon butterfly sat up, its tiny paws crossed in front of it, looking quite smug as it addressed the snow divine beast. "Little one, as the saying goes, first come, first served. Brother Long's head is limited in space. I am afraid this spot belongs to me." The snow divine beast glared at the nylon butterfly with some displeasure, then blinked its charming large eyes once more at dragon Dust, calling out sweetly and affectionately, nuzzling its little head against dragon Dust's scales. Faced with such an irresistible display, dragon Dust felt unable to resist. He silently apologized to the nylon butterfly, lifted his tail, and coiled it around the nylon butterfly. "Brother Long, what are you doing?" the nylon butterfly exclaimed in surprise as it found itself removed from its cherished spot. Dragon Dust then placed the nylon butterfly on the ground before wrapping up the snow divine beast and placing it atop his head, flicking his tongue and saying to the nylon butterfly, "She's a girl, and she's just been born, so let her stay for a while. You're a grown male and can fly. You won't perish from a little weight." The nylon butterfly flapped its wings in astonishment at dragon Dust's actions, responding, "But Brother Long, that place is mine. This." Dragon Dust remained silent, instead casting his gaze toward the north, confirming the direction before preparing to depart. The snow divine beast settled comfortably on dragon Dust's head. Watch the nylon butterfly fluttering nearby, its little face beaming with delight as it stuck out its tongue playfully. The nylon butterfly shot a wordless glance at the creature, internally reminding itself that a good man should not quarrel with a girl, seeking solace in the thought Enough of this. Let us hasten away from this troublesome place. Dragon Dust's tail whipped sharply, and like the wind, he swiftly departed, with the nylon butterfly following closely behind. Yet they had not traveled far when Dragon Dust, initially rushing toward the north, abruptly widened his eyes and halted in place. Mao. The snow divine beast called out with some annoyance, for had it not been for its timely grip on Dragon Dust's scales, it might have been flung away. The nylon butterfly, witnessing Dragon Dust's sudden stop, also felt taken aback, fluttering its wings and exclaiming, "What's wrong, Brother Long?" Dragon Dust, unable to suppress a grimace, muttered under his breath, "What the hell?" Ding! A new task has been issued. Please proceed immediately to the southeast direction and devour a high-tier demon beast. The malevolent flame-scaled spider. Task reward. Direct promotion to 8 stars. The astonishment Dragon Dust felt was not merely due to the abruptness of the task, but rather the staggering reward of an immediate elevation to 8 stars. How enticing a prospect that would be. To attain such a significant boost in such a fleeting moment, Dragon Dust flicked his tongue, astonished, but as he regained his composure and focused on the target of the task, he fell silent. The malevolent flame-scaled spider. What sort of demon is that? It is truly a formidable beast. Ding! Please proceed to the southeast direction and devour the designated malevolent flame-scaled spider. Time is limited. Please act swiftly. Ding! If the host fails to complete the issued task within the stipulated time frame, the system will treat it as a bug and will be completely formatted. Hearing the system's notifications ringing incessantly in his mind, Dragon Dust initially stared wide-eyed, but his expression soon darkened as he could no longer contain his outrage. What the hell, system? Are you out of your mind? You want me to head southeast and devour that damn malevolent flame-scaled spider? That thing is at least at the life-and-death realm level. How am I supposed to devour it? It was no wonder Dragon Dust was furious. The southeast direction was where the residual energy from the earlier confrontation had surged from. Moreover, he was astonished by the system's seemingly mocking task. The malevolent flame-scaled spider was a high-tier demon beast amongst the demon race, known for its ferocity and vicious nature, adept at devouring. Though these high-tier beasts tend to be solitary, not congregating in packs, their brutal and cold-blooded nature made them natural predators. Each malevolent flame-scaled spider he had heard was never below the life-and-death realm. In simpler terms, the malevolent flame-scaled spider possessed an innate talent for malevolence, akin to a vast domain of murderous intent, capable of instilling fear in opponents of the same tier, even allowing them to challenge foes beyond their level. Despite the beast's combat capabilities not being as formidable as one might imagine, it ruled its territory through its terrifying aura. Such a malevolent creature was not only avoided by others of the same tier, but even by those of slightly lesser strength. After all, the malevolent flame-scaled spider was imbued with fiery poison. Whoever consumed it would be doomed to a fiery demise. Thus, the system's task asking Dragon Dust to devour such a creature was utterly absurd. Dragon Dust was merely at the Shinling realm, while the spider was at the life-and-death realm. The disparity between them was glaringly apparent. What could he possibly use to devour it? The system, aware of Dragon Dust's rising anger, attempted to console him. Ding! Host, do not be agitated. As humans say, there are no absolutes in this world. Since the system dares to issue such a task, it has surely taken that into account. Please proceed. And leave the rest to this system. Ding! Host, do not dwell on the negative. Consider the positives as well. Upon completion of the task, you will directly receive an 8-star promotion. 8 stars. In response, Dragon Dust scoffed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Yes, an 8-star promotion is indeed tempting, but if I fail the task, forget 8 stars. I won't even be alive to claim them. What good are stars if I lose my life? To this, the system fell silent, offering no further explanations. Noticing the system's lack of response only fueled Dragon Dust's frustration, prompting him to take a deep breath to calm his raging spirit. Mao, sensing Dragon Dust's inner turmoil, the snow divine beast called out curiously, as if asking what was amiss. The nylon butterfly also fluttered its wings, watching Dragon Dust, awaiting his next command. Finally, Dragon Dust took a deep breath, letting out a resigned sigh. Turning to face the direction they had come from, and declared solemnly, "We are going back." Upon hearing this, The snow divine beast was momentarily stunned, while the nylon butterfly was equally perplexed, its expression shifting to one of surprise as it exclaimed, "Back, back! Brother Long, there's nothing good back there. Why would we return? If we encounter danger again, we might truly be done for. If I do not return now, I shall meet my demise." Naturally, Long Chen could not express such thoughts aloud and could only inwardly curse this foolish system. However, he was well aware of Nylon Butterfly's concerns that he too felt apprehensive about the direction ahead, the very place where the residual waves of mysterious energy had previously surged forth. The current state of that area was unknown to him. As the saying goes, it is not the fear of 1,000 dangers that troubles one, but rather the fear of the one that could prove fatal, should he encounter another surge of that powerful, mysterious energy. It could very well lead to their annihilation. Thus, venturing forth was akin to gambling with his life. Staying behind was tantamount to certain death, leaving Long Chen in a state of profound indecision. In the next moment, Long Chen gently set the snow divine beast down from his head and turned to Nylon Butterfly, saying, "Matai, I shall return shortly. There may be danger ahead, so you two must remain here and guard this spot. I will be back in no more than an hour. If I have not returned by then, do not wait for me." After speaking, Long Chen turned to leave, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his tail. His expression shifted as he turned back to see the snow divine beast reluctantly nibbling on his tail. "Little one, what are you doing?" Long Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The snow divine beast quickly scurried up Long Chen's tail and landed atop his head. Letting out a cry, Nylon Butterfly, with a resigned expression, said, "Brother Long, let us go together. The little one does not want you to go alone, and I lack combat strength. It is safer for both of us to accompany you. Without your protection, if we encounter even a slightly stronger beast, we would be utterly doomed." Upon hearing this, Long Chen narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the validity of her concern. Although these two creatures were a fierce beast of the celestial realm and a descendant of a divine beast, born with extraordinary potential, they were currently too weak. As Nylon Butterfly had just pointed out, they would be the prime targets if they faced any moderately strong beasts. "Mao!" The snow divine beast cried again, its tiny claws gripping the scales on Long Chen's head tightly, as if to declare that wherever he went, it would follow. Seeing this, Long Chen sighed and nodded. "Very well, you both may accompany me. However, if danger arises, promise me you will flee first." Nylon Butterfly nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, Brother Long." Without further ado, spurred by the system's task prompt, Long Chen, accompanied by one beast and one butterfly, swiftly surged towards the perilous southeastern direction. In a matter of minutes, Long Chen traversed the previously ravaged river domain, swiftly making his way east-southeast under the system's guidance. Upon reaching his destination, Long Chen's brow furrowed at the sight before him, a scene reminiscent of a sea of flames. However, it was not entirely accurate to call it a sea of fire. Instead, it was a scorched expanse, with flames resembling molten lava flowing within it. The area affected by the flames was merely a few hundred meters in radius. Beyond the scorched earth, vibrant green vegetation thrived, evidently the result of being consumed by the flames. Feeling the uncomfortable heat emanating from the flames, Long Chen furrowed his brow. Having evolved into the crimson refining Serpent King, he should have been immune to such flames. Yet he found the scent quite unpleasant, akin to impending poisoning. Suddenly, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Nylon Butterfly, first shielding herself and then casting a trail of multicolored light to encase Long Chen and the snow divine beast. As the protective aura enveloped them, the strange discomfort Long Chen had felt dissipated like a receding tide, reminding him of Nylon Butterfly's ability to detoxify, realizing that bringing her along was a wise decision. "Brother Long, look!" Nylon Butterfly exclaimed in astonishment, pointing toward a massive beast shadow resembling a small mountain. "There is something over there," gazing upon the enormous spider legs. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the immobile beast shadow, akin to a small mountain, was undoubtedly the malevolent flame-scale spider. "Brother Long, quickly look! There is a beast, and the toxic aura emanates from it." Nylon Butterfly pointed towards the distant, mountain-like beast shadow, her face displaying shock. In her eyes, the foreclaw of that colossal beast was many times larger than her own body. Following Nylon Butterfly's indication, Long Chen fixed his gaze on the massive dark beast shadow, sensing the gradually encroaching pressure of mysterious energy. His eyes sharpening. Before him lay the dark beast shadow, motionless, bearing a ghastly wound, with blood flowing from within like molten lava, radiating an intense heat. Yet the flowing blood, akin to searing lava, moved with astonishing swiftness, transforming the surrounding earth into a pitch-black expanse. Beneath the surface, a toxic flow of blood permeated the ground. This poison, indeed, was the result of that creature's blood coagulating and releasing its lethal essence. With 8 spider legs for foreclaws and small eyes at its head, the massive form remained utterly still, devoid of any life force. Although this creature emitted no signs of life, the overwhelming aura of ferocity and malevolence it exuded pervaded the air. This savage and oppressive aura surged skyward, causing any bird or weak flying beast that dared to pass overhead to be instantly eroded by its malignant energy, resulting in their demise. Long Chen's gaze swept over the creature, his heart filled with a sense of dread. This was indeed the target designated by the system. The malevolent flame-scale spider. Ding! Task target identified. 9-star Death Realm Malevolent Flame-Scale Spider. Host, please proceed to devour it without delay. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Long Chen's throat tightened and unease washed over him. This creature was undoubtedly of the Death Realm level, even more potent than those of the Life Realm. It was a formidable 9-star Death Realm being. If it were to be granted more time to cultivate, it could ascend to the even more powerful Nirvana Realm. Fortunately, this creature was already deceased. Had it been alive, Long Chen could scarcely fathom how to devour it. Though he was astonished by the malevolent flame-scale spider's level of mysterious energy, he felt reassured that it was now a lifeless corpse. Thus, he did not harbor much concern if he could devour a malevolent flame-scale spider that had already become a corpse. Then this task would be quite favorable. At that moment, Long Chen placed the Snow Divine Beast down and instructed, "You two wait for me here. Remember, do not leave this spot, understood?" In response to his words, and the tone that brooked no refusal, both Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Divine Beast nodded in unison. The former could not help but inquire, "Brother Long, what do you intend to do?" "Just a small matter. I will be back shortly." Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue and swiftly moved towards the direction of the malevolent flame-scale spider's corpse. Seeing Long Chen head towards the massive beast's corpse, Nylon Butterfly's expression changed slightly, and she exchanged a glance with the Snow Divine Beast, both detecting a sense of confusion in each other's eyes. These two creatures. Long Chen's actions seemed somewhat perplexing. Although the malevolent flame-scale spider was undeniably a powerful high-tier beast, it was notorious for lacking any valuable treasures. Even among the beasts, it was regarded as a malevolent entity. Due to its insatiable bloodlust, the malevolent flame-scale spider was not permitted to participate in the grand assembly of the myriad races. Its propensity for indiscriminate slaughter was exceedingly grave, leaving it with no treasures apart from its blood, which was akin to fire poison that, in the eyes of both humans and beasts, the malevolent flame-scale spider was a cold-blooded killing machine by nature. Killing it would yield no benefits, while failing to kill, it would lead to endless troubles. As Long Chen rapidly approached the motionless corpse of the malevolent flame-scale spider, he was met with a nauseating stench wafting from its gaping wound. He grimaced slightly, grateful for the protective healing light from Nylon Butterfly enveloping him. Otherwise, the mere miasma from this creature's corpse, coupled with the scent of its toxic blood, would be enough to repel all beings below the Death Realm. Nylon Butterfly's healing light, inherited from the bloodline of the celestial beast, although faint, was sufficient to counter the aura of the malevolent flame-scale spider. Gazing at the long-dead corpse of the malevolent flame-scale spider, Long Chen flicked his serpent tongue and thought to himself, to have slain such a creature, it seems that even the opposing beasts are not to be underestimated. It must be noted that the malevolent flame-scale spider was nearly invincible among its peers, capable of challenging even higher-tier existences. Moreover, in life, it was not an ordinary being of the life realm, but an astonishing 9-star entity, just a step away from achieving the terrifying Nirvana realm. Even the most ordinary of the Nirvana realm's ferocious beasts could not bring about its demise. It appears that the only beast capable of slaying this creature, in Long Chen's estimation, must at least be of the high star level within the Nirvana realm, if not even the celestial realm, for it was from the two previous, overwhelmingly powerful waves of profound energy that Long Chen deduced the source of the disaster lay right here. It seems this creature has angered someone, nearly being cleaved in two. Cleave in two. Only then did Long Chen's gaze sharpen as he closely examined the wounds of the malevolent flame scale spider, his serpent-like eyes narrowing, and his heart filled with understanding. The grotesque injuries on the flame scale spider were inflicted by some sharp weapon, and judging by the nature of the cuts, they were clearly made by a blade. The fact that a single stroke nearly severed the flame scale spider in half raises the question of just how formidable the wielder of that blade must be. It appears that the strength of human cultivators in this world is indeed quite terrifying. Regardless, how this creature met its end is of no concern to me. My primary focus now is on how to consume it. Long Chen shook his head, poised to take action, only to suddenly freeze in place, gazing at the corpse of the flame scale spider, whose legs were significantly larger than his own body. Long Chen fell silent. What is happening? Why hasn't the system initiated automatic consumption? Could it be that I must consume it myself? But how can I possibly do that? In comparison to it, I look like a mere caterpillar. No matter how much I can hold, I certainly cannot swallow this thing. Ding! System maintenance completed. Rebooting. System initialization complete. Ding! The system detects that the host has located the mission target. Automatic consumption is now in progress. As the system's prompt echoed, a series of unique light traces enveloped and scanned the corpse of the flame scale spider, prompting Long Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. So the system was merely undergoing maintenance. I thought I would have to consume it myself. Moreover, even if I could, I would have no desire to do so, for this creature is exceedingly repugnant and hideous. Swallowing it would likely lead to several nights of nightmares. As the scanning light from the evolution system enveloped the corpse of the flame scale spider, Long Chen understood that all he needed to do now was wait patiently. There was nothing else for him to do. Ding! Consumption in progress. Please remain calm. Host.ding. The system detects that the completion level is nearing its end, and due to the host's perfect credibility, rewards can be issued in advance. Upon hearing this, Long Chen silently grinned, a wry smile forming within. Failing to complete a mission would mean death. Could his credibility be anything less than impeccable? Yet this task was completed with such thrilling ease, and the reward of advancing to the 8-star level was truly exhilarating for Long Chen. Chapter 75. A movement ding. The system is in the process of consumption. Due to the high energy level of the flame scale spider, a certain amount of time is required for consumption. Ding! As the host's credibility is commendable, the early issuance of task rewards has concluded. In the next moment, as Long Chen awaited the consumption process, he suddenly felt a peculiar itch throughout his body. Following that, a gradually swelling wave of profound energy began to spread. This wave, emanating from Long Chen's body, in the blink of an eye transformed into a vortex, fiercely drawing in the external energy particles. Observing his own body visibly enlarging, Long Chen couldn't help but grin, feeling a rush of exhilaration that my goodness. This sensation is somewhat intoxicating. At this moment, not only was his physique rapidly expanding, but even the vortex of energy surrounding him was voraciously consuming the ambient free energy particles. In mere seconds, Long Chen felt his energy level steadily rising, and at a remarkable pace. In the blink of an eye, he advanced from the 2-star to the 3-star, then to the 4-star. Eventually, his profound energy level truly underwent a qualitative leap, reaching the 9-star level, with his body now approaching 30 meters in length. Had the old Serpent King witnessed Long Chen's astonishingly rapid elevation in energy level, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood out of envy. Setting aside distant matters, the nearby nylon butterfly and snow divine beast, upon witnessing Long Chen's energy level soaring as if by magic, were both momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of Long Chen's previous energy fluctuations. Yet suddenly, both his presence and energy waves had surged to an astonishing degree, leaving the two little creatures utterly bewildered. The snow divine beast, observing Long Chen's dramatic rise, couldn't help but utter a sound of confusion. In contrast, the nylon butterfly, with its little paws clasped, wore an expression of familiarity, grinning broadly. "It's all right, you haven't been here long, so you don't understand, Brother Long. This is just a standard procedure. You'll get used to it." Eventually, when all growth had ceased, Long Chen took a deep breath, feeling the robust reservoir of profound energy within him, and couldn't resist unleashing a fireball to the side. Boom! The fireball, charged with 9-star energy, instantly obliterated the scorched earth in the distance, shattering it to smithereens, while the land previously tainted by the venomous blood of the flame-scale spider was swiftly rejected. The foul, corrosive stench immediately permeated the air. With the healing aura of the nylon butterfly surrounding him, Long Chen naturally disregarded the toxic miasma wafting towards him, contentedly observing his explosive power and grinning as he called out, "System, refresh my attribute chart." Ding! Host attribute chart refreshed. Please check. Host. Long Chen race. Demon race form. Crimson Serpent King bloodline. War Demon Heavenly Dragon rank. 9-star profound spirit realm talent. War Demon power profound technique. Shattering Fong. Advanced yellow rank. Profound law. 9 transformations dragon decision. Low rank profound stage. Currently in second transformation. Attribute points. 0 profound energy. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 soul. 0 defense. 70 consumption experience. 09000. Looking at his profound energy level, which had indeed ascended to the 9-star realm, Long Chen's lips curled slightly. However, glancing at his profound technique interface, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair. System, when will I finally possess a proper profound technique? I'm on the verge of entering the profound cycle realm, yet my collection of profound techniques remains limited to that singular shattering Fong that comes as a beginner's gift. Moreover, it's merely an advanced yellow rank technique. Even my profound law has progressed to a low rank, yet a profound technique at the low rank still seems a distant prospect. Ding! Host, do not fret. Upon consuming the flame scale spider, you will acquire a new profound technique, and certain internal structures will also undergo transformation. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly and replied, "Now that's more like it. All right, once I finish consuming this flame scale spider, you must grant me a proper profound technique." At that moment, as Long Chen continued to gaze at his attribute chart, lost in self-satisfaction, his attention was intermittently drawn to the flame scale spider before him, which was in the process of being consumed. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes narrowed, as if struck by confusion. When he focused intently, his expression shifted abruptly. For just a moment, it seemed he'd seen the once lifeless flame scale spider stir, and the movement had originated from one of its 8 legs. No way. Is it resurrecting? Long Chen's countenance changed slightly, and he instinctively took a few steps back, observing the flame scale spider being consumed by the system's light traces, which appear to be unchanged. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How strange. I could have sworn I just saw it move. Could it be my eyes playing tricks on me? Long Chen shook his head, vigorously rubbing his eyes with his serpentine tail, his gaze firmly fixed on the entirety of the flame scale spider's body. However, to his disappointment, the creature that had seemingly moved like a fleeting illusion failed to show any further signs of life. Long Chen sighed, shaking his head in resignation, muttering, "So it was merely an illusion. Perhaps the recent stress has taken its toll?" Hiss! At that moment, just as Long Chen was still chuckling and shaking his head, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sound. This time, it was definitely not a figment of his imagination. Long Chen's smile gradually froze. If what had occurred previously was mere coincidence, then the same coincidence could not possibly happen twice in such a short span of time. With that, Long Chen's gaze fixated intently upon the flame scale spider, which had been reduced to half its size as it was consumed. This time, he finally noticed the telltale signs. Originally, those subtle sounds that had just been heard were the noises of the Shaki Yenlin spider being consumed. However, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged, still heavy with vigilance. In the next moment, his countenance finally shifted. The once lifeless Shaki Yenlin spider, which had long since become a corpse, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of life in its once vacant fish-like eyes. Observing this unexpected resurgence, Long Chen's expression altered as he inwardly muttered, "Goodness, this creature has such tenacity for life." It was well understood that the shaky Yinlin spider had been utterly dead. Yet now it seemed to momentarily revive, a notion that was hard to believe. Truly, as a creature of the nine-star realm of death, the vitality of the shaky Yinlin spider was astonishingly resilient. At this moment, Long Chen endeavored to hold his breath, gazing at the seemingly revived shaky Yinlin spider, his countenance growing increasingly grim. The absorption process had already reached the halfway mark. He was on the verge of complete consumption and could not afford to distance himself too far from the shaky Yinlin spider, lest the process be interrupted. Should the absorption be disrupted, it would spell failure for Long Chen, and failure meant death. Yet even without the task's peril, Long Chen's heart raced with anxiety. Ding! Host, be cautious. This beast was feigning death earlier, and we were deceived. However, please do not panic. This system will accelerate the absorption process. Upon hearing the sudden voice of the evolution system, Long Chen said nothing but silently nodded, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. It appeared that this creature had resorted to feigning death to preserve its own life. Chapter 76. Resurgence. Watching the shaky Yinlin spider, whose eyes had begun to move, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched violently. Just as it seemed the creature was on the brink of total absorption, it appeared to suddenly revive. "What grievances do you harbor, dear fellow, that you remain so unwilling to succumb?" Long Chen mused, covering his face in a silent, bitter smile. Based on the analysis from the evolution system, he understood the meaning of this creature's feigned death, that in essence, the act of feigning death was a self-preservation instinct that approached the brink of death. A talent inherent to the realm of death that allowed one to cling to life, refusing to succumb fully. Yet despite this, as Long Chen gazed at the shaky Yinlin spider, which had been reduced to half a body, he noted that its internal vitality was nearly extinguished. Even if left unattended, the creature's ultimate fate would be death. From this, it seemed that the adversary who had slain the shaky Yinlin spider had likely anticipated its unique talent of the realm of death, thus achieving a complete kill. However, observing the departing cultivator, Long Chen silently questioned their judgment. After slaying a creature of the realm of death, would one not ensure its demise with a decisive strike before departing? Now, with the creature's revival, a final retaliatory strike could prove perilous. Suddenly, as if sensing its massive body being drawn into some force, the shaky Yinlin spider, which had already succumbed to death, became fiercely aggressive, its remaining four legs thrashing wildly. Clearly, it had recognized its dire predicament. If it hesitated any longer, it would be entirely consumed. Yet, even so, the shaky Yinlin spider could only weakly struggle. The absorption power of the evolution system was beyond its capacity to resist. In the distance, observing the agitated and revived shaky Yinlin spider, both the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast were taken aback, yet they remained still, their gazes fixed on Long Chen, who stood motionless nearby. The two little creatures felt a mix of confusion and concern. Meow. Noticing Long Chen's unyielding stance amidst the chaotic struggle, the snow divine beast called out with worry. Hearing this, the nylon butterfly cast a concerned glance at Long Chen, eventually shaking its head and sighing. "Sigh. Just get used to it. Brother Long has always enjoyed these thrilling escapades. He won't embark on anything without assurance." If Long Chen had heard the nylon butterfly's words at that moment, he would have shed tears of gratitude, while feeling an urge to give the creature a good-natured thump. Presently, he too was in a state of panic. It was not that he wished to abandon the thrashing shaky Yinlin spider, but rather that straying too far would cause the absorption system to automatically interrupt the process, resulting in failure. Should the task fail, his life would still be forfeit. Thus, Long Chen could only reduce his form to a mere few meters in length, bracing himself to remain still and silent, ensuring that the shaky Yinlin spider would not detect his presence. However, the struggling shaky Yinlin spider remained oblivious to any abnormalities nearby, as it fought desperately for its life. Unfortunately, as each second passed, the creature's most opportune moment to struggle had slipped away. With a final, desperate effort, the shaky Yinlin spider fought valiantly, yet with only half a body remaining and its life force nearly depleted. It had no choice but to confront an unexpected demise, gradually succumbing to the swallowing force. Watching the scene, though it was perilous, Long Chen felt a sense of relief. Goodness, a creature of the realm of death retaliating in its final moments is extraordinarily terrifying. One misstep could lead to instant demise. "Brother Long, are you all right over there? Shouldn't you retreat a bit?" At that moment, a voice that seemed out of place rang out. "You fool, why not shout a little louder and make sure the whole world hears you?" Upon hearing the voice, Long Chen instantly recognized it as the nylon butterfly S and felt a surge of irritation. The moment the roar escaped his lips, an unsettling tightness gripped his heart. This sense of urgency, akin to a warning from his very soul, filled him with a foreboding premonition. For at that moment, Long Chen realized that the surroundings had grown eerily silent. So quiet it was terrifying. The once wildly struggling Shaki Yinlin spider halted its movements upon hearing the voice nearby and turned its multitude of eyes toward Long Chen's location. Though Long Chen had reduced his size to a few meters, the creature could still easily pinpoint him. Mechanically, the spider turned back, and Long Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he raised his head to meet the massive arachnid's gaze, managing a dry smile as he said, "Ah, yes, the weather is delightful. Are you here to bask in the sun as well, dear spider, Shaki Yinlin spider?" Instinctively glancing at the dark sky before dawn, the multitude of eyes on the Shaki Yinlin spider returned to fixate on Long Chen, a deep and perilous aura beginning to envelop the air. From afar, the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast, witnessing Long Chen's awkward banter, simultaneously covered their faces with their little paws, expressing a sentiment of disowning him. The nylon butterfly, caught between laughter and tears, sighed, "Brother Long, it's still dark. Where's the sun coming from?" Meow. In contrast, the snow divine beast shot a disapproving glance at Long Chen, as if reproaching him. Hearing this, the nylon butterfly nodded helplessly. "I acknowledge my fault. I shouldn't have spoken earlier, but why hasn't Brother Long retreated yet?" "It's too dangerous." Meow. The snow divine beast calmly called out, as if to say, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" At this moment, Long Chen, who was being intensely scrutinized, realized he could not evade detection any longer. He decided to revert to his previous form of over 20 meters. Yet even so, compared to the colossal arachnid, he still appeared diminutive. Itsu. The Shaki Yinlin spider, recognizing Long Chen's restored form, let out a furious roar and began to thrash violently once more. However, the absorption power of the evolution system was far beyond what it could contend with. Resembling the sensation of being trapped in a swamp, the more fiercely the Shaki Yinlin spider struggled, the quicker it was consumed. In the blink of an eye, the Shaki Yinlin spider was engulfed beyond half its body, its form almost completely enveloped by the consuming force, leaving only its two front legs and massive head exposed. Initially surprised and anxious, Long Chen, witnessing the creature now resembling a toothless tiger, gradually relaxed and grinned. "Indeed, it is I who would have thought you'd meet your end at my hands. In your next life, perhaps consider being a smarter spider demon." Upon hearing the term spider demon, the Shaki Yinlin spider seethed with rage, its front pincers oozing with streams of venomous blood, clearly incensed. How could a formidable creature of the realm of death endure such humiliation? "Hiss, you insignificant ant, do you dare to kill me?" Recognizing the futility of resistance, the malevolent flame-scaled spider decisively ceased its struggles and collapsed weakly onto the obsidian earth. Within its multitude of eyes, a fierce and savage intent was unmistakably evident. Had it gaze the power to kill, Long Chen would have been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths already. Upon hearing this, Long Chen merely smiled faintly and nodded, casually remarking, "Indeed, I do not merely wish to slay you. I also aspire to devour you. How does that sound? Allow me to present a magnificent display of your obliteration. Impressive, wouldn't you agree?" The flame-scaled spider's head rolled back slightly. Then in the next moment, under Long Chen's astonished gaze, its already massive form began to swell rapidly. With a furious roar, it bellowed its wrath and malice. "Ant, even in death, I shall not allow you to claim me. Ant, you wretched insect, do you dare to dream of consuming me to ascend? Even in death, you shall not possess me." The flame-scaled spider's enraged screams echoed, Though it was unable to control its body as it was engulfed by the evolution system's consuming aura, yet it exerted its will to expand its form dramatically. As the creature's swelling body began to diffuse, a violent and ominous aura enveloped the surroundings, causing Long Chen, positioned not far away, to suddenly stiffen his smile. This creature, it's expanding. His expression grew grave as he sensed the deadly waves of malevolent energy slicing through the air. Had it not been for his defensive attributes and substantial level increase, the overwhelming aura might have proven fatal. It is well known that a starving camel is larger than a horse. The flame-scaled spider was a formidable beast, akin to an existence from the realm of life and death. Though its vitality was nearly extinguished and its combat prowess diminished to a fraction, it could still pose a lethal threat to Long Chen if not for the consuming aura of the evolution system. Ding! Host, do not underestimate this creature. It intends to self-destruct using the remnants of its body. At the sound of the evolution system's warning, Long Chen's countenance shifted in astonishment, his thoughts racing. Then you should quickly consume it. Do you wish for me to perish in its explosion? Had he not been too far from the site to maintain the effect of the consumption, Long Chen would have fled without hesitation. The prospect of his self-detonation at the life and death realm, though diminished in power compared to its prime, would still be more than enough for the flame-scaled spider to drag him down with it. In response to Long Chen's inner turmoil and urgency, the evolution system remained remarkably composed. Ding! Host, do not panic. This creature is too large. The system has maximized the consumption power, but a rough calculation indicates that the damage from its self-detonation would only severely injure you. Death is improbable. You certainly know how to calculate. A severe injury is hardly different from death. Long Chen roared in frustration. What had initially appeared to be a straightforward task had now transformed into a perilous gamble, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Ant, we shall die together. Upon entering the realm of the dead, I shall rend your soul into 7 pieces, ensuring you never reincarnate. The swelling flame-scaled spider had transformed. Its front claws now grotesquely enlarged, its eyes bulging like wheels. The surrounding atmosphere, rife with violent and ferocious energy, intensified as the creature continued to expand. The formidable waves of malevolent energy coalesced ominously around the flame-scaled spider's form. With only its front claws, a pair of spider legs, and a segment of its neck remaining, it still emitted the most ferocious energy surges. Observing the creature inflating to its limits, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Striving to maneuver behind cover, his scales shimmering with a hardened sheen under the weight of his amassed energy, that moment, he had no avenue of retreat. He could only gamble with his life. In the distance, witnessing the inflating flame-scaled spider, Nylon Butterfly's expression turned alarmed, having discerned its intent to self-destruct. Yet upon seeing Long Chen still unyielding, it cried out in desperation, "Long brother, we must flee. We cannot withstand this." "You will die." Nylon Butterfly remained perplexed as to why Long Chen would choose to linger rather than flee swiftly. This bewildered it greatly. Meow. The snow divine beast, little one, also called out anxiously, seemingly urging Long Chen to retreat. Hearing this, Long Chen, hidden behind cover, wore a grave expression. His teeth clenched. He wished to escape as well, but it was simply not feasible if he fled and failed the task. The consequences would lead to system formatting, equally a death sentence. For now, he might only sustain severe injuries without dying, allowing the task to remain viable. Thus, he could only endure the present ordeal. Mao Tai, little one, you too, heed my command and run as far as you can. Long Chen shouted without looking back. Upon hearing this, Nylon Butterfly's expression changed dramatically, and it immediately retorted, "Long brother, why do you not flee? That beast is not worth our perseverance." Both it and the snow divine beast perceived the consuming aura around the flame-scaled spider as a sort of black hole, its power perplexing them, but they could not fathom Long Chen's true intent. That I end this dire scenario. They believed Long Chen awaited an opportunity, anticipating that once the mysterious consuming aura fully absorbed the flame-scaled spider, he might gain something from it. Thus, Nylon Butterfly's growing anxiety stemmed from fearing that Long Chen might achieve nothing beneficial while sacrificing his life. However, neither Nylon Butterfly nor the Snow Divine Beast understood that if Long Chen were to flee now, he would indeed be sacrificing his life. In the fleeting seconds, Long Chen peered from behind cover at the grotesque, swelling form of the flame-scaled spider, listening to Nylon Butterfly's urgent words that he suddenly turned, revealing a fierce demeanor. "Stop the idle chatter. If you truly consider me your brother, follow my orders and flee as far as possible with little one." Long Chen had clearly accepted the consequences of severe injury in the face of death. Thus, he could not abandon his position. Unlike Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Divine Beast, who were not system-bound and had no fear of being formatted upon task failure, Long Chen had to ensure their escape. Lingering here would only lead to their doom. If the flame-scaled spider detonated in the next moment, its power would rival that of a super missile, and they would be mercilessly consumed. Yet, Nylon Butterfly appeared tense and hesitant. Long Chen observed as the flame-scaled spider, now nearly fully engulfed by the consuming aura, had only its massive front claw and neck segment remaining, but it was swelling to an extreme, on the brink of explosion. He bellowed, "Quit dawdling. Go now. I am fine." With a resonating buzz as Long Chen's words fell, the fully inflated flame-scaled spider trembled violently, its front claws quivering as it muttered, its voice growing indistinct, yet could not conceal its venomous fury and hatred. "I will kill you, Ant." The flame-scaled spider, reduced to its massive front claw and head, was engulfed by the consuming aura, while the surrounding violently chaotic energy waves surged, with numerous energy particles exploding and permeating the air. The unique toxic blood of the flame-scaled spider filled the atmosphere, rendering the air poisonous for 10 miles. Any creature entering this domain, especially those of weaker prowess, will be instantly corroded into nothingness by the toxic waves. Nylon Butterfly, possessing the healing aura of dragon blood, was naturally protected alongside the Snow Divine Beast, as well as Long Chen, who was positioned at a distance. "Meow," the Snow Divine Beast called out anxiously. "Little one, heed Long Brother's words. We must leave." Nylon Butterfly flapped its wings, attempting to carry the Snow Divine Beast away. However, at that moment, the Snow Divine Beast disregarded the former's advice and leaped forward, its little mouth seizing Nylon Butterfly in the process. "Little one." Nylon Butterfly was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, realizing it was headed toward Long Chen's location, which left it utterly shocked. "No, little one, we are heading the wrong way." The Nylon Butterfly, being carried forward by the Snow Divine Beast, was astonished to find itself drawing ever closer to Long Chen. A mix of shock and amusement filled its heart. To be held by a creature smaller than itself and rendered immobile felt somewhat offensive to the Nylon Butterfly. After all, it was a descendant of the celestial Tsang fierce beast, and being treated in such a manner was undeniably humiliating. Meanwhile, the Snow Divine Beast, with its silver eyes wide and serious, raced forward with remarkable speed, fully aware that the direction it was heading was undoubtedly where Long Chen was located. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Yet in reality, it passed in an instant. The fully expanded, fiendish flame-scale spider, with its multitude of eyes fixed steadfastly on the rocky concealment where Long Chen was hiding, let out a deafening roar. Ants perished together. With that, the fiendish flame-scale spider, brimming with boundless malice and hatred, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The stench of its putrid, fiery venom surged forth like a tidal wave, mingling with the chaotic remnants of energy released in its self-detonation, spreading and enveloping the surroundings. In that moment, as the remnants of the fiendish flame-scale spider's head self-destructed, a shockwave comparable to that of a large missile detonating obliterated everything in its path. Even the devouring aura dimmed slightly under the sheer ferocity of this explosion. Truly, the fiendish flame-scale spider, a creature of the death and life realm, was terrifying, even with just its head remaining. Its self-destruction unleashed a force of devastation that was alarmingly potent. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, illuminating the surroundings like a blood-colored sun. Long Chen, concealed behind a rocky barrier, felt the overwhelming power of the self-detonation that could annihilate even those of the creation realm. Along with the acrid venom permeating the air, his brows furrowed and his teeth clenched, System, are you certain I can withstand this? Ding! Host need not worry. You possess the bloodline of the war demon heavenly dragon, that if your talents are fully activated, at the cost of burning your blood, you can temporarily attain a level of energy comparable to the 9-star Chen wheel realm. Ding! After precise calculations by this system, with a fiendish flame scale spider's body intact, and it detonated, the host would undoubtedly perish. However, under the devouring aura, it is currently only the head self-exploding. Thus the power is merely comparable to the creation realm. Hearing the analysis from the evolution system, Chen nodded slightly. In this moment of urgency, he held nothing back, igniting the blood essence of the war demon heavenly dragon within him as he did so. His originally deep, dark eyes transformed into a chilling dark red, while the crimson scales on his body shifted to a dark red filled with demonic energy. In an instant, his overall aura exuded a majestic might akin to that of a heavenly dragon descending, and his energy level surged to the 9-star Chen wheel realm. Even his previously robust 20-meter-long serpent form now expanded to a staggering 40 meters, becoming even more formidable, feeling a significant qualitative leap in power, defense, and physical strength. Chen's heart suddenly calmed, as though awaiting the arrival of the impending destructive shockwave. As the self-detonation shockwave of the fiendish flame-scale spider crashed towards him with the force of a tsunami. It was only an instant from the moment of the spider's explosion to the engulfing onslaught, just as Chen gritted his teeth, preparing to withstand the incoming shockwave with his war demon power. A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing his expression to shift instantly. Little one. Chen turned to see the snow divine beast hastily carrying the nylon butterfly, and he couldn't help but bellow in anger. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can mock everything? I entrusted you with a task, and this is how you execute it. It was no wonder Chen was furious. He had calculated his survival precisely with the evolution system's calculations. However, the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast were different. If anything were to happen to either of them, Chen could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Faced with Chen's roar, the nylon butterfly, held firmly in place, could only roll its eyes and, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Brother Long, I wish I could comply, but my strength does not permit it. Little one insisted on carrying me. I could not resist her, Che." Chen seethed silently. Confronted with the imminent explosion's terrifying shockwave, he had no time for further thoughts and instinctively sought to shield the two creatures with his own body. Yet in the next moment, the snow divine beast, despite its frail body, flung the nylon butterfly to Chen's side. Suddenly, a radiant divine light erupted from its forehead, expanding into an incredibly gentle divine light domain. As the snow divine beast enveloped both Chen and the nylon butterfly within this domain, its small face displayed determination and resolve. Boom! As the snow divine beast released its divine light domain, the shockwave from the fiendish flame scale spider's self-detonation surged forth, engulfing everything, including the divine light domain. In that instant, the shockwave, akin to a super missile, spread through the air, the fiery venom gradually permeating and corroding the divine light domain, producing hissing sounds of erosion. However, regardless of the devastation wrought by the fiendish flame-scale spider's explosion or the horrifying corrosive power of the fiery venom, upon contact with the divine light domain, they were all purified into nothingness. Chen gazed at the snow divine beast standing in front of him, releasing the divine light domain, his expression one of astonishment. Realization dawned upon him, and the tension in his eyes gradually dissipated. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about little one's domain? With her domain protecting us, we are entirely safe. With this thought, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under the protection of little one's domain power, he even believed there was no need to activate his war demon power. Gradually, the snow divine beast's face grew strained and resolute as the power of the divine light domain began to wane. Lacking sufficient strength to maintain it, the divine light domain became increasingly feeble. Although the snow divine beast, as a descendant of a divine beast, possessed the innate ability to control such power, her youth and limited strength meant that her current exertion was constrained. Moreover, the cataclysmic shockwaves from the death and life realm further diminished her resistance. The snow divine beast understood that her power was diminishing, yet her stubborn nature compelled her to persist, resolutely releasing every last bit of her remaining strength to sustain the divine light domain. However, ultimately, her power was finite, and under the relentless onslaught of the destructive shockwaves, the divine light domain succumbed to the vast disparity in their levels and finally dissipated, with the divine light domain fading away. The snow divine beast, deprived of support, let out a sorrowful cry as it was sent flying. Chapter 79. Surviving the catastrophe, little one. Seeing the divine light domain vanish and the snow divine beast fully exposed to the destructive shockwave, Chen shouted urgently, his dark red serpent eyes now tinged with blood vessels as he unleashed his energy to its maximum. With a powerful sweep of his serpentine tail, Chen coiled it around the nylon butterfly and leaped forward. The war demon power erupting in a thunderous display as he charged towards the weakened snow divine beast. "Oh no, Brother Long, my antennae. They're going to break." In that fleeting moment, the nylon butterfly cried out in pain. For Chen had inadvertently wrapped his tail around its delicate sensory antennae, the most sensitive and vulnerable part of its body. The sudden tug caused tears to spring forth, yet the urgent circumstances allowed no room for concern. Meanwhile, the ferocious and wrathful waves of the devastating self-explosion shockwaves surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, seeking to engulf the retreating snow god beast. Although the dread aura of the fiery scaled spider's self-detonation had been largely mitigated by the radiant domain of the snow god beast, remnants of its destructive force still lingered. Dragon Dust, propelled by an unparalleled surge of speed, felt the power of the war demon coursing through every scale of his body, his heart steeling against the oncoming backlash. As a malevolent creature of the abyss, the residual force from the fiery scaled spider's explosion could indeed claim the life of the newly born snow god beast. Therefore, he resolved to save it at all costs. In the fleeting moment, as the remnants of destruction loomed ominously, the weakened snow god beast, having been repelled and descending from the sky, caught sight of the charging dragon Dust and let out a faint cry. Mao. The frail sound resonated with a heart-wrenching tenderness, yet left Dragon Dust feeling utterly helpless. All he could do was to risk everything to preserve its life. "Little one, muster your strength," Dragon Dust bellowed. And with the support of the war demon power, he transformed into a colossal figure comparable to a 40-meter-long crimson serpent king, swinging his tail to ensnare both the nylon butterfly and the snow god beast in a single motion. With a sickening sound, the prolonged activation of the war demon power had taken a toll on Dragon Dust, causing his blood to boil and compel him to spit forth a mouthful of crimson. Ding! Host has exceeded the time limit for activating war demon power. Please cancel immediately, or your blood will be completely drained. This time, Dragon Dust chose to disregard the system's warning. His dark red serpent eyes remained fixated on the oncoming shockwave of destruction, his figure coiling in preparation. Each dark red scale upon his body glistened with droplets of blood, a testament to the strain of wielding the war demon power. As the master of this force, the war demon heavenly dragon was one of the most ancient divine beasts, its power beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Dragon Dust merely bore a few superficial wounds from the exertion of the war demon power, and the fact that he had not been utterly drained or perished was already a stroke of fortune. This moment, he too endured a formidable backlash, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute and unwavering. He understood that surrender was not an option, that relinquish now would mean certain death. Thus he must fight with every ounce of his being. In an instant, Dragon Dust enveloped himself into a massive sphere of scales, each dark red scale gleaming brilliantly. Perhaps stained with his own blood, he tucked his head within, bracing for the impending wave of destruction. With a thunderous crash, the final wave of devastation surged forth, engulfing Dragon Dust in an instant. Where the remnants passed, flames and toxins erupted, swiftly obliterating everything in their wake. In the final dawn before daybreak, amidst the depths of the demon spirit mountains, a radiant orb shone forth, illuminating the darkness. Ding! System is undergoing self-repair. Ding! Host has awakened, assessing internal injuries. Ding! Assessment complete. Host is not gravely injured, merely weakened from blood loss. Congratulations, host, you are still alive. In a haze of consciousness, Dragon Dust heard the sudden notification from the system and abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to survey his surroundings, that it was pitch black. The environment was utterly shrouded in darkness. Looking up, he noticed a gaping hole above, sensing the damp and shadowy atmosphere around him. Dragon Dust shook his heavy head. The feeling of weakness washing over him like a tide, that I'm not dead. I survived that beast's explosion. What a miracle. He rubbed his swollen head, unable to suppress a bitter chuckle, surviving the cataclysmic shockwave of a 9-star Death Realm creature through sheer determination, and the war demon power was indeed a marvel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and consumed the fiery scaled spider's remains. As the previous rewards have already been issued, we shall now dispense additional rewards. Ding! Reward. New profound technique. Low-level profound grade. Bone-corroding toxic flame. Ding! Reward. New talent. Maximum poison resistance. Ding! Host's attribute panel has been refreshed. Please check. Host. Dragon Dust Race. Demon form. Crimson Serpent King Bloodline. Ward Demon Heavenly Dragon Rank. 9-star Profound Spirit Realm Talent. Ward Demon Power. Maximum Poison Resistance Profound Technique. Explosive Fangs. High Yellow Grade. Bone-corroding toxic flame. Low Profound Grade. Profound Law. 9 Transformations Dragon Decision. Low Profound Grade. Currently in second transformation. Attribute points. 0 Profound Chi. 0 Strength. 0 Agility. 0 Soul. 0 Defense. 70 Devouring Experience. 09000. Observing the updates on his attribute panel. Dragon Dust's eyes gleamed faintly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite the preceding perilous ordeal, it is often said that those who survive calamity will find blessings. Having emerged from the jaws of death with 2 additional boons felt akin to being granted wings. System, tell me honestly, are you starting to favor me by bestowing these talents and techniques? Dragon Dust flicked his serpent tongue, a teasing thought crossing his mind. Ding! Host, do not overthink. This system genuinely fears that one day you might suddenly cease to exist. Hence this exception of offering 2 additional rewards. Next time, you need not be so blunt. Dragon Dust's earlier excitement was abruptly doused like cold water, his eyes reflecting irritation. Dragon Brother, you're awake. At that moment, the nylon butterfly darted over, colliding with Dragon Dust and enveloping him in a tight embrace, her small face brimming with exuberance. It's wonderful. Dragon Brother, you're alive. Truly a blessing from the heavens. Dragon Dust gritted his teeth, suppressing the lingering weakness and the impact of her embrace, and retorted, I'm not dead, but you nearly knocked me out. Hee hee. The nylon butterfly chuckled sheepishly, sensing his weakened state, and immediately invoked a healing light to envelop him. As he felt his strength gradually returning under the restorative aura, Dragon Dust glanced around, puzzled. Whereas the little one? The little one is right behind you. Hearing the nylon butterfly's response, Dragon Dust swiftly turned to see the snow god beast standing beside him, its eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Little one, are you hurt badly? His foremost concern lay with the snow god beast. Had it not been for this little creature's desperate release of the divine light domain, he would have surely perished. Chapter 80. Crashing into the empty mountain mow. Upon hearing Dragon Dust's inquiry, the snow god beast gently shook its head, exuding a carefree and cheerful demeanor. It then leaped a few times, landing atop Dragon Dust's head and affectionately nuzzling against him. Meanwhile, the nylon butterfly, still channeling her healing power, couldn't help but exclaim, this little one possesses a most extraordinary ability. I intended to heal her, only to discover she can self-heal. Moreover, her self-healing capability is on par with my healing power, so I believe, as long as she draws breath, she can recover from any injury. Self-healing? Dragon Dust, intrigued, raised his gaze to the snow god beast affectionately rubbing against him, his heart swelling with astonishment. Truly, as a descendant of divine beasts, this little creature, having only just been born hours ago, already wielded an enviable power, with a divine light domain and a self-healing ability. It was enough to stir jealousy even in Dragon Dust. Contemplating the divine light domain, Dragon Dust felt an insatiable yearning for such power and couldn't help but inquire of the system. System, please conduct research and see if you can assign me a similar task to gain a domain of my own. Ding. Host, if you wish to avoid an early demise, it would be prudent not to dwell on this matter. Upon hearing the system's response, Dragon Dust was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over him. What do you mean? If I had a domain, my combat prowess would soar. How could that lead to my demise? He simply could not comprehend what the system meant. However, in the next moment, the evolution system bombarded him with a flurry of responses, plunging Dragon Dust into deep contemplation. Ding! This system can grant the host domain abilities right now. And it would be a formidable war demon domain. Ding! But host, consider this. The release of a domain requires the support of bloodline power, until you fully become the war demon heavenly dragon. Releasing a domain instantaneously could drain you completely, leaving you as little more than a husk. Furthermore, on the Dragon Ancient Continent, domain talents can indeed be plundered by outsiders. Ding! Host, your current level is exceedingly weak. Disregarding everything, even if you were to be granted a domain, should an absolute powerhouse discover you, they would simply eliminate you to seize the power of your domain, rendering it a gift given in vain. Ding! The Snow Divine Beast is supported by the entire lineage of the Snow Divine Beast clan, and thus no formidable entity would dare to attempt to plunder. However, you, dear host, are all alone, without any protection. Ding! Therefore, I kindly ask you, host, to refrain from discussing such matters until your celestial energy level has risen to a point where you can ensure your own safety, and you have successfully become the battle demon heavenly dragon. At that time, the system will naturally bestow you with what you seek. As Dragon Dust listened to the system's response, he pondered, his eyelids slightly lifting. He had overlooked such a critical issue, and could not help but let out a silent sigh. He had not anticipated that this domain talent could be plundered by outsiders. Alas, how reckless! Dragon Dust sighed again, deciding to momentarily set aside the matter of the system's domain, since the system indicated that to obtain its assistance, one must evolve into the battle demon heavenly dragon and possess absolute self-preservation capabilities. It was evident that these matters were to be addressed after the Nirvana realm, and there was no need for haste. While attending to his injuries, Nylon Butterfly gazed at Dragon Dust with a hint of astonishment and inquired, "Brother Long, what do you mean by reckless?" To this, Dragon Dust did not respond, but instead glanced around, asking Moutai, "How long was I unconscious? And where are we?" Upon hearing this, Nylon Butterfly immediately displayed a worried expression and replied, "I am ashamed, Brother Long. I did not know where we are. Moreover, your time of unconsciousness was not lengthy. Little Point and I arrived here in a daze under your protection. However, I just flew out to take a look, and we are currently in a certain empty mountain. Brother Long, the hollow above is precisely where we fell from." Following the direction Nylon Butterfly pointed, Dragon Dust furrowed his brow slightly, raising his head to observe the large opening far above him, sunlight cascading down into the dim space of the empty mountain. That opening was evidently the result of him being thrust here by the shockwave, creating a gash in the mountain. Dragon Dust's serpentine eyes flickered thoughtfully, yet he could not suppress a sigh. Despite having the healing aura of Nylon Butterfly assisting him, he still felt weak within, and the scales upon his body bore scars from the excessive use of battle demon power. Particularly, the scales on his abdomen had suffered due to overexertion, leading to some even falling off. At this height, this profound distance, combined with his injuries, Dragon Dust sighed again. This was a drop of several dozen zhong, and even in his prime, it seemed impossible to leap back up. "Ma!" The Snow Divine Beast could not help but exclaim, seemingly trying to communicate something to Nylon Butterfly. Upon hearing this, Nylon Butterfly shook her head slightly, sighing, "Little Point, I just tried. Although I can fly out of here, I was utterly unable to carry you. Brother Long, your size is just too great, too heavy." Upon hearing the mention of size, Dragon Dust suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In an instant, he willed his robust serpentine form, originally over 20 meters long, to shrink down to a length of merely a few meters. The shrunken version of Dragon Dust looked at Nylon Butterfly, who had grown nearly 10 meters in size, and said, "Moutai, try again now, and see if you can lift me up." Nylon Butterfly nodded and immediately complied, ceasing her healing efforts. With her wings spanning nearly 15 meters, she grasped the gaps between Dragon Dust's scales with her small claws. Up! As nylon butterflies' wings flapped vigorously, a soft gust of wind surged around them. In an attempt to lift dragon dust, she seemed to find it exceedingly strenuous, her expression gradually turning fierce on her first attempt. She had not succeeded. Casting a glance at the larger-than-life nylon butterfly, Dragon Dust said nonchalantly, "Kid, are you even capable? Have you forgotten to eat? Don't worry, Brother Long, I'll try again," with her face contorted and teeth gritted. Nylon Butterfly appeared to be exerting every ounce of strength she had to lift Dragon Dust. "Come on, I'm giving it my all." On her third attempt, with a fierce expression, Nylon Butterfly tried to hoist him up. Ultimately, while she did not manage to lift him fully, she did achieve some success. However, the speed at which he was raised was rather underwhelming. The Snow Divine Beast watched these two with a look of exasperation, particularly as Dragon Dust, though lifted by Nylon Butterfly, was still a height that barely surpassed her. WNIT seemed to question Nylon Butterfly's capabilities, as if saying, "Can you even manage this? If you can't help, at least stop with the sarcastic remarks." At this moment, Nylon Butterfly was straining with all her might, her face a mask of determination, though she appeared somewhat defeated by reality. Dragon Dust looked down, noting he was only a pitiful foot off the ground. Feeling a mixture of amusement and frustration, he said, "Never mind, Moutai, let me down. I don't need this humiliation." Upon hearing this, Nylon Butterfly set him down and began to breathe heavily. Gasping, "Brother Long, I can't do it anymore. I simply have no strength left." Observing this, Dragon Dust shot a glance at her and teased, "I told you to eat more meat. You're as thin as a monkey. You can't even lift the shrunken version of me. Learn from your brother Long and eat more meat." Nylon Butterfly, seemingly too fatigued to retort, waved her small claw dismissively, stammering, "Brother Long, you don't understand. This isn't about my size or whether I've eaten meat." Dragon Dust raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a bemused expression. "Then tell me, what is it related to?" Chapter 81. The Tremor of the Mysterious Black Stone. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly waved her small claw again, saying, "Brother Long, it's not calculated that way. Regardless of whether you enlarge or shrink, your inherent weight remains unchanged, which is why I simply cannot carry you." Dragon Dust lifted an eyebrow. "Is that so? Brother Long, if the opportunity arises in the future, you can try it and see for yourself." Not wishing to linger on the topic, Dragon Dust turned his gaze to the distant opening above, his lips twitching slightly as he decisively abandoned the idea. Since climbing up was not an option, he would have to think of some other way to escape. His eyes scanned the surroundings. The sunlight streaming in through the openings illuminated the previously dark and damp space, casting a semblance of brightness. "Has anyone been inside there?" Dragon Dust inquired, pointing his serpentine tail toward the red stone ancient path ahead. "Where does it lead?" In response, both Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Divine Beast shook their heads simultaneously. The former replied, "Brother Long, you were only unconscious for a brief period. I was focused on healing you, and Haven T had the chance to explore inside yet. However, from what I can sense, there seems to be a force sealing off the surroundings, rendering me unable to detect any aura from within." Dragon Dust was taken aback, glancing at Nylon Butterfly with surprise. "Not even you can sense anything? Could there be something that obstructs perception inside?" He knew Nylon Butterfly's sensory abilities surpassed his own. If she could not perceive anything, it was no wonder he could glean nothing from observing it. Nylon Butterfly scrutinized the red, ancient path ahead, ultimately shaking her head in defeat. "I can't make it out, but the more it feels like this, the more I sense there must be something within." After contemplating for a few seconds, both Dragon Dust and Nylon Butterfly's eyes brightened simultaneously, exclaiming joyfully, "Perhaps there are treasures within. We might be in for a windfall." "Ma." The Snow Divine Beast looked at the two with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. At times, it truly found them perplexing. Were these two truly demons? What sort of demons carried on in such a frivolous manner? Sensing the disdain from Little Point, Dragon Dust cleared his throat, regaining his serious demeanor as he turned to Nylon Butterfly and asked, "Moutai, how long until my injuries fully heal? At the current pace of treatment, I estimate it will not be long before you are nearly recovered." Nylon Butterfly spread her wings, extending her small claws. As the healing aura enveloped Dragon Dust, she continued, "Brother Long, Although your injuries appear severe, they have not affected your essence. Dragon Dust nodded slightly, about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he instinctively retrieved a seemingly ordinary pitch-black mysterious stone from his system space. Although it had been but a fleeting moment, Dragon Dust was certain that this mysterious black stone had just trembled within his space, though it was only for an instant and swift. The sensation was unmistakably clear. To rouse the enigmatic black stone, Long Chen's gaze naturally fell upon the crimson ancient path ahead, his brow furrowed with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that this mysterious black stone was somehow linked to something here? What secrets lay hidden deep within the red ancient road? It is worth noting that this enigmatic black stone was fortuitously acquired from the deceased Lei Lin serpent. Long Chen had previously studied in vain. Returning empty-handed, this mysterious black stone seemed to possess the ability to absorb spiritual formations and could also release them. Yet, since the Lei Lin serpent had completely dispelled all formations, it appeared to be utterly devoid of substance. It was precisely for this reason that the enigmatic black stone had lain dormant for some time. Now, with a stir of activity, how could Long Chen not take heed? However, the mysterious black stone merely flickered to life momentarily within his system space before returning to tranquility. Observing the enigmatic black stone entwined in his tail, Long Dai was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, Long Gu, I recognize this." At her words, Long Chen, who was inspecting the mysterious black stone, looked at her with surprise, asking, "You know this? Pray, enlighten me. What is its purpose?" Long Dai, wearing a smug expression, confidently declared, "This black stone is what you acquired from the Lei Lin serpent. It is used to release spiritual formations." In the next instant, the smile that had briefly illuminated Long Chen's face froze, and he turned his gaze elsewhere in silence. Long Dai scratched her head, unable to contain her curiosity. "Did I say something wrong? It's not that you are mistaken, but rather I am." Long Chen sighed in exasperation, forcing a bitter smile. "I actually held a glimmer of hope that you might impart some wisdom. And you have not disappointed me in the least. Wasn't this stone meant to release spiritual formations? Indeed, you are correct, but I wish to remain quiet." "Who is quiet?" "Me." "Longa, what did you just say?" "I didn't understand it. I said, go Team China. Stop asking questions." Oh, seeing Long Chen on the verge of an outburst, Long Dai refrained from further inquiries, continuing to heal him with her restorative aura. After a while, the trio, one serpent, one butterfly, and one beast, proceeded along the crimson ancient path. As they ventured deeper into the path, Long Chen remained vigilant, wary of any hidden traps or mechanisms that might unexpectedly spring forth from the barren rock walls on either side. Glancing ahead on the ancient path, Long Chen smirked. "Who would have thought I would have such an affinity for this place?" Long Dai nodded thoughtfully, flying alongside him, and remarked, "The Serpent King's palace we entered quietly was underground. And now we are in the mountains. It's quite similar." Mu, the snow god beast, with a look of sheer curiosity, leaped from Long Chen's head, scurrying about the surroundings, resembling a tourist enjoying a leisurely outing. Long Chen followed at a leisurely pace, trailing behind the lively little creature, feeling his own spirits lifted by its exuberance. Long Dai reclaimed her perch above Long Chen's head, observing the merrily frolicking snow god beast with a feigned air of wisdom, commenting, "The little one has just been born and is curious about everything. It seems even divine beasts behave this way." Long Chen shot her an incredulous glance. "You don't appear to be much older than it." After an indeterminate time traversing the lengthy crimson ancient path, they finally arrived at a massive ancient door, which stood in their way. Gazing up at the grand, archaic red door, Long Chen could not help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, this door is even larger than the previous fiery scaled spider." Indeed, this ancient red door towered nearly 30 zhang high. Before such a colossal entrance, the serpent, butterfly, and beast felt like mere specks of dust. Mu, the snow god beast, regarding the formidable door, called out curiously, pacing back and forth as if searching for hidden mechanisms. Hearing the snow god beast, Long Dai translated for Long Chen, saying, "Longa, the little one, says this door cannot be pushed open by brute force. We must look for any hidden mechanisms." Long Chen, bemused, nodded with a resigned expression. Of course, I'm well aware that I can't just force it open. A door of this magnitude cannot be opened by sheer strength. Do you think I can simply say open sesame and it will swing wide? Rumble. In the next moment, the ground trembled and the trio's eyes widened in astonishment as the once closed red door began to slowly part. Chapter 82. The door opens. Rumble. Just as Long Chen's words hung in the air, the previously sealed red door suddenly responded to his utterance, creaking open with a deliberate slowness. Upon witnessing this, Long Chen's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing in disbelief. Was it a stroke of luck? A serendipitous phrase? Did open sesame truly work? Faced with this flurry of questions, Long Chen felt a peculiar sensation and promptly retrieved the mysterious black stone from his system space once more. This time, instead of coiling it with his tail, he enveloped it with his spiritual energy, allowing it to hover beside him. Thump! The mysterious black stone vibrated subtly, as if imbued with life, resonating with a heartbeat. Long Chen observed the enigmatic stone, then directed his gaze towards the red, ancient door, an epiphany dawning within him. So it was, as Long Dai witnessed the red door actually yielding to Long Chen's peculiar incantation. She exclaimed with delight, "Longo, look, your sesame truly opened the door. How did you know sesame could open this door?" Long Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, grinning as he retorted, "Sesame opened nothing. It was this thing that caused the door to open. I certainly lack the prowess to open a door with a mere sesame incantation." Gazing at the mysterious black stone floating beside Long Chen, Long Dai was taken aback, exclaiming, "I never anticipated this black stone would be connected to the door." It seems the Lei Lin serpent was not as simple as it appeared. It managed to acquire such a remarkable object. Long Chen nodded thoughtfully, flicking his tongue as he observed the mysterious black stone pulsating intermittently like it was transmitting signals. The Lei Lin serpent likely stumbled upon it by chance. Otherwise, with its greedy nature, had it known this door could be opened with this stone, it would have certainly ventured inside to explore. Rumble! As the red door gradually swung open, the trio peered through the widening gap, their expressions shifting from anticipation to bewilderment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the door opened, flames suddenly erupted from the rock walls on either side, illuminating the interior. To their dismay, the other side of the red, ancient door revealed yet another maddening crimson path, and even with the flames providing light, it seemed endless. Moo! The snow god beast sighed in resignation, a look of disillusionment on its face, as if to say, "I'm done," and Long Dai's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "This is utterly absurd." Long Chen, in agreement, nodded, flicking his tongue in boredom. The master of this place must possess a rather juvenile sense of humor. "Long Gu, I sense fluctuations ahead. Although they are distant, we can reach them by following this path," Long Dai suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Long Chen did not rush to proceed. Instead, he prudently inquired, "First, tell me, are these fluctuations a good omen or a bad one?" "I'm not sure." "Fantastic." Rolling his eyes, Long Chen gazed skyward in exasperation, knowing he should not harbor too much hope. Long Dai, with her eyes momentarily closed, suddenly opened them again, sensing, however, "Longo, there shouldn't be any danger, as I can also perceive a faint trace of a living presence within. A living presence." Long Chen was taken aback, asking, "Are you saying there are living beings inside? Humans?" Long Dai nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed, Longo, although the presence is exceedingly weak, I can detect it. That individual is still alive, still alive." Upon hearing this, Long Chen felt a wave of reluctance wash over him, muttering, "Then what on earth are we advancing for? The master of this place is not only alive, but also present. What are we to do? Go and deliver ourselves." Joking aside, the ambience here is decidedly eerie, and the current situation remains uncertain. If that so-called living person, akin to the nylon butterfly's description, is indeed the master of this place and is still alive, then the implications could be both favorable and unfavorable. On the one hand, if they are indifferent to us, perhaps in a benevolent mood, they might even assist us in leaving this place. On the other hand, should we disturb them too directly, their wrath could be swift and fatal. Noticing Long Chen's hesitation, the nylon butterfly remained firmly perched atop his head, persistently speaking. Brother Long, the presence of that living being is exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible. It is likely incapable of harming us. Otherwise, the fluctuations would not be so weak. Perhaps that individual is on the verge of death, lacking any combat capability. Moreover, we currently have no means of retreat. Attempting to escape through the hole we fell through is practically impossible due to my limited strength. I cannot lift you, Brother Long, unless I advance to the 9-star Xianling realm. Listening to the nylon butterfly's words, Long Chen nodded slightly, recognizing the predicament they faced. Progressing further is fraught with uncertainty, with both peril and promise intertwined. However, waiting for the nylon butterfly to break through to the Xianling realm for a safer approach is impractical. Not to mention the advancement itself, the nylon butterfly is unsure when it might achieve such a breakthrough. A day? A week? A month? If it takes a year for the nylon butterfly to advance, would he and the snow divine beast be stuck here for another year? Clearly, that is not an option. With this realization, Long Chen's expression grew solemn, and he sighed. It seems we truly have no path of retreat left. We must press forward. Let us go, the snow divine beast exclaimed in enthusiastic agreement. This little creature was perpetually curious, relishing in the thrill of adventure. With that, Long Chen took a deep breath and instructed the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast, "You two must stay close to me. Do not stray too far. We will first scout the path ahead. If it appears safe, we will continue onward. Myriad, keep a constant watch on that living being's presence, that if there is any danger, we retreat immediately. Our safety must take precedence. In plain terms, if there is real peril inside, we will resort to the simplest methods. That I would rather wait for Myriad to break through than gamble with our lives." Agreed. The nylon butterfly nodded affirmatively. "Let us go," the snow divine beast chirped, brimming with excitement, as if eager to explore a new world. Long Chen cast a bemused glance at the snow divine beast, inwardly lamenting its naivety. This little creature truly did not comprehend the meaning of danger. With their plan set, Long Chen inhaled deeply, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of seriousness. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, they must venture forth. Suddenly, the snow divine beast called out, startling Long Chen. He looked down, bewildered, and asked, "Little one, what is it?" The snow divine beast had begun to nuzzle affectionately against Long Chen's scales, its large, watery silver eyes conveying an expression of understanding. Before Long Chen could respond, the nylon butterfly, adopting a defiant stance, declared, "Little one, even if you plead today, I will not yield Brother Long's head to you." You think you're the only one who can be adorable? I can do it too." Hearing that irritatingly endearing tone emanate from the nylon butterfly, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, his expression darkening. Without a word, he raised his tail and swatted at it. Chapter 83. The mysterious black stone opens the way with a resounding smack. Long Chen exasperatedly lifted his tail and struck the nylon butterfly, sending it tumbling from his head. The nylon butterfly, wide-eyed in disbelief, soon found itself pressed against the rock wall. Although Long Chen had not exerted much force, it felt a twinge of grievance. "Brother Long, you're being biased." Long Chen ignored the complaint and lifted the snow divine beast onto his head, calmly addressing the nylon butterfly. "What business does a grown man have quarreling with a girl? And to be petulant, you, a male, nuzzling with me. Do you not find that somewhat inappropriate? Let us go." The snow divine beast chimed in, wholeheartedly agreeing, then nestled contentedly atop Long Chen's head. The nylon butterfly, having been knocked against the wall, resembled a solitary figure, quietly sulking. After a moment, the trio, one serpent, one butterfly, and one beast, moved along the crimson ancient path. The nylon butterfly clutched Long Chen's scales, peering ahead, and commented, "Brother Long, I feel we are getting closer. I estimate that if we continue for a while longer, we shall reach the source of that faint fluctuation." While the snow divine beast occupied Long Chen's head, the nylon butterfly managed to stay behind, which was somewhat acceptable. Long Chen nodded thoughtfully and instructed, "Myriad, you must remain vigilant. If there is any sign of danger, we retreat immediately." Though Long Chen's life experience spanned 2 lifetimes, granting him heightened spiritual awareness, he still felt somewhat lacking compared to the nylon butterfly's innate spiritual prowess, unless he invested all his attribute points into enhancing his soul. Catching up to the highly evolved spirit of the celestial beast nylon butterfly would be a daunting task. Rest assured, Brother Long, I will keep a close watch, the nylon butterfly assured. Let us go, the snow divine beast exclaimed, exuding an air of innocent curiosity, seemingly unconcerned about the potential dangers ahead. Initially, Long Chen found amusement in the snow divine beast's carefree attitude. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that the creature was a descendant of a divine beast, possessing ancestral memories, thus inherently proud. For it, the so-called dangers posed little threat. After all, it had withstood the devastating impact capable of obliterating beings at the creation realm level, which certainly afforded it the confidence to face the unknown that, as time passed, Long Chen, with the nylon butterfly and the snow divine beast in tow, finally arrived at the end of the crimson ancient path. Before them stood yet another ancient door, its construction and ornate patterns identical to the previous one, in an unchanging environment devoid of any distinction. That it seemed the master of this domain was indeed an enigma. Long Chen's lips curled into a wry smile as he mused. Behind this door, could it possibly be that dreaded ancient path once more? If that were the case, when would this ever end? Open sesame! At that moment, the previously silent ancient path echoed with the nylon butterfly's sudden exclamation, startling both Long Chen and the snow divine beast. The snow divine beast bristled, turning to glare at the nylon butterfly with a displeased expression. Emitting a low warning growl, Long Chen's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Yes, do raise your voice a bit more and summon whatever is lurking inside. That would be delightful. The nylon butterfly scratched its head in confusion. Unable to comprehend, I merely wanted to test if it could be opened by sesame instead of that mysterious stone. Sesame, my foot. If you keep startling me like this, I'll shove you into the wall. And you won't be able to escape. Long Chen bellowed, shaken by the sudden fright. He had thought that the creature inside had already emerged. The nylon butterfly, scratching its head and grinning sheepishly, appeared innocent, prompting Long Chen to shake his head in exasperation, that he then utilized his spiritual power to retrieve the mysterious black stone from the system space once more. With a thud, the mysterious black stone pulsed rhythmically, sending tendrils of dark energy toward the ancient door. It was only when approaching such ancient doors that the stone seemed to awaken from its slumber. With a rumble, the ancient door slowly began to part before the mysterious black stone. It was indeed fortunate to have this stone to aid in their passage. Otherwise, the trio would have exhausted themselves trying to open it. Long Chen remained vigilant as the ancient door continued to open, casting a discreet glance at the floating mysterious black stone. Aside from its ability to absorb and release spiritual formations, it had remained dormant. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary black stone possessed the power to unlock this ancient door. As the grand gate of Gula swung open in its entirety, the brilliant lights within illuminated the scene, revealing itself in an instant to the 3 onlookers. My goodness, this place is astonishing. Long Chen gazed in awe at the vast expanse of the cavernous mountain, feeling a wave of shock wash over him. The snow divine beast let out an approving call, nodding slightly, and I long die, too. Grasped the scales on Long Chen's back with her tiny claws, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she murmured, "Isn't it just too immense?" Long Chen nodded in agreement, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, it is rather overwhelming." Before them lay an ancient scene within the colossal mountain, dominated by 2 towering stone statues reaching dozens of zhang in height. Both statues exuded an air of authority, their expressions grave and lifelike, each extending a hand in a gesture of refusal. In their other hands, they held what resembled enormous calligraphy brushes carved from stone. Long Chen flicked his tongue, momentarily taken aback as his gaze shifted from the statues to the vast, empty ground below, his expression faltering. There upon the expansive tiles lay an ancient array etched long ago, its origins unknown. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized that this was not merely an ornamental design, but a seemingly abandoned spiritual array. Clearly, This array, carved ages past, had lost its sustaining energy, lying dormant like a lifeless diagram, devoid of any rippling energy. Brother Long, there's a subtle fluctuation in this area, but I can't pinpoint its exact location. It's quite faint, and I Long Dai suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Long Chen surveyed the surroundings, scrutinizing the vastness of the mountain's interior, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that, aside from the expansive space, the two towering stone statues, and the ancient array etched into the tiles, there was nothing else present. If one were to consider anything as an addition, would the dust count? Long Chen pondered, still feeling perplexed by N.I. Long Dai's mention of the faint fluctuation, which he had only just begun to sense. However, despite feeling it, he could not discern the source of the fluctuations, leaving him with a sense of confusion. Could it be haunted? Long Chen flicked his tongue in bewilderment. I could see this moment. N.I. Long Dai mirrored his confusion, scratching her head in search of the source of that subtle fluctuation, murmuring, "It shouldn't be." Suddenly, as the two were lost in their thoughts, the previously silent, mysterious black stone began to tremble gently, akin to a heartbeat, with a rhythmic thump. As the mysterious black stone pulsed like a heart, it seemed to awaken some hidden power, and streams of black light began to flow forth from it. Long Chen observed this spectacle, his expression taken aback, as an unusual feeling surged within him. In an instant, he perceived a peculiar and extraordinary fluctuation, and without hesitation, he retreated along with N.I. Long Dai and the snow divine beast. With a resonant hum, the black light emanating from the mysterious stone began to float and gradually flowed towards the ancient spiritual array, which had been etched into the ground for an unknown duration, and entered it. The ground trembled, and the once desolate ancient array appeared to be activated, revealing a scene that completely took the three by surprise. With a hiss, the ancient array erupted in light. But rather than black, it emanated a powerful and majestic energy, spilling forth and seeking to extend throughout the vast space. This ancient array, awakened by the mysterious black stone's guidance, came to life before their very eyes. As the overwhelming force surged from the array, both the oppressive pressure and the fluctuations of profound energy struck Long Chen and his companions with unprecedented intensity. Upon feeling the immense pressure of the ancient array, Long Chen's heart raced in shock. This pressure was far beyond what he had experienced when encountering the malevolent aura of the Death Realm's flame-scale spider. Simultaneously, Long Chen's heart sank as he gazed at the mysterious black stone floating in midair, his mind swirling with contemplation. What kind of stone could possibly invoke such a formidable spiritual array? Ding! A voice from the evolution system echoed. A level 8 guardian spiritual array has appeared before the host. Any being below the realm of Xianzun that is not recognized by this array will be immediately devoured as an aberration. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Long Chen's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating further. This was no jest. We are dealing with a level 8 spiritual array. What does a level 8 spiritual array signify? It means that any being below the Xianzun level will be consumed into nothingness in an instant. Alarmed, he cast a wary glance at the slowly activating level 8 array, incredulously thinking, have we just dug ourselves into a deeper hole? This revelation exacerbated his previously dire situation. This was a colossal spiritual array capable of barring all beings below the Xianzun level. Even ordinary super-strong Xianzun beings would hesitate to approach it lightly. With a resonating hum, as the level 8 guardian spiritual array gradually activated, the entire space became imbued with the sacred power of protection, ultimately flooding the area with light as the immense energy intensified before the watchful eyes of Long Chen and his companions. The snow divine beast gazed at the increasingly potent ancient array, a flicker of fear rising within, instinctively letting out a terrified cry.